Chapter 1. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent international news update. Hostilities in the Middle East have escalated once more, as the United States has commenced a large-scale troop withdrawal and unilaterally exited joint conferences. Global nuclear missile silos appear to be activated, and domestic missile defense systems stand ready for action. However, for the sake of public safety, residents are advised to gather their families and essential belongings and head to the nearest emergency shelter. The sudden blare of air raid sirens, accompanied by the incessant scrolling of evacuation alerts on television, shattered the mundane lunchtime tranquility of the Goof family, disrupting the world's serenity as chaos erupted. The streets transformed into a throng, with the normally bustling avenues now packed with panicked crowds. 14-year-old Gu Ying clutched her 3-year-old sister's hand tightly, sandwiched between her parents. The cacophony of voices and wailing children invoked an oppressive atmosphere, far removed from the rehearsed drills of past evacuations, as they followed armed soldiers along the roadside towards the shelter. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the distant sound of explosions echoed closer, accompanied by billowing clouds. Like ripples on water, the shock waves spread, making it difficult to fathom that such a sight could manifest on a clear day. The noise heightened the crowd's agitation, while it was reasonable to surmise these were explosions resulting from intercepted missiles. The nation's air defense system provided some solace. Yet, an unshakable sense of insecurity lingered, as no one could guarantee that no threats had slipped through the cracks, nor could anyone ascertain the scale of the sudden onslaught. As the explosions grew more frequent, the previously orderly crowd began to abandon their slow-paced march, morphing into a frenzied dash for survival. Gu Ying's parents shielded their 2 children as they ran, with her father cradling her sister in his arms, imparting vital knowledge about taking refuge. Her mother, beside them, repeatedly comforted her bewildered and weeping daughter. Thus, the family gradually drew closer to the shelter amidst the tide of humanity. Ahead, the crowd began to slow, revealing the entrance to the shelter, and the weight on everyone's hearts seemed to lift. Yet at that moment, it was as if fate played a cruel joke. A few stray missiles struck the rear of the crowd, instantly claiming numerous lives. Then came a relentless barrage of missiles wreaking havoc across the city. The shelter's doors were slowly closing, and as safety loomed just ahead, her father swiftly placed her sister into Gu Ying's arms, grasping her mother's hand as they navigated towards the entrance. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters safety was within reach. Suddenly, a sound unlike the ordinary blasts reverberated. A shock wave, charged with radiation, surged toward them. Her father pushed Gu Ying forward with all his might, positioning himself and her mother to shield the children. Their eyes held a farewell, and just as Gu Ying felt the force propelling her, she turned to witness a conflagration engulfing her parents. She could only clutch her sister tightly as the fiery tempest swept her into the shelter. That day, no one comprehended the catalyst the world's nuclear missile silos had abruptly opened. An unanticipated launch struck every inhabited region on Earth, engulfing 80% of the planet's surface, including vast expanses of ocean. Thus began a cataclysmic cleansing by nuclear weapons, leading to widespread desertification, the collapse of urban structures, and the desiccation of rivers and seas, transforming the world into desolation. In the year following the cataclysm, the surviving global population became impossible to quantify. Emergency shelters commenced post-disaster reconstruction, with sufficient reserves of supplies, forming bastions centered around these shelters. Despite the devastation wrought by the nuclear fallout, humanity clung to a vision of renewal, endeavoring to rebuild their home solace. This hope proved fleeting. By the second year of the Wasteland era, the construction of gathering points was completed. However, the population began to dwindle due to radiation without protective gear or anti-radiation medication. Most ordinary individuals succumbed to death. In the third year, bizarre, mutated creatures began to emerge. Colossal animals, insects, and even some surviving flora underwent mutations. Initially, their sizes increased, but soon, fire-breathing rodents and colossal bears capable of collapsing walls appeared, alongside vulture-like creatures akin to mythical beasts, further constricting the already dwindling habitable space for humanity, plunging the world into despair once more. By the fourth year, among the remaining humans who had withstood radiation, mutations began to manifest. Some individuals grew to immense sizes, others became more agile yet frail, and some exhibited strange abilities such as fire or water manipulation. These mutated humans fought against the aberrant creatures, managing to stave off total annihilation. In the fifth year, these mutated beings were dubbed new humans, and phenomena of new human dominance emerged in various locales. The darker facets of human nature festered under the unequal distribution of power, leading many gathering points to devolve into mere playgrounds for the new humans. The world became rife with twisted human nature, where violence and decay appeared to become the prevailing themes. Amidst swirling sands, a lone figure staggered through the dust of the wasteland, teetering as if on the verge of losing balance. Cloaked, the individual's face remained obscured, revealing only a gaunt silhouette indicative of youth. Ultimately, the boy succumbed to the searing heat and fainted upon the parched earth. In the distance, mechanical roars and reckless gunfire echoed, a commonplace occurrence in the wasteland. A gang of mohawk-clad, new humans sped through the sands in their vehicles, frantically scavenging for supplies as they raced back to their stronghold, their demeanor a blend of frenzy and triumph. The modified truck was not only laden with scant supplies, but also carried a few captives. The ropes binding their wrists indicated that these unfortunate souls were destined to become slaves within the stronghold. As the convoy traversed the dune, the mohawk-wearing leader atop the truck spotted something and signaled the vehicle to halt, pointing to the hillock while exclaiming, "Boss, I see a still-moving meat chicken over there." The small leader, puzzled, mused, what would a lone meat chicken be doing here? Perhaps it's a hunter? Nevertheless, considering the solitary figure sprawled on the ground, he decided to seize the opportunity, believing that a free meal was a stroke of luck, and led the convoy closer. Upon disembarking, the leader was astonished to find that it truly was a meat chicken, a frail and diminutive figure in contrast to the new humans who towered at 3 to 5 meters. Through the draped cloak, he discerned that the boy was wrapped in bandages. The leader hoisted the boy's body, who murmured, "Water, water." It appeared the boy still clung to life. Thus, the leader commanded his men to drip a few drops of murky water into the boy's mouth before binding his hands and tossing him into the truck in unexpected prize. Delighted, the leader resumed his seat as they continued toward their stronghold. The stronghold was a modest enclave, nestled against a remnant cliffside. A viewing platform had been carved from the cliff center, connecting to the interior space, likely the palace of the stronghold's master. At the base of the cliff stood a 10-meter-high metal gate, leading to a sunken circular arena, with various earthen structures forming a market and residential area, arranged in a semicircular fashion, culminating in a half-metal, half-sand wall. The towering walls and gates suggested that although the stronghold was small, it was not to be trifled with. The Mohawk convoy entered the stronghold, halting near the arena's market, where a designated area housed the captured meat chickens. A portion of the captives would be selected by the stronghold's overseers for roles as servants or laborers, while those deemed undesirable would be sold off to slave traders, who traversed between strongholds, occasionally seeking slaves with unique abilities for resale or simply for amusement, with the arena serving as a form of entertainment. Robust male and female slaves were escorted away by the overseers, while the boy and a few frail captives were cast into a cage, awaiting their uncertain fates. After being provided with water and jostled onto the ground, the boy finally regained consciousness. "Where am I?" he wondered, observing his tightly bound hands. Gooing surmised that he had been collected as a meat chicken. Fortunately, he was still alive. An elderly man beside him remarked, "This is a stronghold near the southern side of the storm dunes. Young one, you are found lying on the dunes." Acknowledging the elder's words with a nod, Gooing sought a shadowed corner, leaning against the wall to rest his eyes. Moments later, a sharp-featured slave trader clad in a priestly robe from the previous century, accompanied by several Mohawk guards, approached the cage to inspect the captives. Upon reaching Gu Ying's corner, the trader spotted the bandaged boy whose hood had fallen away, revealing half of his face. The trader called out, "Hey, you over there, the bandaged kid?" Going looked up, unhurriedly responding, "What is it?" The trader grinned. "Well, this little meat chicken seems rather intriguing. Your gaze and attire suggest you are no ordinary captive. Are you a hunter? Agile type?" New human mutations are generally categorized into different types. The strength type, characterized by immense physical power, but typically slower reflexes, the agility type, which may appear slender yet possesses strength surpassing that of an average person, emphasizing personal reaction and speed. Beyond these, there exist other supernatural types, often leaders of various territories or even masters of strongholds. Gloomy Shadow furrowed his brow and replied, "What? Do you actually think highly of my frail physique?" The slave trader responded, "Do you wish to satiate your hunger? Do you long to escape this cage?" With the master's birthday approaching, the arena requires some thrilling spectacles. How about it? Join my ranks as a gladiator, should you perform well. I assure you a life free from want. Though you may lack freedom, certain special privileges await you. Having survived the apocalypse for 5 years, Gloomy Shadow was acutely aware of the slave trader's intentions. It was merely a ploy to use him as cannon fodder, a sacrificial offering to enhance the blood-soaked entertainment of the arena. Promises were but empty words. Anyone could weave grand illusions. Yet this presented an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Gloomy Shadow replied, "I agree, but you must provide me with water and food. I need to recuperate before entering the duel." The slave trader scoffed, then summoned 2 servants to bring forth a chunk of meat and a bottle of luminescent green water, tossing them to Gloomy Shadow. The radiation levels were evidently high, yet fortunately, the surviving humans possessed a natural resistance to radiation, and the new humans had only grown stronger through their mutations. Gloomy Shadow accepted the food and began to feast heartily, devouring chunks of meat and gulping down water, completely disregarding the murderous glares from the other slaves in the cell. Observing this, the slave trader remarked, "Rest while I shall return to check on you later." He then turned and left with his entourage. However, once the slave trader had departed, unrest erupted within the cell. Aside from the elderly man who had initially spoken to Gloomy Shadow, the others, eyes reddened with hunger, began to advance towards him. The slave trader, in his attempt to ensure the slave's survival, indeed provided a limited supply of food and water, merely sufficient to keep them alive. Yet, witnessing the meat and water in Gloomy Shadow's hands, along with the tantalizing sounds of his consumption, they could no longer contain themselves. What hunters! They were merely agility types, and so frail in such a confined space. Could they not subdue one slender hunter among them? At that moment, Gloomy Shadow spoke. "Do not engage in futile endeavors. Is living not enough?" Upon hearing this brazen declaration laced with nonchalance, the group could no longer restrain themselves, and 8 adults lunged at Gloomy Shadow with a roar. With a soft sigh, Gloomy Shadow, having regained a modicum of strength, instantly activated his heart mutation resulting from the nuclear radiation that had affected half his body at the entrance of the shelter. He could control this mutated heart to accelerate blood flow, stimulating his body, and in an instant he unleashed a power and speed far exceeding that of an ordinary human. He darted between the 8 attackers, and before they could encircle him, all fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Gloomy Shadow did not kill. He did not even untie his restraints, merely delivering a swift blow to each of their empty stomachs before calmly returning to his spot, continuing to feast amidst the astonished gaze of the elderly man and the cacophony of groans. After a while, the slave trader returned to the cell, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the fallen bodies. "I had thought that managing 3 or 5 would be your limit. I did not expect you to handle 8. It seems I underestimated you." Had the slave trader known that these 8 individuals had been dispatched in an instant by Gloomy Shadow, he would have been even more astonished. Solitary Shadow tugged at the garment of a slave lying on the ground, as if to wipe his hands on non-existent grease after consuming a piece of roasted meat, and remarked, "I am aware that you used food as bait merely to test my prowess. Are you now satisfied?" The slave trader nodded in affirmation, stating, "You have proven yourself worthy. Follow me. Today, you shall rest well, for tomorrow is the Lord's birthday, and the spectacle in the arena is scheduled for noon. Perform admirably, for I have high hopes for you." With that, he instructed his subordinates to escort Solitary Shadow to a place of rest. The ropes binding Solitary Shadow's hands had been undone, replaced instead by a locked iron ball on his ankles, designed to prevent escape while allowing for ordinary movement. However, fleeing would prove quite the challenge for an average person. The following day, in celebration of the Lord's birthday, an extravagant feast featuring exotic meats was opened to the Lord's subordinates within the city. Senior officials were treated to wine in the company of beautiful women, and the enthusiasm of the Mohicans reached unprecedented heights. In such an atmosphere, instances of abuse and even murder against the impoverished became as commonplace as eating and drinking. Having rested for an entire day, Solitary Shadow was brimming with energy, contemplating how to utilize this duel as an opportunity to break free from his shackles. As noon approached, the stands surrounding the arena filled with spectators, including frenzied Mohicans and curious commoners, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of the blood-soaked spectacle. The first match featured 4 slaves armed with stone swords and stone shields, each tethered to an iron ball, facing off against a mutated leopard, which was twice the height of a man while prowling. Its fierce gaze and 4 tusks, thicker than an arm, exuded an overwhelming sense of menace, even from behind the bars of its cage. The helpless figures of the 4 slaves only fueled the crowd's excitement, who roared for blood, their cries unclear as to whether they wished for the slaves to slay the leopard or vice versa, perhaps both. At the signal from the Lord in the viewing box, the duel commenced. The leopard's cage swung open, and within moments, the 4 were devoured by the beast as if they were mere snacks. After feasting, the leopard attempted to attack the audience, but was thwarted by a surge of electricity as it lunged toward the stands, revealing that the inner walls were lined with electric nets. While the first match provided the audience with the thrill of bloodshed, the Lord appeared dissatisfied and whispered instructions to his subordinates. The second match featured 2 burly men, each towering around 3 meters and wielding shields as tall as themselves, clearly the archetype of strength among the new humans. Upon entering the arena, they flanked the leopard, raising their shields to press forward. The leopard, seeing its equals in height, chose not to engage directly, instead relying on its agility to evade their encirclement. With only 2 participants, it was challenging to corner such a nimble creature in the vast arena. The 2 men understood this. Shackled by iron balls, they were less agile than the leopard and were left to play a defensive game with their shields. As the leopard circled them, it sought an opportunity to strike. During its second pass, the 2 men remained focused on the approaching leopard, unaware that their iron balls had become entangled. The leopard suddenly leapt toward one man, and while both attempted to dodge, the collision of their iron balls caused them to lose balance. The leopard seized the moment, sinking its teeth into one man's arm, and then swiftly clawed at both their thighs. As the 2 swung their fists in retaliation, the leopard deftly retreated, biding its time. Witnessing the bloody severed arm and the plight of the burly man, the crowd erupted with fervor, and the Lord seemed somewhat pleased. Sipping his drink with a smile, the 2 men continued to defend with their shields, but without weapons and now injured. Their fate was all but sealed. As anticipated, after a brief inspection, the leopard evidently sensed no remaining threat and launched a relentless assault on the 2, repeatedly tearing into them with its agile form. Blood and severed limbs flew through the air, and soon both men lay on the brink of death, destined to become the leopard's meal. In a display of dominance, the leopard, having feasted, strutted around the arena with its head held high. Though unable to breach the electric nets, its posture conveyed a clear message to the spectators: "This is my territory, and anyone who enters shall perish." Solitary Shadow furrowed his brow. The third match was his, accompanied by 3 other fodder, one being a powerfully built individual, while the remaining 2 bore resemblance to him. Likely agile types. As he pondered, a wiry figure spoke up. "Did you all see? That leopard is incredibly agile, keeping pace with our speed. We all wish to survive. I believe cooperation is essential. What do you think?" Solitary Shadow did not decline the proposition. The wiry figure continued to outline a plan. Let the burly man draw the leopard's attention with his shield while the other 3 maneuvered to strike when the opportunity arose, gradually wearing down the leopard's stamina. The others nodded in agreement. Though a well-worn tactic among hunters, it was the best option available. Solitary Shadow, however, harbored different thoughts. Scaling a 10-meter-high wall adorned with electric nets appeared improbable. Yet, the arena only offered 2 exits: the Beast Cage Passage and the Gladiator Passage, both of which would drop gates once the combat commenced. The iron ball on his ankle was a hindrance he needed to remove, and a singular plan formed in his mind as he glanced at the burly man, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. After conversing, Solitary Shadow learned that all 3 had once been hunters. reduced to slaves for defying superiors or failing missions, each harboring a sense of bitterness. Before they could delve deeper into their dialogue, the slave trader announced that it was time for them to enter the arena. Exchanging glances, the burly man grasped his massive shield. The wiry figure picked up a stone sword, and another slender individual wielded a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. While Solitary Shadow shook his head and opted for a smaller shield and a sword of his own, the hunt commenced. Passing through the dim corridor, the four stepped into the arena, greeted by a cacophony of bloodthirsty cheers from the crowd. The acrid scent of blood heightened their senses, and without the need for focus, the massive form of the leopard loomed before them, prompting the trio to disperse according to their battle plan. The burly man charged forward with a roar, successfully diverting the leopard's attention, while the wiry figure and the slender one flanked it, searching for an opening. Solitary Shadow, however, remained rooted in place, seemingly paralyzed by the sight of the leopard. As his companions fought on without concern for him, the encirclement appeared effective. The initial clash saw the burly man and the leopard locked in a test of strength, blocking the beast's claw strikes while occasionally landing punches to remind the leopard that its opponent was formidable. Albeit inflicting little damage. As the struggle intensified, the two flanking figures seized their moment, striking the leopard and inflicting several noticeable wounds. Gradually, the leopard's growls turned to frustrated roars, and the three men exchanged glances of triumph. Believing victory was within reach, suddenly, Solitary Shadow shouted, "Fall back." The others were taken aback. The wiry figure and the slender one pressed on, while the burly man hesitated before swiftly retreating. At that moment, the temperature around the leopard surged, and the blood from its wounds began to evaporate into crimson mist. The leopard opened its gaping maw, conjuring a fireball the size of a human at its center. Trouble. The wiry figure and the slender one finally realized the danger. The leopard was not merely a mutated beast but possessed the ability to breathe fire. However, it was too late. The fireball exploded before any could react, sending the two sprawling against the arena's walls. The burly man, having retreated in time, shielded himself with his guard and emerged unscathed, while Solitary Shadow remained unharmed, though he was now without the bandage that had once concealed his true visage. What lay beneath was not a face that inspired delight. The right half appeared refined and handsome, with dark eyes reflecting a resilient spirit. In stark contrast, the left half bore the scars of searing heat, wrinkles, distortions, and a glowing red left eye, embodying a balance of angelic beauty and demonic horror. Solitary Shadow's left eye, a mutation from radiation exposure, had revealed its purpose over 5 years. It could perceive radiation in a world rife with it. Whether it be physical mutations or the extraordinary abilities that accompany them, at their core, they are all transformations wrought by radiation. As long as there exists a mutation, a core must also reside within. From the perspective of the left eye, the radiative energy within the leopard's body can now be seen clearly, coalescing towards the heart and head like ink. Just beneath the jaw, near the neck, a swirling core is accumulating power. The frail monkey and the spindly bamboo pole, both mere shadows of their former selves, can no longer perceive the flow of radiative energy, while the larger figure remains relatively sturdy. Judging by the concentration of radiative energy emanating from him, it appears the previous offensive and defensive exchanges have not drained much of his stamina. He will still be of use shortly. The audience is in a frenzy, clearly not their first encounter with the flaming leopard, as the 10-meter-high inner wall fails to deter the fiery onslaught. Yet the spectators continue to roar and cheer, caught up in a wild frenzy. Even the Lord of the Mountain, perched upon the cliffside, claps in delight. Solitary Shadow approaches the large figure, attempting to pat his shoulder but finding it too high. Instead opting for his arm to signal him to step back. Gazing up into the large figure's eyes, he whispers, "Do you wish to survive?" The large figure, seemingly momentarily delayed in thought, replies, "Yes. Do you have a way to deal with this leopard?" A long-lost smile graces Solitary Shadow's face as he responds, "I can handle more than just the leopard. If you wish to live, I will require your assistance shortly." The large figure inquires, "What assistance?" Solitary Shadow does not answer the question, only stating, "For now, step back and recover your strength. We shall discuss the rest later." With that, he brandishes his stone sword and shield, moving towards the leopard, employing his swift agility. Solitary Shadow begins to harass the leopard, and after several attempts, having gauged its movements, he utilizes a strike from the leopard's claw to maneuver, allowing the iron chain on his foot to meet the leopard's paw. Successfully liberating himself from the burden. At this moment, the leopard has completed its charge, and upon seeing the diminutive figure before it continued to provoke, its patience wanes, swiftly. It gathers a fireball and unleashes it towards Solitary Shadow. However, before the fireball can reach him, Solitary Shadow has already moved, invigorating his heart to activate his blood flow. His left hand's stone shield darts forward, intercepting the center of the fireball, with a resounding explosion. Akin to a balloon being punctured, the fireball disperses, and amidst the swirling flames, Solitary Shadow charges towards the leopard, slipping into the blind spot created by the fire. With another explosive leap, he aims his stone sword at the leopard's core beneath its jaw, plunging the blade deep into its flesh. Yet the leopard, with its indomitable vitality, continues to thrash and shake its head, attempting to dislodge the intruder. Realizing this strike is not fatal, Solitary Shadow seizes the leopard's tusk with his left hand to secure his position, once more igniting his heart to unleash a surge of power, driving his foot against the embedded stone sword. The sword pierces through the leopard's brain, exiting with a spray of white matter, which spins in the air before falling to the ground, accompanied by the collapse of the leopard's massive body. After a few seconds of silence, a louder cheer erupts. No one anticipated that someone could actually defeat the leopard under such conditions. Caught in a frenzy, the audience is indifferent to the victor or the vanquished. They seek only the thrill of bloodshed. Yet the Lord's countenance grows increasingly grim, not expecting that a mere slave could slay the plaything he so relished. The radiation is rampant in this post-apocalyptic world, and mutated beasts abound. Capturing a creature endowed with extraordinary abilities is no small feat for a minor stronghold like his, consuming his own resources. The more he thinks, the angrier he becomes, and he immediately commands his subordinates to eliminate this slave. As this order is given, the castle becomes a cacophony, various minor leaders and their new humans rushing towards the arena. Having vanquished the leopard, Solitary Shadow approaches the large figure once more and says, "Come, it's time for you to assist me." The large figure asks, "What do you need me to do?" Solitary Shadow points towards the Lord's balcony on the mountainside and instructs, "With all your might, throw me up there." In this chaotic world, amidst the din of madness, thoughts spiral into frenzy. When insanity becomes the norm, even the most outrageous actions seem reasonable. The large figure, though somewhat perplexed, nods in agreement. "All right, but I cannot guarantee I can throw you that far." Solitary Shadow dismisses the concern. "No matter, just give it your all. The rest is up to me." Before he can finish, the gate previously used for unleashing beasts creaks open, stirring a cloud of dust. 20-odd new humans of varying shapes and sizes burst forth, brandishing an array of weapons, some with crossbows, others with firearms, and still others wielding metal blades and gauntlets, unified only by their mohawk hairstyles. Solitary Shadow rises, facing the throng without a hint of panic. He lifts his gaze upwards, his piercing eyes seemingly penetrating the mountainside straight to the Lord's viewing platform, as if he were a beast himself. Evoking a chill of murderous intent in the Lord, retracting his gaze, he then looks back at the large door behind the crowd. As if sensing Solitary Shadow's intentions, the door snaps shut, leaving no room for escape. With a resigned sigh, he realizes he must first deal with this rabble. Thus, Solitary Shadow springs into action, not waiting for the enemy to commence their bluster. He invigorates his mutated heart, unleashing unparalleled speed as he charges into the throng. His left eye observes the flow of radiative energy on each enemy, forming bizarre nodes in his vision. Each movement leaves behind a trail of action, allowing him to predict the opponent's next moves based on years of accumulated experience. Using his hand like a blade, he targets the cores of their abilities, dodging, thrusting, and executing each strike in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so combatants at the forefront lie incapacitated. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, hesitate and swiftly create distance, employing their bows and firearms to attack. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that in this world saturated with radiation, the trajectories of arrows and bullets slicing through the air are crystal clear in Solitary Shadow's vision. Their rapid movements rendered almost sluggish. Tilting his head, sidestepping, and rotating, he evades with the slightest of movements, akin to a dancer gracefully navigating through a hail of gunfire. Moments later, as their ammunition runs dry, he remains unscathed. What follows is a one-sided massacre. In this crumbling world, one must be prepared to kill or be killed. Here, power reigns supreme, and the weak are consumed by the strong. Once all adversaries have fallen, the audience begins to regain a semblance of rationality amid the bloody frenzy. Although they recognize that the figure below has defied the Lord, the 10-meter-high stands and electric barriers seem to serve as a psychological shield, transforming shock and fear into disdain and ridicule, eagerly anticipating how the Lord will deal with this insubordinate. Finally, with a sliver of time to spare, Solitary Shadow returns to the large figure's side. Without the need for further words, the large figure lifts Solitary Shadow with one hand, taking a running start, gathering strength, and aiming towards the viewing platform on the mountainside, launching him with all his might. In synchrony, Solitary Shadow channels his own power, soaring like a cannonball directly towards the platform. The spectators, witnessing this scene, can no longer remain seated. They erupt into chaos, fleeing in all directions, while the Lord rises to make his exit. Yet in the next moment, Solitary Shadow lands steadily beside him. This Lord appears corpulent, towering around 4 meters, his bloated flesh rendering him akin to a walking tumor. Each finger adorned with lavish gemstone rings and clad in an ostentatious outfit. He embodies avarice. However, anyone who occupies such a position is no ordinary individual. One must possess capability to control a stronghold. The two lock eyes, neither rushing to strike. Solitary Shadow remains vigilant, observing the flow of radiative energy. Ready for any eventuality. At this juncture, the Lord speaks. Who are you? Such skill cannot belong to a nameless individual. What purpose do you have infiltrating my stronghold? After a moment of contemplation, Solitary Shadow responds. I merely wandered here. Now that I am here, I have a few questions that I hope you will answer truthfully. A fleeting, inexplicable emotion flickers in the red-black depths of his eyes. Without waiting for a response, Solitary Shadow queries, considering the scale of your stronghold, you must have maintained control for quite some time. Since the Day of Judgment 5 years ago, did any military or armed forces pass through here? What sort of question is that? The Lord replies, perplexed. Indeed, I have lived in this refuge since the Day of Judgment. The year I rebuilt the stronghold, a military unit did pass through here. Are you seeking the government's forces? I advise you to abandon that hope. Look at the state of this world now. It has been 5 years. With mutated beasts and new humans, only the strong can survive. The days of relying on the state are long gone. With strength, one can possess everything. Though I know not what other abilities you possess, your skills are more than sufficient to govern a city-state. Why not join me? I assure you save your third-rate rhetoric. All I require is an answer regarding where that military unit went. Solitary Shadow interrupts, his gaze icy as he fixes it upon the Lord. This act of defiance ignites feelings of humiliation and fury within the Lord. I concede that you are strong, but I am no mere plaything. Upon uttering his words, he raised his right hand, aiming it at the solitary figure, in the left eye of the solitary figure. Radiant energy converged from the heart and coalesced before his hand, yet his right eye beheld nothing. With a thunderous boom, the sound of air bursting forth echoed. It was an air cannon, a troublesome ability. The solitary figure could only evade, lacking a suitable weapon, relying solely on his agility to dodge the air projectiles. He then closed the distance, striking at the area where the abundant flesh exhibited the least resistance. Delivering a sharp jab, however, it inflicted no significant damage, as the flesh formed a perfect shield. Repeated probing attacks revealed no weaknesses. This flesh was indeed resilient and could amass air cannons around it. When the solitary figure targeted the head, the flesh directly materialized an air cannon before him. Were it not for the solitary figure's ability to perceive radiant energy, anyone else would have surely faltered. The battle appeared to reach a stalemate. Have you witnessed my power? Submit to me, and I shall elevate you to the position of second in command at this stronghold. The solitary figure's expression twitched, yet another clutch line was uttered. It seemed that mutation had not only inflated this mass of flesh but also fortified it, rendering it invulnerable while the air cannon could deliver devastating blows to foes. However, he seemed oblivious, or perhaps entirely ignorant, of the fact that such powers consumed radiant energy. To the eyes of an ordinary person, abilities drain physical stamina, often leading to fatigue after excessive usage. Over time, most assumed that supernatural powers were driven by physical prowess. Yet the solitary figure understood that these abilities were generated by a mutation core that produced radiant energy, which in turn fueled their manifestation. In other words, when one's physical stamina was exhausted, they might still unleash their powers. However, once radiant energy was depleted, physical strength would undoubtedly follow suit. Coupled with years of indulgence, this mass of flesh had long forgotten how to fight, and the outcome was already sealed. The solitary figure's composed demeanor seemed to mock silently. A mere insect dared to challenge the authority of the stronghold's master, inciting the mass of flesh to grow increasingly furious and agitated. Employing the air cannon with greater frequency, desperate to crush the insect into dust. Yet, he failed to notice that the solitary figure's distractions had gradually turned him away from the observation deck, bringing him closer to the edge of the terrace with each step. The scattered air projectiles, under the solitary figure's guidance, continuously smashed against the walls and ground, showering debris upon the scene. The dust cloud obscured his vision, rendering the target invisible. And in that moment, he realized he could no longer unleash his powers, a disquieting revelation. But it was too late. The solitary figure seized the moment when his radiant energy was depleted, delivering a powerful blow to the mass of flesh, successfully toppling it backward. With the exhaustion of both powers and stamina, the master of the stronghold could only watch helplessly as he rolled toward the edge of the terrace. Uncertain whether his bulk could withstand the impact of a fall from such heights, perhaps he would survive, but he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Just as his body teetered on the brink of falling, a hand suddenly grasped his ankle, lifting the several hundred pounds of flesh with ease. "Answer my question, or I shall release you," came the solitary figure's demand, suspended precariously at the edge of the terrace. The mass of flesh quickly responded. To the north. They headed north. Fearing disbelief, he hastily added, when the reconstruction of the stronghold began, they propagandized among the refugees that they hailed from the north, claiming to assist in rebuilding efforts and gathering information on survivors, even taking many of them with them. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the solitary figure's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. Just how far north was this? He was situated at the southernmost point of what was once his homeland. It was important to remember that this was no longer an era where one could simply hop on a flight and traverse the globe in mere hours. Even reaching the capital city before the apocalypse would require a considerable journey. Hope and despair often lie but a hair's breadth apart. Nonetheless, he had at least grasped the movement of this troop. Patience was essential. One must take things one step at a time. As the solitary figure obtained the information he sought, the mass of flesh attempted to wriggle free, pleading, "I've told you everything I know, but I have no idea where they went. Can't you let me go?" The solitary figure shook his head, stating, "Regardless of how many lives you've harmed, that is of no concern to me. But you sought to kill me. Do you remember? From the moment we entered the arena, you desired my death, and thus you must be prepared to face the consequences." Without waiting for further protest, he released his grip, sending the mass of flesh hurtling toward the arena. Like a meteor, the mass plummeted into the center of the arena, creating a deep indentation in the ground. Its short legs still twitching, indicating that it had yet to meet its demise. The solitary figure, uninterested in its fate, turned to leave. That moment, the large door behind him swung open, and a horde of Mohicans with weapons surged into the room. Yet, in the next instant, they discovered the room was in disarray. The Lord was nowhere to be found, leaving only the bandaged youth radiating an aura of lethal intent, quietly observing them. Beads of sweat trickled down the faces of the onlookers, and time seemed to freeze. With a step, then another, the solitary figure traversed through the crowd and entered the passage beyond the door. At the end of the passage lay a large elevator capable of accommodating over 10 individuals, a necessity given the bulk of the mass of flesh. After a moment's contemplation, the solitary figure chose to scavenge the area before departing, noting the extravagant adornments that the mass of flesh had hoarded. How indulgent! Not bothering to ponder on which floor might contain supplies, he decided to search layer by layer. Fortune favored him. Directly beneath the observation deck was the Lord's quarters. A grand bed, 15 meters wide, was draped with luxurious silks and satins, with 4 alloy pillars embedded with countless colorful gemstones, exuding opulence. To the right, a wall-mounted wine cabinet housed dozens of bottles of red wine, while to the left stood a massive 10-meter-high gate. Upon opening the gate, the sight within made the solitary figure's eyes twitch. Mountains of gold and jewels dazzled painfully, as if asking, "Are you a dragon? Do you revel in hoarding such trinkets in this apocalypse? They hold no value." Disheartened, he prepared to leave when he suddenly noticed several weapons displayed in a wall cabinet. This piqued his interest. Upon closer inspection, he found gemstone-encrusted horn daggers, gem-studded knives, and a gemstone-adorned scepter. Evidently, amidst the opulence, there were indeed treasures to be found. Adjacent to another cabinet were several recurve bows, crossbows, compound bows, and various swords, all seemingly crafted from fine steel. One weapon, in particular, immediately captured his attention, a blade with a pitch-black body, featuring a single-edged glimmer, devoid of crossguards or hilts, accompanied by a simple black sheath. This was a Tang Dao, standing as a low-key monarch amidst a collection of ostentatious weaponry. Naturally, he smashed open the display case to take the knife and its sheath. For in an era plagued by mutated beings and supernatural entities, the threat of ordinary firearms had waned considerably. That a reliable cold weapon could indeed provide greater survival advantages, not to mention that the solitary figure was not proficient with firearms. Descending to the lowest level of the stronghold, He found it stocked with the majority of survival supplies. The doors to various supply warehouses had been flung open, resulting in a chaotic scene, with Mohicans and civilians alike scrambling to seize what they could amidst the turmoil, some entangled in fierce scuffles over their spoils. As he walked through, the bandages had somehow re-wrapped around his left face, and the tang down now rested at his lower back, giving him an intimidating presence. No one dared to provoke him. He gathered some food and water from the warehouse, also pocketing a few small bags of crop seeds, items that could serve as currency in these times. Having collected the necessary supplies, the solitary figure exited the mountain wall. Indeed, the town had descended into chaos, with the sounds of looting and destruction echoing everywhere. The fall of the local tyrant had sparked a power struggle among the leaders. The previously resilient mass of flesh had met its end, struck down by a well-meaning townsfolk. Yet none of this concerned the solitary figure. He was now in need of a mode of transportation. Otherwise, he risked facing the same fate as before, collapsing in the dust before reaching the next stronghold. He casually grabbed a Mohican and inquired about the location of the stronghold's vehicles. Upon receiving the information, he hurried toward the designated area. Fortunately, many intact vehicles remained, suggesting that not many wished to leave the stronghold behind. After all, survival supplies within the stronghold are not scarce. Merely existing is a form of happiness. I casually chose a rugged motorcycle, filled it with fuel, and hung 2 full tanks on the sides of the rear seat. Paying no heed to the chaotic noise behind me, I sped away, leaving it all behind. Under the scorching sun, the desolate earth was littered with buildings buried beneath layers of sand. As a lone motorcycle navigated through the ruins, it felt as though I had entered a city from a bygone era. Judging by the scale of the debris, it must have been at least a municipal city. Shortly after entering the city ruins, I came to a halt, peeled back the bandage on my left eye, and discerned an anomaly in the radiation energy gathering, indicating that there were signs of living beings congregating here. This was not unexpected. Many strongholds were dominated by the new humans, and ordinary citizens seeking freedom had no choice but to escape the strongholds, with these urban ruins becoming their sanctuary. Despite the destruction wrought by that inexplicable nuclear war, the reinforced concrete structures still stood resilient. The many buildings were partially buried and leaning precariously. They still managed to shield against the sun and wind. And the deeper they sank into the sandy abyss, the more stable they became, far more so than the makeshift earthen homes hastily constructed in the apocalypse. Moreover, this wasteland was devoid of any large, monstrous creatures. I parked the motorcycle in the shadow of a ruin, concealed it, and slung my pack over my shoulder, proceeding towards the direction where the radiation energy flowed. Before long, I encountered a makeshift barricade erected from discarded stones in the middle of the road, with a 3-meter gap blocked by steel bars. As I approached, a figure appeared atop the barricade, calling out, "Halt! Who are you? What brings you here?" Accustomed to such defensive postures, I refrained from unnecessary movements and promptly replied, "I am merely a passing hunter, seeking to exchange some supplies at the gathering place. My water is nearly depleted." Upon hearing the word hunter, those behind the barricade began to stir, as if engaged in hushed discussions. Soon, someone called out, "Please wait here. Our village chief will be with you shortly." Gradually, more and more people gathered, until an elderly man, his beard as white as snow and leaning on a cane, approached amidst a throng of protectors. He scrutinized me, noting my youth and the absence of companions, and instructed the crowd to lower the barricade, allowing me to enter the village. Surrounding us were numerous muscular men wielding various farming tools in a vigilant stance. Despite their imposing physiques, they bore no traits of the new humans, and even without my left eye, I could ascertain they were simply ordinary folk. To my surprise, I also noticed many women and children in the vicinity. The villagers followed the chief into a relatively well-preserved building. The chief spoke, "I am the village leader. What do you require? We are not a large gathering place, and our supplies are meager. If you could provide me with 2 barrels of water, and perhaps some food, I would be grateful. I can offer you seeds in exchange." Upon hearing the word seeds, the eyes of those around us sparkled with excitement, their expressions radiating joy and hope rather than greed. I was not particularly concerned about being robbed. The disparity in strength rendered such a possibility unlikely. It seemed that the apocalypse had not yet descended into utter chaos. I removed my pack from my shoulder, rummaged inside for a moment, and produced a cloth bag the size of a fist, tightly bound with rope at the opening. I was uncertain of the specific type of seeds it contained, but I presumed they were food crops, as most seeds within the stronghold were of this nature. I tossed the bag to the chief, who opened it to pour out the seeds. He quickly identified their variety, his face breaking into a smile that creased his features. After repacking the seeds, he assured me, "We will prepare the supplies you requested. Rest assured, our village remains peaceful. This house is unoccupied. You may rest here." I nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, a cheer erupted from the distance. After several years of being ravaged by nuclear fallout, crops had begun to mutate, and many seeds were now capable of thriving in this sandy soil. It appeared that this bag of seeds could significantly improve the lives of these people. The thought brought an involuntary smile to my lips. It was heartening to witness such kindness and humanity preserved amidst this apocalypse. Such occurrences were indeed rare. This reminded me of the beginning. It marked both an end and a beginning. On the day of reckoning, I had sheltered my younger sister, Gushiwe, in my arms as the explosion hurled us into the shelter. When I awoke, it was half a month later. My body severely burned on one side, and the loss of my parents left me in a state of physical and emotional desolation. Upon awakening, I discovered my only remaining family, my sister, was also missing, a revelation that nearly shattered me. Fortunately, thanks to the tender care of the medical personnel, my body gradually healed. Eventually, I learned from the shelter's leader that my sister had been taken by the government forces. Many families with children had departed alongside them. Due to Gushiwe's tender age and my grave injuries preventing me from moving, she had no choice but to take her away. This knowledge brought me some solace, at least knowing my sister was safe. Thus, the quest to find her became my singular purpose and obsession in this desolate world. Lost in memories, I suddenly heard a rustling sound from outside. Upon opening my eyes, I saw a little girl peering through the window, her bright, curious eyes fixed upon me. She appeared to be around the same age as Gushiwe, perhaps 7 or 8, a typical age for a child. When she realized I had spotted her, she darted away in fright. Just as I thought she had fled, she returned, bouncing back with her 2 ponytails swaying, clutching something in her arms. The little girl leaned her head in, and upon seeing that I remained still, timidly spoke. "The village chief asked me to bring you some food." She placed the water and a bag of dry provisions on the table and quickly scampered away. What an adorable child, I mused. Just days ago, I had vanquished a despicable foe, and today, I encountered such a benevolent village. Could this be the reward for good deeds? My spirits lifted considerably. After consuming the food and resting for a moment, I ventured out of the room to explore the village. Women gathered together, mending clothes, while young men patrolled the area. They greeted me with friendly nods, suggesting that the seeds had alleviated much animosity. I also spotted a small plot of land for cultivation, but it appeared to contain very few crops. Adjacent to the garden was an isolated empty building, lacking a door and with only a low window, from which hung a piece of hemp rope leading inside. That structure housed the village's lifeblood, a well that a few young boys were playfully swinging wooden sticks, their laughter echoing through the serene surroundings. Yet, I was acutely aware that this tranquility was merely a facade, as if something oppressive weighed upon this land. A persistent gloom lingered on everyone's faces, each individual seemingly on guard against an unseen threat. Perched on a slanted wall, the girl dangled her legs. Observing the raucous children below. "Aren't you going to join them?" came a voice from behind. "That's childish," she replied with a hint of pride. What a little adult she was. It seemed that children at this age often exhibit such traits that I couldn't help but wonder how Gushiwe was faring now. Would she be gentle and endearing or willful and proud? A twinge of regret washed over me as I reminisced about my sister. Shaking my head to dispel those thoughts, I mirrored the girl's position, sitting on the wall's edge. "Thank you for the food you brought earlier," I said softly. "No need to thank me. It was the village chief's request. He believes everyone should have work to do, even children. I just happened to receive this task," she replied. "Nonetheless, it is polite to express gratitude. Your village gives me a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the old world. It feels different from many other places," I remarked. "The village is filled with good people. We moved here because we were bullied by bad ones." At this point, the girl seemed to recall something, falling silent. "May I ask your name?" I inquired. "My name is Lin Chichi. You can call me Chi-Chi or Shao-Chi. That's what everyone in the village calls me." She answered. I nodded, and the conversation seemed to reach an impasse. The two of us sat together until curiosity overcame the awkwardness. With her big, sparkling eyes, Chi-Chi tilted her head and asked, "Brother, why are you wearing a bandage?" "I heard the adults say you are a hunter. Are there many towns outside? What are the monsters like? Are they scary?" A flurry of questions left me momentarily speechless. Where had her aloof demeanor gone? Upon regaining my composure, I realized this was the natural curiosity of a child, innocent and vibrant, undiminished even in the face of an apocalypse. Before I could respond or continue the conversation with Chi-Chi, a series of clanking sounds resonated from within the village. That's the signal for everyone to gather, she noted. The village chief always uses that sound when he has something to announce. Let us hurry. Upon concluding the conversation, I grasped Gu Ying's hand and dashed toward the village chief's abode. Before we could reach our destination, we were met with a throng of villagers congregated at the heart of the settlement. After some effort, we squeezed through the crowd, only to witness several villagers grievously wounded, with 2 individuals lying on the ground, gasping for breath, their greenish complexion indicative of poisoning. At that moment, one of the distressed villagers urgently exclaimed, "Village chief, you must summon help. Old Wang and the others are still trapped inside. If we delay any longer, it may be too late." It became clear that these villagers were among those who had ventured out to scavenge for supplies. Accompanied by a number of experienced elders, however, their expedition had taken a disastrous turn. A swarm of sand scorpions, having migrated from an unknown location, lay in ambush amidst the ruins they had previously searched. As the group passed through, they were suddenly surrounded by the multitude of scorpions, and only a handful of the swift and resilient youths managed to break free and return to the village for aid. Unfortunately, during their escape, 2 of them were inadvertently stung by the scorpions, resulting in their current perilous state. Observing the situation, Guing promptly instructed Chi-Chi to fetch a sharp knife or dagger. He then maneuvered through the crowd directly to the side of the 2 incapacitated individuals. Before the village chief could utter a word, Guing had unwrapped the bandage from his left eye and scrutinized the 2 afflicted with a gaze that startled the onlookers. For his half-demon-like visage was quite disconcerting. At that moment, Lin Chi-Chi rushed over, presenting Guing with a slender, sharp kitchen knife, her expression frozen in fear. Testing the sharpness of the blade, Guing deemed it satisfactory. His left eye focused on the radiative poison that had nearly reached the heart of one victim. In a flash, the knife glinted, and before anyone could voice their concern of "What are you doing?" the fate of the 2 poisoned individuals was sealed. Ji Yuing struck with precision, creating wounds that bled profusely, dark, tainted blood spurting forth like a grotesque fountain. As the flow gradually diminished, the color shifted from black to red. Furrowing his brow, Guing declared, "What are we waiting for? If help doesn't arrive soon to bandage their wounds, we will be left to collect their remains." It was only then that the crowd snapped to attention, hastily procuring medicinal supplies and bandages to tend to the 2 victims. Although their pallor remained, the sickly green hue had faded, replaced by a subtle blush of red, which alleviated the villagers' anxiety somewhat. At this juncture, the village chief recollected that this youth had identified himself as a hunter. Grasping at a glimmer of hope, he implored, "Young brother, I wish to entrust you with a task. Please go and rescue those trapped. Upon success, I shall reward you with whatever supplies or compensation I can offer." Lin Chi-Chi seemed to remember something and gasped softly. Grandpa Wang. This barely audible utterance caught Gu Ying's attention. It appeared to reference Chi-Chi's grandfather or a close elder. Reminded of the adorable girl who resembled his sister, Gu Ying resolved to assist her, for he understood all too well the heart-wrenching pain of separation. Guide me to their location. With no time for further words, after receiving precise directions, Gu Ying sped off toward his target, leaving only a fleeting silhouette amidst the swirling dust. Within the 2nd floor of a dilapidated building amidst the ruins, a dozen individuals valiantly battled a horde of sand scorpions, each towering 3 to 4 meters high. Due to their size, the scorpions could not swarm all at once, and the elevation of the 2nd floor provided some respite, preventing the scorpions from burrowing underground to launch surprise attacks. This allowed the group to establish a defensive line at the staircase, momentarily thwarting the scorpions' advance. Who knows if Xiaoli and the others managed to break free? There are far too many of these scorpions. We can only hope the villagers will refrain from sending more to their demise, mused one elder, his voice tinged with despair. Chi-Chi is bound to feel heartbroken. Everyone in the village is good-hearted and will surely look after her. The elder, known as Hu Shu, was a veteran soldier. Despite his age, his muscular build indicated a history of regular exercise, and after years of exposure to radiative energy, he was stronger than many younger individuals. He swung a steel rod with determination, seeking any opportunity to exploit the scorpion's vulnerabilities. The scorpions, however, displayed cunning intelligence. When one was injured, it would retreat, allowing a fresh one to take its place in the assault. Meanwhile, the defenders were unable to recuperate effectively. Though they took turns resting, the toll of sustained injuries weighed heavily on them, and their recovery was far inferior to that of the scorpions. Suddenly, the building trembled as the scorpions beneath the earth caused structural damage. Hushu stumbled, losing his balance, and in that critical moment, a scorpion lunged forward, striking down several of the defenders, its glowing tail aimed directly at Hushu, poised to eliminate the strongest member of the human contingent. In that dire moment, a sleek black blade sliced through the air, intercepting the scorpion's tail and embedding itself into the wall that a figure descended from above, landing gracefully before the beleaguered group that it was Guing, who had navigated around the swarm of scorpions, aware that the group was trapped inside the building and unable to mount a direct assault. He had swiftly scaled a nearby structure and propelled himself toward the defender's location. Upon witnessing the dire situation, he immediately drew his blade and struck, as previously depicted. With a calm demeanor, he withdrew the dagger from the wall and aimed it at the scorpion's head, executing a simple yet lethal maneuver that cleaved the creature in two. Guing internally praised the quality of his weapon before turning to the astonished onlookers, stating, "I am the reinforcement summoned by the village chief." The crowd was momentarily speechless, having neglected to inquire about the chief's name. After a brief pause, Guing continued, "Is there an old gentleman by the name of Wang? Do you know Lin Chi?" At this revelation, the villagers recognized Guing as the reinforcements sent by the village. His earlier display of strength had proven that this seemingly ordinary youth was extraordinarily formidable. Elder Hushu, now back on his feet, replied, "We are the villagers who ventured out. Old Wang is resting behind us. He suffered some injuries but is not in grave danger. We all know Lin Chi. That little girl is as mischievous as a monkey. Are you acquainted with her? By the way, how many people have come to our aid?" Guing nodded, confirming that this group was indeed the villagers he sought to rescue, but he had no time for leisurely conversation. He inquired, "Do you have the strength to hold your ground a little longer?" The elder quickly assessed the group's condition and affirmed, "We're fine. Our injuries are not severe, and we can hold out for a while. Then continue to resist here and protect yourselves," Guing instructed. And without waiting for their response, he charged into the swarm of scorpions. Though it resembled harvesting crops, cutting through hundreds of scorpions would take an eternity, and there was no time to waste. In Guing's left eye, he had already identified a significant concentration of radiative energy, and the scorpion's remarkable intelligence and coordination indicated that a commanding scorpion was among them. The source of the energy was undoubtedly the location of this Scorpion King. Thus, Guing made a beeline for the Scorpion King, which, sensing his intent, redirected the swarm's attention from the defenders to him, attempting to impede his advance. Unfortunately for the Scorpion King, it underestimated Guing's combat prowess. And in less than 2 minutes, he had breached the scorpion ranks and stood before it. Before him lay a colossal scorpion, over 10 meters in length, its massive pincers exceeding 5 meters. Only its front pincers protruded from the ground, while the rest of its body remained buried in the sand. If it were not for the left eye, one would scarcely discern the lurking presence of such a colossal creature. The solitary figure came to an abrupt halt, swiftly darting to the side, as 2 enormous pincers whistled past the spot where he had just stood. Instantly, sand and gravel exploded into the air, and the Scorpion King emerged from its concealment, its 6 robust legs supporting its formidable form, standing ominously in the earth. The pincers, larger than a car, delivered a considerable visual shock to the solitary figure. A mere sweep from those pincers would likely reduce the previously formidable hunk of meat to mere pulp. In the past, encounters with such monstrous aberrations had prompted a detour. Thus, this marked the solitary figure's inaugural confrontation with such a behemoth since the apocalypse began. He circled the Scorpion King, evading, striking with his blade, then evading once more, leaving only shallow scratches upon the pincers and the scorpion's head. The Scorpion King's body proved to be remarkably resilient. Although the tang knife was sharp, it could not breach the creature's exoskeleton. A stark contrast to the smaller sand scorpions, reluctantly, the solitary figure sought other vulnerabilities. The Scorpion King, however, detected the solitary figure's intentions. Despite its impressive bulk of over 10 meters, it moved with astonishing agility, constantly adjusting its position to face the solitary figure head-on. On several occasions, the solitary figure's strikes aimed at the joint of a side leg were deftly evaded, either through evasive maneuvers or by the Scorpion King's pincers acting as shields. It appeared that even if the joints were not fatal weaknesses, they were indeed areas of reduced defense. With no other options, the solitary figure bravely leapt onto the scorpion's back, before he could probe for weaknesses there. The massive scorpion tail, complete with a venomous stinger, came crashing down. The solitary figure could only continue to evade, as the tail executed several sweeping strikes across its back. Each time, the solitary figure leapt into the air to avoid them. And on the final descent, He utilized gravity to drive the Tang knife forcefully into the Scorpion King's back. This action effectively provoked the creature, which violently thrashed in an attempt to dislodge the solitary figure, paying little mind to its smaller brethren, as it crushed several sand scorpions in the process. With the Tang knife embedded in the Scorpion King's back, the solitary figure grasped the hilt with both hands to prevent being tossed aside. Gradually, the knife began to penetrate the Scorpion King's exoskeleton, and sensing something amiss, the Scorpion King abruptly halted. This pause created an opening for the solitary figure, who remained airborne, only to be met with a swift sweep of the scorpion's tail. With his legs unable to touch the ground, he relinquished his grip, allowing himself to be propelled away, successfully evading the strike. After performing a couple of somersaults in midair, he landed on the ground. This was the solitary figure's first encounter with such a troublesome monster, fortified by its tough exterior, nimble body, and considerable intelligence. Thankfully, the mutations appeared to be purely physical. Had it possessed any supernatural abilities, the situation would have been dire. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed a disturbance. The Scorpion King was channeling a significant amount of radiation energy within itself, converging towards its tail. Just as one fears, the tail's venomous stinger transformed from a sickly green to a brilliant crimson eye in the next instant. A searing laser shot forth from the stinger towards the solitary figure. He swiftly executed a roll to evade the incoming beam, which cleaved a deep fissure into the ground, the high temperature causing crystalline formations along its edges. Fortunately, the laser required a considerable amount of time to charge and did not seem capable of continuous fire, allowing the solitary figure a moment of respite. After a moment of contemplation, it became clear that the key to breaking the deadlock lay in targeting the joints, seizing the opportunity while the Scorpion King's abilities were cooling down. He leapt once more onto its back. This time, however, he refrained from attacking the scorpion's back, instead racing towards the Tang knife lodged there. Having dodged two more sweeping strikes from the scorpion's tail, he successfully grasped the hilt. With all his might, he urged his heart to unleash an astonishing force, yanking the knife free and using the recoil to escape the Scorpion King's attack range. Now he could only await the next opportunity to strike. Thus, he began to exterminate the sand scorpions surrounding him, using each slain creature as a projectile against the Scorpion King. This harassment proved to be a mere annoyance to the colossal beast. Yet soon enough, a makeshift wall of sand scorpion corpses began to accumulate before the Scorpion King. The moment its line of sight was obscured by the wall of bodies, the solitary figure ceased his actions and stealthily approached the barrier. Concealing himself, realizing its target had vanished, the Scorpion King began to frantically demolish the corpse wall with its massive pincers. However, the solitary figure had already utilized one of the sand scorpion carcasses to disguise himself. Stealthily maneuvering to the rear flank of the Scorpion King, casting aside the corpse, he swiftly slipped beneath the Scorpion King's body, aiming for the nearest left leg joint, and launched a rapid strike. This time, the attack breached the exoskeleton, and witnessing its effectiveness, the solitary figure quickly targeted the joints of three other legs on the same side. The severed legs could no longer support the Scorpion King's weight, causing it to crash to the side like a toppled skyscraper, sending a wave of green blood and dust into the air. The Scorpion King's remaining pincers and limbs flailed wildly, producing a chilling cacophony from its mandibles, a sound the solitary figure had never before associated with a scorpion. Then, the remaining right legs fell prey to the solitary figure's strikes, leaving only the tail and a pair of pincers to symbolize the Scorpion King's last stand. After some effort, he successfully severed the tail from the body, attesting to the exceptional defensive capabilities of the Scorpion King's exoskeleton. With the tail no longer an interference, the remaining pincers were far easier to deal with, as the front leg joints proved significantly more vulnerable. Thus, the immense sand scorpion, measuring over 10 meters in length, was reduced to mere fragments by the solitary figure. Ultimately, he utilized the Scorpion King's severed pincers to breach its exoskeleton, delivering the final blow to the creature. With the Scorpion King's death, the remaining scorpions, now leaderless, began to scatter chaotically, their attention diverted from the humans within the building. The surviving sand scorpions abandoned the vicinity, leaving behind the slain Scorpion King and its numerous kin. The solitary figure, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the village chief's rescue mission could be deemed a success, although he had sustained no substantial injuries. The prolonged activation of his heart's power had left him feeling profoundly fatigued. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed to aid others, a new shadow loomed over the village. A convoy armed to the teeth approached from another direction, entering the village without any hindrance. The vehicles came to a halt in the village's center, drawing the furious and resentful gazes of the villagers, clearly indicating that this was not their first encounter with such intruders. From the lead vehicle, a man clad in standard camouflage attire and sporting sunglasses emerged. With a mere wave of his hand, the rest of the soldiers swiftly disembarked, some brandishing firearms to control the villagers. While others began searching through the houses that moment, the village chief was brought before the man in sunglasses by two soldiers. It's time to pay rent. You understand the rules, don't you? The man in sunglasses addressed the village chief. Amidst his anger mingled with helplessness, the village chief replied, "The village has no surplus supplies left, and your stronghold lacks for nothing. Please, grant us a chance to survive." The man in sunglasses frowned. "Old fool, we have been quite lenient. It was you who chose to sever ties with the stronghold, and you made arrangements with the city lord. As rent for the use of this desolate city. You agreed to pay us half of your supplies each quarter. We have never coerced you." Shortly thereafter, a soldier approached, reporting, "Sir, aside from the immovable well, we have found 16 knitted items, no weapons, and 15 mature rice plants in the plantation. All harvested. The warehouse contains 2 bags of 10 kilograms of powdered substance, likely dried food from milled rice. Rough estimates of weight and yield do not match." End of report. The man in sunglasses appeared displeased. "Old fool, are you hoarding? Speak honestly. Where did the remaining food go? You agreed to provide half, so just provide half. If you do not cooperate, I shall seek other means to compensate for the supplies." The village chief shook his head. There is truly nothing left. Recently, the village suffered a disaster, with a horde of mutated rats invading, destroying much of our food and crops. The missing supplies were consumed by those rats. With this little food, if you take away half, the villagers will not survive until the next harvest. I implore you, have mercy. Then there is nothing to be done. You have forced my hand, he commanded a few soldiers. Go, capture those young children. Leave them half of the food. We will take our leave. Upon hearing this, the village chief lunged at the man in sunglasses, clutching his pant leg in desperation. "Sir, you cannot do this. They're still children. You are taking all the food. I have a bag of newly acquired seeds. Take them all. Just spare the children." The man in sunglasses snatched the bag containing the seeds, inspecting its contents before scoffing. "You are indeed hoarding. You dare to play tricks on me? You are courting death." With that, he kicked the elderly chief aside, ignoring his pleas as several soldiers seized a few children, leaving merely a bag of food behind as they departed. Those children taken were the future of the village. Although typically mischievous, each child embodies the kindness of the village, which is the hope of the elders for these children to flourish in this wretched world. Alas, this hope has sadly turned into a mere wish. Lin Chi-Chi is among the group of captured children, sitting quietly in the vehicle's cargo area, neither crying nor causing a fuss, as the convoy makes its way toward the stronghold. Under the scorching sun, the villagers use the Scorpion King as a transport platform, tossing any scavenged sand scorpion carcasses onto it as they collectively drag it back to the village. From Old Who, they learned that recently the village suffered an invasion from mutated rats, resulting in a significant loss of food supplies. If they do not venture out to find survival resources, the village's food reserves may not last more than half a year. With the addition of these sand scorpions, they can turn the scorpion meat into jerky, ensuring at least some food security. As the villagers engage in lighthearted conversation, their joy from the rescue in the hall makes the arduous task of transporting feel considerably lighter. And soon they arrive at the village entrance. Unlike when Gu Ying first arrived, everything appears intact now, yet there are no sentinels on watch, which feels amiss. Old Hu and the others quickly sense something is wrong and hastily put down the sand scorpions to enter the village. Upon entering, they are enveloped by an atmosphere laden with sorrow. Women are weeping, and men huddle together, seemingly in discussion. The sight of Gu Ying and the others returning safely slightly alleviates the pervasive gloom. Gu Ying approaches the village chief and notices the dust and scars on his clothing, prompting him to frown and inquire, "What has happened?" The village chief, with a tinge of guilt and difficulty, replies, "Young brother, we may no longer be able to provide the supplies you requested." He then recounts the events that transpired after Gu Ying left. "This is all that remains of our provisions. Take what you need. Your seeds were also taken by that group of scoundrels, the children." As he speaks, the old village chief's voice begins to quiver. "Chi-Chi was also taken?" Gu Ying asks with furrowed brows. The brief time spent with that adorable little girl had endeared her to him. After many years, the protective instinct of an older brother toward his younger sister begins to awaken within him once more. "Yes, they took everyone. They took everyone." Suddenly, an elderly man collapses amidst the crowd. It's old Wang, who was rescued. Hearing that the children have been abducted ignites a surge of anger in Shu, who shouts to rally the group to rescue the children. But what can they, mere ordinary folk not even classified as new humans, do to save them? Would they confront firearms with mere farming tools or stones? Their only fate would be to risk their lives in vain. Stay here. I will go. Guing intervenes, stopping old Hu and the others. Although the old village chief hopes Guing will take action, he shakes his head and says, "You are not one of us. It is better not to get involved. Those people are not to be trifled with. They are regular troops, armed and accompanied by many new humans. Take your provisions and leave quickly that I have a younger sister." Guing states. The old village chief, momentarily taken aback, finally understands. Shu was saved by Guing. If he could vanquish a creature like the Scorpion King, perhaps he truly could rescue the children. Sensing old Hu's excitement, Guing merely nods at him before departing the village, retrieving his concealed motorcycle and securing 2 conveniently acquired sand scorpion carcasses. He maneuvers around the village and easily spots the traces of the convoy's passage. According to old Hu's description, this stronghold is based on a military base. Prior to the apocalypse, this city lacked suitable locations for a shelter, so a layer of underground refuge was dug near the military base. Coincidentally, to avoid occupying the base's operational area, the warehouses were also established underground, thus ensuring ample weaponry. As Guing rides his motorcycle, he reflects on the predicament. Large urban populations inherently possess numerous well-equipped forces, making a direct armed assault quite challenging. Yet, how did such a national entity, once established before the apocalypse, descend to oppressing its own populace? This perplexes Guing, and he resolves to assess the situation further before making any decisions. The base stands out prominently, its stark modern architectural style, metallic structure, and guard towers equipped with machine guns signify that this is not an establishment to be trifled with. The towering alloy gates seem capable of repelling any external threat. Just then, a convoy departs, and the gates open only a crack, allowing the vehicles to pass swiftly before closing with a thunderous sound. The convoy drives directly past Guing, seemingly indifferent to his presence. As if accustomed to encountering solitary wanderers in this wasteland, they merely glance at him before continuing on their way. Soon, Guing arrives at the perimeter of the base, where he is promptly questioned through a loudspeaker. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" "I am a hunter," Guing replies. "I heard there is a base here and came to seek some work." With that, he lifts the burlap covering the 2 sand scorpion carcasses strapped behind his motorcycle. The guards show no overt surprise. After all, 2 sand scorpions merely suggest that this hunter possesses some capability. After a quick inspection and registration of Guing's weapons and goods, they allow him entry without seizing his motorcycle, cautioning him not to cause trouble within the base, as the consequences could be dire. It appears the personnel inside the base can communicate normally, and the flow of people is relatively open. Yet, why have they abducted children? This deepens Guing's confusion. By inquiring, Guing discovers the marketplace within the base, resembling a bygone-era night market, albeit with a more orderly layout of square buildings instead of earthen huts. He recognizes these structures from the internet as light steel quick-build houses. Some windows even display signs indicating the primary businesses conducted within. In such a mixed environment, the best place to gather intelligence is undoubtedly a bar. Guing first disposes of the 2 sand scorpion carcasses, having dispatched them cleanly, thus preserving their integrity in contrast to those that have been shredded. Unexpectedly, he exchanges them for 2 bottles of white medicinal spray, 4 boxes of aspirin, and the location of a tavern. Within the base, several taverns exist, and Guing selects the one nearest to the marketplace. Before even entering, he is assaulted by a strong odor of alcohol that seems out of place for this era. Sharp and pungent. By old world standards, it would be considered low quality or counterfeit liquor. Yet in this brutal age, who would squander food on brewing alcohol? Of course, some unscrupulous wealthy individuals might do so, like that previously encountered grotesque figure. The tavern's entrance, approximately 5 meters wide, has likely been modified to accommodate new humans. Upon entering, he is engulfed by a mix of the stench of alcohol and sweat, momentarily dizzy from the overwhelming aroma. After acclimating, he strides straight to the bar. "I'll have a low-alcohol drink," the bandaged youth declares as he takes a seat at the bar. "Ha ha ha. Where did this little brat come from? A real man should drink strong liquor," bellow several burly drunks nearby, laughing at the boy's order. The bartender sizes up Guing before handing him a standard beer. In this chaotic age, there are no formal laws prohibiting underage drinking. However, out of respect for the old world, Most would refrain from selling alcohol to minors, as the dwindling remnants of humanity must continue to propagate. Holding the glass, Guing takes occasional sips, sitting quietly and ignoring the jeers and provocations from beside him. After listening for a while and finding no valuable information, he shifts his gaze toward the figure behind the bar. Are there any information brokers in the base? Guing inquires, placing a box of aspirin on the counter. What kind of information do you seek? Perhaps I have something, the bartender replies, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the aspirin. Shaking his head, Guing responds, perhaps, but this environment clearly isn't suitable for trading significant information. Give me a contact or a name, and this box of medicine is yours. The bartender hesitates, and at that moment, the four drunken men notice the box on the table, akin to wolves spotting a lamb. And they encircle Guing. The closest drunken man reaches for the box, but before his hand can touch it, a slender arm swiftly intercepts and firmly grips his wrist, rendering him immobile. It is hard to fathom how such a delicate hand possesses the strength to rival that of a power-type new human. Though inebriated, the man is clearly no match for this force. Yet, the bandaged youth does not appear to be a power type, nor does he exhibit any traits of a new human. The grip on his wrist awakens the drunken man. And his companions mock, Ding Gue, what are you doing? Are you so drunk over a few dishes? Step aside. After speaking, he extended his hand, and amidst the mocking gazes of the crowd, another small hand grasped the one that reached out from behind. I do not wish to cause a commotion. Might I request that you leave? The plain words escaped from the lips of the solitary figure. Was it merely a newcomer with mutated strength? Quite audacious, indeed. Eliminate him. A voice from behind interjected, accompanied by a gust of wind. Upon entering the city, the guards had warned against causing disturbances with severe consequences. Yet, it was evident that these hulking figures held little reverence or fear. As if they had grown accustomed to such warnings. With the force of that punch, a typical person would either be gravely injured or outright dead. Without a moment's hesitation, the solitary figure executed a backflip, evading the strike while simultaneously dispatching two drunken men to either side. Many patrons in the bar had been observing the situation from the start, now stepping back to watch the unfolding drama. The two fallen giants swiftly regained their footing, and the four once again surrounded the solitary figure, their positioning and coordination evidently honed to a fine art. This marked the second time the solitary figure frowned since entering the base. A box of aspirin. Was it truly worth escalating to the point of murder? What he did not realize was that the value of mutated creatures had begun to manifest gradually. Whether for research, consumption, or the crafting of equipment, they were steadily gaining prominence. He could slaughter a swarm of scorpions, thus naturally deeming them worthless. Hence, the pharmaceuticals acquired in exchange would similarly lack value. However, ordinary newcomers could only hunt mutated creatures in packs, illustrating the disparity in strength that led to the solitary figure's misjudgment regarding value. To him, a box of aspirin was merely a makeshift remedy. To others, it might be a life-saving medicine. Take a life. One must be prepared for the possibility of losing their own. Nevertheless, the solitary figure refrained from delivering a fatal blow, remembering his purpose for coming to the base was to save lives. Yet, this did not hinder him from retaliating. He leaped onto the rooftop, twisting midair to propel his legs against the ceiling, then exerting force for a counterattack that perfectly dismantled the four-man encirclement, simultaneously sending one of the giants crashing to the ground, convulsing, a clear indication that he would not rise anytime soon. This stunning counterattack left the onlookers in awe, and the remaining three realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. However, retreat was not an option. If they backed down now, word would spread, and they would be scorned within the base. They had no choice but to confront the solitary figure, who also intended to deal with the remaining three. Unfortunately, at that moment, a squad of soldiers in standard uniforms burst into the tavern, halting the altercation. Ding Gue, why are you lot back again? This is the Southern District, not your Western District. Do you wish to court death? Do you think our security team is merely for show? The leader of the group bellowed, eyeing the individuals in the center. If it weren't for your captain's favor, I would have executed you on the spot. Capture this brat and the useless one on the ground. The solitary figure offered no resistance, merely stating before departing, I will leave my vehicle and medication in your care. I shall return for them. Though he did not turn, his clear words reached the bartender's ears. Within the detention center of the Southern District, the solitary figure found himself confined in the same cell as the four drunken men. He leisurely reclined on one side of the floor, while the others huddled in a corner, bruised and trembling. Once confined, the two groups exchanged glances of mutual disdain, and predictably, a fight broke out. leading to the inevitable conclusion that the four were swiftly subdued by the solitary figure. At this juncture, they finally regained their senses, and the solitary figure, who had no penchant for unnecessary cruelty, inquired, "What is the situation in this base? I recall the guards specifically warning against disturbances upon entry." "You all seem rather reckless." They dared not withhold their answers and began to stammer out information about the base that it turned out the base was divided into 4 districts: East, South, West, and North. Each district was purportedly led by a formidable newcomer. Initially, the base functioned as a cohesive unit, but as mutations emerged, the original leadership was gradually sidelined, leading to a fragmentation into 4 factions. For the sake of the base's peaceful development, these factions cooperated in governance, yet remained independent. The 4 men belonged to a newcomer team from the Western District, and their captain was a trusted confidant of the Western District's leader. Thus, they had grown accustomed to their brazen behavior, unafraid to rob or kill, especially targeting isolated newcomers lacking backing. Had they been in the Western District, they would never have been apprehended. Only in the Southern District, where management was stricter and adherence to some old laws was still observed, would they find themselves in such trouble if not for the overwhelming crowds in other taverns. They would not have ventured into the Southern District for drinks. It appeared that the waters within this base ran quite deep. He wondered which district Chi and the others had been taken to. Suddenly, the door to the detention center creaked open, and a guard entered, glancing at the group. "You, the one with the bandages. Step forward and follow me. Our commander wishes to see you." Following the guard, they arrived at an office door, where the guard respectfully knocked, announcing, reporting, "Commander, the individual has arrived." A gravelly voice responded from within, "Come in." Inside the spacious room, there was little in the way of decoration: a long sofa, a standard desk, chairs on either side, and a commanding male officer in camouflage attire and a beret sitting upright behind the desk, perusing a document. "Please, take a seat." The officer gestured to the chair across the desk, setting down the document. He spoke, "I am Major Yi Feng, in charge of security in the Southern District. I have reviewed the report. The ruckus at the bar was instigated by those individuals, habitual offenders. You may leave shortly." "Shortly?" The solitary figure expressed confusion. "Yes, given your ability to handle those 4, your skills are commendable. How do you wish to be addressed? Would you have any interest in joining the base?" Yi Feng regarded him with a hint of admiration. "Are you part of the government military? The National Army?" The solitary figure retorted, not answering the question. After a moment's pause, Yi Feng replied, "What nation remains? Although we have retained the rank system from the old era, soldiers and equipment here may give the illusion of a regular national army. The base is merely a base, no different from other independent autonomous enclaves." It was a heavy and somewhat sorrowful realization. Surprised by the youth's inquiry, Yi Feng asked, "Are you in pursuit of a national army?" Shaking his head in denial, the solitary figure clarified that his question stemmed from the formal military structure. Since this was not a national army, he saw no need to divulge his thoughts. After contemplation, he asked, "Does your base have a habit of abducting survivors?" Yi Feng's demeanor soured at this question. "While we may not belong to a national framework, we still uphold certain moral standards. As you have observed, the base's gates are open to all. Though independent, we do not engage in coercing civilians. Is it the base that does not? Or is it your Southern District that refrains?" This question left Yi Feng momentarily speechless. While the Southern District indeed did not partake in such actions, the behavior of individuals from other districts remained uncertain. Why? Yi Feng, puzzled, asked. "The Southern District does not engage in this." "I can assure you of that. What makes you pose such a question regarding the other districts? Have you a friend who has been abducted? If I say yes, would you assist in resolving the matter?" In the vast base, the solitary figure felt at a loss for a point of entry to rescue someone. So he ventured this inquiry: "If such a situation exists, you may need to meet my superior, the true authority in the Southern District. This matter may prove complex." Yi Feng did not immediately acquiesce, presenting the solitary figure with a dilemma. "Then let us meet," he replied, resolved to pursue any potential leads. After reclaiming his knife and belongings, Yi Feng escorted the solitary figure and several guards out of the detention center. Boarding a modified 4-wheeled vehicle, they traversed several checkpoints, delving deep into the Southern District, stopping before a towering and peculiar edifice. The structure boasted square floors, with the top level forming an expansive flat surface, resembling an open umbrella. By this time, the sun had set, and the building was ablaze with light, indicating that work had yet to conclude. The group entered the building, taking an elevator straight to the top floor. Upon arrival, they discovered the spacious area was divided into several rooms, with armed guards patrolling throughout. Approaching a mechanized door, Yifeng's guards instinctively halted. The two sentinels at the entrance recognized Yifeng. One picked up a walkie-talkie and announced their presence before the doors slowly swung open. Inside, they beheld a lengthy conference hall dominated by an expansive table that stretched across the room. At the far end sat a burly middle-aged man whose physique rivaled that of a corpulent lord, towering at least 5 meters tall. Unlike a mere overweight figure, this man's muscular build was truly intimidating. Although seated, Guing had to lift his gaze to meet the eyes of the solitary figure before him, whose presence loomed like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, clad in formal military attire. Adorned with a golden olive branch and 3 golden stars on each shoulder, his neatly cropped hair and sharply defined square face were complemented by a pair of piercing eyes that scrutinized both Yifeng and Guing. It was the first time Guing encountered someone with such an innate aura of authority, which somewhat diminished his own imposing demeanor. Nevertheless, Guing, possessing a resilient spirit, did not flinch and maintained a gaze. Before long, the officer erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You're quite impressive, young man." He then turned to Yifeng and inquired, "Major Yifeng, is there anything that requires reporting?" Yifeng proceeded to relay the events at the tavern and elaborated on the issue raised during his conversation with Guing. "Can you ascertain whether the raiders were affiliated with our base?" the officer asked, directing his attention back to Guing. "This gentleman," Guing began, "I am Zhongli, the highest commander of the Southern District." "You may address me as General Zhong," the general continued. "The survivors that were raided separated from your base. A simple inquiry will confirm it." He then described the situation of the village. "I am familiar with Old Ye's village. But their departure was not due to. It seems there were other underlying issues that were not disclosed to Guing." After a brief pause, he added, "I will expedite an investigation. I have some rapport with Old Ye, as well as with Old Wang and Old Hu." A sigh escaped him, laden with unspoken complexities of emotion. "Until we clarify matters, it would be prudent for you to remain in the Southern District. It will facilitate my communication with you. By the way, what is your name?" "Guing," the youth replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, the general exchanged a few more words with Yifeng before issuing a dismissal. Thus, the group retraced their steps back to the detention center. Yifeng, who typically managed security affairs for the Southern District from within the center, had designated accommodations there. He did not arrange lodging for Guing within the facility, but instead provided him with information regarding nearby inns, instructing him to seek out Yifeng should he require assistance, while emphasizing the necessity of remaining in the Southern District for updates. Upon exiting the detention center, Guing did not immediately seek accommodation but returned to the tavern, frowning slightly upon discovering his vehicle was missing. Was it a matter of insufficient intimidation on his part? Pushing open the tavern door, he found that all eyes turned to him the moment he stepped inside. It appeared that the earlier incident had spread throughout the tavern. The 4 rascals from the Western District were still detained, yet this young man appeared unscathed, which inevitably led to various speculations. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button on a television. Under the collective gaze of the patrons, Guing steadily approached the bar. This was the intimidation brought by sheer force. Many had not witnessed the earlier scene, yet they still refrained from testing the limits of the law, as the shoe prints on the ceiling remained stark reminders overhead. Perhaps many years hence, this place might transform into a historical site. But that was a matter for another time. The bartender began to tremble involuntarily. As Guing reached the bar, the bartender hastily interjected, "Big brother, I haven't touched your car or your medication. I merely moved the car to the back garage to prevent theft. I will retrieve it for you immediately." Upon seeing Guing nod, the bartender dashed out of the tavern, and soon the familiar sound of a motorcycle echoed in the air. The bartender returned with alacrity, respectfully presenting a box of aspirin and the car keys to Guing. After taking the car keys, Guing did not claim the box of medication, causing the bartender to nearly lose his balance, fearing retribution from Guing. Thankfully, Guing spoke up just in time. "Please find me a clean room. Will this box of medication suffice?" "Absolutely. We have rooms on the 2nd floor of the tavern. If you don't mind, I can take you up right away." The bartender's mood had soared, as he realized he could avoid offending the young man while also profiting from a box of medication. Ascending to the 2nd floor, the bartender opened a guest room. Although it bore a hint of dust, it was evident that it was not frequently occupied, yet it appeared quite orderly. Guing did not overly scrutinize the room. Compared to his previous accommodations, it was remarkably better. With only the bartender and Guing present, Guing shut the door, causing the bartender to feel a surge of anxiety. Do not be alarmed. I do not intend to harm you. Do you recall the question I asked earlier? Is there a reliable information dealer you can recommend? I can offer additional compensation for that introduction. That Ji Yuing intended to inquire further, as the authority in the Southern District might indeed have ties to the old village chief. However, 5 years of experience had taught Guing not to rely on anyone, for in a post-apocalyptic world, others were often unreliable. The bartender quickly replied, yes. In fact, I wasn't joking earlier. Our tavern engages in some information trade, but I need to know what specific information you seek. If it is beyond my knowledge, my boss will certainly have the answers, and I can notify him to arrange a transaction with you. Ji Yuing nodded. Please inform your boss. Subsequently, he fell silent, prompting the bartender to wonder if this was a dismissal. This young man is not one for idle chatter, the bartender mused internally, responding, I will contact him right away. It is getting late. Please take your time to rest. My boss should arrive tomorrow. With that, he quietly exited the room. The room's soundproofing was commendable. Within, there was a tranquil silence, while outside, chaos reigned. Sitting on the couch, Guing experienced a sensation akin to stepping into a different realm. Everything around him, save for the absence of a television, seemed to transport him back to the world before the nuclear catastrophe, where everything appeared so idyllic. Upon entering the bathroom, Guing was pleasantly surprised to discover a bathtub. Testing the shower head, he was delighted to find hot water, albeit with a concerning level of radiation. He had lost track of how long it had been since his last bath. Shedding his clothes, he unwrapped the bandages that enveloped his body. The reflection in the mirror revealed Gu Ying's left side, marred by burns, resembling a demon that even he found terrifying. In stark contrast, his right side retained the visage of a youthful lad, with fair skin that highlighted the disparity, though he appeared notably more mature than before. Finally allowing himself to relax, Guing took a bath and, after reapplying the bandages, lay sprawled on the bed, indulging in a much-needed slumber. The next morning, the bartender returned as promised, accompanied by a somewhat short and deformed individual. This peculiar figure was not only shorter than the average person but also possessed disproportionately short limbs, with a head that seemed slightly larger than usual. Ji Yuing wasted no time and asked directly, how much do you know about the 4 factions within the base? The short proprietor narrowed his eyes cautiously, responding, I am aware of the events from the base's reconstruction to its fragmentation. Which specific details are you interested in? That depends on the price you can offer. Producing 2 boxes of aspirin, Guing stated, the more specific, the better, especially regarding the circumstances of the personnel's departure 3 years ago. Additionally, are there any recent instances of the base abducting external survivors that you are aware of? The short proprietor hesitated, contemplating before responding, not enough. You'll need to offer more. Ji Yuing tossed a small bag of seeds to the short man, who, after inspecting it, had all hesitation vanish. Let me first tell you about the 4 factions within the base. The Eastern District is managed by Commander Yin Hua. He was the original deputy commander of the base. When the base fractured, the former commander died during the conflict, allowing him to ascend to the position of commander. The Eastern District primarily oversees the majority of the base's construction and scientific research, aligning with the neutral faction. The Southern District is governed by General Zhong Li, responsible for maintaining order within the base. The soldiers who apprehended you yesterday at the tavern were his subordinates. He is considered part of the old guard, reportedly striving to restore the laws and regulations of the former era. The Western District saw the sudden emergence of a new type of human during the fragmentation. Previously, no one had ever recognized this individual, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. It is said that he orchestrated the fragmentation, and the former commander was also killed by him. In the Western District, he is referred to as Boss Shi. No one knows his real name, but he has a somewhat bandit-like demeanor and does not manage much. However, he frequently organizes teams to hunt mutated creatures. The Northern District is led by Tan Lin, who served as the former commander's aide-de-camp and is commonly addressed as Commissioner Tan. The Northern District is the supply zone, responsible for the base's logistics, and usually does not engage in significant activities shrouded in mystery. The 4 districts collaborate to govern the base, yet none yield to the others. Each leader is a formidable, awakened individual, possessing unique abilities. Those who witnessed their prowess during the fragmentation either perished or became close confidants. Do not inquire about their specific capabilities, as it would not be worth the extra payment. Guing nodded, seemingly unfazed. The short proprietor continued, now, Regarding the incident 3 years ago involving the personnel's departure from the base, a research staff member and his wife were killed by the leader of the Western District. Their family sought justice from the other leaders but were unsuccessful. Perhaps the base's inaction disenchanted some individuals. Consequently, they signed an agreement with the base to take away some survival supplies and, with the assistance of the base's military, established a village at a nearby ruin. Guing, connecting the dots, interrupted the short proprietor's narrative. Do you know the surname of that murdered research couple with the surname Lin? Indeed, the solitary figure confirmed his judgment upon receiving the answer, mentally marking the individual from the West District. Next, addressing your final inquiry, the principle of abducting survivors is officially prohibited by the base, and no one engages in such acts. However, that is merely the facade. First, let's exclude the South District, which is the least likely to partake in such activities, and then the North District. Although the North District maintains an air of mystery and discretion, the Commissioner Tan is generally amicable, with no negative reports emerging from that area. The West District is the most probable culprit, as it is home to a band of outlaws adept at kidnapping. Finally, we cannot dismiss the East District's potential involvement. Despite their neutral stance, their research projects frequently involve human trials, necessitating a supply of guinea pigs, if you catch my drift. Having concluded the transaction with the small-time boss and acquired the desired intelligence, the solitary figure began to contemplate his next steps. That a more prudent approach would be to await news from the South District, as it was apparent from the small boss's words that he held a greater trust in that area compared to others. However, what if something were to happen to Chi-Chi and the others before any news arrived? Thus, this was merely a backup plan. He could not afford to remain in a passive state. The solitary figure resolved to probe the West District first. After waiting from day until 4 in the morning, with the tavern closed for the night, he donned his cloak, removed the bandage from his left eye, and stealthily ascended to the rooftop from the tavern's second floor. Swiftly moving towards the West District, the night in the wasteland was exceptionally cold. Despite the scorching sun during the day, the evenings felt like the depths of winter, and few were willing to venture out in such frigid conditions. Utilizing his left eye to observe the movement of radiation energy, he deftly avoided the patrolling guards and arrived at the West District, where several locations were rife with concentrated radiation energy. It was difficult to discern which one was the leader's lair, but soon enough, he decisively advanced toward a conspicuous target, a lavish villa resembling a miniature castle. Who, in this apocalypse, would reside in such opulence? Perhaps due to overconfidence in his own abilities or some other reason, the West District appeared to have scarcely any hidden sentries. What seemed like a military camp and administrative building had only a few observation points set up. A rather lax arrangement. However, as he approached the villa, he passed by a barack, and an ominous feeling stirred within him. In an instant, he unleashed his full strength, leaping into the confines of the villa's walls. Swiftly holding his breath and lowering his heart rate to blend into the shadows. Who was there? A thunderous voice erupted as a figure burst through the window and soared onto the rooftop. Clad only in shorts, his muscular physique exposed and emanating an aura of formidable strength. Yet, after scanning the vicinity for a moment without detecting any movement, lights flickered on in several other barracks, and hundreds began to converge upon the area. Seeing his subordinates gather, this man commanded, "Quickly check the surroundings. I suspect a little mouse has snuck in. There shouldn't be many, so search thoroughly." Understood, second in command. With that, the throng dispersed, executing a thorough search, while the individual known as the second in command ascended into the air, surveying the camp from above. It appeared he was also an air-controlling ability user, likely alerted by the disturbance in the atmosphere caused by the solitary figure's passage. Not only could he manipulate air, but he was also quite sensitive to its changes. Fortunately, the solitary figure had already infiltrated the villa, which oddly seemed devoid of any visitors. The radiation energy within remained palpable, and the commotion outside had not elicited a response from the occupant inside. Was it an indication of confidence or strength? The solitary figure decided to exercise caution and began his exploration of the villa's first floor. The study, devoid of books, housed samples of mutated creatures' corpses. The guest room, repurposed as a storage area, was cluttered with food and clothing strewn across the room, a veritable epitome of chaos. The second floor bore no signs of life, prompting him to forego further searches there. On the third floor, radiation energy converged, culminating in a grand chamber dominated by an oversized bed. Not finding Lin Chi-Chi and her companions, the solitary figure had no intention of engaging in conflict with the West District just yet. Thus he quietly retreated from the villa. As he departed, The leader of the West District opened his eyes and turned to gaze in the direction of his exit, a look of disdain crossing his face before he closed his eyes again and resumed his slumber. Following a thorough search, the West District's team found nothing amiss and subsequently disbanded, as the base seemed unaffected by the events, allowing those who needed sleep to rest and others to entertain themselves. Treating the situation with indifference, the solitary figure's reconnaissance yielded no substantial findings, yet he gained insight into the West District's laxity. Upon returning to the tavern, dawn had already broken and the temperature began to rise. He resolved to rest briefly before venturing to the East District that evening. Unbeknownst to him, the other 3 districts, apart from the West, had received a report regarding disturbances in the West District. Suspected to be caused by intruders. As they perused the report, several prominent figures harbored their own ulterior motives, each contemplating their next moves. The base's checkpoints began to tighten, with an increase in patrol personnel and more rigorous inspections. The North District's warehouses commenced inventory checks, and the East District's research facility initiated a Level 1 alert, prohibiting personnel from leaving. Only the West District continued with business as usual. At this moment, Yifeng approached the solitary figure, leading him to meet General Zhang. As soon as General Zhang spoke, the solitary figure felt a jolt of apprehension. "You were the one causing trouble in the West District last night, weren't you?" Caught off guard by this revelation, the solitary figure did not deny it, simply responding, "Indeed. Was it to find the children from Old Ye's village?" "Yes." Without further riddles, General Zhang stated forthrightly, "You didn't find them, did you? The West District is not a place where people can hide, especially not children. They would find no use for them." Then, before the solitary figure could voice his question, he was interrupted. "It must be the East District. The West District may have participated in the abduction, but the children likely ended up in the East District's hands." General Zhang continued, "I am uncertain what the East District is researching, but their recent hunts for mutated creatures have become increasingly frequent. I had always assumed they were utilizing these creatures as raw materials for weapon enhancement. Until you mentioned the abduction of survivors, I directed my subordinates to investigate, only to discover that the East District's research facility is still conducting genetic experiments. According to their reports, they are engaged in a project known as the New Humanity Awakening Plan, merging the genes of mutated creatures with humans to create more powerful combat units. Unfortunately, the experiments are still in the early stages and have repeatedly failed. Consequently, the demand for experimental subjects has surged. I suspect they have shifted their focus to children due to the high failure rate of adult subjects." Upon hearing this, the solitary figure's heart sank. Overwhelming worry for Lin Chi-Chi and the other children enveloping him, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him. General Zhang reassured him, "Do not fret. The children should be safe for the time being. Genetic experiments require the subjects to be in good health, so the research facility will likely keep these children in good condition for a period, at most a month, at least 7 days. Therefore, we must act swiftly. I have a plan that I wonder if you might be interested in." Time flew by, and to the eyes of ordinary people, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. The base continued its operations as usual, smoothly passing 6 days. Yet beneath this calm facade lay turbulent undercurrents of power struggles among the factions. The West District's hunting parties grew in number each day, while incidents of brawling surged within the base, leaving the South District's security team overwhelmed, lacking personnel, and forced to borrow from the city defense team. Given the tumultuous relationship and the West District's role as the main instigator of these disturbances, the city defense team dispatched by the South District was the first to withdraw, joining the ranks of those apprehending individuals. The East District sealed off its checkpoints to the other districts, citing fears that disturbances from the West District might disrupt the research facility's projects. Thus, a lockdown policy was enforced, limiting communication with outsiders to essential daily supplies. While the city defense team dispatched by the South District was predictably expelled, the North District remained unchanged, maintaining open access at checkpoints, allowing entry and exit as long as proper procedures were followed, and continuing their orderly organization of warehouse inventory and distribution to the various districts. However, the Commissioner Tan had become elusive, his whereabouts unknown. In the conference room on the top floor of the South District's command building, over 40 officers of various ranks filled the long conference table, many of whom held significant positions, flanked by aides and recording officers. Underscoring the importance of this meeting, the solitary figure also participated, though he did not take a seat at the table. Instead, he leaned against the wall beside the general, arms crossed, his cloak obscuring his features. The meeting primarily focused on organizing the battle plan for the following day. Before you are the records detailing the recent activities of the East and West districts. I shall not reiterate them here. Now, regarding the operational arrangements, Yi Feng, present, you will lead the security team in enforcing the law as usual, ostensibly apprehending individuals for regulation, while simultaneously ensuring that your team reaches the junction between the East and West districts before noon to establish a perimeter. Should you encounter strong resistance, you are permitted to use lethal force. Indeed, I assure you that the task will be accomplished. Shuizhonggao, the city defense department must bolster its vigilance, prepare ample ammunition supplies, and ensure the firepower points at the watchtowers and the city walls are firmly secured. Should anyone from outside the district approach, disregard them and eliminate them immediately. Understood. Old Gao, Old Du, disperse the new humanity troops into various squads to serve as the core of our operations or as secondary support. Tomorrow's mission will affect the entire base, and the success or failure will largely hinge on the combat results of the new humanity, many of whom, including myself, have awakened extraordinary abilities. Thus, we are all acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the new humanity. Coordinate the fire support of all units with the new humanity. This is not a duel, but a war. Our advantage lies in the professional military training that our adversaries lack. They are merely a horde of individuals who have suddenly acquired powers. We must strategically disdain the enemy while tactically respecting them. Do we all comprehend? Comprehend. At this, the soldiers echoed in unison. There is another crucial task at hand. At this moment, General Zhong turned his gaze towards Guing. 3 years prior, everyone was aware of the departure of some elders from the base. The eastern and western districts have been abducting human survivors, including young children, which served as the catalyst for this incident. Among those they captured a few days ago were descendants of that group of elders. A tragedy has already occurred. I trust you would not wish to see their line extinguished, would you? This revelation caused an uproar. How could such a thing occur? Some could no longer restrain themselves from cursing, while others rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage in combat. Everyone, sit down, General Zhong bellowed, and the crowd returned to their seats. Tomorrow, there will be ample opportunities to vent your frustrations. For now, focus and maintain your composure. This young brother Guing is here from Old Ye's village with the intent of rescuing those children. Tomorrow, I will assign a squad of new humanity to infiltrate the Eastern District alongside him for the rescue operation. Once the battle ensues, the security forces of the Research Institute will surely join the fray, providing us with an opportunity to strike. Did I entrust the children to your care? Ji Yuing nodded in response. Rest assured, leave it to me that I must remain prepared to confront those two ravenous wolves. So the command of the larger forces will be entrusted to Old Gao and Old Du. Tomorrow's operation will significantly determine the fate of the base moving forward. Therefore, everyone, conserve your strength and rest. Dismissed. After the meeting, Guing returned to his quarters in the camp, where he had been residing in the southern district for the past few days, through various exchanges of information with General Zhong. He learned that the leader of the Western District, Shiyu, possesses lightning-based abilities, capable of emitting electric shocks that incapacitate opponents. The electric charge is non-lethal to the new humanity. However, its unpredictability is its strength. With a known attack range of 10 meters, the old commander had perished within this distance, while the precise range remains unknown. It is a troublesome ability, yet fortunately, General Zhang has previously engaged in direct combat with the adversary. His earth-based powers and formidable physique are a natural counter to Shiyu. However, Guing cannot replicate this, so after extensive deliberation, it was decided to craft a metallic arm guard for Guing. Entirely composed of silver, with no defensive capabilities, solely intended to conduct electricity, the commander of the Eastern District presents an even greater challenge, possessing a physical strength comparable to General Zhong, with abilities that are similarly formidable. The distinction lies in General Zhong's capacity to manipulate earth-based materials. While Commander Yin is able to induce petrification in his skin, General Zhong finds himself at an impasse, while the opponent cannot harm him either. Nevertheless, Guing remains unfazed, dealing with a tough shell. I have experience. It is a pity I did not bring the Scorpion King's pincers, otherwise, I would have swiftly subdued the Eastern District Commander. As dusk descended, the bustling base fell into a hushed state, akin to the calm before a storm. At the break of dawn, the eastern horizon glowed with a pale light, as the sun cast its fervent rays upon the earth. The thin layer of ozone in the sky stood as the last bastion of resilience for the planet. It was once again the time for rejuvenation, as the forces from the east south, and west gathered, poised for battle. The Western District resumed its disturbances, though they were minor skirmishes. The security team began their routine operations. Even the smallest of nuisances are still meat. If you dare to unleash cannon fodder, we shall not hesitate to apprehend them while maintaining vigilance along our path towards the designated location. In the midst of these apprehensions, tensions escalated. New Humanity members emerged among the instigators. Their resistance intensified, launching lethal assaults against the security team. This was all anticipated. The thin veneer of pretense was torn away, and the civilian populace of the base, bewildered, witnessed a fully armed regiment of 1,000 march towards the Western District. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and a cacophony of elemental abilities clashed and exploded, reducing many structures in the Western District to rubble. Through adept tactical coordination and superior weaponry, the Southern District forces decimated the scattered remnants of the Western District. Leaving them in utter disarray, the commanders from the Southern District were taken aback by the one-sided nature of the conflict, seizing the moment to further compress the living space of the Western District. It was only with the intervention of the Eastern District forces that the scales of battle were restored to balance. The Eastern forces comprised not only conventional combat units but also an array of bizarre equipment, such as firearms capable of spraying corrosive liquids, grenades that unleash toxic mists upon detonation, and armor and helmets crafted from impenetrable shells, among various others. Most critically, anomalous beings emerged upon the battlefield, towering 10 meters high. A colossal spider with a human upper body navigated the chaos with its 8 legs, akin to a barbed steel beam, reaping lives mercilessly. 7 or 8 bull-headed giants, each standing 8 meters tall, charged forward wielding axes crafted from an unknown material. And then there was a serpent-like monstrosity, 5 meters in diameter and over 30 meters in length, adorned with a human head that flicked out a long forked tongue as it slithered through the battlefield. These creatures could no longer be classified as human. They were entirely aberrant beings, the fruits of the Eastern District's New Humanity Awakening program, the result of countless human lives sacrificed, a truly monstrous and abhorrent creation. Meanwhile, Gu Ying and 10 formidable New Humanity soldiers lay in ambush on the periphery of the Eastern District Research Facility. The sounds of explosions reverberated through the air, signifying that the battle had commenced. Gu Ying perceived several significant energy signatures advancing toward the conflict zone. The time to act had come. One by one, they infiltrated the research facility. After a thorough examination, Gu Ying identified a room where a distinct blockage of radiation energy was evident beneath the floor. Thus, he led the group directly to this room. The advantage of a military unit is their unwavering obedience to commands. Although some questioned Gu Ying's judgment, they refrained from voicing dissent during the operation, as the general had instructed them to follow the young man's orders. After successfully capturing a researcher and unlocking the hidden door to the basement, they discovered a corridor leading to a gate. According to the researcher, the gate of the underground facility was constructed from lead and reinforced steel, designed to block radiation and provide a degree of ballistic protection. This composite material could withstand many of the powers of the New Humanity and served as the primary protective barrier of the Research Institute. Unless one possessed the highest level of access and the correct password, only personnel could operate the gate. Thus, the researcher became both a hostage and a decoy. Faced with imminent danger, he chose to act in his own interest. Open the door quickly. Something has happened. He feigned panic, rushing to the gate and shouting frantically into the camera. What is the situation? A voice inquired from a loudspeaker above. Hurry and open the door. Are there any remaining test subjects? There's a crisis outside. The test subjects we took earlier have been subdued. The general has ordered me to retrieve the remaining usable subjects for support. Open the door at once. The shortcomings of the era became apparent. The dust and radiation of the wasteland obstructed communication signals, rendering long-distance communication tools ineffective, without immediate means to verify the authenticity of the orders, even if one questioned them. There was no way to corroborate the information. Noting the absence of other personnel through the camera feed, the gate was ultimately opened. Just as the gate swung fully open, a deafening explosion erupted, and a blurred figure darted inside. Ignoring the astonishment at the youth's speed, the 10 New Humanity soldiers unleashed their utmost velocity toward the gate. The guards, realizing the breach, hastily attempted to lower the barrier. But alas, it was too late. Gu Ying had already sped into the control room, and before he could reach the switch, he incapacitated a young guard with a swift strike. After a brief search of the control room surveillance, he located Lin Chi-Chi and several other children, counting heads to ensure they were all present. which brought him a sense of relief. From the monitors, he also observed other laboratories housing numerous listless adults and children, alongside various experiments being conducted. Upon meeting with the Tin-Man squad, Guing instructed 2 members to accompany him in rescuing Lin Chi-Chi and the others, while the remaining 8 were divided into 2 groups to target the other 2 laboratories containing children, prioritizing their rescue and, if feasible, assisting the adults as well. Every life saved counts. As for those researchers, it suffices to render them defenseless. Convicting and sentencing them is not their responsibility. After the groups were organized, the crowd meandered into the underground laboratory and began to act independently. Arriving at the door of the laboratory where Lin Chi-Chi and the others were confined, they unsheathed their long knives and swiftly severed the lock, kicking the door open. Inside, 2 researchers clad in lab coats were engrossed in their screens, while 2 towering 3-meter-tall, new human guards stood by. The moment the door crashed open, the guards brandished their weapons and charged forward. Upon entering the room, they beheld Lin Chi-Chi and her companions in a filthy state. Although slightly sturdier than a few days prior, it was evident that these children had not received adequate care. Rage surged within, and without restraint, before the 2 teammates could intervene, a flurry of blades flashed through the air. The 2 new human guards collapsed, blood gushing from their limbs as they cried out in agony. Still feeling unsatisfied, the shadowy figure delivered a couple of kicks to vent some of the anger. It was then that Lin Chi-Chi recognized the silhouette beneath the cloak belonged to the shadow. Tears welled in her eyes. After enduring days of torment, it was her hatred for the enemy that had compelled this young girl to remain silent until now. She understood that tears would not elicit sympathy, but only provoke merciless ridicule, a truth she had grasped 3 years ago when her parents were slaughtered. However, just as despair was threatening to consume her, the shadow appeared, bringing hope, while simultaneously shattering the limits of the little girl's endurance. She burst into tears, inciting the other children to weep alongside her, their cries echoing in a cacophony that was painfully loud. After all, they were merely children. Yet the shadow smiled. It was a genuine smile, one that had not graced their lips in what felt like an eternity. The children's spirited cries indicated they were, at the very least, unharmed. Following the shadow's decisive action, the 2 combat team members swiftly subdued the researchers, commanding them to unlock the cells. The moment the cell doors swung open, Lin Chi-Chi leaped into the shadow's embrace, savoring the warmth of a hug, a sensation she had not felt in ages. The shadow mused inwardly about this rare moment, ruffling the girl's hair and saying, "Stop crying. We still have unfinished business. I have a task for you. Keep an eye on these little ones and don't let them stray, then stick close to me. Can you do that?" "I can," Lin Chi-Chi replied, her eyes sparkling with renewed determination as she blinked her big eyes. The layout of the underground research facility was not overly complex. Each cell was guarded by 2 new humans, and the noise from the initial assault had alerted the guards in other rooms. However, they were quickly overwhelmed by the 10-member team and the shadow, resulting in the rescue of dozens. According to the rescue plan, they were now supposed to evacuate the facility and swiftly retreat north along the eastern perimeter. Yet, just as they reached the underground gate, an unexpected turn of events occurred in an inspected laboratory. A hidden door quietly opened. After confirming that everyone had departed, a researcher swiftly approached and pressed a button on the control panel. The walls emitted the sound of mechanical gears grinding, and the shadow realized something was amiss. Quickly tossing the civilians and children one by one to safety, just as Lin Chi-Chi was about to be thrown to safety, the gate crashed down, sealing off the only exit. The rescue team outside, unable to open the gate, would likely proceed with their planned retreat, which was a relief. However, the shadow's immediate concern was for this little one and themselves. With no other option, they had to find a way to reopen the gate. Ruffling Lin Chi-Chi's hair again, the shadow asked, "Are you scared?" "Not scared," the little girl replied, her big eyes gleaming with excitement. Well then, this escape had transformed into an adventure, the shadow thought with a tinge of helplessness. Taking Chi-Chi to the guard room, they found, as expected, that the gate's switch had malfunctioned. It seemed another switch had triggered the gate. Progressing deeper into the research facility, the shadow noticed peculiar radiation energy gathering in the left eye, flickering in and out, obscuring their vision. Upon arrival, they discovered an expansive circular chamber, its walls and dome riddled with numerous openings for closing gates, and a rectangular glass wall embedded in the center. The structure resembled an experimental arena, instilling a sense of foreboding in the shadowed IT that moment. A figure emerged from behind the glass wall, an old man with graying hair, hunched over in a lab coat. Gazing at the shadow and the children, a disembodied voice emanated from an unseen speaker. "So, you are the one who released my test subjects. Do you have any idea how great a research you have interrupted? This is history in the making. It is the salvation of humanity, the world. Do you understand?" The madman's frenzied words only elicited a scoff from the shadow. A deranged lunatic. The line between madness and genius is perilously thin. "You have no comprehension of how monumental my research truly is, you insignificant mortal. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor." With that, he activated a switch at his side, accompanied by the sound of machinery. A large door at the bottom of the wall swung open, reminiscent of a scene from the Colosseum. The shadow swiftly scooped up Lin Chi-Chi, securing her tightly against their back with the cloak. "Hold on tight," was all they managed to utter before a colossal creature emerged from the opposite door. Its body, approximately 10 meters in diameter and over 30 meters long, coiled menacingly, revealing a human head atop a serpentine body. Akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. Is this what you call an awakened new human? The remnants of humanity within it barely constitute 10%, if that, possessing human intellect yet draped in the form of a beast. As long as the essence of humanity remains, it is still human, abandoning the frail human body in favor of the beast's formidable physique. This is evolution. No, it is super evolution. Look at this perfect form. Does it not resemble something from ancient legends? If I continue my research, one day I could create a god. As he spoke, hatred filled the old man's eyes. It is you, all of you. You released those little white mice I used for my experiments. You shall pay dearly. Number 001. Kill him. Initially, the shadow thought the creature was merely biding its time. Instead, it was awaiting a command. Upon receiving the order to attack, the serpent-like creature unfurled its massive form, its powerful tail whipping through the air towards the shadow. The adrenaline surged, blood boiling within. The shadow propelled themselves off the ground, soaring towards an opening in the dome, grasping the railing of the outer gate. Another fierce gust of wind hit, the creature's size in no way hampering its speed. The tail struck with precision and force. The shadow had no choice but to propel themselves off the wall to evade, bouncing back and forth like a rubber ball in a tempest as the serpent's tail lashed out in rapid succession. Realizing its attacks were ineffectual, the creature ceased its tail strikes, circling the shadow instead. The shadow, still cradling Lin Chi-Chi, remained on guard, not daring to let their guard down. Meanwhile, Lin Chi-Chi, disoriented from the earlier skirmish, felt as if she had just ridden a roller coaster when the serpent reached the shadow's blind spot. It lunged forward, its remaining human arms outstretched in an embrace, while its tail aimed to strike from the front, attempting a pincer maneuver. The shadow discerned its intent and feigned ignorance, dodging backwards. The serpent's arms were poised to envelop, only to notice the slight curve of the shadow's lips. Realizing too late, it attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a swift draw of the blade, the shadow executed a precise strike. Although the creature evaded a fatal blow, both arms were severed, green blood gushing from the wounds. From the outset, the shadow had observed the intense radiation energy emanating from the creature. The blade in their hand would likely be inadequate to pierce its tough exterior, which is why they had opted for evasion over retaliation. The serpent was both lengthy and swift, making it difficult to seize its most vulnerable human parts. Hence, the strategy was to lure it into close combat before counterattacking. Unfortunately, they could not sever its head. This creature was quite alert. Wounded, the serpent coiled itself, emitting a series of howls. The shadow awaited this opportunity, for since the battle began, this creature had blocked the entrance, preventing the gate from closing. It had continued to obstruct the pathway while attacking the shadow, but now, due to the earlier attack and its injuries, it had shifted from its original position. Seizing the moment, the shadow charged into the passageway where the creature had emerged, with no intention of prolonging the fight. The mad old man above was already furious, his impotent roars echoing through the speaker. Sprinting down the corridor, after covering several meters, the shadow spotted a staff passage alongside the main corridor, just wide enough for ordinary humans to pass through. With a violent force, the door lock was shattered. And ascending the staircase, a figure soon arrived at the control room. Inside, an elderly man was furiously cursing while sorting through some papers, entirely oblivious to the presence of the lone figure creeping up behind him. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and chaos. Since the arrival of the mutated beings, the battlefield had spiraled out of control in the western sector, and the once stable front lines had vanished. Particularly alarming was the 30-meter-tall serpent creature, whose every strike could demolish several buildings, inflicting catastrophic damage on the base's infrastructure. The inhabitants of the southern district had never anticipated such a drastic turn of events. With these monsters providing support, how could they possibly continue the fight? As the serpent creature lunged into the crowd once more, preparing for a wide-scale attack, a massive, sharp rock shot forward like a missile, piercing through the creature's abdomen and causing it to collapse. Zhongli, old scoundrel, came a thunderous shout, as a figure, crackling with electricity, burst through the crowd in the western sector and made their way to the heart of the battlefield. Simultaneously, another figure from the southern sector soared into the center, surrounded by levitating debris. The two figures collided with a sound akin to a thunderclap, generating a shockwave that knocked back everyone within several dozen meters. Breaking apart, they stood facing each other, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. All present instinctively avoided the central area of the battlefield, as if it had transformed into a vacuum. Have you finally lost your composure? Is this what you and the old monster Yin have conjured as humanity's hope? Pathetic. Zhongli's mockery left the leader of the western sector feeling somewhat embarrassed. Haven't you noticed your troops have been routed? Beyond you, who in the southern sector can withstand us? Unfortunately, your vision is limited to the current situation. Your perspective is still far too narrow. Do you believe you can govern the base? You are unworthy. Shiyu's retorts bore no fruit. What if I join the fray? The commander of the eastern sector emerged step by step from the chaotic battlefield, his skin entirely petrified, standing at a towering 5 meters tall. Resembling a giant of stone, Yin Hua, you have gone too far this time. His calm demeanor belied a chilling undercurrent. During the division, you could argue that Shiyu was to blame while you remained uninvolved. 3 years ago, when the families of the slaughtered troops were decimated, you stood idly by. Now, you begin to play with lives, using humanity as your subjects for experimentation. You have truly crossed the line. Li Ming is an outdated relic of the past. Even if Shiyu were to spare him, he wouldn't have many years left to live. Am I wrong to take his place as the deputy commander and lead the base's development? As for 3 years ago, those who died were merely ordinary people. What is there to grieve? Had it not been for nostalgia, none of them would have left alive. Times have changed. Old Zhong. Do you still not understand? We and they are now beings of entirely different tiers. It's akin to stepping on an ant. Would you even care? Only the new humanity can pave the future for mankind. All my research is for the benefit of humanity. Yin Hua's fervor grew, as if he had succumbed to some madness. After a moment's pause to regain his composure, Yin Hua continued, Surrender, you stand no chance in a 1-on-2 situation. Your army is retreating. You have already lost, Is that so? Came a sarcastic interjection, as a figure emerged from the shadows of the ruins beside the three, dressed in camouflage with a pair of frameless glasses perched on his nose. Leaning casually against a wall. Have you finally grown restless after all these years of keeping a low profile? Which side are you on? Yin Hua questioned, his voice dripping with suspicion. No, I am on neither side. Shaking his head, he stepped closer until he stood alongside Zhong. My intentions and actions have never wavered. That I merely wish for the base to thrive. You are correct in one regard, old Yin. Times have changed. And ultimately, the new humanity will replace the old. But that does not mean the old must be enslaved by the new. It has only been 5 years since the nuclear explosion. And have you forgotten the oath you took upon entering the military and the responsibilities that come with being a soldier? There must be a moral line. A sudden flash of electricity interrupted their exchange, sending Tan Lin crashing into a collapsed building. I did not come here to listen to your idle chatter. Today, it is either your demise or mine. After declaring this, Shiyu unleashed another bolt of lightning towards Zhongli, which was intercepted by an invisible wall of water just as it neared him. You are nothing but a petty rascal. Even as a new human, you cannot escape the old tricks of a small-time thug. Tan Lin emerged unscathed from the ruins, not even a speck of dust on his clothing. Old Zhong, you handle that stone fellow. I'll deal with this little electric mouse. Utterly shameless. Shiyu, surrounded by crackling electricity, charged at Tan Lin. When he was 15 meters away, dozens of bolts of lightning erupted forth, indicating that this distance marked the limit of Shiyu's abilities. Unfortunately, the multitude of electric strikes were halted just half a meter from Tan Lin by a barrier of water. Is this all you've got? Raising a hand, hundreds of tiny water arrows manifested around Tan Lin, locking onto Shiyu's position. With a swift motion, he clenched his fist, and the water arrows shot forth, enveloping Shiyu. Unable to defend against such a widespread assault, Shiyu could only rely on rapid movement and rolling to evade. However, the sheer volume of water arrows proved overwhelming, and countless projectiles grazed his body, with several piercing through his right leg. In a desperate predicament, Xiu never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Tan Lin could pose such a threat. It appeared he had no choice but to execute a contingency plan. Old 2. With a bellow, another figure soared forth, catching Xiu's body midair. They truly flew, hovering 20 meters above the ground while gazing down at Tan Lin. If the lone figure were present, he would recognize this person as the one who had discovered his infiltration that fateful night. Known as the second-in-command that if you cannot win, call for help. How typical of a small-time thug. Unsurprisingly, Tan Lin continued to taunt at the same time. Dozens of water arrows reappeared around him, this time much larger in size. Swiftly hurtling towards the two in the sky. Did you think my lightning had such limited power? Die, you squinty-eyed fool. It seemed he had gathered enough energy. A visibly thick yellow bolt of lightning streaked forth, shattering the oncoming water arrows before continuing its trajectory towards Tan Lin, who raised his hand to conjure multiple layers of water walls before him. The sound of shattering echoed as the water walls struggled against the lightning's assault, eventually cracking under the pressure. Thankfully, the sheer number of walls allowed for a gradual depletion of the lightning's strength, dimming the once bright bolt until it vanished entirely. Tan Lin let out a quiet sigh of relief. Grateful that he had managed to fend it off, he had narrowly avoided disaster. It seemed this individual possessed the ability to accumulate and amplify their powers, with the range increasing alongside their energy buildup. Moreover, now there was an aid capable of assisting with flight. This was indeed troubling. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Zhongli was encased in a layer of rocky armor, appearing even more formidable. Facing off against the stone-skinned Yanhua, their exchanges were devoid of flashy effects. It was purely the visceral pleasure of raw combat. Both were military generals, employing martial techniques honed in the military, grappling and counters. In terms of awakened abilities, Zhongli was a notch above Yanhua. However, summoning rock projectiles to breach Yanhua's petrified form required considerable time to charge. In close combat, they were evenly matched. The center of the arena reverberated with waves of impact and the sounds of countless strikes. As the battle intensified, they forsook technique for brute force. Yanhua's punches landed on Zhongli's rocky armor, visibly causing fragments to break away, yet Zhongli swiftly reformed them. Conversely, Zhongli's blows against Yanhua appeared to inflict little damage. Zhongli was not merely a brute. After a moment of stalemate with ineffective attacks, he began to gather rocky spikes along his fists, aiming to pierce Yanhua's body and inflict harm. Yet Yanhua was not foolish. After Zhongli's first successful strike with a rocky spike into his right shoulder, he quickly evaded, converting his punch into an open palm to sever the spike from the side before leaping back a distance. Zhongli did not pursue, and the battle entered a brief lull. Why do you persist in opposing me? Yanhua questioned, clutching his wounded shoulder with bitterness. Zhongli sighed, replying, because you have betrayed your beliefs. I in the old world. It was said that the law was the last bastion of morality. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, that boundary has been obliterated by your actions. Look at what you have done. It is truly shameful that you still don this military uniform. You are unworthy of being human. Look at our bodies. We are no longer human. We have transcended humanity. This is the evolution of our species. The era has chosen us, and we must discard the obsolete remnants of the past. Those who have not evolved are merely inferior products, doomed to be eliminated by time. Witness my experimental results. They can already influence the tides of battle. Yanhua roared at Zhongli. You may indeed rise above humanity, provided you possess the capability, yet you should never trample upon the sanctity of life. Just look at the inhumane human experiments you have conducted. Even to this day, a considerable number of ordinary humans are gradually awakening into a new breed. The common people of the old era serve as the foundation for these new humans. Your experiments bring no hope to humanity. You are merely extinguishing the flicker of human potential to satiate your own desires. Zhongli shook his head in response. You are mistaken. The abominations you have created cannot influence the outcome of this battle. Have you not noticed that during our stalemate, the front lines have been pushed back to the western district? What? Yanhua exclaimed in shock, quickly surveying the battlefield. Apart from the snake man that Zhongli had just executed, 8 minotaurs had been annihilated, their bodies sprawled amidst the ruins. The only remaining creature was a gigantic spider, now entirely isolated from the battlefield and surrounded, effectively contained within Zhongli's territory. This is impossible. Just moments ago, before he could finish, Zhongli interjected. This is the distinction between man and beast. Do you not comprehend? Creatures driven solely by slaughter cannot triumph over human intellect. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yanhua shot Zhongli a defiant glance, his clenched fist striking the ground with tremendous force, sending dust swirling to obscure Zhongli's view momentarily. He has managed to escape. Watching Yanhua flee towards the eastern district, Zhongli prepared to pursue him. Hey, old Yan, lend a hand before you run off. Tanlin, witnessing Zhongli's abrupt departure, shouted in haste. Zhongli chuckled at Tanlin's comment. You were showing off, and now look at the predicament you've landed in. Tanlin shook his head in denial. The compatibility of abilities is too poor. And there are two of them. They can fly. That's pure cheating. Just a bunch of lowly creatures. Zhongli smiled lightly and refrained from further banter, having already gathered a rock sphere with an 8-meter diameter, which he sent soaring towards the two figures above. As Shiyu observed Yanhua's retreat, he sensed impending doom and prepared to escape with the second-in-command from the sky. Unfortunately, relentless water arrows were inhibiting their movements from all directions. Just as they were focused on evading the water arrows, the destructive force of the rock sphere struck. The 8-meter diameter rock sphere approached at considerable speed, leaving no time for evasion. The two managed to conjure an air cannon and charged a lightning strike. But the sheer size of the rock rendered their attacks utterly ineffective, and their last fleeting memory before losing consciousness was of being struck by the earth itself. That beast cannot be allowed to escape. I will pursue him. You handle things here, and don't let things go awry again. With that, he sped off towards the eastern district, casting a meaningful glance at Tanlin before departing. At that moment, within the underground research facility, Guiying and Lin Qiqi arrived at the control room, observing the mad old man bustling about, gathering documents in a frenzy. Knock, knock, Guiying called out, interrupting the old man's frantic activity with 2 raps on the door. Startled by the sound, the old man froze, not expecting Guiying to arrive so swiftly. Slowly, he lowered the document bag and rose, turning to reveal an awkward yet polite smile. You have come. Seeing Guiying remain unfazed, he continued, I didn't intend for this to happen, truly. I was merely overwhelmed by rage. You know how people can be irrational when angry, right? Look, you are unharmed, so you surely do not wish to kill me? Guiying slowly drew a knife from behind, taking a step forward. You cannot kill me. The old man, evidently frightened, exclaimed, I am the director of the research facility. My projects are sanctioned by the state. You cannot kill me. Guiying immediately sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, asking the state, do you have connections with the surviving national leaders? The old man promptly fell silent, realizing he had misspoken, and began shaking his head vigorously. No, it was Yanhua who granted me approval. He is the commander of the troops, which essentially represents the state, right? You lie. Guiying swiftly closed the distance, the cold blade now pressed tightly against the old man's neck. Speak of what you know, or face death. His words dripped with lethal intent. The old man continued to struggle. I cannot say. I truly cannot. If I do, I will die. Refusing to speak means you die now. The choice is yours. Ji Ying's gaze remained fixed on the old man's eyes, blood beginning to seep from his neck. Meanwhile, Yanhua was in a state of utter turmoil, disregarding the obstacles of buildings as he barreled through, demolishing countless structures in a direct line towards the Eastern District Research Facility. With defeat imminent, he believed that if he could just secure Dr. Wu and the years of research data, he could make a comeback. Upon arriving at the underground research facility, he shouted at the camera for the guards to open the gate, but received no response, which only amplified his anxiety. Thus, he resorted to manually opening the gate. As the gate swung open, silence enveloped the passage. Where is everyone? Yanhua queried, perplexed. The researchers had not been mobilized for combat since the battle began, yet the facility appeared deserted. Had Dr. Wu evacuated in advance? He couldn't dwell on it further. With Zhongli hot on his heels, time was of the essence, and he hurried towards the innermost control room. Upon reaching the control room via the VIP passage, he witnessed a scene where Dr. Wu was being threatened by Guiying with a knife. Stop. Yanhua seized Lin Qiqi, who had yet to react, and declared, release Dr. Wu, or I will crush this little girl. Hearing this, Guiying turned to the stone giant at the entrance, his cold gaze now laced with additional malice. He loosened his grip on the old man's collar and stood up slowly. The knife still firmly pressed against the old man's neck. Let her go, and the old man is yours. With that, he sheathed his knife, standing behind the old man without hesitation. The seemingly unremarkable bandaged youth before him wielded a knife that appeared quite lethal. Thus far, only Zhongli had managed to breach his defenses. He had yet to encounter another capable of injuring him. Confident in his own strength, Yanhua relaxed his hold on Lin Qiqi. As soon as Lin Qiqi was freed, she rushed towards Guiying without needing to be reminded, while the old man quickly made his way to Yanhua's side. Once each had reclaimed their respective hostages, a triumphant smile appeared on both Yanhua and Guiying's faces. Yanhua stepped forward to deliver a powerful punch, while Guiying, with Lin Qiqi in his left hand and knife in his right, swiftly dodged to the side of the glass wall. Agility type? Then you are doomed. Yanhua's earlier punch had merely been exploratory, utilizing only a fraction of his speed and strength. He assessed that Guiying was only slightly faster than himself. However, what he did not realize was that Guiying had not even activated his heart ability for this dodge. And no longer concealing his strength, Guiying prepared to unleash his full might to eliminate this brat. Within a distance of less than 10 meters, he was confident he could annihilate this bandaged boy. Gathering his power, he launched a fierce punch. Boom! Crack! While the punch failed to connect with its intended target. The glass wall shattered with spiderweb-like cracks, demonstrating the immense force behind the strike, capable of withstanding attacks from snake men. Before Yanhua could react, Guiying, fully stimulating his heart, swiftly executed a flying kick, adding a force to propel the stone giant forward from behind. With a shattering sound, the glass wall exploded into fragments. Yanhua's massive form broke through the glass, plummeting downwards like a meteor striking the earth. 1 second later, a deep pit formed at the center of the testing ground, a sight all too familiar, though this time, the stone giant did not shatter into pieces, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. Yanhua looked up at the control room, shouting, "Just wait until I reach you. I will end you, you little brat." Yet before he could finish his threat, a sudden turn of events occurred. From the swirling dust, a massive tail emerged. In his descent, Yanhua had failed to notice that a snake man still lurked within the testing ground. With a swift motion, it coiled and ensnared Yanhua, flicking its tongue as it regarded the trapped stone giant. Seemingly pondering how best to strike, the injuries and exhaustion sustained during the battle with Guiying had left the snake man ravenous for sustenance to replenish itself. At that moment, its arms were still oozing blood, and its body grew increasingly weak. Thus, instinct triumphed over reason, causing it to breach the constraints imposed by its control chip and instinctively launch an attack on Yanhua. Yanhua incessantly issued commands for his release. However, the snake man exhibited no response to the commands. His eyes, already suffused with bloodshot veins, Hatue unleashed a thick stream of venom towards Yanhua, enveloping him in a noxious bath. The coiled tail formed a perfect vessel, completely encasing the exposed upper half of Yanhua's body. The petrified skin was gradually eroded by the venom, producing wisps of smoke and a hissing sound, which were eventually drowned out by the sounds of anguished wails. Yanhua had succumbed. The wound on his right shoulder, inflicted by Zhongli, provided an entry point for the venom, which would not have corroded the petrified skin so rapidly under normal circumstances. However, the internal venom had weakened Yanhua's body, while the external assault continued unabated. Under this dual onslaught of corrosion, he had been reduced to his current state. Soon, the wailing ceased, replaced only by the sound of the snake man gnawing. Having dealt with one, can we now engage in a proper discussion? Ignoring the ongoing trials below, Guiying's attention shifted back to the doctor. The doctor dared not meet Guiying's gaze, calculating how to placate this perilous youth. "I have no time for your lies. I shall give you 3 counts. 3, 2, 1. I'll speak. I'll speak." It was a testing scheme provided by someone from above. All I know is it came from the north. Before he could finish his words, a shadow darted past, abruptly silencing the doctor's response as he clutched his ruptured trachea in desperation. Upon closer inspection, it was a mouse no larger than Guiying's palm, its eyes glowing red and fixed intently on Guiying. Moments later, the doctor succumbed, and the small creature seemed to have completed its task, abandoning its gaze at Guiying and vanishing in an instant. Guiying furrowed his brows. Was this mere coincidence? Or was it a deliberate act to silence him? Perhaps he had stumbled upon something of grave significance. Nonetheless, at this juncture, there was little he could do. After all, the north had always been his destination, and it would not be too late to investigate further should he find himself with idle time. Unbeknownst to Guiying, That very mouse had fled with a portable hard drive clutched in its mouth. Thud, thud, thud. Much like a police officer from a bygone era, Comrade Zhongli finally arrived at the scene after the dust had settled. Upon witnessing Gu Ying, Lin Qiqi, and the doctor's lifeless body, he inquired, "Why haven't you evacuated? Have you seen that scoundrel Yanhua?" Pointing towards the lower trial grounds, Zhongli leaned out, only to behold the snake man engaged in its final feast, the mass bound by its tail reduced to naught but 2 legs. "Is that Yanhua? Are you certain?" Zhongli questioned, incredulity evident in his tone. Petrified all over, could it truly be Yanhua? If so, then it must be true. "I kicked him down," Gu Ying affirmed. Zhongli gave Gu Ying a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are impressive." This sudden eruption of conflict came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. With both leaders defeated, the morale of the team plummeted in less than half a day. The resistance forces in the eastern and western sectors had been thoroughly subdued. Capturing the sole surviving experimental subject from the research facility, the towering spider creature, the western sector had surrendered, and the captured ruffians would be judged by the southern sector, under the coordination of Zhongli and Tan Lin. The base had been completely secured, with Zhongli rightfully assuming command as the highest officer. Tan Lin, as the second in command, continued to oversee the logistics of the base. As for Gu Ying, he had no involvement in the management of the base's construction. His sole purpose was to rescue others. Presently, he sat in the cafeteria of the northern sector, sipping coffee and enjoying mutated scorpion kung pao and braised scorpion pincers while contemplating his next course of action. "You seem rather relaxed." Zhongli's gruff voice suddenly broke in from behind. "I am merely a hunter. Once the mission is complete, I have leisure time," Gu Ying replied without lifting his gaze from his meal. "Interested in staying at the base? You possess considerable strength. I can offer you the rank of major, and you won't need to roam about anymore. What do you say?" Zhongli extended an olive branch. Gu Ying glanced at Zhongli and retorted, "Which of your eyes sees me as strong? Though I did kick Yanhua down, I did not kill him. I couldn't even breach his defenses." Zhongli clicked his tongue, saying, "Do you think I would believe you?" He then inquired, "Since you are unwilling to remain at the base, what are your plans for the future?" "To head north," Gu Ying stated candidly. "North? Are you seeking the remnants of the national forces?" After a moment's thought, Zhongli asked, "Yes, but not exclusively. Let me ask you something seriously. Do national institutions still exist?" "I can assure you they do," Zhongli replied. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Gu Ying's eyes. Zhongli elaborated, "The remaining national institutions have been dispatching several units southward since the day of the apocalypse, journeying to various old city shelters to guide disaster recovery efforts, recruiting talent to return north. Over the past 5 years since the disaster, nearly every year, such a unit has passed through. However, due to the lack of instant communication, inconvenient transportation, and the increasing number of new humans, autonomous shelters have proliferated, making centralized management by the state increasingly unfeasible. Hence, there are now autonomous districts like our base." Gu Ying nodded. Understanding this perspective, human greed had been magnified in the aftermath of the apocalypse. And without legal constraints, society had devolved into a state of self-proclaimed kings. Fortunately, the proportion of scoundrels remained a minority. 5 years had not obliterated the moral baseline, and individuals like Zhongli, who maintained their integrity and ethics, were still plentiful. "How long until that unit returns to the base?" Gu Ying inquired, uncertain. Although they say it's yearly, the intervals can vary significantly. However, it is certain that no units will pass through this year. As they were here just 2 months before you arrived, Gu Ying felt no ripple of emotion. He had not harbored any hope. His journey northward must continue. By the way, I've informed Old Yi and the others to come pick up the children. Initially, I intended for them to return to the base, but they seem unwilling. Nonetheless, this is perhaps for the best. I have observed the village's location, and it is quite decent, not far from the base, allowing them to seek assistance if needed." Nodding in acknowledgement, Gu Ying seemed to recall the little girl Lin Qiqi, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upwards. "I hope their future days will be more stable. Do keep an eye on them when you have the time." Zhongli rolled his eyes. "Do you need a fool like you to remind me? All right, I've let my dialect slip out. I suppose I deserve some credit this time. Get me a tricycle capable of carrying supplies and replenish my survival provisions and gasoline." Surely that isn't too much to ask? Gu Ying still managed to voice his request. "Not too much, not too much. How about I gift you a modified off-road vehicle that can carry more than a tricycle?" and it's sturdier. Ji Yuing shot him another glance, saying, "No way, Zhongli. A car, and you can't drive?" Guing straightened his back, resolutely declaring, "Zhongli, what the hell? How old are you? And you can't drive? I'll be 20 soon. I was a minor before the apocalypse. And after, I had no opportunity. Where would I learn to drive?" Guing shrugged. "Want to learn? I can teach you. It's not that difficult." Zhongli chuckled. "That I think I'll pass. I don't want to waste that time. Riding a motorcycle is just fine." Guing decided against spending time learning to drive. "Very well. I'll arrange a tricycle with a sidecar for you. One that can carry both people and goods. You can rest assured about the supplies. I'll load it to the brim, and the fuel barrels will be mounted to save space. However, once the fuel runs out, you'll have to find it yourself. As 2 barrels 1T get you to the north. Has anyone ever told you that you can be a bit verbose?" Guing suddenly remarked. Zhongli felt a headache coming on. "You little brat. Are you itching for a beating?" Perhaps due to the rare warmth of human kindness felt over the past few days, Guing gradually regained a semblance of his former self, speaking more than he had previously. Guing refrained from further banter with Zhongli and stood up to bow solemnly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhong. Without your assistance, retrieving Lin Qiqi and the others safely would have been exceedingly challenging." Zhongli waved his hand dismissively. "It was my duty. The base made a grave error concerning Lin Qiqi's parents that I do not wish to deepen the wounds in old Yi and the others' hearts. And this time, it was largely thanks to you. Had it not been for your reminder, I would still have been in the dark, oblivious to the depths of Yan Hua's depravity. This." Both fell silent. Before Zhongli broke the stillness, "You're leaving tomorrow, aren't you? In the name of the base, I composed this letter for you. Should you encounter any state authorities in the north, perhaps this correspondence may prove beneficial." Ji Yuing nodded in acknowledgement, uncertain if reaching the north was even a possibility. "The future remains unpredictable. It is wise to prepare for all eventualities. That I must trouble General Zhong then." Guing solemnly replied. That night, upon returning to his quarters, he meticulously reorganized his belongings from head to toe, indulging in a leisurely soak in the bathtub, pondering when he might next have the luxury of a bath after departing from the base. As dawn broke, the interplay of light and shadow emerged. The vehicle and supplies he requested were already stationed at the entrance of the accommodation area. No1 noticed a slight figure slipping into the nascent light of dawn as the goddess of night turned away. The sun rose as it always did, unfazed by the state of the world, clocking in for its daily routine at the dormitory entrance. A group of officers led by Zhongli gathered to bid farewell to Guing. Accompanied by Yi village head and the parents of the children, "I am immensely grateful to you. Without your assistance, these children might never have returned," expressed Yi village head sincerely. "You leave, and who knows when we shall meet again. If you have the chance, do return for a visit." Hu Shu lamented. "Stop uttering such ominous words." Yi village head interjected with a light slap. "If you cannot speak appropriately, then remain silent. That was not my intent." Hu Shu quickly shielded his head, retreating. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ji Yuing chuckled, smiling as he acknowledged, "This place is filled with warmth." He then turned to Zhongli, saying, "I hope this warmth does not diminish." Zhongli jested, "Hurry and leave, you troublesome lad. However, remain vigilant on your journey. This world harbors many wicked souls that I have not squandered these past 5 years. You need not worry," Guing replied, scanning the surroundings for Lin Qiqi, but finding her absent. He furrowed his brow, pondering if she was too sorrowful to bid farewell. Perhaps she was now hiding away, shedding tears. The thought of her tearful visage brought a faint smile to his lips. With a light laugh, Guing mounted his motorcycle, bidding farewell. "I shall take my leave now. Take care, everyone." After donning the goggles gifted by Zhongli, he waved to the crowd and revved his motorcycle. Departing, the lengthy 4-hour journey yielded no signs of human habitation. He eventually found refuge in the shadow of a dilapidated building, where he paused as the vehicle continued to heat up, while it was not dangerously hot. A break was necessary for food and water. Just as he was about to lift the sunshade covering the truck bed, an object suddenly protruded, startling him. Finally, we've stopped. I was suffocating in there. Hurry, help me pull the cover off." Came a soft, slightly petulant voice from beneath the sunshade. Lifting the cover revealed Lin Qiqi, drenched in sweat, panting heavily as she waved her small hands to fan herself. Once she regained her composure, Lin Qiqi dared not meet Gu Ying's gaze, speaking in a hushed tone, "I just wanted to follow you." "How foolish. You snuck out without the village head knowing. And what about your grandfather?" Do you understand who I am? What I intend to do? You wish to accompany me? Gu Ying sighed, estimating the sun's position and realizing this detour would cost them precious time. That I must take you back. Lin Qiqi immediately protested. I do not want to go back. I left a letter for my grandfather, and the villagers will look after him. That I have no parents. For these past years, I have not played with the other children. I help the adults, study, and have always thought of avenging my parents. But when you came, exchanging seeds for food, I knew you were a good person. The food in the village could not be traded for so many seeds. Then you saved those two poisoned individuals and promised the village head you would help others. That only confirmed your goodness in my eyes. When we were captured by the bad people, I kept thinking about whether you would come to rescue us. And then you did, defeating those villains and gently asking if I was afraid, like a kind older brother. Since then, you have become my older brother. I want to be by your side, wherever you go and whatever you do. Goodness, the girl could talk incessantly. Gu Ying, taken aback by her earnestness, sighed, running his hand through Lin Qiqi's hair. Stop crying. If you wish to follow, then so be it. Yea. Upon hearing Gu Ying's agreement, Lin Qiqi immediately brightened, her eyes shimmering with tears. However, Gu Ying's tone turned serious. The outside world is not like the village. Dangers lurk everywhere. You must promise to obey me. Can you guarantee that? Otherwise, I shall waste no time returning you to the village. Lin Qiqi nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. I promise to listen. Gu Ying smiled. Then it is settled. This area seems relatively safe. We will rest for a while. Remember, when resting, do not wander off. Avoid unverified ruins and water sources, and do not leave my sight. That I understand, Lin Qiqi quickly replied, observing her attire of short sleeves and shorts. Gu Ying shook his head and retrieved a spare cloak from the truck bed, cutting off the excess with a knife before draping it over the young girl. When outdoors, always try to avoid direct sunlight. Although radiation is no longer lethal to humans, sunlight still depletes moisture. That he cautioned her gently, then murmured, I wonder if you will ever awaken your abilities. Picture a 5-meter-tall Lin Qiqi, muscles bulging, running towards me with twin pigtails. Calling me brother, just imagining it. He grimaced at the thought, quickly shaking his head to banish the unpleasant image from his mind. Gu Ying, may I call you brother? Lin Qiqi inquired. Certainly. Brother, where are we going? North. Why are we heading north? I am searching for someone. Are you looking for your family? Yes, I have a younger sister about your age. Why isn't your sister with you? Was she also captured by bad people? Lin Qiqi, must you ask 100 questions? Gu Ying began to feel a headache coming on. I am merely curious. The young girl began to squat on the ground, drawing circles, mumbling, you said you were unclear about this and that. Now you do not want me to ask. Looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, Gu Ying began to doubt whether he should have allowed this child to accompany him. Sighing, he relented. Ask away, but I cannot promise to answer everything. Okay, then I will continue asking. What about this? What about that? Gu Ying. Thus, Lin Qiqi transformed into a veritable fountain of questions, and the two engaged in a leisurely exchange as time drifted by. The sun bending beneath the weight of Lin Qiqi's inquiries. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and distant animal roars and screeches echoed. Gu Ying swiftly rolled over, lifting Lin Qiqi with one hand, as he quickly scaled the tilted wall to the rooftop. Setting Lin Qiqi down at his feet, Gu Ying removed the bandage from his left eye and gazed toward the source of the noise. All he could see was a hazy shimmer of radiation energy, indicating the origin was still too far away. He then opened his waist bag and retrieved a monocular issued by the base, allowing him to see more clearly. To his surprise, a small oasis lay to the northeast of their location, beside which a small lake shimmered. Oases that survived the apocalypse were often fraught with danger, inhabited by mutated beasts, plants, and insects. Water sources were hotspots for conflict. Typically, animals would drink peacefully together before the apocalypse. But that harmony was shattered in the New World, where the law of the jungle prevailed. If a powerful mutated beast claimed a territory, all resources, including water, would be considered its private property. Should another beast intrude upon the food or water, it would be viewed as an act of aggression. Through the lens of the monocular, he observed two enormous creatures engaged in a fierce struggle. One was a yellow earth bear, approximately 2 stories tall, with robust limbs and formidable claws. The other was a giant vulture, diving in for an attack on the bear, though its stature may not rival that of the giant honey badger. The wingspan of this vulture, when fully extended, could indeed match the upright height of the formidable creature. Its sharp talons and glistening beak signify that this vulture is not to be trifled with. The honey badger's fur appears to possess formidable defensive capabilities, as the colossal vulture has made numerous attempts to dive upon it. Whether through pecking with its beak or tearing with its claws, it has been unable to inflict any significant damage upon the honey badger. In contrast, the honey badger, with its cumbersome physique, is unable to pursue the agile vulture, and being flightless, it finds itself at a disadvantage. The vulture exploits its aerial advantage, retreating swiftly whenever its strikes miss, leading to a stalemate. The only potential weak point on the honey badger seems to be its eyes. Regardless of how tough the exterior of mutated creatures may be, the eyes remain perpetually vulnerable, a fact well known to the vulture. Thus, amidst its harassment, it continuously seeks opportunities to attack the honey badger's eyes. However, despite its bulk, the honey badger's front claws exhibit remarkable dexterity, repeatedly thwarting the vulture's attempts to strike its eyes. "What is that over there? May I take a look?" Lin Chichi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having confirmed there was no immediate threat to herself, Guing handed over the binoculars to Lin Chichi, stating, "Two monsters are engaged in combat, likely vying for territory or a water source. As long as we do not provoke them, we should be safe." The young girl mimicked Guing, bringing the binoculars to her eyes for a closer look. "Oh, what is it?" Guing asked, having heard Lin Chichi's puzzled exclamation. "Something seems amiss. It doesn't really look like they're fighting over a water source that it resembles." "Resembles what?" After pondering for a moment, Guing frowned. Awaiting her answered, "It's that large bird. It keeps diving into the forest as if something is hidden within. Yet the honey badger stands guard at the forest's edge, much like when the villains used to raid our village. And Grandpa Hushu would protect everyone with shovels." Lin Chichi's observation piqued Gu Ying's interest. Could they be guarding something precious? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, certain unusual zones have emerged, some of which are naturally formed, while others are the result of mutated creatures. The most notable example is the vast storm circle in the west, commonly referred to as the storm dunes, which began forming several years ago and is perpetually surrounded by storms. Previous expeditions by settlement forces have ended in tragedy, earning it the moniker Zone of Death among those in the west. Yet Guing knows well that life persists within these so-called death zones. On one occasion, while passing near the edge of such a zone, he used his left eye to observe the storms, which are not natural phenomena but rather massive radiative energy manifestations above the zone. A colossal eagle circles incessantly, a discovery Guing has never disclosed to anyone. Digressing from his thoughts, Guing resolved to investigate further. He swiftly descended from the derelict building with Lin Chichi, tossing her into the back of the vehicle, before starting the motorcycle and heading towards the oasis. After riding at full speed for 10 minutes, they finally approached the oasis, halting about 200 meters away amidst the ruins. The ground vibrated continuously, suggesting that the two creatures were still locked in a struggle to find a weakness. After concealing Lin Chichi and the motorcycle, Guing instructed the young girl to stay hidden before swiftly maneuvering around to the rear of the oasis. Cautiously surveying the area, the oasis was remarkably small, just enough to accommodate the size of the honey badger. That he found no signs of other creatures, which struck him as odd. Was the vulture truly starving? At that moment, the vulture seemed to tire, its flight speed diminishing in a desperate glide attack. It was seized by the honey badger's paw. The vulture flapped its wings vigorously, stirring up dust clouds. The honey badger held on tenaciously, pulling the vulture down, while the latter struggled in vain to escape. Just as the honey badger seemed poised to deliver a fatal blow, an unexpected twist occurred. From the flapping wings emerged two small whirlwinds that, catching the honey badger off guard, surged towards its eyes. With a piercing howl, a spray of blood erupted from the honey badger's eyes. Though injured, it clung to the vulture with unwavering determination. However, the pain from the whirlwind's assault triggered an explosive display of strength, and in a fit of rage, the honey badger slammed the vulture to the ground. The vulture, now bloodied from the impact, ceased its attempts to flee and instead lunged at the honey badger, using its hard beak to repeatedly attack the honey badger's eyes while it remained unseen. In retaliation, the honey badger swung its remaining paw, tearing into the vulture's flesh. The eyes, linked to the brain, became the focus of the vulture's relentless pecking, slowly inflicting a fatal wound, and the honey badger's anguished cries gradually diminished to silence. Yet, even in death, The honey badger's grip on the vulture remained unyielding. While the vulture did not suffer a mortal blow, it lay exhausted, bleeding profusely and barely clinging to life. Ignoring the entangled beasts, Guing entered the oasis to inspect the surroundings, aside from mutated trees. He encountered several small circular mounds, each 3 to 4 meters high. What could possibly incite such a fierce conflict between the two creatures? Just as Guing prepared to leave after finding nothing, one of the mounds began to tremble. He waited in silence, observing as the tremors intensified, resulting in a crack forming on the mound's surface. With a final heave, the mound split open like a chick hatching from an egg. And to Gu Ying's astonishment, a small honey badger, roughly human height, tumbled out. It glanced at Guing before turning its attention to the motionless body of the adult honey badger, letting out a mournful cry as it charged forward. Guing surveyed the remaining mounds, finding them still. Approaching them, he used his knife to tear them open one by one, only to discover, as expected, that the mounds contained young honey badgers, sadly lifeless. It appeared that the mother honey badger had constructed these mounds to shield her cubs from the vulture's attacks. Yet she had overlooked their need for oxygen, resulting in most of the cubs suffocating to death. Only this one, perhaps fortunate enough to escape due to a crack in its mound, managed to survive. Now it became clear. It was not a battle for territory or water, but rather the vulture had sought to feast upon the cubs, prompting the mother honey badger to intervene at this moment. The honey badger cub was fiercely attempting to bite the vulture in revenge, but its feeble attacks were only causing minor injuries. Gu Ying approached the vulture, and upon noticing his presence, the young honey badger glanced up but quickly returned to its futile efforts. Poor little creature, Gu Ying mused, reflecting on the harsh realities of the apocalypse, a world governed by the law of the jungle. He drew the knife from his back and swiftly ended the vulture's life with a decisive strike to its neck, finally silencing its existence. Seeing the vulture's demise, the young honey badger ceased its biting and turned to lick the wounds on its mother's body. Gu Ying carved some edible flesh from the vulture, filled his water pouch, and prepared to leave. Watching the small honey badger tending to the giant's corpse, he offered a quiet farewell. "Take care, little one. I hope you survive." With that, he departed towards Lin Chi and the motorcycle. The young honey badger merely sniffed the air, gave Gu Ying a fleeting glance, and resumed its task of cleaning the giant's body. Upon returning to the ruins where the motorcycle was parked, Gu Ying found no sign of the young girl. He called out, and upon confirming it was Gu Ying, Lin Chi emerged from one of the ruins and embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Brother, let's go quickly. There are wolves." Before she could elaborate, a piercing wolf howl echoed through the air, followed by a chorus of howls. Surrounded, Gu Ying sensed the urgency of the situation. He swiftly scooped up Lin Chi and secured her to his back, while she wrapped her legs around his waist, preparing for their escape. Enveloped beneath the hem of his solitary cloak, he secured himself snugly, deftly tying a knot in the process. Glancing back, Gu Ying cast a fleeting look at Lin Chi. Recognizing her as an adept veteran in this dire scenario, with his left eye unbandaged, he surveyed the surroundings and was taken aback to discover over 20 points of radiation energy converging, indicative of at least 20 wolves lurking nearby. The strength of the pack remained uncertain, and confronting them head-on posed a considerable challenge, particularly as he sought to shield Lin Chi from harm. As thoughts raced through his mind contemplating a solution, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, recalling the image of a small mound bursting open, a potential opportunity to exploit. Realizing there was no time to reach for the vehicle, he dashed towards the oasis without hesitation. The wolves surrounded them in a circular formation, with only 3 or 4 blocking any single path. Each wolf stood as tall as an adult, their eyes glimmering with a sinister bloodlust, sidestepping the first wolf's lunge. He leapt atop the second, using its back as leverage to propel himself towards the third, delivering a powerful strike to its forehead. Grasping the wolf's head firmly, he twisted his body to send the fourth wolf, which had attempted to intervene, sprawling aside. Releasing his grip on the incapacitated beast, he continued his sprint towards the oasis. The thwarted wolves did not relent, relentlessly pursuing him from behind. In a short while, Gu Ying returned to the oasis with Lin Chi on his back, albeit with a pack of ravenous wolves in tow. Their speed was alarming, leaving him with little time to devise a plan. As the situation escalated, he sought refuge among the numerous trees of the oasis, which provided ample room for maneuvering. He found a robust tree with lush foliage, placing Lin Chi upon its branches. Cautioning her to remain hidden and not to fault, he then leapt down, concealing himself behind the trunk, drawing his blade with focused intent. The most aggressive wolves had closed in, their noses twitching as they sought his scent. One wolf seemed to have pinpointed his location, howling after a few sniffs, prompting the others to shift their attention towards Gu Ing's hiding spot. Cautiously advancing as the distance narrowed, he charged forward, aiming a decisive strike at the foremost wolf. Regrettably, his blade merely grazed the creature's skull, leaving a superficial wound without cleaving through. It dawned on him that wolves possess formidable resilience, iron heads and soft middles. Thus, he sidestepped and plunged his knife into its flank. Indeed, the black blade met no resistance, and with a forceful thrust, the wolf's innards spilled forth, painting the ground crimson. Success seemed within reach, as long as he could inflict damage with his blade. However, he was now faced with an entire pack of wolves. While he dispatched the first, 5 others swiftly encircled him. As the first wolf lunged, the second followed suit, and soon the third, fourth, and fifth joined the fray. He parried the first wolf's claws, but barely had time to retaliate before the second pounced, forcing him to retreat a couple of steps to evade the attack. Just as the second wolf landed, the third surged forward, and 2 more flanked him. In a moment of desperation, Gu Ing leapt upwards, executing a flying kick to the head of one, using the recoil to spring onto a nearby tree branch, where he hung his knife into the trunk. Observing the encroaching pack below, he scrutinized the wolves. They snarled menacingly back at him, and before he could catch his breath, a shadow darted from his left. To his astonishment, the wolves exhibited remarkable agility, having already scaled a lower branch. Alarmed, he realized that they could climb trees. This posed a grave threat to Lin Chichi. He swiftly turned and leapt towards the tree where she was hiding. Indeed, the trunk was crawling with wolves, one after another ascending, with the foremost already at the top. Startled, Lin Chichi retreated to the edge of the branch, paralyzed with fear as a wolf approached, its gaping maw drawing ever closer. Unable to bear the sight, she closed her eyes. With Lin Chichi's life hanging by a thread, Gu Ing ignited his heart with fervent determination, propelling himself towards her with an extraordinary surge of power that created a sonic boom. In an instant, he reached her, colliding with the ravenous wolf, sending it sprawling. He landed before Lin Chichi, who, after a moment of silence, slowly opened her eyes to see him standing protectively in front of her. However, she quickly sensed something was amiss. Gu Ing, kneeling on one knee, trembled as he fought to endure the agony. He turned to glance at Lin Chichi, attempting to offer her a reassuring smile, to pat her head, to utter the words, "It's all right," but no words escaped his lips. His right hand hung limply, unable to grip his blade, which fell to the ground. Lin Chichi caught sight of that warm smile. But now it was stained with crimson, the vivid red piercing her heart with anguish. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed to embrace the faltering Gu Ing, preventing him from collapsing. Her mind was a tumultuous storm of confusion, fear, concern, sorrow, rage, and unwillingness. As 2 more ravenous wolves advanced, all her chaotic emotions coalesced into a singular conviction. I must protect my brother. With a cry, she broke down in tears. It was as if the heavens responded to Lin Chichi's resolve, awakening her latent power. The powerful psychic shockwave emanated from her, causing the wolves to tumble from the trees as if they were mere dumplings falling. The wolves on the ground succumbed to unconsciousness, and for a fleeting moment, the oasis fell silent, save for the echoes of the girl's cries. Alas, the crisis was not yet averted. A wolf's howl shattered the stillness. Glancing down, she noticed one wolf standing amidst the fallen, a formidable creature that appeared to be the pack's alpha. Larger than its mutated kin, it seemed to have withstood Lin Chichi's psychic assault. Fixating its eerie green gaze upon the 2 atop the tree, the alpha prepared to attack. A thud resounded. A clump of dirt struck its head, obscuring its vision with dust. From the direction of the thrown debris emerged a plump little, waddling towards the alpha with an audacious gait. The Wolf King, taken aback, could scarcely believe this diminutive creature dared to challenge its authority. With a low growl, it lunged at aiming to sink its teeth into the bear's head. However, it appeared the alpha's fangs could not penetrate this thick hide. The bear stood its ground, shielding its eyes with its paws, allowing the wolf to clutch its head. After several fruitless attempts, the alpha abandoned its biting strategy, resorting to its claws to try to rend this flesh. The wolf's claws scratched at like a futile grooming, leaving its fur untouched and even more pristine. stunned by the ineffectiveness of its attacks. The alpha faltered, realizing it couldn't breach this defenses. Seizing the opportunity, the rolled forward, colliding with the wolf's belly, sending it sprawling backward with a whimper, stars dancing in its vision. As the alpha regained its footing, it surveyed the fallen wolves and the stout little bear before letting out a frustrated roar towards the tree, then turning tail and fleeing. With the immediate danger averted, Gu Ying's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Before drifting away, he heard Lin Qiqi's voice calling him softly. Brother, brother. He slept for 4 hours, till the sun dipped below the horizon, a chilling breeze rousing him from slumber. As he sat up, he found Lin Qiqi still clinging to him, enveloped in a peaceful sleep, perhaps exhausted from crying. Startled by his movement, Gu Ying instinctively wrapped his still-functioning left arm around her to prevent her from falling. Groggily, Lin Qiqi opened her eyes, realizing her body dangled precariously in midair. A surge of panic coursed through her, only to be replaced by elation upon recognizing she was held securely in her brother's embrace. Brother, you're awake. Are you all right? She exclaimed, her feet still dangling above the ground as she clung to him. Hold still, or you might fall. I'm fine, just my right arm is temporarily out of commission. He replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. This marked the first time since the apocalypse that Gu Ying found himself in such a wretched state. His heart had been pushed beyond its limits, nearly breaking the sound barrier, and he had sustained grave injuries. It seemed his physical threshold had been reached. He settled Lin Qiqi down beside him, preparing to once again stimulate his heart. Although it can still accelerate the blood flow, it fails to alleviate the sensation of fatigue in the body. The right shoulder bore the brunt of the impact when colliding with the wolf, likely dislocating in the process. With my eyes closed, I sensed the blockage in my blood circulation, and while exerting force with my left hand to correct it, I increased the blood flow to surge through the obstructed vessels. A sharp crack echoed as my right hand was realigned, causing Gulong to grimace in pain, yet he managed to stifle any sound. After a moment, the pain gradually subsided. Clenching my fist, I reflected, it feels truly invigorating to regain control of my body. I moved my right hand, which had regained sensation, and noticed that dusk had fallen. It was clear that the two of us could not spend the night perched upon the branches. Thus, Gulong hastily leapt down from the tree, cradling Lin Qiqi in his arms. The ground, once littered with the remains of wolves, was inexplicably cleared, leaving only paw prints and the disturbed earth as evidence of their prior presence. Together with Lin Qiqi, they scoured the oasis for a while, finally managing to gather a few dry branches just before midnight, igniting a small bonfire in front of the fractured mound of earth. Leaning against the mound, they basked in the warmth of the fire, relishing the joy of survival against the odds. It was then that Gulong recalled the peculiar transformation Lin Qiqi had undergone earlier. Just as he was about to inquire further, a figure emerged from the thicket. The sound of crackling was not from burning branches, rather, a small, rotund bear cub, standing over a meter tall, ambled leisurely to the fire, plopped down, cast a casual glance at Gulong, and then, with a languid blink, fell asleep, snoring softly. Gulong. As dawn broke over the oasis, the bonfire, having fulfilled its purpose, had extinguished at some point during the night. Lin Qiqi lay sprawled by the fire, drooling in her sleep. Gulong, however, had not enjoyed a restful night. Despite sensing no hostility, he could not shake the unease brought on by the uninvited bear cub. Being outdoors necessitated vigilance against bears, and in such a heightened state of alertness, he found it impossible to slip into deep slumber, especially with Lin Qiqi occasionally stirring and causing a racket. Gently shaking Lin Qiqi, the young girl blinked sleepily, momentarily disoriented, rubbing her eyes as she took in the extinguished bonfire and the bear. After a prolonged moment, realization dawned that they were no longer in the village. You slept quite well, Gulong remarked, somewhat miffed at the absurdity of the situation. Yes, I slept very well, brother, but where did that bear come from? Lin Qiqi, oblivious to the undertone in Gulong's voice, launched into a barrage of questions. Though you remember the two monsters we saw fighting through the binoculars yesterday, this cub is one of them. Wow, it's that small? How old is it? What does it eat to grow up? Lin Qiqi asked, her curiosity piqued. How am I supposed to know? Gulong lamented inwardly, already dreading the prospect of answering Lin Qiqi's multitude of questions, wondering if his own sister would possess such an insatiable curiosity. By the way, Qiqi, do you remember what happened yesterday in the tree? Gulong felt it necessary to have a serious conversation with the girl about the prior day's events. You mean when you flew over and knocked a wolf away, then collapsed in front of me? Gulong. No, the events that followed, though. I remember seeing you bleed, and you smiled at me. I felt so anxious, not knowing what to do. Then I saw another wolf approaching, and I became terrified, and I cried. What happened next? Gulong inquired further. What happened next? I don't recall. I was too busy crying. Lin Qiqi's face flushed as she spoke softer. Finally lowering her head in embarrassment, Gulong felt perplexed. Had he misunderstood? Peering closely at Lin Qiqi with his left eye, he confirmed that her radiation energy had surpassed that of an ordinary person and that an ability core was forming in her brain. Thus, Gulong explained, you must have awakened a special ability yesterday. You emitted a psychic wave that stunned that pack of wolves. Really? What is my ability? Is it powerful? How do I use it? Lin Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Gulong's words. Focus your mind and try to sense it, Gulong suggested. Lin Qiqi closed her eyes, and after a moment, opened them again, asking, how do I concentrate? Perhaps find an object and repeatedly think of something regarding it in your mind. Lin Qiqi nodded, pondering what object to choose when the bear cub yawned at just the right moment, capturing her attention. She decided it would be the one as Lin Qiqi fixated on the freshly awakened bear cub. Gulong's left eye detected the radiation energy within her beginning to coalesce in her brain, indicating that she had successfully activated her ability. But why was it only gathering without any visible reaction? Just as he pondered this, a vague energy detached from Lin Qiqi and flew towards the bear. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by the bear's startled yelp. The cub, suddenly ruffled, sat upright, paws pressed against its rear, shaking its head as if to ascertain who had attacked it. Giggling, Lin Qiqi beamed with delight, while Gulong, bemused, asked, what did you do? You told me to find something to focus my mind on, so I chose it. Then, I thought about how soft its rear must be and wondered if squeezing it would feel nice. After that, something seemed to fly out of my head and transformed into my hand. And I squeezed its rear a couple of times, Lin Qiqi explained, sticking out her tongue playfully. Yesterday, the Wolf King had been unable to penetrate the bear's thick fur, yet today, Lin Qiqi's psychic attack had managed to cause it discomfort. This girl was truly remarkable, Gulong mused internally before asking. Aside from squeezing, can you do anything else? Lin Qiqi closed her eyes for a moment before replying. I can also talk to it. Gulong. Are you saying you can communicate with animals psychically? Yes, Lin Qiqi affirmed, then closed her eyes once more. Soon after, the bear cub wobbled over and plopped down beside her. That I thought to myself, come sit next to me. And look. It came over. Gulong. Is this the new generation of awakened humans? But as it was his first encounter with a psychic ability awakening, he had no other cases for comparison. Yet instinct told him that Lin Qiqi's awakened ability was indeed extraordinary. Brother, can we take it with us? Lin Qiqi cautiously inquired, noting Gulong's contemplative silence. Take it with us? It says it remembers your scent. You're the one who helped kill its mother's enemy. Its family has only this one bear left. It's so pitiful. Let's take it with us, okay? Lin Qiqi implored, observing Gulong's expression with trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, Gulong asked, if we take it along, will it listen to you? Before Lin Qiqi could respond, the bear cub nodded eagerly, bobbing its head like a chick pecking at grains. Stop, Gulong commanded, and the bear instantly froze, remaining motionless. That IT understands us? He queried. The bear cub nodded slightly in affirmation. Gulong instructed it to lie down, stand, and shake hands, testing several commands to confirm that the bear indeed comprehended and executed his directives. He found himself wavering. If they were to bring this creature along, it would significantly bolster their combat strength. However, Qiqi, we're heading north, and we intend to travel by motorcycle. Even if we wish to bring it, there wouldn't be enough space in the vehicle, nor could it keep pace with the motorcycle speed. Gulong clarified the situation to Lin Qiqi. But that's not true. It says it can run very fast. That IT just walk slowly because it's too lazy to move. Lin Qiqi began acting as a translator for the bear. Gulong. In that case, can it guarantee it won't harm us and will obey? If so, they could take it along. Lin Qiqi replied, it says you are its benefactor and won't harm you. It also says that since I can communicate with it, it won't harm me either and promises to obey. While Lin Qiqi continued translating, the bear cub rolled over playfully, nudging Gulong with its fluffy head, seeking affection. Who could refuse a bear that craved affection? Gulong, however, would, In light of its assistance in driving away the Wolf King, they reluctantly agreed to embark on their journey together. Thus, the duo, two humans and a bear, formed an unlikely team, with the little bear carrying them back to the ruins where the motorcycle was parked. Riding a bear for the first time was, on the whole, not a particularly pleasant experience. They could only cling to the coarse fur on the bear's back to steady themselves. The bear's speed far exceeded Gu Ying's expectations, racing ahead with a velocity that outpaced even a motorcycle at full throttle, while the jostling was also more intense than anticipated. Meanwhile, Lin Qiqi, perched atop the bear, was tossed about joyfully, reveling in the ride. Through her communication with the little bear, they learned that this cub, capable of chasing off the Wolf King at merely 1 year of age, not only had tough skin and flesh, but also possessed the ability to manipulate sand. Truly earning its title as a soil bear. On their way to retrieve the motorcycle, they engaged in a discussion about naming the bear. Lin Qiqi suggested, since the little bear is already this big at 1 year, let's call it Xiongde. The little bear objected, stating, there are several bears born before me, so I refuse to take that name. Ji Yuing proposed, given that the bear's fur is a sandy yellow. How about we call it De Huang? Lin Qiqi shook her head vigorously, recalling that before the apocalypse, her neighbor had a dog named De Huang. Consequently, by the time they retrieved the motorcycle, they had yet to reach a conclusion regarding the bear's name. Thus postponing the matter for the time being, the trio continued their journey northward, with Lin Qiqi riding on the bear's back following the motorcycle, only returning to the vehicle to rest when she grew tired of the ride. This journey lasted for 7 days, during which they encountered no human settlements. Surprisingly, Lin Qiqi discovered a new aspect of her abilities over these days. In addition to serving as a translator, she could also perform a limited range of mental perception. Centered around Lin Qiqi, within a 20-meter radius, she could detect all objects, including mutated rats hiding in the crevices of ruins, sand scorpions burrowing underground, and even mutated lizards buried several meters deep. Thus, over the course of these 7 days, Lin Qiqi solved the little bear's food dilemma. It was a voracious eater, showing no signs of picky eating. On the evening of the 8th day, the group arrived at a towering sand dune, where they beheld a vast expanse of rocky terrain. Below the cliff formed a natural basin, within which stood a city-state, devoid of surrounding walls. It seemed that the cliffs had taken the place of fortifications. The city was composed of numerous earthen houses arranged in neat rows, featuring independent square structures alongside interconnected rectangular dwellings. The passages between the houses formed a network, and peering down from the cliff, they could see a vibrant scene filled with lights and bustling crowds, a stark contrast to the desolation of the apocalypse. Around the outskirts of the city-state, many vehicles were parked, alongside some tethered mutated camels and horses. In the open areas not yet entered by the city, there were even tents and campfires set up by some individuals. If it weren't for the mutated creatures and the standard cloaks associated with the end of the world, Guing might have thought he had returned to the old world of the Middle East. After circling around, they finally located the entrance to this basin, which appeared as a downward slope flanked by towering cliffs resembling mountain walls extending into the distance. At the base of the slope were 2 sentry posts, each manned by 4 armed guards, while several fire points were visible on the cliff walls, their numbers obscured. Ji Yuing first instructed Lin Qiqi and the bear to wait at a distance while he approached the guards for a brief conversation. Upon learning that this was a free city-state frequently visited by merchants and refugees from nearby settlements, he observed a semblance of order here. He then beckoned Lin Qiqi to follow him and the bear into the basin. Under the astonished gazes of the guards, they parked the motorcycle in the designated area, which was also monitored by town officials. Although the city's pathways were sufficiently wide to accommodate 2 or 3 vehicles side by side, they prohibited vehicles from entering to prevent accidents. After securing their supplies onto the bear, the trio began to wander aimlessly, initially intending to find a place to stay. However, the city was overwhelmingly vast, with little in the way of distinctive architecture apart from a palace-like structure towering above the other earthen houses. The surrounding buildings included residences and shops with open windows, creating a chaotic atmosphere devoid of planning. Consequently, they found themselves wandering the roads like headless flies, occasionally inquiring of passing merchants or residents about available lodging, only to be met with vague directions that left Gu Ying feeling exasperated. Amidst their confusion, a child, appearing even smaller than Lin Qiqi, leapt down from a nearby rooftop. The child, about 5 or 6 years old, was wrapped in a headscarf and veil, obscuring their features save for a pair of bright, intelligent eyes. The child spoke. Are you looking for a place to stay? I can help. That Ji Yuing immediately recognized the type. During his years of wandering various settlements before the apocalypse, he had frequently encountered children like this. Guiding outsiders in exchange for survival supplies, that he inquired, "Can you find a house with a yard?" Gesturing towards the little bear, the child understood and nodded, replying, "Yes, if you go 2 intersections towards the palace, you'll find such a house. You can negotiate the rent with the owner. However, you need to pay me 3 portions, 2 pieces of food as my fee. Is that acceptable?" Guing nodded in agreement, signaling that the deal was struck. Thus, the child led Guing, Lin Qiqi, and the bear to the house he mentioned, which turned out to be a courtyard bordered by 9 small earthen rooms. In the center lay a modest courtyard of about 15 square meters, with a fence blocking the entrance. The 3 directions, east, south, and west, were formed by these 9 5-square-meter houses, each featuring a shop window facing outward, while the remaining rooms opened inward with windows and beds. Satisfied with the accommodation, Guing rewarded the child with 2 pieces of compressed food and a bottle of water. The child, upon receiving the rations, trembled with excitement, thanked Guing profusely, and quickly departed. Guing sensed that the child's circumstances were likely dire, yet he had neither the energy nor the inclination to intervene further. After all, in this apocalypse, there were far too many such children, and he was still searching for his own sister. After providing the landlord with a box of anti-inflammatory medicine as payment for their stay, a warm smile spread across the landlord's wrinkled face. They arranged for the bear to rest in the courtyard while Lin Qiqi shared a room with Guing. After several exhausting days of travel, they had hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful night's rest. But fate had other plans to in the dead of night. Guing, who had managed to doze off after days of fatigue, was shaken awake by Lin Qiqi. Upon opening his eyes, he saw her finger raised to her lips, signaling silence. Once she confirmed he was awake, she pointed toward the window, where a thin pipe was inserted through a gap in the curtain, releasing a cloud of white smoke into the room. The mist that should have dissipated into the air instead clung to the walls and drifted toward the ceiling. Glancing at Lin Qiqi, who wore a proud expression, he realized her abilities were once again at play. After releasing the smoke, the individual outside paused momentarily, and sensing no movement from within, assumed the gas had taken effect and withdrew. Ji Yuing quietly rose and approached the window, gently lifting the curtain to peer outside. He spotted a group of masked individuals clad in black cloaks surrounding the little bear. One of them held a small incense burner, emitting white mist, and waved it in front of the bear's nose. Clearly, they intended to use some kind of tranquilizing incense. Though the bear was generally lethargic, it would not allow unfamiliar creatures to approach so closely, especially with 5 others attempting to haul away the supplies beside it. It was evident that the bear had been incapacitated. Ji Yuing observed for a moment before quietly asking Lin Qiqi, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, "Have you scanned the surroundings? Are there any others hiding nearby? Do they possess weapons?" Lin Qiqi nodded, then shook her head, replying, "I only found these 6 masked individuals stealing our belongings. Everyone else in the house appears unconscious. There are also 2 lookouts on the roof. But apart from these 8, I detected no others. They are armed with knives and daggers, but no firearms." Lin Qiqi then whispered, "What should we do? Should we go out and confront them?" Her tone betrayed her eagerness. Guing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let's observe for now." Before long, the supplies next to the bear were swiftly loaded onto a handcart. Ji Yuing furrowed his brow, puzzled. Is it really worth mobilizing 8 people for such a meager haul? Suddenly, a figure emerged, pushing a wooden cart measuring 2 meters in both length and width into the courtyard, halting beside the mischievous child. The intention was originally to strike the bear, with the cargo being merely incidental. 6 individuals joined forces to lift the still drowsy bear onto the cart, while one person gestured towards the roof. The group proceeded to push the bear away from the courtyard. Ji turned to Lin Qiqi and said, "Let us quietly follow behind and observe the situation." Having spoken, he effortlessly tossed Lin Qiqi onto his back. She instantly understood, adeptly grasping, flipping, and securing herself tightly onto his back. They gently maneuvered through the window, with Ji carrying Lin Qiqi stealthily trailing the group. The only sound piercing the silence of the midnight street was the clattering of the cart's wheels against the ground. "Boss, we've struck gold this time. This bear must be worth at least 4,000 or 5,000 contribution points," exclaimed one masked individual excitedly. Silence. The one referred to as boss glanced back, then communicated with those on either side of the rooftop using hand signals before saying, "Stop your incessant chatter. Theft is not tolerated in the city, that if the city lord finds out about our activities, we could face execution. Keep today's events to yourselves. This bear was captured outside. Understood? Understood, boss. Since those two entered the city, we've been tailing them. They're merely two solitary outsiders, likely unaware of the city's rules. I reckon when they realize their loss, they'll have no choice but to accept their misfortune. The man added, relishing their plight. Enough? We must adhere to the city's regulations. Once the exchange is complete, this matter is no longer our concern. After that, they can indulge as they please. For now, let us finalize this deal and maintain silence. Stay vigilant. The group weaved deeper into the city's core, where the terraced houses became increasingly abundant, each row connecting seamlessly, surrounded by courtyards of various sizes. The group halted at the entrance of a courtyard, where the leader knocked rhythmically on the wooden door. Moments later, a faint candlelight flickered to life within, and the door swung open. The leader communicated with the individuals on the roof once more before they leaped down and joined the group inside the courtyard. Ji and Lin Chi-Chi concealed themselves in the shadows of a nearby corner, watching as the group disappeared behind the courtyard's entrance. Brother, what do we do now? There are still many people inside. Lin Chi-Chi counted aloud. 11, 12, 15. It appeared the young girl was not very adept at mathematics, still counting on her fingers. From the conversation among the group, it was inferred that they had abducted the mischievous child in hopes of exchanging him for some merit points, which seemed to be a form of resource exchange in this city-state. Such acts of theft and abduction were deemed illegal, necessitating secrecy. Should they be discovered, they would likely be apprehended by the city's enforcement unit. Clearly, the order within this city-state was not mere facade. There appeared to be some laws governing its inhabitants, though there would always be those willing to take risks for the sake of profit. Having reached this conclusion, Ji approached the courtyard entrance, rapping sharply on the door. The sound echoed ominously in the stillness of the night, catching the group inside off guard. Yet, they quickly became alert, drawing their weapons and taking cover behind the columns. Their gazes fixed on the entrance. Upon receiving a signal from the leader, one guard cautiously opened the door a crack, only to find a youth carrying a small girl, leaving him quite baffled. What could two children possibly want in the middle of the night? His thoughts then drifted to the bear they had just brought in, and a chilling realization struck him. Could they be the bear's owners? Panic surged through him, and he hastily attempted to close the door. Seeing the guard's reaction, Ji delivered a forceful kick to the partially opened door, sending it, and the guard, flying into the courtyard. The resounding crash reverberated through the night, as if triggering a switch. Streetlights flickered to life, rousing the slumbering populace. Yet, at that moment, Ji was indifferent to the unfolding chaos. He simply strode into the courtyard. Lin Chi-Chi still on his back, and stood resolutely at its center. Who are you? Do you realize that barging into someone's home at this hour could lead to your arrest? Shouted a dim-witted henchman, brandishing a machete at Ji. That you don't know who I am. Did you not just steal a bear from me? Ji replied with a dispassionate tone. At this moment, the leader realized the gravity of the situation. Seeing no one else behind the two children, he stepped forward with a laugh, saying, "Haha, little brother, you jest. This bear is one we captured from outside. How can you claim it was stolen from you? You need evidence to make such a claim." Ji scrutinized him and asked, "Are you prepared to deny it to the end?" The leader, abandoning pretense, retorted, "Absolutely. What will you do about it?" The group around them erupted in laughter. Ji shook his head and said, "Aren't you afraid of the enforcement team coming to apprehend you?" The leader scoffed. "What have I done? Capturing a bear does not violate the laws of the city. They cannot touch me." Ji nodded slowly. I see. He then drew forth a long, jet-black blade from his waist. The remaining half of the door lay askew on the ground amidst the groaning figures of the fallen henchmen, surrounded by scattered weapons and two figures in the courtyard, one a bandaged youth, the other a girl, gazing up at the stars. When the city guard arrived, they were met with a scene renowned as a den of thieves. Yet they had long struggled to find tangible evidence, and the victims had suffered only minor losses. Thus, the guard had turned a blind eye. But today, they had fallen into a trap. The leader of the guard entered the courtyard, demanding sternly, "What transpired here? Are you not aware that brawling is prohibited in the city?" At this, Ji turned to the guards, gesturing towards the thief beneath his foot, and said, "You should ask him. These individuals barged in here in the dead of night, taking my bear and belongings. What do you have to say about that?" Releasing his foot, he kicked the thief, sending him tumbling several times until he landed at the feet of the guard captain. "Ouch, that hurts. Captain Ruan, you arrived just in time." This fellow trespassed and assaulted me. Capture him at once, the thief exclaimed, scrambling to his feet to plead with the captain. Captain Ruyan shot a glare at the thief, contemplating for a moment before turning to G and asking, "How can you prove that these goods and the bear belong to you? The goods were registered upon entering the city. You can verify that. As for the bear, my sister and I brought it with us upon entering the city after sunset. It has been with us the entire time. Passers-by and the guards at the city gate can testify to that." Though slightly impatient, G began to explain. "Captain, he is lying. This bear was clearly captured by my brothers from outside the city. You can ask the officer at the checkpoint." The thief continued to argue. "Oh, it seems you were well prepared?" G interjected, "So this city-state is indeed a nest of snakes and rats, where officials collude with thieves? How disappointing." Before the guard captain could respond, G continued. Captain Ruyan frowned and chastised. "Silence. The laws of the city are still in effect, and we have not sunk so low as to conspire with thieves that I will investigate this matter. For now, clarify the situation regarding the bear." After issuing a few commands, 2 guards turned and departed. Proving his claim was relatively simple, G stood and walked over to the still sleeping bear child. "What do you intend to do with my bear?" The thief's voice grew sharp with anxiety at G's approach. G produced the tranquilizer antidote he had retrieved from the thief earlier, placing it beneath the bear's nose. "Your bear? Then call out to see if it responds." He taunted, his eyes filled with derision. "Stop. This bear is highly aggressive and could cause harm. Captain, you must intervene." The thief shouted frantically at Ruyan. Captain Ruyan had surmised that the bear did not belong to the group of thieves. But could such a mutated bear be domesticated? It had been 5 years since the Wasteland era began, and he had never heard of such a thing. For safety's sake, he ordered, "All units, remain on alert." With that command, the guards aimed their weapons, and Rin drew his sword, prepared for any eventuality. The small bear, awakened, stretched its body and then plopped down, raising its paws in a languid yawn. Ruyan's lips twitched as he glanced between the bear and the thief, questioning, "Is this the so-called highly aggressive creature you mentioned?" With a swift motion, a resounding slap landed squarely on the forehead of the bandit leader. "Bring me those sprawled on the ground," commanded the figure. The guards poured in, either towering 3 meters tall, a standard for new humanity, or of average height but with muscles that bespoke their formidable strength, each leaving with 3 or 4 incapacitated bandits in tow. Once the area was secured, Ruyan approached Guing with a serious demeanor. "The city's security has encountered such issues. It is our duty as the guard squad. Tomorrow, I will report this to the city lord, and you shall receive an explanation, along with some form of compensation." Ji Yuing shook his head, replying, "I have suffered no losses and require no compensation. My sister and I were merely passing through, and upon observing the commendable order here, sought a place to rest for the night. Who could have anticipated?" Ruyan persisted. "Regardless of compensation, this matter must be reported. After all, young brother, you are not in a hurry to leave, are you? Tomorrow, come with me to meet the city lord. Rest assured, you shall not be harmed." Ji Yuing, perceptively noting the insistence in Ruyan's words, inquired, "Is there something significant that necessitates my meeting with the city lord?" Ruyan replied, "I cannot say at the moment. You may inquire for yourself when we meet the city lord tomorrow." Ruyan thought to himself, "This youth is not easily swayed." Guing pondered, finding no fault in this arrangement. Perhaps he could glean some news regarding the north from the city's lord, and thus acquiesced. With the assistance of the guards, the trio made their way to the periphery of the central palace. Laden with the stolen goods, the palace was constructed in a stepped manner, resembling a pyramid, with the ground floor housing the city guard and training grounds, also serving as the barracks. The second floor's purpose remained a mystery. Though one could see corridors and columns adorning its exterior, the third floor revealed glimpses of tree branches, with verdant foliage clinging to the outer walls. Higher levels were obscured from the naked eye, with access between floors facilitated by Z-shaped staircases connecting 5 passageways at the corners and center of each level. Finally finding an empty room within the barracks, it seemed unlikely that the two and the bear would enjoy a restful slumber. Upon entering, the absence of outsiders unleashed Lin Chi-Chi, the unfortunate child who had been invisible all night, as she animatedly recounted her exploits, how she had thrown sand in someone's face during a scuffle, how she had detected a sneak attack and retaliated with a mental slap, and how she had tripped a would-be escapee. Exhausted from her storytelling, she eventually leaned against Gu Ying and fell asleep. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. At last, silence enveloped the room, prompting Gu Ying to reflect, Achieving a good night's rest is no easy feat. Early the next morning, Ruan arrived as promised, leading Guiying and Lin Qiqi to the main hall of the palace's uppermost level. Unlike the other floors, this grand hall was encircled by 36 towering circular stone columns that supported the palace's ceiling. At the back of the hall stood a dignified yet unadorned throne, with a red carpet edged in gold leading from it to the sole staircase connecting to the lower levels. Flanking the carpet were rows of imposing guards, armed with long spears and sheathed swords, all clad in standard white cloaks. To the sides of the throne stood two graceful maidens, veiled and fair-skinned, dressed in short kipayos that showcased their long legs, each wielding a long-handled fan, creating a gentle breeze to alleviate the heat for the figure seated in the center. The silhouette upon the throne exceeded Gu Ying's expectations. He had anticipated a gluttonous tyrant or a commanding figure of great stature, yet it was she, a woman, similarly veiled, clad in a simple, light purple garment that exuded an effortless elegance, even more modest than the maidens beside her. Yet within that simplicity lay a hint of allure, as her sheer dress perfectly accentuated her curvaceous form, with her ample bosom and shapely rear evident beneath the fitted attire, though not revealing. It was undeniably enticing. I did not expect such a handsome young man. After settling in the military camp the previous night, Ruan had noticed the dried bloodstains on Gu Ying's bandages and had provided him with fresh ones. Now, the half-visible features of Gu Ying could indeed be considered striking. Laughter, reminiscent of a neighborly older sister, echoed through the hall, her voice mature and charming, laced with a playful tone. The younger maiden nearby appeared quite endearing as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiqi cast an annoyed glance at the woman reclining on the throne, failing to exhibit the joy one might expect from being complimented. Instead, she muttered under her breath, inaudible to anyone but herself, "I am still young. I will grow up. I am still young. I will grow up." "Are you the city lord here?" Gu Ying questioned, uncertain of the woman's identity. Had he opened his left eye at that moment, he would not have uttered such a redundant inquiry. "Does it not appear so, young brother?" The city lord seemed fond of laughter. "I heard that last night you single-handedly took down a bandit hideout." "Impressive strength indeed. And I helped catch a thief last night too." Lin Qiqi interjected eagerly, her expression urging for praise. "Little sister, you are quite formidable as well." The city lord responded warmly. "Did I hear you have raised a mutant bear as a pet? Could you share with me how you accomplished that?" "Certainly, but in return, I would require some information from you." Gu Ying considered, deciding that as long as he did not reveal his and Qiqi's abilities, he would comply. "Oh, what information do you seek from me?" The topic piqued her interest, prompting her to inquire further. "I wish to know if you possess any information regarding the current state of the northern government." "This is Roshan. You may call me Sister Roshan." Sensing Gu Ying's intent, the city lord readily provided her name. "You are gathering information on the government? May I ask why?" Gu Ying briefly recounted his sister's circumstances. After listening, Roshan nodded. "Every year, a convoy from the north passes through my city. Though we are an independent entity, as you can see, we never restrict the flow of population, and the order here is relatively commendable, largely due to the government's backing." This was the first time Gu Ying had heard such news, yet he maintained a hint of skepticism. Given the radiation and dust storms, the previous communication devices seemed to be inoperative. "How do you maintain contact with the northern government?" Roshan shook her head. "We cannot. I have heard that the north has been recruiting talents in recent years and is working on communication issues. But as of now, real-time communication remains unfeasible. That we rely on the annual convoy as a means of directed contact, better than having no connection at all." "That makes sense. So, you summoned us today regarding the bear?" "Yes, but not entirely." Roshan chuckled again. "Your pursuit of government information likely stems from a desire to find your sister. When the convoy arrives next, I will assist you in making inquiries. However, I am not well informed about the current state of the North or its developments, so I apologize for not being able to provide specific intelligence. I truly wish to discuss the bear. Since the apocalypse, mutated creatures have proliferated, all of them exhibiting violent, bloodthirsty natures. This is the first time I have encountered a tame mutant creature. Could you share how one might raise a mutant creature as a pet? I would love to have one myself." Feeling somewhat awkward under Roshan's laughter, Gu Ying recounted how they had encountered the earth bear and fought against the vulture, omitting Lin Qiqi's awakening but mentioning how they had together driven off a pack of wolves. "Since it was raised from a young age nor was it tamed, would you be willing to sell me this bear cub?" Upon hearing the tale, Roshan surprisingly expressed interest in acquiring the bear cub, an outcome Gu Ying had not anticipated. However, Guing gently shook his head in refusal that I cannot sell it. Chi-Chi has grown quite fond of that bear. And we have shared life and death experiences together. Perhaps we are not quite family, but we have become friends. Moreover, it provides significant combat support. Trustworthy allies are scarce in this world. Roshan understood and replied, "Indeed. I shall not press the matter. A reluctant fruit is not sweet. After all, though my sole intention was to indulge in the amusement of twisting melons, I jestingly teased Guing." Luo Shan, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Enough with the frivolities. Let us discuss the matter at hand. That I summoned you here to hear a report about your accomplishments from yesterday, single-handedly dispatching a nest of armed bandits without sustaining a scratch. That I require your formidable combat prowess." Lin Chi-Chi, squatting nearby, interjected, "It was 2 people. I said it was 2 people." Luo Shan cast a wry glance at the young girl, suppressing a smile, and continued, "I wonder if you noticed upon your arrival that this city-state rests in a basin, neither man-made nor entirely natural." Guing nodded. "I saw it on my way here. Is there an issue with this basin?" Luo Shan replied, "Indeed, there is a significant problem. Let me explain. This basin was once the domain of a colossal mutated tortoise. Observations suggest that the basin's formation and the shape of the cliffs on either side resulted from the movements of this aberrant creature." Guing, perplexed, inquired, "Then how did you come to build a city here?" Luo Shan elaborated, "Initially, we were unaware that we had been residing in a nearby refuge until the awakening of the new humans led to its collapse, in our search for a new dwelling. We stumbled upon this basin, spacious, with solid rock walls, nearly devoid of mutated creatures, providing shelter from sand and most sunlight. What a perfect location! Who would pass up the opportunity to establish a stronghold here?" "But what of the mutated tortoise you mentioned?" Guing pressed further. Luo Shan sighed. "This tale stretches back 2 years. Time has now advanced to the 3rd year of the Wasteland calendar, after discovering the basin. We have spent over a year constructing the city, which has thrived, blossoming from a small settlement of a few hundred into a town capable of housing tens of thousands. We believed we had found a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, until that fateful day. That day was an afternoon when the city was once more preparing for expansion, with ample space still available before reaching the southern cliffs. Luo Shan led a construction team and security detail for a routine site inspection. Upon arriving at the base of the cliff, she discovered a cave, its entrance slanting downward into the earth. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to explore, the cave resembling that of a wild beast. However, having not encountered any mutated creatures for over a year, Luo Shan felt her guard somewhat relaxed. As she and her team ventured deeper into the cave, the narrow passage gradually widened into a grand avenue, ultimately revealing an immense subterranean chamber, roughly 1,000 square meters in size. Due to the absence of lighting equipment, it was difficult to discern the precise details of the terrain, but she could faintly make out a large semicircular raised area of land. If this space posed no safety hazards, it would be ideal for storing supplies and constructing a secondary refuge with underground defenses. However, dreams can be deceiving, and reality dealt Luo Shan a harsh blow. The moment they stepped into the underground chamber, it felt as though they had trespassed into the territory of some creature. The earth trembled, rocks cascaded, and a massive head emerged from the depths. That semicircular land was merely the contour of the creature's shelled in a panic. Luo Shan immediately ordered a retreat. Fortunately, the beast seemed disinclined to pursue. It merely frightened off these intruders, and the group managed to escape. A hasty glance revealed that the creature bore resemblance to a tortoise, albeit of a size so monstrous it could rival a town. Upon their escape, Luo Shan and her companions swiftly sealed the information. Engaging in discussions on how to proceed, they were left with only 2 options: depart in search of another habitat or devise a plan to eliminate the colossal tortoise lurking beneath. The town's development had already taken form, and the basin offered unparalleled advantages. There seemed no other location as suitable for survival. Yet, the lurking tortoise remained a dire threat. Perhaps the absence of other mutated creatures was due to the tortoise's imposing presence. This was not a time for indecision. After much deliberation, Luo Shan resolved to gather powerful new humans to either drive away or slay the tortoise. Over the past 2 years, she had continuously recruited various new humans from passing merchant caravans and nearby survivor enclaves. On the night Guing arrived, he noticed the tent set up in the clearing belonged to the new humans Luo Shan had gathered. Fortunately, the town had yet to develop the 1,000 square meters of space near the cliffs, which could serve as a buffer zone in the event of combat. Upon hearing Luo Shan's account, Guing felt a deep sense of reluctance. One misstep could lead to the city's ruin and the loss of lives. This was a creature exceeding 1,000 meters in size, not something easily vanquished with a mere blade. Moreover, tortoises are renowned for their defensive capabilities that it was uncertain whether Luo Shan's firepower could breach its defenses. How many had she gathered over the year? 1,000, perhaps 10,000, to think they could drive it away or kill it. Guing contemplated urging Luo Shan to reconsider, suggesting she rest and dream instead. However, Luo Shan offered a proposition that Guing could not refuse. If he agreed to join this hunting expedition, she would dispatch a personal guard with her handwritten letter to the northern government to inquire about his sister's whereabouts. Regardless of the outcome, perhaps, as if by a woman's intuition, Luo Shan sensed that this bandaged youth possessed strength beyond mere bandit extermination, potentially playing a pivotal role in the upcoming hunt. Reluctantly, Guing acquiesced, yet out of safety concerns, he inquired, "How many new humans have you gathered thus far? Is your firepower sufficient?" Luo Shan replied earnestly, "Currently, we have assembled over 11,000 new humans. All awakened within these 2 years. They ask for firepower. Firearms are out of the question. Anything that cannot threaten the new humans surely poses no threat to the tortoise that a few heavy machine guns might inflict some damage or serve as a distraction. But our greatest firepower consists of approximately 5,000 pounds of explosives." Guing fell silent, while Lin Chi felt an urge to strike someone. Guing responded, "So, the accumulation of combat strength relies solely on us new humans?" Luo Shan could only nod. "Indeed, it falls upon you. Of course, driving it away is the priority. Whether we can kill it depends on luck." Upon hearing this, Guing felt utterly defeated, casting a look akin to that of a bewildered fool at Luo Shan, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. Clearing her throat to mask her discomfort, Luo Shan stated, "We will convene a combat meeting tomorrow to discuss the specifics of the operation. For now, it is getting late. You and the young girl should retire for the night." Guing glanced at the sun, now nearing midday. Indeed, it was getting late. Ignoring the inconsistencies in Luo Shan's words, he seized Lin Chi, still doodling circles, and tucked her under his arm before turning towards the staircase. On his descent, he inadvertently crushed several steps, his frustration at this foolish hunting venture boiling over. Now, he too had become one of the countless pawns in this endeavor. Upon returning to his quarters in the barracks, Guing tossed Lin Chi onto the floor. Observing the young girl sprawled out, he felt a surge of irritation and kicked her lightly. Not exerting full force, merely an outlet for his emotions. Once calm, he faced the reality that accepting this mission was essential for increasing his chances of finding his sister. However, he had no intention of risking his life recklessly. Should matters take a dire turn, he would flee with Lin Chi and the young boy, leaving his sister to fend for herself. There was no need to jeopardize their lives. Guing turned to Lin Chi and asked, "You heard my conversation with her. What are your thoughts?" Without hesitation, Lin Chi replied, "I think it should be quite thrilling. I've never seen such a large monster before." Guing felt a wave of exasperation. This girl seemed increasingly unrestrained since her awakening. Liberated from the constraints of village elders, was this the liberation of her true nature? Noticing Guing's growing displeasure, Lin Chi reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not unaware of the dangers. Besides, you and the bear cub are here with me." After scanning their surroundings as if checking for eavesdroppers, she added, "Moreover, I might even try to have a chat with that tortoise. Who knows? Maybe we can communicate." The young girl had clearly been sheltered from hardship, her optimism bordering on naivety, and Guing held little hope for her plan. Nonetheless, it could serve as a contingency. He sighed. "Very well, as long as you understand. Just stay close to me. If that tortoise charges the city, you won't have the chance to escape on your own." "Very well, brother." Lin Chi nodded in agreement, offering Guing a sweet smile. In the ensuing days, a strategic meeting was convened each afternoon in the palace's conference hall. Apart from the initial day when Guing brought Lin Chi along for a bit of excitement, he subsequently ceased attending, finding the discussions to be mere idle chatter among a group of novices. When he compared their meetings with those held by Zhongli and the others, the disparity was stark, leaving Guing increasingly disheartened about the upcoming hunt. Nonetheless, amidst the idle talk, 2 rough operational plans were eventually delineated. The first involved infiltrating underground with a cadre of nimble new humans to launch a surprise attack. Inflicting damage would be ideal. But if that proved unfeasible, the aim would shift to agitating the giant tortoise to emerge from its subterranean lair. The second plan was to draw the tortoise out and then utilize their numerical superiority for sniping on the surface. Originally, the hunting operation was scheduled for 5 days hence, and Gu Ying and his companions seemed to have fortuitously timed their arrival. It remained uncertain whether to deem their luck fortunate or unfortunate. During this period, Gu Ying also took Lin Chi-Chi to the square to observe the bustling preparations, where people were transporting various sandbags to construct defensive walls surrounding the square. A total of 1,000 heavy machine guns were positioned along the cliffs. A figure that surprised Gu Ying clearly. Roshan's claims of governmental backing were not merely fanciful. Additionally, there were 20 colossal ballistae, each over 10 meters in length, requiring multiple individuals for operation. The steel-tipped bolts were connected by thick iron chains, the ends of which were deeply embedded in the mountainside. It was said that they were intended to attempt to restrain the giant tortoise, a notion that Gu Ying scoffed at. During these days of readiness, Gu Ying covertly ventured into the underground pit. Once a mere cursory glance with his left eye left him feeling disheartened. The radiation span extended for several kilometers, far beyond Roshan's claims of a mere 1,000 meters in diameter. Upon his return, he relayed the situation to Roshan, merely stating that his night vision was exceptional and using the binoculars gifted by Zhongli as a pretext. Roshan did not delve into the specifics of Gu Ying's abilities. Hastily convening a meeting to revise the operational plans, instructing the main force to execute sniping while the giant tortoise was still emerging from the mountain caverns. However, following the meeting, Roshan's gaze towards Gu Ying was always accompanied by an enigmatic smile. Amidst the flurry of preparations, the day of the hunting operation arrived. Even Roshan having traded her usual gauzy dress for combat attire, the first line of defense was established 500 meters from the cave. And upon receiving a nod from Roshan, a 100-person team entered in single file, each carrying a package of explosives. At that moment, everyone's nerves were taut. Roshan's palms slick with sweat as she watched the 100 figures vanish into the cave entrance. No one dared to breathe, as if their very breaths might disturb the underground and jeopardize the surprise assault. Time ticked away, tension escalating to its peak, when suddenly a monstrous roar erupted, accompanied by the tremors of the earth and the sounds of explosions echoing throughout the valley. A series of intermittent explosions followed, and all eyes fixed on the cave, weapons gripped tightly. Before long, a figure emerged from the depths, a leader of the raiding party, flanked by a dozen others, who immediately began signaling frantically towards the defense line. There was no time for hesitation. The ground began to swirl with dust, resembling quicksand as it sank into the earth, gradually revealing the enormous head of a giant tortoise. The sheer size of its mountainous head instilled an unparalleled pressure upon the onlookers, its colossal eyes glaring angrily at the throng of ants below, while its massive forelimbs slowly stirred the sand, attempting to extricate itself from the cave and eliminate the pesky intruders. The creature's head bore numerous scorch marks, evidently from the explosions, yet it was clear that no substantial damage had been inflicted. However, on its left forelimb, a patch of scaled armor had flaked off, exposing skin that oozed a trickle of blood. At that moment, Roshan issued the command to attack, seizing the opportunity as the giant tortoise struggled partially free. Countless bullets from machine guns rained down upon its eyes, but the tortoise merely closed its eyelids in defense, deflecting the barrage with naught but a few sparkling flashes upon its eyelids. Simultaneously, the new humans unleashed their diverse abilities against the tortoise, a dazzling array of elemental powers soaring through the air like extravagant fireworks, impressive to behold, yet ultimately futile, a fleeting brilliance extinguished in an instant. In contrast, the agile and strong new humans approached the tortoise's forelimbs, either scaling its massive form or targeting its exposed weaknesses for secondary strikes, exacerbating the tortoise's injuries in a fervent assault. At that moment, as the tortoise's eyes were shut, 10 colossal ballistae unleashed their bolts at its forelimbs. 3 arrows from the left 5 found their mark, embedding themselves within the crevices of the right leg's scales, while the remaining 2 were deflected by the armor. The right 5 aimed at the exposed skin of the left forelimb, all striking true. Witnessing the effectiveness of the bolts, the iron chains on the mountainside swiftly tightened, momentarily binding the giant tortoise. Enraged, the tortoise let out a deafening roar. The sound waves radiated from its cavernous mouth, toppling thousands of nearby individuals to the ground. Following this, another sustained roar erupted, this time transforming from mere impotent fury into a genuine sonic assault. The tortoise shook its head from left to right, the waves of sound sending the closest thousands flying over 100 meters, many collapsing, bloodied from internal injuries caused by the force. The scene resembled a magnified version of a child playing with ants. Imagine a swarm of ants futilely resisting a giant infant. only to be swatted aside with a single breath. Fortunately, the new humans possessed physical qualities far superior to those of their predecessors, bolstering their resilience. Aside from a handful crushed underfoot, those blown away merely spat blood and discomfort, but suffered no fatal injuries. After a moment of recovery, they rose to continue their charge against the tortoise. Observing from a distance, Guing finally seized an opportunity, capitalizing on a brief moment of respite following the tortoise's sonic attack. He mounted a two-wheeled motorcycle prepared by Roshan, Lin Chichi clinging to his back, while a bear cub trailed closely behind. Those unfamiliar with Guing were astonished. Was he truly charging into battle while carrying a child and leading a dog? Was this a family outing? Ignoring the incredulous stares, he revved the motorcycle, kicking up a cloud of dust as he surged toward the giant tortoise. With a motorcycle and a bear, he plunged into the battlefield. Perhaps realizing the trajectory was off, Guing made a sharp turn 500 meters from the front line, tracing a semicircle along the left mountainside towards the tortoise's pinned position. As he approached the mountainside near the tortoise's front, he accelerated, and at the last moment, he yanked the handlebars upward, leveraging speed and friction to defy gravity, racing vertically along the sheer cliff. The bear cub, too, began to scamper up the mountainside alongside him. Upon reaching the height above the tortoise's front, Guing exerted his arms, pushing off with his legs, executing a perfect 360-degree flip and landing deftly on the tortoise's back. While the bear cub leapt from the cliff, keeping pace, this astonishing maneuver left onlookers dumbfounded, even halting the fireworks in their hands. If there had been a little girl present, she would have undoubtedly exclaimed, "So cool, I want to have your babies." Racing swiftly to the connection between the tortoise's neck and shell, Guing had no time to come to a complete halt. He leaped, landing on the folds of skin atop the tortoise's head. Cautioning the bear cub below to wait. Below, the brothers continued to dart between the scales on the tortoise's legs, glancing up to see two new figures atop its neck. "Ew," Lin Chichi exclaimed, exhilarated by such an exhilarating experience. Her small hands raised in delight. "Don't fall. Hold on tight." Guing shot her a glance before continuing to bounce atop the tortoise's head, continuously shifting positions along the way, occasionally probing the weakness of the neck defenses with a tang knife. He surveyed the flow of the colossal turtle's radiative energy. It had become apparent that exhausting the giant turtle's energy through a strategy of delay was futile. The energy within several kilometers would take an eternity to deplete. Thus, alternative methods had to be devised. Upon reaching the top of the turtle's head, he realized that Plan A had been somewhat naive. Thus far, he had failed to discern any aggregation of radiative energy. The head was simply too massive, and the gashes inflicted by his knife barely oozed blood, resembling nothing more than the removal of a layer of dandruff from the giant turtle. Undeterred, he plunged the tang knife downward once more. The blade slipping effortlessly into the flesh, its entire length of 1.5 meters vanishing without a trace of blood, as if it were merely a mosquito biting a human head, leaving no mark whatsoever. What hope was there for success? He exchanged a glance with Lin Chichi, nodding slightly. Lin Chichi closed her eyes, attempting to communicate with the giant turtle using her mental power. Fortunately, they were at the apex of the head, near the brain. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether the diminutive radar of 20 meters could reach it. However, the outcome of this communication was far from ideal. She opened her eyes after merely 2 seconds, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Do not force it. Do not try to communicate with it. Tell me what is happening, he urged hastily. It's too large, Lin Chichi stammered, her words faltering. What do you mean? Too large. The mental power is too immense. I felt as though I had crashed into a wall, a colossal wall that I cannot even begin to describe. Furthermore, it seemed to lack intelligence, not nearly as astute as Xiong. With Plan B also faltering, he contemplated whether he should lead Lin Chichi away. At that moment, the young girl spoke again. I saw some images within the giant turtle's head. They might be useful. What were they? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Eggs. Turtle eggs. Countless turtle eggs, at least several hundred, located in that underground cave. So, the ancient turtle had been hiding there to lay its eggs. What should be done? He quickly calculated how to utilize these eggs. Smashing them all was out of the question, akin to encroaching upon someone else's ancestral home and disturbing their grave. Such an action would surely invite deadly repercussions. Just then, the brothers below finally leapt onto the turtle's back, unleashing a flurry of strikes against its neck and any seemingly vulnerable areas, their movements fierce and swift, yet the damage was a mere 0. 5. Were they giving the giant turtle a Thai massage? By this time, He noticed thousands of people had ascended to the turtle's back. He and Lin Chi leapt down, startling many with their sudden descent. Fortunately, during their time in the city, many had heard of the bandaged youth accompanied by a child and a bear. A few team leaders approached to inquire about the situation, and he took the opportunity to share the information he had gathered while the brothers ahead drew the giant turtle's attention with their various abilities. Emphasizing the significance of the turtle eggs, Leader A, what is your plan? He replied, to lure the giant turtle away using the eggs. Leader B, a splendid idea. How do you propose we execute it? He explained, I will need at least 500 brothers. While the giant turtle is distracted, we shall descend and steal the eggs. Leader C, that sounds thrilling. Steal and run. He asked, is there anyone familiar with the surrounding terrain? Leader D, I often roam these areas with my brothers. What do you mean by terrain? He elaborated, we need a suitable place to release the turtle. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate to draw it towards human settlements. Leader D, understood. We are currently about 10 kilometers west of here, where there is a dried-up riverbed. I am unsure which river it once belonged to, but it could easily accommodate the turtle's weight. And the area is barren, devoid of human habitation, leading it there would be ideal. He continued, let me outline the specifics. Soon, we will send someone to inform the city lord, and we will position our transportation on the left cliff. Once we have stolen the eggs, we will ascend the left side of the mountain. Most of our agile brothers should have no trouble climbing. The crowd responded, no problem. He instructed, for now, do your utmost to avoid attracting the giant turtle's attention. Each egg we can steal counts. Those who ascend first should not wait, but take the eggs and swiftly head to the riverbed to ensure they remain intact. As everyone nodded, he scanned their faces and added, let me say this. If you wish to take an egg elsewhere to profit, I cannot stop you. But consider whether the turtle will let you go. The odds are 1 in 500. If you flee with an egg and the turtle pursues you, can you survive? Whether it's worth the risk for a single egg is for you to ponder. A few individuals scratched their heads awkwardly, evidently having entertained such thoughts, as they were individuals seeking quick fortune in the apocalypse, blinded by immediate gain. However, after his words, most began to grasp the gravity of the situation. While those still obstinate would have to face their own demise, a matter he could not control. Once discussions concluded, they began to disperse, with dozens retracing their steps from the turtle's legs to notify Luo Shan and others preparing the means of transport. He selected 500 individuals to position themselves near the cave entrance, lying in wait atop the turtle's back. After over an hour of anticipation, a signal flare shot up from the city. Fortunately, it was daytime, and amidst the plethora of supernatural phenomena, the giant turtle remained oblivious. However, those lying in wait atop the turtle's back were acutely aware, as they had awaited this signal. Let us go. He whispered, leading Xiong and Lin Chi down the turtle's back to the mountain wall, closely followed by the 500 strong men. Gently patting the baby bear's head, he pointed at the wall, lent a hand. The baby bear instantly understood. Whether through its earth-manipulating abilities or simply by the sharpness of its claws, it began to excavate the wall, visibly creating a tunnel. Before anyone could react, the baby bear burrowed in like a pangolin. And he swiftly followed, carrying Lin Chi as the 500 individuals quietly disappeared into the cave. Indeed, the baby bear proved invaluable. Before long, they reached an underground cavern, illuminating the space to reveal the rear half of the giant turtle's body writhing vigorously. Each movement sent tremors through the cavern, the immense form stretching for miles, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Fortunately, there was enough space for everyone to pass through, as they cautiously navigated the depths, careful not to be crushed by the turtle's weight. Eventually, they arrived at the deepest recess of the cave, where the sight astonished them all. Towering gray-white eggs, densely packed together. Those with a fear of clusters would likely be overwhelmed, approaching the giant eggs. They could faintly sense movement within, uncertain whether anything might hatch prematurely. Time was of the essence. Without delay, they set to work. The stronger among them each seized a giant egg, while others teamed up to carry the larger ones. According to plan, they retraced their steps to the surface, and he waited until everyone had secured their giant egg before taking the last one, bringing up the rear of the egg-stealing group. Upon emerging, most had already scaled the mountain wall. However, he did not follow but instead rode the baby bear, clutching the giant egg, making his way toward the giant turtle's head as expected. The moment he appeared within the giant turtle's line of sight, he immediately captured its attention. Witnessing the egg thief flaunting its offspring, the giant turtle erupted in fury, disregarding the thousands of troops engaged directly in confrontation, instead turning to unleash a deafening roar at him. Perhaps fearing for the eggs, the giant turtle refrained from using sonic attacks. Instead, it strained to crawl toward him, its pierced forelimbs tearing at the earth. With this movement, the iron chains on the mountain wall snapped, and the area around the turtle began to quake violently, rocks cascading down as the mountain trembled. Having drawn the giant turtle's ire, he quickly instructed the baby bear to change direction. The agile little bear swiftly scaled the western wall, where a convoy awaited, brightly illuminated with one or more giant eggs. As the giant turtle's gaze swept across the scene, its fury intensified. Stealing one egg was insufficient. It seemed an entire cache had been plundered. The giant turtle did not ponder such matters, consumed only by rage as it relentlessly pursued the egg thieves, crashing through the western wall in its fervor. Seeing the giant turtle pursuing obediently, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. At last, a plan was taking effect. Otherwise, the only option left would truly be to flee. The pace of the giant tortoise may appear sluggish, yet with each stride, it covers hundreds of meters. Fortunately, the tortoise's limbs are not excessively long, allowing the power of technology to manifest. The modified vehicles are astonishingly swift. As long as there are no traffic officers ahead blowing their whistles, everyone floors the accelerator, driving with reckless abandon. After approximately 20 minutes of frantic escape, the riverbank described by the team leader finally came into view. 500 experts in egg stealing swiftly placed the stolen eggs by the river and hurriedly scattered in all directions. Guing was the last to arrive, trailing the giant tortoise from less than 400 meters behind. Upon reaching the disarray of tortoise eggs that lay strewn about, Guing paused, raised the last massive egg, and waved it before the giant tortoise, then gently set it down on the ground. The giant tortoise fixated on Gu Ying's every move, and perhaps understanding that Gu Ying meant no harm to its eggs, or perhaps reassured by the sight of its own eggs intact, it refrained from attacking further and allowed Gu Ying to leave unscathed after depositing the egg. This hunting expedition, or perhaps it should be termed a relocation operation, finally came to a close. Upon returning to the lowland, Gu Ying instructed Luo Shan to send a few individuals to keep watch by the river for several days to monitor the giant tortoise's situation. As long as the tortoise showed no signs of returning, the relocation would be deemed successful. The following day, Luo Shan received news from the riverbank, indicating that the giant tortoise had begun burrowing beneath the river, suggesting it was unlikely to return. The city was suddenly abuzz with joy, with every participant displaying excitement and uncontainable smiles. The collaboration of thousands elevated the city's cohesion to new heights. Supplies were drawn from the granaries. Provisions of meat were distributed, the night lights remained aglow, and celebrations were set to last for 3 days. With the confirmation of the news, Luo Shan was in high spirits and ordered everyone to celebrate heartily. On the evening of the first day of festivities, while everyone was engulfed in revelry, Luo Shan summoned Gu Ying to the palace. I sensed there was something extraordinary about you, Luo Shan remarked, her eyes gleaming with a divine light, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks as she fixed her gaze intently on Gu Ying's half-exposed face. You flatter me, city lord, Gu Ying replied modestly. My subordinates have already reported the entire operation to me. Without your relocation plan, it is likely that everyone would have perished. Shaking his head, Gu Ying's dismissal was too evident. Luo Shan continued, I never anticipated the giant tortoise to be so enormous. To be honest, this 1,000-strong force would scarcely suffice to fill its maw. Could you share with me how you discovered the tortoise eggs? Luo Shan initiated her playful teasing. Unfazed, Gu Ying replied, it was nothing. I felt something amiss and stealthily descended once, and with keen eyes, I spotted the tortoise eggs. Luo Shan took several steps closer to Gu Ying, her arm wrapping around his neck, her soft body leaning against him, her bosom pressing against his chest. With her other hand gently caressing his chest, she leaned down, blowing softly into his ear as she whispered, Are you unwilling to share your little secret with your elder sister? Little brother? Gu Ying, taken aback by such an encounter, felt his face flush crimson, though the bandages somewhat concealed it. Only the exposed skin slightly reddened. Quickly distancing himself, Gu Ying maintained a safe distance from Luo Shan. Finally regaining his composure to say, City Lord, please do not behave this way. Giggle, giggle. Shy little brother, you are quite delightful, Luo Shan laughed, her silver bell-like laughter echoing throughout the grand hall. If the city lord has no further matters, I shall take my leave. After holding his breath for what felt like an eternity, Gu Ying managed to utter this single sentence. Luo Shan could not help but burst into laughter. All right, I shall not tease you further. Let us discuss serious matters. Seeing Luo Shan return to a more professional demeanor, Gu Ying resumed his seat and pretended to sip tea to calm his nerves. Regarding your sister, I have already pinned 2 letters. One is for Ruan, who will lead a team northward to liaise with the government tomorrow. The other is for you, though I am uncertain when you will reach the north if you do arrive, and I am unable to locate you. Take this letter and find a girl named Chi Yun at the government office. Deliver the letter to her. She is the secretary of a certain high-ranking official and also my close friend. You can entrust her with the matter of finding your sister. Thank you very much. Guing responded. No need for thanks. This is merely a transaction between us. You assist me in dispelling the tortoise, and I will help you locate your sister. It is a mutually agreed arrangement. However, I must emphasize that my relationship with Chi Yun is purely personal, and my title as city lord is officially separate. Whether you can gain entry into their city depends entirely on your own efforts. Invoking my name may not yield much influence, so be prepared for that. Ji Yuing nodded. Of course, I understand. Observing Gu Ying's serious demeanor, Luo Shan could not resist teasing again. Little brother, would you like to stay and keep your sister company tonight? No, thank you. Guing hastily shook his head. He quickly stood up, addressing Luo Shan. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I am worried about Lin Chi being alone. Luo Shan chuckled, shaking her head. That child is far more carefree than you. And what could possibly happen here? I can guarantee the safety of a child in my territory. You can rest assured and enjoy your time with your sister. Ji Yuing did not respond. He truly had no experience dealing with such enemies. He turned and fled without looking back. Luo Shan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, perhaps experiencing one of her happiest days in the 5 years of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Lin Chi was reveling with others. The little girl experiencing her first grand gathering, dining, drinking, dancing, and celebrating together. The entire city-state was filled with a joyous atmosphere, as if, in that moment, all pressures of survival and the troubles posed by monsters were cast aside, leaving only elation. When Guing found Lin Chi, he saw her perched on a dining table, swinging her short legs, with a piece of sizzling roasted meat, unsure of its origin, clutched in her mouth, and a half-empty bottle of liquor cradled in her arms, gazing up at the sky. Her cheeks were flushed, clearly having enjoyed her share of drinks. In this post-apocalyptic world, adults paid no mind to the age of a child. Especially during such celebrations, everyone was treated equally, regardless of whether it was alcohol, water, or juice. One drank what others drank, and in the apocalypse, choices were scarce. Ji Yuing did not chastise Lin Chi. It would have been inappropriate. Instead, he sat beside her at the table, and the two of them leaned against each other, gazing at the sky amidst the revelry surrounding them. After a while, the little girl seemed to awaken from her stupor, noticing Guing beside her, and she grinned foolishly. Offering him the half-eaten piece of roasted meat, Ji Yuing smiled at Lin Chi's gesture. Accepting the greasy meat without hesitation, he peeled away the bandages from his mouth and began to chew on the roasted meat. Lin Chi beamed with delight. Her bright eyes squinted into crescent moons, before she drunkenly leaned against Gu Ying's chest, murmuring, I wish every day could be this joyful. Gu Ying sighed, speaking in a voice only he could hear. But this is the apocalypse. Yet, no one could hear him. Gently, he lifted Lin Chi and returned to their dwelling, where the bear cub lay sprawled on the floor, snoring. Its yellow-hued face was also flushed, indicating it had indulged in its share of drinks. After several days of interaction, some familiar soldiers from the barracks often came to feed the bear cub, which accepted all offerings without hesitation, showing no fear of being drugged. Truly a creature that remembers only the taste of food and not the pain of discipline. The next day, the city's festivities continued unabated. Ruan was already prepared for departure. Early in the morning, while most were still basking in the afterglow of merriment, Luo Shan's elite guards set off northward with their mission in tow, since Guing had to wait for Lin Chi and the bear cub to sober up. He ended up departing later than the group. Are you really not going to rest a few more days with me? Finding your sister won't be hindered by a few days, Luo Shan remarked. Observing Guing as he readied to leave, Ji Yuing shook his head. No, it would be better to rest after finding my sister. Luo Shan glanced at Lin Chi. Look, the little girl seems to be having a great time. Can't you allow her a few more days of happiness? Ruffling Lin Chi's hair, Guing responded. Do not be deceived by her playful demeanor. She is quite sensible. Interrupting Luo Shan's persistent inquiries, Guing decisively took his leave. Thank you for your assistance, City Lord. If I find my sister, I will bring her back to express my gratitude in person. For now, I must take my leave. With that, he bowed earnestly before departing with Lin Chi. Once again, it was that three-wheeled motorcycle with a cargo bed, and once again, the round, plump bear cub was transporting both people and supplies away from this lowland. 2 months had swiftly passed, and as I gazed upon the scattered giant beast bones, the vast expanse of desert, and the forsaken three-wheeled motorcycle at my feet, the sense of desolation that enveloped me was profound. Lin Chi-Chi, sipping the last drop of water from her bottle, expressed her frustration. Are you certain we've been heading north all along? Why does it feel like the further we go, the more desolate it becomes? Gloomy and irritated, I snapped back. If you hadn't carelessly lost the compass while playing around, we wouldn't be lost in the first place. How dare you even mention it? As I readied to confront her, the young girl rolled over and lay her head on the discarded seat of the motorcycle, weakly retorting, Go ahead, hit me. It doesn't matter anymore. We've already lost everything. Even if you beat me, the compass won't come back. I'm not running anymore. Just do it. I've run out of water, and if we can't find more, I'll die of thirst anyway. Just end it. Faced with Lin Chi-Chi's stubborn defiance in our desolate predicament, I ultimately refrained from striking her. I glanced at the bear cub slumped beside me and tentatively suggested, How about you try to find a water source? The bear cub looked at me with an expression of bewilderment, as if pondering the questions of existence itself, remaining steadfast amidst the swirling sands. Ultimately, I abandoned the pile of scrap metal, for this place had nothing but desert and skeletal remains. The radiation blended with the sand made it impossible to discern its direction, and even with my left eye open, I couldn't determine where to go. I could only estimate the time by the position of the sun overhead and choose a direction based on instinct. I was willing to take a gamble. Waiting here to perish was not in my nature. Lin Chi-Chi had already melded with the remaining supplies, hanging onto the bear as it moved, swaying rhythmically left and right. Sometimes, fate plays a cruel joke on you, leading to a second one. That after walking for a while, I became uncertain whether it was extreme dehydration causing hallucinations or if something was genuinely happening in reality. Was the sand beneath us quivering? Why did it feel like the tremors were intensifying? Were there creatures approaching from below? As these three questions surged through my mind, I had no time to consult Lin Chi-Chi or the bear. A gaping maw erupted from the ground, and the three of us were swallowed whole by a monstrous entity. The air was thick with a rancid stench, reminiscent of decaying corpses. This was the first sensation I experienced upon regaining consciousness. I had no idea how long I had been unconscious, but as I slowly opened my eyes, I beheld a dim candlelight partially obscured by the figure of someone in a white coat. The bear lay motionless on the ground, its body coated in a viscous liquid. Turning my gaze towards the table in front of the figure, I noticed a pair of familiar short legs lying quietly atop it. Trembling slightly with the movements of the person in the white coat, Lin Chi-Chi, what was this person doing to her? My heart raced, and with a jolt of adrenaline, I lunged toward that figure. You better not touch that girl, or else, I warned. Just as I was about to reach the table, the white-coated figure spoke without turning. If you don't want her to come to harm, then you best not move. Startled, I quickly halted my advance, but my body was too fatigued, and I seemed to have sustained additional injuries, causing me to stumble and crash onto the ground, sliding over a meter before coming to a stop at the feet of the figure. Casting a glance at the sprawled-out me, the figure in the white coat expressed irritation. You're injured too. Why flail about? Now look, the stitches I just put in you are probably all torn open. Perhaps out of spite, they kicked me away, muttering, Get this trash away from me. Yet, the figure in the white coat continued their work with a certain professionalism, whether they were a doctor or a pathologist. I had no idea, nor did I dare to inquire. I closed my eyes and lay still, thinking that perhaps this time, I wouldn't die after all, after more than an hour of surgery. The figure finally ceased their actions, neatly arranging their tools on a nearby tray and securing it with a rope. They wiped the sweat from their brow, squinting at Lin Chi-Chi, as if admiring a piece of art. It's been years, but my skills remain impeccable, a masterpiece of genius, simply perfect. Eventually, their attention shifted from the finished product to the defective one, and they clicked their tongue, addressing me, Hey, you over there pretending to be dead. Is your injury really that severe? Get up and talk to me. I had merely been striving to regain my strength. During that hour, I hadn't been merely lying idle. Instead, I had been stimulating my blood circulation through my heart to boost my metabolism. Since discovering this ability, I had made a habit of it. Hearing the figure's voice, I opened my eyes, feeling significantly better. The wounds beneath the bandages had stopped bleeding and scabbed over. I slowly rose, stretching my limbs and shaking off the stiffness. Where is this place? I inquired. What do you think? Don't you have any recollection from before you passed out? Think for yourself, the figure in the white coat teased. Seemingly enjoying my confusion. I only remember being extremely thirsty, and then it felt like an earthquake occurred, and I somehow fell underground. Underground, my foot. They smacked the top of my head, leaving me bewildered. So, where are we? I asked, surveying the pitch-black surroundings. with only the flickering candlelight illuminating our immediate area. Forget asking you. You seem a bit slow on the uptake. We're inside a monster-esque belly. We're all in a monster-esque stomach, they declared, moving towards the table where Lin Chi-Chi lay, lifting the candle and stepping aside. After a couple of steps, they crouched down, illuminating the ground before them. Only then did I see that the ground was covered with a slowly flowing viscous liquid, and beneath it lay an accumulation of unknown monster scales. We stood atop these scales. DOUC. This is the monster's gastric fluid. The bear that was wrapped in it when you were swallowed is covered in the same fluid. Oddly enough, how is this bear's fur so resistant to corrosion? It's quite remarkable. If it weren't for the tools I have, I'd love to take some of its fur for study. It seemed the bear heard someone discussing the prospect of its demise, for it stirred awake, feeling uncomfortable in the gastric fluid. It stood up and began to shake vigorously until it had rid itself of the liquid, finally stopping upon seeing that Lin Chi-Chi and I were both present, then resumed resting on the ground with eyes shut. As the figure in the white coat returned to my side, they kicked me again in frustration. Are you a block of wood? Just a little kick, and you can't even muster a response. It's been ages since I've seen a living person. And is it really so hard to have a conversation with you? They then removed their mask and headscarf, tucking them into their belt, revealing a mane of gray and white hair. Thank you for saving us. I stammered, genuinely unsure of what to say. In this post-apocalyptic world, my interactions had dwindled to searching for my sister, and it was only after meeting Lin Chi-Chi that I had become a bit more sociable. Yet now I found myself at a loss for words. What's with the eye business? I see you hit your head hard when you fell to D. Oh, you want me to perform a craniotomy to fix that? I could use the practice. Don't worry. It's free. I 1D charge you for the surgery. Embarrassed, I laughed awkwardly and replied, maybe that's not necessary. The elderly figure sighed, stroking their beard. Sigh, relying on you to speak is futile. Let me ask instead. What's the story behind you, the girl, and the bear? My sister and I traveled from the south, heading north. We lost the compass and have no idea where we ended up. We ran out of water, and I was becoming delirious. Then I remember an earthquake, and it felt like I fell underground. Then you know the rest, I explained. South? What nonsense are you talking? This area was called Linji in the old days. Do you even know what Linji is? If you head west, you'll reach Lhasa, which belongs to the Tibet Autonomous Region. So, you've been traveling north for 2 months on a motorcycle from the south? Are you Indian or Bangladeshi? Speaking of which, those bandages you're wrapped in are quite reminiscent of the style from the subcontinent, the elderly figure remarked, disapprovingly sharing some geographical knowledge. Yes, we did start from the south. Have you heard of Storm Hill? In the old world, it's located at the confluence of Yunnan and Guizhou. That's where I came from. Isn't Storm Hill merely the mountain occupied by that foolish bird? How did you manage to wander all the way to the west? Did you lose your sense of direction? Or perhaps you were directionally challenged? Did your teacher not instruct you on how to calculate your bearings using the sun during your school days? The old man, feeling quite agitated, unleashed a tirade upon the solitary figure. Ever since the solitary figure had succumbed to unconsciousness, he had exhibited a slight dullness, yet he was not foolish. He swiftly discerned the flaw in the old man's words and inquired, "Are you aware of the old eagle at Storm Hill?" The old man's eyes sparkled, as if the solitary figure had input the correct password to unlock the proper interaction with the elder. How do you know it is an eagle? Current observational equipment makes it exceedingly difficult to discern the appearance of that foolish bird. How did you come to this conclusion? Oh, your left eye appears distinct. There are noticeable burn scars on the left side of your body. Have you awakened some ability in this regard? Astonished by the old man's keen observation, the solitary figure did not conceal the truth, yet he chose not to elaborate further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. My eye can perceive the flow of radiative energy. The eagle's body was far too massive. I merely observed a mass resembling an eagle's radiative energy hovering in the sky, without truly seeing the eagle itself. Oh, radiative energy, that notion is rather intriguing. Share more with me, old man. After all, the young lady is still unconscious, and we cannot exit. We may as well engage in conversation. Thus, the creature deemed a taboo by mankind was casually dismissed by the old man, who continued, "Well, I am Cho-Chuk, commonly known as Chioidao. You probably haven't heard of me. I once worked at the biological laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and I am, after all, a professor. Rest assured, I will not expose your abilities to outsiders. Besides, there are no outsiders here. According to post-apocalyptic radiation standards, everyone carries the radiative energy you mentioned. Does this imply you can perceive the flow of radiative energy within every individual, including new humans, awakened beings, and mutated creatures?" The solitary figure nodded once more. "Then tell me, what does the radiative energy of ordinary individuals and awakened beings look like?" And what characteristics does the radiative energy of mutated creatures possess? Qiao Dao grew increasingly excited with each inquiry. The solitary figure elucidated. Ordinary individuals have radiative energy circulating within their bodies, akin to blood. Awakened new humans possess a more concentrated amount of radiative energy, forming an energy core. For instance, in ordinary agile and strength-type individuals. The energy core typically resides in the lower and upper limbs. When utilizing their abilities, the radiative energy within their bodies converges towards the core and then erupts throughout various parts of the body. Additionally, those awakened with elemental abilities or other powers exhibit different core locations, which are not fixed. However, most often, they are located in the brain or heart, and the aggregation process remains the same. The energy is simply released externally after aggregation. As for why the same radiative energy manifests in different abilities, I cannot elucidate that. After a moment of contemplation, the professor remarked, "Wait, according to your explanation of radiative energy, since you are not a physically mutated being, your energy core cannot be in the upper and lower limbs, which means your visual capability in your eyes must also possess an energy core. Most likely, the core resides in your brain. Which means your eyes should not merely perceive radiative energy, they ought to be capable of emitting thermal energy beams or something akin to the light of death, correct?" The solitary figure shook his head. That is genuinely not the case. The professor sighed. That could be a possibility. The solitary figure expressed that the conversation was growing tedious. You are not being honest. Are you withholding something? Professor Qiao scrutinized the solitary figure and inquired. Well, speak quickly. What is there to conceal? Would I harm you while treating your wounds? Upon reflection, he added, by the way, how did your wounds heal so rapidly? Do you possess a self-healing ability? Oh, and I haven't asked your name yet. Do not evade the question. Just be honest, the professor said impatiently. The solitary figure was left with no choice but to explain. Professor Qiao. My name is Solitary Shadow. It is not a self-healing ability. Aside from my left eye being able to perceive radiative energy, I can also control my heart. Professor Qiao was taken aback. Are you joking with me? Control your heart. As in, you can stop it or make it beat at will? The solitary figure affirmed. Yes, but I cannot stop it for too long. Otherwise, I would experience oxygen deprivation and faint. Professor Qiao nodded. That is normal. It still falls within human capabilities. So, your wound healing is due to accelerated blood circulation enhancing metabolism. The solitary figure gave a thumbs up. As expected of a professor, your knowledge is impressive, Professor Qiao retorted. Am I here to receive flattery? Surely, you have accelerated your heart's pumping function. What is the maximum limit? No, that question might be beyond your grasp. Can you estimate the maximum blood flow rate you can control compared to normal? The solitary figure pondered before responding. The fastest I achieved was about 5 times the normal flow rate. The explosive force created a sonic boom, but it seems I did not break the sound barrier. He was referring to the incident when he collided with the starving wolves in the oasis tree. Professor Qiao lamented. What a pity. If only we had professional instruments here. Otherwise, I would genuinely want to dissect you to study your structure. My child, you have opened the door to a new world for me. Professor Qiao. You see, I am still young. Observing the professor's regretful expression, the solitary figure could not help but voice his thoughts. All right. Are you truly suggesting I would dissect you? I am a professor, not a murderer. Besides, at my age, how could I possibly overpower you? Are you foolish enough to sit still while I perform surgery on you? The professor's tongue was indeed quite loose, but one could hardly blame him. Having spent several years alone in the belly of a monster, finally encountering a living person, it was only natural that he would spill out all the words bottled up within him. There would be ample time for further examination of your body later. The young lady is on the verge of waking up. When she fell, she was buried under a heap of debris. And it was a dire situation. Had it not been for my presence, she would likely have met her end. Just as the professor's words concluded, Lin Chichi emitted a pained groan. Ouch, it hurts. Brother, are you there? The awakened Lin Chichi fearfully called out to the solitary figure. Quickly approaching the table. It was then that the solitary figure clearly observed the girl's condition. Her entire body, much like his, was wrapped in bandages, with noticeable bloodstains on her chest and abdomen, indicating she had undergone surgery. I am here. Chi-Chi, do not be afraid. The solitary figure's voice offered Lin Chi-Chi considerable reassurance. From behind came Professor Cho's voice. When you fell, this young lady sustained internal injuries and had a wooden stick lodged in her abdomen. I could only perform an open surgery on her, but fortunately, she has survived. Professor Qiao, where exactly are we? How long have you been living here? The solitary figure finally recalled to ask the professor after being subjected to the elder's lengthy discourse. We are inside the stomach of a mutated shark. Indeed, it is the kind of shark that originally lived in the ocean. After being altered by the Research Institute, it can now swim beneath the sand. Speaking of this matter, it infuriates me. I have had the worst luck. I do not know which incompetent fool at the Research Institute released the laboratory specimens, leading to a horde of genetically modified mutated creatures that have claimed many lives. I consider myself fortunate to have been swallowed by this beast. Professor Chiu lamented. At that time, it was the mid-third year of the Wasteland calendar. There are no clocks in here, so I cannot tell you how long it has been. Why don't you tell me what year it is now? It is the 5th year. And we are on the verge of entering the 6th year, the solitary figure replied. Professor Chiu remarked. So, it has been over a year. Time passes incredibly slowly. What a misfortune, the solitary figure then asked. Old man, you have repeatedly mentioned the Research Institute. Were you a national researcher? Sort of. In this post-apocalyptic world, what is left of nations? They are merely a group of individuals clinging to the name of a nation. Hoping to restore order and rebuild a home, the professor sighed. Are you aware of the awakening plan for new humans? The solitary figure inadvertently brought up a topic that Professor Chiu wished to avoid. In an instant, Professor Chiu rushed forward, seizing the solitary figure's collar, demanding, Where did you hear about this plan? Speak up. Both the solitary figure and Lin Chi-Chi were taken aback, but fortunately, the young girl's soft voice alleviated the tension. Grandpa, why are you scolding my brother? Only then did Professor Chiu realize his emotional outburst and awkwardly release his grip on the solitary figure, saying, I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Where did you hear this from? That wretched plan is nothing but a pitfall. A scheme that obliterates humanity and morality, a farce of a so-called awakening of a new breed of humans. How utterly preposterous. Thus, Guing recounted how he had encountered the deranged commander at the base. Detailing the various synthetic beings he had encountered, Professor Chiu remarked, I am familiar with that individual. Let him rest in peace, for he has undoubtedly caused untold suffering. Living, he is a menace. His abilities are limited. Yet he yearns for grandiosity. This experimental project was initially rejected by the higher-ups, indicating there are those who persist in conducting unethical human trials behind the scenes. We shall investigate those matters later. Is there truly no way for us to escape? Guing inquired. I would ask you if you have any solutions, given that you are capable, while I am merely an old man who is utterly powerless. Professor Chiu retorted. Rolling his eyes, he gestured toward the overhead space, which appeared to be around 10 meters high, and said, Do you see that? When we first entered this monstrosity a year ago, it was no larger than a delivery van, barely capable of accommodating 3 to 5 individuals. Now, it has grown almost to the size of a yacht. You can perceive radiation, can't you? Can you devise a means to address this? I can attempt it. But I require some time to recuperate, Guing responded, adding, Lin Chi-Chi also needs to rest. Professor Chiu nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, this creature frequently hunts, bringing in various biological specimens, some dead, some barely alive. Our water supply relies on filtering the excretions of those creatures. I have constructed a rudimentary filtration device. If you do not mind, you may use it as well. He then revealed a mischievous grin. Desperation compels me. I am left with no choice, Guing replied. They spent several days resting. The mutated shark proved to be an accommodating landlord, occasionally providing sustenance in the form of segmented giant pythons and colossal hyenas, an array of diverse offerings. The torment of those days had rendered Guing nearly intolerant, leaving him to wonder how the old man had endured thus far. Was this the resilience of a scientist? Meanwhile, Lin Chi-Chi remained lively. Ever since avenging her great grievance, nothing could tether her spirit. Not even the bandages. When she discovered she too was wrapped in bandages, she cheerfully told Guing, Now we are the bandage siblings. Just days prior, upon regaining her mobility, she had been exploring the confines of the shark's belly, even riding a land bear in the gastric fluid for amusement. The old professor observed in awe, exclaiming, This little girl has grown remarkably. She is truly a marvel. Guing felt compelled to remark, You are no less impressive yourself. In the ensuing days, he had formulated some ideas and sought Professor Chiu's counsel. You are listening, old man, he beckoned. First, there is the rectum. It serves as a natural exit, and the rectal walls are relatively fragile, making it susceptible to manipulation. The challenge lies in the accumulation of waste, which emits foul odors and poses hygiene issues. Additionally, the anal sphincter contracts upon stimulation, providing only a fleeting opportunity for egress. Indeed, I once attempted it. A giant crustacean was crushed in the process. Do you have any other notions? Yes, there are the gills. The branchial openings are accessible, and the gill tissue is comparatively delicate. However, Exiting through the gills would expose us to the shark's potential counterattack. Do you possess any superior suggestions? Gu-ing pointed to the ground, articulating a horrifying thought. The heart. If we eliminate this shark, it would be a permanent solution. Professor Chiu gazed at Gu-ing in astonishment. I never perceived you as a madman. Ignoring the professor's quip, Gu-ing posed a dilemma. However, this plan presents a challenge. My skin cannot withstand the corrosive gastric fluid for more than a few minutes. Professor, can you devise a solution? After a moment of contemplation, Professor Chiu nodded. Give me 2 days. There are indeed materials here that can resist corrosion. Crafting you a suit will not be difficult. But how will you address the issues of respiration and visibility? I cannot fabricate goggles. Gu-ing replied. Those are unnecessary. As long as my entire body can endure the corrosion. I can locate the heart with my eyes closed. Have you forgotten that I can control the heart's pumping? By merely reducing blood flow and heart rate, I can minimize respiration, making it feasible to hold my breath for extended periods. Professor Chiu nearly forgot about this ability. Let us proceed with your plan. While I prepare the suit over the next 2 days, you should conserve your strength. I shall await your return to the light of day. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, continuing to observe Lin Chi-Chi as she frolicked in the distance. 2 days later, clad in a skin-tight suit fashioned from animal hides, Gu-ing stood before the two and the bear. Professor Chiu teased, I must admit, young man, your physique is rather impressive. Look at those pectorals, that rear. If we were in the old days, you would undoubtedly be a model, captivating countless young ladies. What a pity about your face. The professor left his statement unfinished, but Gu-ing, unperturbed, replied, living is already a blessing. I have never concerned myself with such things. The bandages are merely to avoid frightening others. Bringing the conversation back to the matter at hand, he inquired, is this suit reliable? I would hate for it to dissolve mere minutes after I dive in, leaving you without a means of escape. You unfortunate boy, you may question my research expertise, but you shall not doubt my craftsmanship. Is the reputation of Chiu down merely for show? Rest assured, if you do not consume anything, I guarantee you can survive down there for a lifetime. The old professor was already puffing up with pride. Then please keep an eye on Lin Chi-Chi. I shall descend. Brother, be cautious. Rest assured, I shall protect our dear old man. Lin Chi-Chi embraced Gu-ing, whispering in his ear. Uncertain of what the siblings were whispering about, Professor Chiu simply nodded solemnly at Gu-ing. Finding a location closest to the heart, Gu-ing donned the full coverage helmet and plunged into the gastric fluid. As he descended, silence enveloped him, akin to plunging into an endless abyss. Fortunately, this abyss was not profound. Utilizing the perception of his left eye, he soon reached the upper chamber of the shark's heart. Disregarding whether his dagger would be corroded, Gu-ing swiftly drew it, aiming for the heart and thrusting forcefully. The shark writhed violently, the inexplicable pain radiating from its heart sending it into a frenzy. The two and the bear above had anticipated this, already securing themselves with ropes crafted by the professor, swaying like a small boat in a storm, awaiting the tempest to abate, having succeeded with his strike. Gu-ing withdrew his dagger, anchoring himself with one foot in the fissure created by the blade, and plunged down once more, driving the entire length of the dagger into the heart chamber. With a swift pull, he tore open a massive gash, blood gushing forth and mingling with the gastric fluid. Gu-ing knew the shark had not yet sustained a truly fatal wound, so he peeled open the heart's opening and thrust in a grub. To his astonishment, he discovered the heart still pulsating, a massive, 4-meter diameter organ, resembling a coconut, shrouded in radiation energy, vividly visible to his left eye. The chamber contained no liquid. Gu-ing hung inverted at the heart's ruptured opening. Without hesitation, he propelled himself toward the coconut-like heart with a powerful kick. The sharp dagger easily pierced the outer shell of the heart, and leveraging the heart's constricting power, Gu-ing carved a semicircle, successfully splitting it in half, a deluge of blood erupting like a fountain. Gradually, the shark's violent thrashing subsided until it lay utterly still, lifeless. However, Gu-ing now faced a dilemma. After attempting to navigate the surrounding fish belly, he found himself unable to cut through and could only retrace his path through the gastric fluid. Upon witnessing Gu-ing's safe return, the professor inquired with concern, how did it go? Did my craftsmanship hold up? No leaks, I presume. Indeed, your work is commendable, Gu-ing chuckled. Lin Chi-Chi approached, wrinkling her nose in distaste at Gu-ing. Brother, you must hurry and strip off that sticky, filthy suit. Having confirmed Gu-ing's safety, she darted back to the distant refuse pile. Rummaging for something. Now I suppose I am your savior as well. We are even now, Gu-ing gestured to the old professor. Begone. Am I to owe you a favor? You wretched child, how petty. The old man glared at Gu-ing with disdain. You clearly have indulged in your fair share of television dramas, Gu-ing observed. What of it? You, a mere child, have no business prying into my affairs. Your posterior and mouth are of no concern. We must exit through the gills. Stop fidgeting in front of me. We have yet to escape. Now, hurry and clear the way." Having spoken, she kicked Guing and, in a huff, turned ahead to the garbage mountain in search of Lin Chichi. As Guing was peeling back the flesh of her jaw and attempting to squeeze out the contents, she caught sight of the professor and Lin Chichi riding over on a hulking bear. The creatures back laden with a considerable amount of supplies, much more than what they had when they fell in. "What are you staring at? It's just some supplies that haven't been tainted by gastric juices. Piled up in the garbage mountain. If it weren't for the prospect of escape, I wouldn't bother to rummage through it. It's just that this little girl, Lin Chichi, is quite clever. I don't know how she managed to discover these things." Additionally, they had gathered some biological materials that were impervious to gastric acid. The bear was quite capable of carrying a load, and once they got out, it might prove to be quite useful. Upon hearing Professor Cho's words, Lin Chichi displayed an innocent smile. However, only Guing and she were aware that it was the cleverness of Lin Chichi's radar-like instincts at work. Fully prepared, the trio and the bear inhaled deeply before the gaping maw, ready to greet the outside world once more. The moment they stepped out, they were met with the familiar blazing sun, followed by the menacing sight of dozens of gun muzzles and metal spears. They were surrounded. A group of humans, armed with spears and bearing AKs, stood dumbfounded as they witnessed the three and the bear emerging from the belly of the giant shark, a creature notorious in the vicinity. Feared for its lethal prowess, many settlements had fallen victim to its wrath, and attempts had been made to organize hunting parties to slay the beast, all of which had ended in failure. Thus, whenever hunting expeditions were launched, scouts were dispatched to monitor the creature's movements. Today was no different. Hunters were hunting, and scouts were keeping watch. However, it wasn't long before the scouts noticed something amiss with the giant shark. Without any hunting activity or external disturbances, it had inexplicably gone berserk. This revelation immediately alerted the hunting parties preparing for their expedition, concerned for the safety of their settlement. They prioritized investigating the situation to prevent the monstrous shark from endangering their families. Thus, the scene unfolded as described above, and the rampaging giant shark soon fell silent. It appeared to have perished, but the circumstances of its demise felt rather peculiar, leaving everyone with the impression that the creature was merely feigning death. After observing it for a while, the hunters, emboldened by their numbers, surrounded the shark's carcass. Just moments after encircling it, they witnessed a large and a small figure, both bandaged, along with an elderly man, emerge from the shark's gills. Guing raised her hands to signal that she posed no threat, then turned to widen the gaping maw a bit more, revealing a yellow-furred bear that came tumbling out, burdened with a significant load. With a clang, everyone turned to look, and perhaps out of fright, one young man lost grip on his spear, which clattered to the ground. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man, his torso bare and showcasing an impressive 8-pack, bellowed, "Li Xian, what are you doing?" After berating the still-dazed Li Xian, he addressed Guing and the old professor, saying, "Apologies, the boy hasn't seen much of the world. It's his first time hunting. Please don't hold it against him." As he spoke, he gestured for the surrounding hunters to lower their weapons. After all, who could emerge unscathed from such a monster? As the leader of this hunting party, he possessed enough discernment to recognize that these individuals were not ordinary. If they had indeed felled this creature, then provoking them could spell disaster for his own group of 20. Thus, he hastily sought to establish goodwill. "May I inquire where we are?" Guing hesitated before asking. Noticing the hunters had sheathed their weapons, "You are near Shagats. From your accents, you are not from around here," the man replied. The name was unfamiliar to Guing, a blind spot in his geographical knowledge, prompting him to look towards the old professor. After a thoughtful pause, the professor explained, "It's a city located in the southernmost part of Tibet, quite renowned in the old world. Did you not pay attention in geography class?" Guing chuckled awkwardly before continuing. "Are there any human settlements nearby? We wish to find a place to rest." The man replied with a hint of excitement, "Yes, our tribe is not far from here. Do you see that mountain to the west, just over it? And I can lead you there." Guing nodded. "That would be much appreciated." The man hesitated momentarily, then asked, "What about the monster's body?" Guing instantly grasped the man's implication, glancing at the massive shark carcass, and replied, "You have enough people. If you can haul it away, consider it our fare and accommodation. Would that be acceptable?" The man was pleasantly surprised by this response and eagerly agreed. Therefore, Guing and his companions followed the hunting party back to their settlement. This settlement was nestled among mountains, albeit not particularly high ones, with the tribe situated at the center. Various tents and small square houses dotted the landscape, somewhat reminiscent of Shagat's terrain. As the group dragged the shark's body over a small hill, the tribe erupted in chaos. The corpse was so conspicuous that it was almost mistaken for an invasion by the monster. Fortunately, the leader noticed the commotion and ignited 2 smoke sticks as a signal of their return, calming the crowd. Sambuza, you did well. You managed to bring back this monster. It seems we need not worry about rations for the next few days. A robust elder, also sporting an 8-pack and a brown felt hat, warmly approached the group. Elderson, we have guests in the tribe, and this creature belongs to them. Quickly, prepare a clean, spacious tent to receive our guests. As the leader Sambuza embraced the elder, he exchanged knowing glances. Have you got sand in your eyes? Why are you winking? The elder chuckled. All right, I'll prepare it right away. Before departing, he turned to Guing and the others, saying, it's rare for our tribe to host guests. We must provide them with a warm welcome. Please wait a moment while I make the necessary arrangements. Guing mused to himself. So this is the warmth of the Tibetan people. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, their hospitality remains unchanged. That night, a large bonfire was lit in the central square of the mountains. The tribe donned traditional Tibetan attire, encircling the fire to sing and dance, seemingly celebrating the bounty of their hunt while also welcoming their guests. The meals prepared featured parts of the shark, its tough skin impervious to even Gu Ying's knife, leaving him curious about how they managed to carve it. Lin Qiqi, ever her exuberant self, donned a little dress specially brought for her by the tribe and joined the dancing circle. Jiu Ying quietly observed the revelers, seated next to the professor, munching on roasted shark meat while asking, Professor Chiu, do you think humanity still has hope? What? You settle in and start pondering existential questions. Is this your new persona? Professor Chiu jested. Watching the festivities, Guing thought, if not for the abilities I possess, I would believe I had returned to a peaceful era. Who was truly responsible for unleashing the nuclear bombs? What was the purpose of all this? And what do you think the purpose is? Professor Chiu countered. Regardless of who the culprits were or the reasons behind it, the world has transformed into this state, and we cannot change the past. Thus, there's no need to dwell on the causes. You ask if humanity still has hope. Just look at what is before you. Isn't this hope? Guing seemed to grasp the sentiment, yet remained perplexed, akin to a recent college graduate facing an uncertain future. His singular goal had always been to find his sister, yet he often pondered, what comes after finding her? In a world rife with monsters and distorted humanity, how could he ensure that both he and his sister would lead happier lives? Guing merely sought a definitive answer from the elder, Professor Chiu. After a moment of silence, he inquired further, you often speak of the country and your research. Who exactly are you? Can you enlighten me about the current state of the government? This is of utmost importance to me. And about that shark, you mentioned it was a product of the Research Institute. Are these mutated creatures the result of human intervention or natural evolution? Setting down the roasted meat, the professor sighed. You finally asked. I thought you'd keep it to yourself. Let me address your last question first. Mutated creatures generally emerged as a natural occurrence after the second year of the Wasteland's devastation. However, exceptions exist, such as the shark and that eagle from Stormhill, which are both products of genetic experimentation from the Research Institute, albeit mutated after the apocalypse. During peacetime, the country engaged in extensive research on biological genetics. And following the apocalypse, this research extended to humanity itself, leading to the awakening project you witnessed. Eventually, this project was halted due to its inhumane nature, and I distanced myself from certain individuals in power, seeking refuge here at the Research Institute. As the professor spoke, he absent-mindedly patted his jacket pocket, only to find it empty, resigning himself to the futility of searching for cigarettes. He took a hearty bite of the shark meat in his hand and continued. As for your inquiry regarding the government, after being trapped for over a year, I am quite oblivious to its current state. I failed to comprehend your intentions in seeking out the government. With your abilities, surviving in this post-apocalyptic world should not pose a challenge. Why the need to pursue the government? On this note, I must interject. From my extensive years of studying biology, it is evident that the so-called awakened powers of you new humans come at a cost. You assert that these abilities are a byproduct of radiation, which undoubtedly inflicts harm upon the human body. Hence, it is prudent to utilize your powers sparingly, understand. Observing the pensive and unresponsive figure of Guing, Professor Chiu could only sigh and return to his roasted meat. The campfire gradually dimmed until Lin Qiqi, bouncing back to Gu Ying's side, seemed to restore a spark of life to his gaze. Qiqi, and I shall continue heading north. I have my own matters to attend to. Professor, do you have any plans thereafter? Having concluded her playful antics, Lin Qiqi transformed, quietly sitting beside Gu Ying as she listened to their conversation. I find this place quite agreeable. Living here temporarily could be pleasant. If you truly venture north, you might mention our encounter to those in charge. I am of advanced age, lacking awakened abilities. and thus ill-suited for a lengthy journey northward. Those up there should send someone to retrieve me upon learning of my presence. My biological research remains my life's work. Whether driven by passion or the future of humanity, I shall persist in my studies. The resilience of the elder scholars was vividly embodied in Professor Chiu. Well then, the crowd has dispersed. You should rest early. I, being older, cannot compete with your youthful vigor. I shall retire now, he said, leaving behind two figures quietly nestled together. In this harmonious moment, one could only hope that this land was filled with such idyllic scenes. At the break of dawn the following day, Guing was roused from slumber by the cacophony of voices outside the tent. Peering out, he witnessed the tribe's people hastily rushing towards the square. Seizing one individual, he inquired, "What has transpired?" The person, initially irate at being halted, broke into a wry smile upon recognizing Guing, responding, "Ah, it's you. Big brother, the neighboring Zashi tribe has come looking for trouble. Old Man Sin and Uncle Sang Buza are already confronting them in the square. I must hurry to assist." This individual was none other than Li Xian, who had been startled the previous day. After clarifying Gu Ying's query, he dashed off towards the square. Just then, the old professor emerged from a nearby tent, seemingly recalling something, his gaze shifting towards the square with a heavy expression. Lin Chichi tugged at Gu Ying's sleeve and softly asked, "Brother, should we lend a hand?" In response to the little one's inquiry, Gu Ying countered, "Do you believe we ought to assist?" After pondering briefly, she stated, "I think they are good people. They gave me new clothes yesterday, danced with me, and taught me songs. Should we not help?" The timid girl tentatively posed her question to Guing. Upon hearing Lin Chichi's words, Guing broke into a hearty smile, saying, "Then let us indeed offer our assistance. This may not simply be a matter of conflict. Be cautious. As for me, I shall refrain from participating." The professor merely remarked this before retreating back into the tent. Guing, holding Lin Chichi's hand, made his way to the square, where he observed Old Man Sin standing resolutely against a group of over 40 individuals, while the leader, Uncle Sang Buza, sat slumped nearby. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. These 40-plus individuals were all new humans, their imposing physiques unmistakable. "Zashi, you have gone too far. When we parted ways, we agreed to interfere not with one another. Whatever our tribe's hunt belongs to us alone. Are you here to rob us today?" Old Man Sin bellowed, his finger pointing accusatorily at the towering figure before him. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting? Old man, we merely heard that you captured a hefty beast and came to pay our respects to such heroic hunters. That is a creature even we could not vanquish, right, brothers? The burly leader known as Zashi mocked, a disdainful smirk adorning his face. "That goat-bearded fellow does not appear to be of good character," Lin Chichi muttered softly. Gu Ying nodded in agreement. "That is none of your concern, regardless of your age. Do not presume I am senile. You are simply envious and wish to partake in our spoils. You are nothing but thieves. I tell you, as long as I stand here today, you shall not lay a finger on the beast's carcass." Old Man Sin stood firm, a crystalline sheen enveloping his upper body, clearly displaying his awakened power. "Old man, to speak candidly, we cannot hope to overpower you. However, with so many of us here, can you guarantee the safety of the other members of your tribe? Which is more valuable to you, the lives of ordinary people or the beast's remains?" Zashi threatened with a wicked grin. "Neither. You should return whence you came. I shall pretend not to have seen you." Guing interjected, "Who is this insolent child? Adults are conversing. What business do you have here? Get lost." Zashi sneered, stroking his goat-like beard dismissively. "Child, why have you come? This is not your affair. Allow me to handle it." "Quickly return home," Old Man Sin urged, though he recognized that Gu Ying's small stature did not suggest he possessed overwhelming combat prowess, displaying a reassuring smile to Old Man Sin, albeit concealed by the bandages. Guing stepped forward, positioning himself between the old man and the brigands. "That shark was slain by my hand. Now someone seeks to rob me of my prize. How can I turn a blind eye?" After a brief silence, the brigands erupted into raucous laughter. Zashi, as if hearing the most absurd joke, pointed at Guing, questioning, "You, with that little frame, you are not even enough to stuff into the monster's tooth gap. And you dare claim to have killed it? Ha ha ha. Do you not even draft a script for your boasting?" Ignoring their jeers, Guing calmly posed a question to Old Man Sin. "Can you kill?" Old Man Sin hesitated before responding. "They have indeed killed in the past, but they have not troubled us villagers significantly." Sensing the elder's uncertainty, Guing replied with 2 words, "Understood." The brigands erupted into laughter once more, with Zashi turning to his men, exclaiming, "Did you all hear that? He said he wants to kill us. Ha ha ha. I am so frightened." As the laughter continued, the figure before them suddenly vanished, and soon anguished cries began emanating from the rear of their ranks. In a matter of seconds, a small silhouette, streaked with blood, cut through the entire band of brigands. When Guing stood before Zashi, bloody Tang Dao in hand. Cold sweat drenched the back of the goat-bearded man. Gazing upon his comrades, many either missing limbs or grievously injured, Zashi realized he had provoked a formidable opponent, and a sycophantic smile crept across his face. Esteemed hero, I, Zashi, am no villain. I should not have coveted the remains of that beast. Please, grant me mercy. Before he could finish, Guing interrupted. What glitch dialogue are you reciting? Can you not come up with something original? With a flick of his blade to shake off the blood, it was now Gu Ying's turn to mock him. I have not had much education. Otherwise, I would not be engaging in this brigandry. Zashi sheepishly scratched his head. Not wishing to waste further time with Zashi, Guing approached Old Manson. I have not taken their lives. I merely left a mark upon them. How shall we deal with Zashi? Gesturing with a hand across his throat, Guing inquired if they should execute him. Only then did Old Manson emerge from his astonishment, having suspected Gu Ying's strength but never expected it to be to this extent. He shook his head and said, spare his life. With all the new humans from his tribe present, he cannot stir up any trouble alone. Old Manson then turned to Zashi, stating, if you desire the beast flesh, you may trade it for something else. Cease your brigand ways. In this world, we all struggle to survive. Yes, you are right. I understand my mistake. Zashi quickly acquiesced, though unbeknownst to the elder. A glint of malice and venom lurked in his eyes. As Old Manson reprimanded him, Zashi stealthily reached for the crossbow at his waist, a sinister grin creeping across his countenance as he plodded behind Gu Ying's back. Die, brother, be careful. The sound of the crossbow bolt slicing through the air coincided with Lin Qiqi's warning. Gu Ying had been constantly vigilant of Zashi. He had encountered too many individuals of this ilk over the years, knowing full well that mere words could not lead them to redemption. With the reminder from the small radar, he effortlessly tilted his head to evade the crossbow bolt, simultaneously reaching out to grasp the shaft of the arrow, utilizing the force of the bolt. He pivoted and launched it, the projectile embedding itself squarely into Zhaoyang's forehead. Blood oozed slowly along the arrow, and the bandit leader succumbed to death, his eyes still filled with resentment, gazing at Zhaoyang's lifeless body. The Old Manson could only shake his head and sigh. Oh, I need to deal with this trash on the ground. Upon hearing the inquiry once more, the Old Manson, still soft-hearted, shook his head in refusal. However, at that moment, the earth began to tremble, and the solitary figure felt an ominous premonition. Something was approaching from that direction. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a colossal serpent, its maw gaping wide with blood, erupted from the ground, turning the 40 or so bandits sprawled on the ground into living targets. The serpent's head undulated as it weaved between the earth and the surface. And in mere moments, over 20 men had vanished. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent was distracted by the bandits, the solitary figure urgently instructed, Old Man, quickly lead the villagers to hide inside the shark's belly. Sangbuza knows how to enter. Sangbuza nodded in acknowledgement. Qiqi, go find the professor and take the bear with you to seek refuge. Though reluctant to part from the solitary figure, Lin Qiqi understood and promptly raced towards the tent. The solitary figure leaped onto a low building, unbinding the bandages to observe the movements underground, where he spotted a massive energy silhouette undulating below. Each time the serpent surfaced, he noted that it appeared to lack eyes. In a moment of testing, he shouted at the few remaining survivors on the ground, if you wish to live, close your mouths and remain still. The bandits, still wailing, immediately froze in place, not daring to utter a sound. Indeed, the serpent abruptly ceased its movements, beginning to circle underground, and soon, as if abandoning its meal here, it began to swim in another direction. The solitary figure's heart sank. That direction led to the storage of the shark's corpse. And the villagers likely had not fully entered yet. It was not only the sin of blood that attracted the serpent. Could it be the vibrations? With no time to ponder further, he swiftly returned to the surface and dashed away, each footfall heavy against the ground. The serpent sensed the commotion nearby and turned its attention toward him. This is promising. After running for a distance opposite the shark's corpse, he leapt back onto the rooftop, then descended and ran, repeating this pattern to divert the serpent's focus, leading it in a chaotic zigzag. Eventually, the serpent caught on, erupting from the earth in a furious pursuit, following the noise he had created like a mountain crashing down. The solitary figure had not anticipated the serpent's cunning. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the debris and shockwave generated by its descent, crashing through two low buildings before coming to a halt. Buried beneath the rubble, before he could catch his breath, the serpent, having locked onto his position, slithered toward him with alarming speed, undeterred by the obstacles. Dazed from the impact, blood trickling from his mouth, he felt the vibrations of the approaching threat and, disregarding his injuries, rapidly invigorated his heart, propelling himself from the collapsed ruins into the air, narrowly evading the serpent's crushing assault. However, before he could regain his composure, the previously unseen serpent, as if anticipating his position, struck unexpectedly from behind, the tail colliding with him midair, creating a violent shockwave akin to a meteor crashing to Earth. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to twist his body, bracing himself with his hands against the blow. Lying in the deep crater created by the impact, he coughed up blood, acutely aware of the threat of death looming over him. For years, he had navigated life with ease, relying on his unique abilities, which had altered his perspective, leading him to believe the apocalypse was hardly daunting, that awakened powers were trivial, and that various monsters were no match for him. Perhaps he had remained vigilant against all odds. Yet subconsciously, he had begun to relax. Chi-Chi and the professor must have found safety by now. Am I truly going to die? Even if he perished, the shark's corpse should provide refuge for the others, he thought, his mind drifting to Lin Chi-Chi, that adorable little sister of his. But wait, I haven't found my sister yet. I wonder how she is doing now. Would she be saddened to learn of my demise? Perhaps she has already forgotten about me, or maybe such an ending is not so bad. Memories of his childhood flooded back, his first experience of bedwetting and the desperate attempt to hide the sheets, only to be discovered and soundly punished by his father, while his mother laughed beside him. He recalled the moment his sister was born, the family joyfully gazing at the chubby infant as she cried. He remembered the tension and fear etched on everyone's faces during the doomsday, and the final explosion, when he glanced back to see his parents' smiles and the unspoken plea to survive. I must live. I will survive. I will endure. In an instant, a fierce will to survive ignited within him, and his heart shattered its shackles, propelling him with unprecedented fervor. The serpent's bloodied head loomed larger before him. Yet time seemed to slow, allowing him to clearly perceive its attack trajectory. With a gentle leap backward, he covered a distance of several meters, even managing to deliver a couple of light strikes to the serpent's head while evading. He realized it was not that the serpent had slowed, but that he had accelerated, creating sonic booms with each leap. His form seemingly suspended in the air. It felt as though an instinct urged him to extend his foot and firmly press down, as if he could tread upon the very air itself. Thus, he took that step, the air forming a barrier that served as a springboard, enabling him to bounce and traverse through the sky. Had there been anyone nearby at that moment, they would have witnessed a cacophony of sonic booms and shockwaves, but would have been unable to see the solitary figure himself. As if testing his newfound abilities, he refocused his attention on the colossal serpent below, its tail thrashing chaotically in response to the sonic booms. Drawing his from behind him, he executed one final leap, generating a powerful sonic boom that propelled him directly toward the serpent's head. Yet, contrary to his expectations of the blade piercing flesh and blood spurting forth, a sharp, crystalline shattering sound rang out as the splintered into numerous fragments, scattering around him. Staring at the bare handle in his hand, he fell into a daze. Since acquiring this blade, it had never left his side, providing immense assistance through countless trials. He could not fathom why, but the mere presence of the blade instilled an inexplicable sense of security. Now, with the blade broken, he felt a mix of nostalgia and sorrow. Though the duration of their companionship was brief, it had been like a silent guardian by his side. Its sudden shattering was difficult to accept. After a moment of disorientation, a surge of anger followed. You want to kill me, and you break my blade in the process. You wretched reptile, die. Fueled by rage, he clenched his fists and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the serpent's head, each blow accompanied by resonant thuds that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The serpent, overwhelmed by the onslaught, collapsed to the ground, and with each successive strike, cracks began to form on its skull. The very earth beneath it shattered as well. Had it been any other creature, it would have been rendered unconscious or worse, even if its skull remained intact. Having vented his fury, he noticed the serpent had fallen silent, prompting him to restore his heart to its normal rhythm. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and dizziness set in, forcing him to spit out another mouthful of blood before darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint atop the serpent's body. When he opened his eyes 3 days later, his first instinct was to glance at his right hand, where the remnants of the blade still rested. Finally decided to wake up. Did you? Look at you, fretting over a mere knife. It's not indestructible. Breaking it is entirely normal, Professor Chio chimed in, his tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Chi-Chi, unable to tolerate the old man's teasing, rushed forward, tugging at his beard while exclaiming, "Don't bully my brother. Ouch. Let go, you little ingrate. Is your brother not the one I saved? Well, you still can't bully him. He's injured." The little girl finally relented, releasing the old man's beard, her hands on her hips as she sniffed defiantly at the professor. The solitary figure merely shook his head with a wry smile, gently loosening his grip on the knife's handle and placing it on a nearby stool. "Are the villagers from the tribe all right?" They're all fine. And I must say, I have an eye for these things. The shark's interior is spacious enough to conceal people, and its tough exterior serves as a perfect shelter. From the very beginning, I sensed something awry about this terrain. Although it is surrounded by mountains on all sides, they are merely modest hills, one might even call them sizable mounds of earth. The interior is concave, resembling a nest inhabited by some monstrous creature. It seems that a colossal being once made its home here, but for reasons unknown, it must have relocated, allowing these individuals to establish a village in its stead. After listening, Guing inquired, "What about those bandits? How were they dealt with?" "Huh? You mean those worthless scoundrels? Over 20 were devoured by the giant python, and around 10 were crushed to death. Only 4 or 5 pitiful remnants remain." Utterly terrified, considering they possess a modicum of strength and could potentially contribute to the village, we decided to spare their lives. So, do not harbor such a murderous intent. They are merely small fry, likely to perish with a mere sneeze. That old man soon can handle them. Nodding, Guing suddenly recalled his own predicament and asked the professor, "Professor Chiu, are you aware of what happened to me?" This time, I was on the brink of death and unleashed my full power, truly breaking the sound barrier. Not only that, but I also experienced a phenomenon akin to bullet time, and I was even able to tread upon the air. Upon hearing this, the old professor's mouth began to twitch, pondering to himself, "You are the real monster, aren't you?" However, he refrained from voicing this thought, fully aware that should Guing discover he was making light of him, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. To explain this with conventional physics, when your relative speed reaches a certain threshold, other slower-moving objects appear to be at rest, yet your body is not so simple. First, how is your heart capable of generating such high-speed blood flow? Secondly, is it the blood pump stimulating your bodily functions or some ability generated by radiation? I have no means to test this. You ask me what is happening. I wish to ask you the same. The only certainty is that part of my previous conjecture has proven accurate. The fainting and blood vomiting you experienced after battle were not due to injuries, but rather the excessive use of your abilities that placed a heavy burden on your body. It would be prudent to refrain from using such powers unless absolutely necessary. The professor remained concerned that this might deplete Gu Ying's vitality, thus advising him, "I understand. Had I not been on the verge of death, I would not have accessed such abilities. However, after this incident, it seems I can control my heart more adeptly, as though I have surpassed a certain limit. Take care, you reckless lad. The higher the limit, the swifter the demise. Your body is still that of a human. It has not yet evolved to the point where you can freely employ such extraordinary powers," the professor remarked with an eye roll. "By the way, try not to stimulate your metabolism too much for recovery. Your body has already been overtaxed due to this battle. Natural recovery is the best course. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." "Why are you becoming increasingly verbose?" Guing responded with a smile. "Old man, I am simply chatty. What's the matter? Is this your first day knowing me? You think I am too talkative. If I could go toe-to-toe with you, I would knock you out, you little brat. Since you have awakened, there is no serious issue. Young lady, ensure he rests well. I, too, must take a break. I have hardly rested these past few days due to you," the professor said before lifting the tent flap and stepping outside. Lin Qiqi and Gu Ying exchanged glances, both recognizing the concern in each other's eyes. The young girl finally felt relieved and reverted to her lively self. Sitting beside Gu Ying and chattering about everything that had transpired during his 3-day unconsciousness. It turned out that after Gu Ying dispatched the giant python, Old Man Sin had ventured out alone to search for him and had only found him barely alive atop the python's carcass. He hastily brought him back to the tent beside the shark's body, where the professor commenced a 3-day treatment. The professor merely repositioned his internal organs and cleared some internal bruising. No significant surgery was performed. Essentially, he relied on his self-healing abilities. During these 3 days, the tribe had also cleared the interior of the shark's carcass. The body was divided into 2 layers. The stomach area was transformed into a living platform using non-corrosive materials, while several ropes and suspended ladders were installed below. The flesh of the heart chamber was completely removed and preserved, resembling a large warehouse now, used for storing supplies. Upon hearing Lin Qiqi's account, Guing inquired about his lingering curiosity, "But how did Old Man Sin manage to cut the fish meat? The shark's skin was impenetrable to me." It turned out that Old Man Sin's ability was body crystallization, akin to diamond hardness. The layers of flesh that Gu Ying could not cut through were effortlessly sliced open by Sin, exemplifying the notion that to each their own. Meanwhile, on a peak to the northeast of the tribe, a masked man clad in black was observing the area. He retrieved a metal cylinder, as thick as an arm, from his backpack and inserted it into the ground. Upon pressing a switch, the cylinder rapidly extended to 15 meters. From its top, 8 metallic structures resembling the ribs of an umbrella unfurled and began to spin rapidly. The mysterious man then took out a palm-sized rectangular metal device from his bag, pressed a few buttons, and held it to his ear, appearing as if he were on a phone call. 2 seconds later, a connection tone resonated from the device, accompanied by faint static interference. "Commander, I successfully tracked the target." But the assassination failed. After several seconds of silence, a deep, magnetic voice emanated from the communicator. "Failed. Did you not utilize your abilities?" "My subordinate dared not. I summoned a nearby Earth-level giant python using my abilities and had severely injured the target. However, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying surge of power and speed, apparently surpassing the speed of sound. That unparalleled strength was enough to crush the Earth-level python with just his fists." After briefly describing the scene he witnessed, he was met with several seconds of silence from the other end. "Are you certain that a city-destroying Earth-level beast was killed by him alone? My subordinate would not dare to fabricate. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Every word is true." Additionally, the young girl beside him seemed off. "During these past few days of his coma, I intended to launch a surprise attack, but every time I sent a small beast nearby." The girl appeared to sense it. "I see. Continue attempting to kill the target. If you can eliminate him, do so. If not, keep following him and uncover the intentions of this disruptor of our plans and whether he is backed by any organization." "Yes, I shall obey." After ending the communication, the man in black let out a bitter smile, contemplating how to kill someone capable of slaying an Earth-level being, despite his thoughts. As an unprofessional assassin with 2 years of military experience, he knew he had to follow orders, or it would be his life on the line. He stored the communicator and pressed a switch on the cylindrical antenna, retracting it back to arm size. Closing his eyes momentarily, a palm-sized rat emerged from the sandy ground at his feet, its crimson eyes glinting with a red light as it seemed to communicate with the man. After squeaking a couple of times and gesturing towards the northeast, the rat conveyed its message, suggesting that there was a herd of beasts in that direction. "Looks like I can make use of this," he thought, stowing away his backpack and glancing once more at the tribe below before commanding the rat to keep watch. Swiftly disappearing into the swirling dust. 2 days passed, returning the focus to Guing. In this brief time, the tribe had successfully merged and relocated, and the bandits tribe had unexpectedly joined forces with Old Man Sin and his group. Remarkably, Guing, who would typically take 2 to 3 months or longer to recuperate from such injuries, had already healed significantly within just 2 days, prompting Professor Chiu to exclaim in astonishment, rekindling his desire to dissect Guing. Fortunately, Guing promptly doused that enthusiasm with cold water. "Professor, I am nearly fully recovered. I plan to set off tomorrow." "You used your abilities to expedite your recovery again, didn't you? Did I not advise against that?" "It's your body. You may decide," the professor replied. Guing shook his head. "This time, I truly did not use my abilities. It seems my physical condition has improved slightly after this battle. You are quite the little monster. One day, I will have to dissect you for a thorough study. Cases like yours are exceedingly rare." "Please, don't joke about that, Professor," Guing said with an awkward smile. "Hey, I am not jesting. I am utterly serious about dissecting you. Please trust a biological researcher's passion and conviction. All right, but you likely won't have the chance after I leave. Be cautious once I am gone. The number of survivors and awakened individuals here is alarmingly low. It feels rather ominous. You think I need your reminder? You are still too young in terms of intelligence. I deduced that on the first day I entered the tribe, those who can survive will not perish, and those destined to die cannot live. Why waste time worrying about such things every day? Am I becoming verbose, or are you? Young man, your persona is crumbling." Professor Chiu, as ever, jested with Guing. "You should cherish your life," he remarked. "Aren't there still significant matters left unfinished? Surely, you wouldn't want that young girl, Lin Chi-Chi, to be saddened, would you?" Guing nodded. "I will. After this battle, I've realized I truly do not wish to die." "Who wants to die?" a bright voice chimed from outside the tent. Moments later, Lin Chi-Chi rushed in, carrying a plate of food, while Tu Xiang peered in curiously, seemingly eager to ascertain if someone was indeed in peril and whether he might receive a morsel. The professor and Guing exchanged amused glances. Truly a delightful little creature she was. On the eve of departure, Guing sought out Old Man Senator. After entrusting the professor to him, he procured a mutated horse from the bandits, replenishing the survival supplies for himself and Chi-Chi before dawn broke. While the others remained asleep, he rode off with Lin Chi-Chi and Tu Xiang, leaving the tribe behind. There were no tearful farewells or poignant sentiments. The silent parting was as commonplace as daily life. In this apocalyptic world, perhaps a single departure signified eternity. Yet on this very day, an unexpected party arrived at the Lord's mansion in the city-state of Wadi, several dozen miles to the south. Chi Yun, What brings you here? Roshan inquired, somewhat astonished. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? It's been years since we last met, and you treat your dear sister this way? Confess, have you been hiding a man from me? Qian teased, removing her hood to reveal her exquisite features and striking countenance, her sleek black hair accentuating her sharpness and vitality. Calm down. I've already sent for food and drinks. After all, I am a city lord. I won't starve over a meal. I was merely curious. Last I heard, you became a secretary to some important figure. Why are you back here now? Has he cast you aside? Roshan chuckled. Her laughter, combined with her enchanting beauty, stirred the hearts of the men present. Look at you being so stingy. I arrive, and you bombard me with questions without even offering a drink? All right, enough of the jesting. We've come with a mission. You know that every year, teams are dispatched to seek out talent and assist in construction, right? Qian began. I know. Didn't they just leave not long ago? So what is your purpose? Roshan queried. They have their assignments. You know, I studied engineering and construction. I've participated in some research projects in recent years. The primary aim is to develop communication technologies capable of functioning amidst radiation and sand particles. Simply put, it's about achieving real-time communication over long distances. Qian dropped a bombshell. The previous team was not only searching for talent and providing assistance, they consistently sought out the most concealed areas, the least likely to be disturbed by mutated beasts for trials. Some mutated creatures were drawn to electromagnetic waves, and various solutions emerged from their repeated experiments. This time, we are laying the groundwork for genuine signal stations. Following in their footsteps, Roshan sprang to her feet, her chest quivering with excitement. Are you serious? Can we restore long-distance communication already? The news thrilled her immensely. Stay composed. Not only will communication be restored, but gradually, transportation and national systems will also be reinstated. Humanity will inevitably reclaim dominion over this land, Qian asserted, her gaze resolute. Oh no. Roshan suddenly recalled something. What's wrong? No need to panic. Just clarify it. Qian said, casting an annoyed glance at her friend. Not long ago, a young boy did me a significant favor. To repay him, I had him deliver a letter to you. Now that you're here, he LLB left empty-handed. What boy? A big favor. He wrote a personal letter to me. Roshan giggled. Qian smirked, eyeing Roshan mischievously. What are you thinking? You've become increasingly frivolous. Roshan, irritated, slapped Qian lightly on the chest. What nonsense. You're the one who has become more improper. Then she recounted how Guing had assisted in diverting the giant tortoise. That boy is impressive. I've seen pictures of that tortoise. It is essentially a mobile fortress, Qian exclaimed. Pictures? What is that about? Roshan seemed to have caught on to the discrepancy in Qian's words. Don't ask. The technology and power in their possession are beyond our imagination. Otherwise, how could we restore order to human society? Qian intentionally diverted Roshan's inquiries. Let us talk business. This wadi is an ideal base. Although mutated creatures frequently migrate, there are hardly any threats exceeding a certain level around here. Aside from that giant tortoise, initially, there were suggestions to establish a large base here as a signal relay station. However, both Dr. Chiao and I strongly opposed it. Even a small signal station could attract mutated beasts. If a large base lured even more formidable creatures, your city-state would face destruction without sufficient defense. That is why I'm personally leading this mission, to prevent any insubordination. After saying this, Qian shot a sidelong glance at the team members drinking in other parts of the hall. Then I must thank you. I owe you this favor. How about I repay you tonight? Roshan said with a wicked grin at Qian. Qian's cheeks flushed, not backing down. Pa, you've remained the same over the years. I see you're feeling lonely and cold, needing me to comfort you. As the mention of Guing brought a pause to their banter, Roshan asked, do you have any way to catch up with him? He has also headed north and has tea left for long. With the fuel he took, he can't have gone too far. Qian shook her head. I think your position as city lord has made you a bit daft. Do you know his exact location on this sandy terrain? How would we find him without precise coordinates? Any slight deviation in direction could lead us astray. It's already difficult enough for a team of dozens to navigate. Adding all this equipment makes it even harder. You want me to track someone down? Isn't that just complicating matters? Is this little man truly that important to you? Roshan met Qian's gaze earnestly for a moment before nodding. He is indeed special. There seems to be something mysterious about him, but that is not what draws me to him. It's his gaze and the aura he exudes, a longing for life intertwined with a sense of solitude. Both contradictory and captivating. Moreover, he is a powerful man. If you were in my position, you'd also find it hard to resist. Cut the nonsense. In these years, I've encountered all sorts of people, tall, short, fat, thin, Mutated and unmutated. Do you think I'd be attracted to some juvenile who has even matured yet? You think I'm like you, preferring the young over the seasoned? My sights are set on the stars and the sea. Men can take a backseat, Chi-Yin retorted dismissively. Then, Miss Chi, with such extensive experience, why are you still a maiden? Roshan teased, covering her mouth as she chuckled. That's because my aspirations lie elsewhere. You, on the other hand, are just as flirtatious. Chi-Yin shot back. I'm different. I simply haven't encountered any good men. Now that I finally meet one, he has gone missing. Will you help your sister find her future brother-in-law? Roshan giggled. All right, I'll agree to help you look along the way, but whether we find him depends on luck. If we don't locate him, don't expect me to take responsibility. Then let me thank you in advance for your future brother-in-law. Roshan laughed. Pa, it seems springtime feelings have stirred within you. How shameless. As their playful banter continued, the welcoming ceremony for the team drew to a close. That night, the biting cold wind was kept at bay outside the wadi. Yet the night remained chilling. Three figures stealthily slipped out of the Lord's Mansion's lounge, ensuring no one noticed their departure before quietly exiting the city with a bundle of equipment. At that moment, two slender silhouettes stood beside the highest viewing platform of the Lord's Mansion, illuminated by moonlight. None other than City Lord Roshan and the leading Chi-Yun. I suspected there were some unruly individuals among these rascals. And it seems I was right, Chi-Yun remarked with a smirk. Are you just going to let them do as they please? Aren't you concerned for your friend's city and life? Roshan teased me. Do you think I don't know them? Even if there were 30 more like them, they wouldn't stand a chance against you. Besides, their little antics won't stir up anything significant. Since I anticipated this, I naturally took precautions. A simple jammer would suffice, so why bother with extra effort? However, the faces of these individuals remained obscured, and unlike you, who possesses overwhelming strength, it is not yet the time to confront them. I can only remain vigilant against their covert actions, and once we return to the north, I shall deal with them appropriately. As Chi-Yun spoke, her irritation grew, prompting her to turn away and retreat to her room to sleep. Leaving Luo Shan still gazing with interest at the three figures. On the fourth day after leaving the tribe, Gu Ying, relying on the geographical knowledge hastily acquired from old Xiao, struggled to discern the general direction of the northern capital. The jolting of the horse was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure, thus the mutated horse naturally became their mode of transport. Meanwhile, Gu Ying and Lin Chi-Chi sat steadily on the back of the earth bear. Brother, are we not heading in the right direction? This was Lin Chi-Chi's first time questioning their course of action. The general direction should be correct. Why do you ask? Gu Ying responded. I can't quite put my finger on it. Brother, you know my mental prowess allows me to detect various concealed entities and creatures underground, right? Yet, in the days we have traveled, I have not sensed a single mutated creature below us. Is this not unusual? Upon hearing Lin Chi-Chi's words, Gu Ying furrowed his brow in contemplation. Past experiences told him that this was decidedly abnormal. The wasteland was teeming with mutated creatures, which had long been a bane for traders and hunters traversing between human outposts. One careless moment could lead to a deadly ambush from the subterranean beasts. It was, by all accounts, improbable to go several days without encountering a single one. If the earth bear were to exude any sort of sovereign aura, it would make sense. However, this simpleton had merely grown plumper without displaying any intimidating presence. Hence, the only logical explanation was that the area had been cleared or purged, but was it merely coincidence? As he pondered, the earth bear abruptly came to a halt, nearly tossing the contemplative Gu Ying off. What is the matter? Gu Ying patted the bear's head and inquired. Brother, the bear senses strong vibrations ahead, and they are coming towards us. Lin Chi-Chi activated her translation assistant mode. Could it be another herd of beasts? Gu Ying barely had time to contemplate before a cloud of dust appeared on the horizon. He hurriedly pulled out his monocular for a closer look. Holy crap, run. With a swift slap to the bear's head, the earth bear understood the urgency and immediately activated escape mode, galloping away at full speed in the opposite direction, disregarding the horses and cargo on its back. This sudden flight caused Lin Chi-Chi to grow anxious, asking, Brother, what is that behind us? A herd of beasts, a vast multitude of them. As they spoke, Gu Ying turned back to observe through the monocular once more. In a matter of moments, the herd had caught up to the horses, engulfed in a cloud of dust. The earth bear was remarkably swift, even faster than the broken-down motorcycle, yet the pursuing beasts were swifter, seemingly driven by some primal instinct, charging at them recklessly. As the distance between them dwindled, Gu Ying's anxiety began to mount. We cannot return the same way. We would lead the herd back to the tribe. He raised his head to scan the surroundings and finally spotted a suitable mountain that at its base was a narrow entrance. How fortunate was Gu Ying, as the nearby mountains were plentiful, providing ample cover. Had they been on the plains, with nothing but flat land, escaping would have been impossible, and they would have been trampled into the ground. He quickly directed the earth bear towards the mountain entrance. And soon they reached the base. Towering cliffs flanked them, jagged and steep, resembling the sharp fangs of a predator, making climbing quite challenging. Fortunately, the earth bear possessed the ability to manipulate soil, and with its sturdy physique, ascending such cliffs posed little difficulty. Without waiting for Guing's command, the bear leaped several times, scaling dozens of meters in height. At that moment, the herd was upon them. Yet the narrow mountain path could not accommodate so many beasts simultaneously. Consequently, a chaotic pileup ensued, the lengthy trail congested with mutated creatures, still in frenzied pursuit. Guing felt a cold sweat beat upon his brow, instinctively gripping the long knife at his back. Indeed, you read that correctly. Guing had acquired a knife. It was forged by Professor Chiu and Old Sin while Guing was unconscious, utilizing Old Sin's abilities to cut through the indigestible materials within the shark's body, and then remolding it with the remaining metalworking equipment. The blade was straight and single-edged, still lacking a handguard, resembling the previous Tang knife. However, its sharpness and durability had been elevated several notches, no longer gleaming with a reflective sheen, now possessing a subtle matte finish, a deeper and more profound black. After hanging atop the cliff for over 10 minutes, the herd finally dispersed, and it appeared they had not detected the presence of the two individuals in the bear above. Just as Guing prepared to descend, he suddenly spotted a familiar, peculiar creature. It was a mouse, no larger than a palm, starkly contrasting with the towering beast that loomed nearby. Moreover, it trailed behind the herd, giving Guing the impression of a shepherd dog herding sheep. Trusting his instincts, Guing decisively launched himself off the cliff, leveraging his strength to propel himself towards the mouse, and in an instant, he landed firmly, capturing the strange rodent in his grasp. The mouse, caught off guard while herding the beasts, initially seemed bewildered but soon began to thrash wildly, its eyes glimmering with a crimson light as if warning Guing to release it. However, no amount of struggle would prove effective. Its small frame could not hope to escape Guing's grip. Curiously examining the little mouse, particularly its eyes, which, though menacing, exuded a shrewdness. Guing attempted to communicate. We've met before. Haven't we, little creature? Stop struggling. You cannot escape. Can you understand me? If so, make a sound. After several futile struggles, the mouse seemed to resign itself, letting out a squeak before spreading its limbs and ceasing its resistance, covering its head with its tiny paws. At that moment, Lin Chi rode up on the earth bear, intrigued by the mouse in Guing's hand, and asked, "Brother, what do you intend to do with this mouse? Are you planning to make a meal out of it?" Before Guing could respond, upon hearing this, the mouse became frantic, squeaking loudly and shaking its head, its eyes welling with tears, displaying a pitiful expression. Guing felt as though he were losing his mind. He could hardly believe he was witnessing a mouse display such a look of grievance. Lin Chi was amused. This little creature is quite interesting. It seems to understand our words. Are you still planning to eat it, brother? Guing, too, found humor in Lin Chi's remarks. The tension from moments before had dissipated entirely. He shook his head. It is indeed interesting. I have a feeling it might be under someone's control. Let us leave this place first. We shall find a safe location to communicate properly. Guing emphasized the word communicate, causing the mouse to tremble in fear, promptly closing its eyes in feigned unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, a man in black observed through binoculars, witnessing Guing capture the mouse. Alarmed, he thought to himself, "This is bad. How could he have realized that the herd was being driven by the mouse? Does he possess the ability to communicate with mutated creatures?" This was not impossible. The presence of the mutated bear by Guing's side was a clear indicator. The man in black himself had the ability to sense and perceive the emotional fluctuations of mutated beasts, unlike Lin Chi, who engaged in direct mental dialogue. While he was not concerned about the mouse exposing him, it remained a potential risk. After a moment of contemplation, the man in black resolved to eliminate the mouse, whistling into the air. A mutated eagle, with a wingspan of 2 meters, descended from above. The man in black mounted the eagle's back, directing it toward Guing and the others. As Guing prepared to depart in search of a secluded and secure location to interrogate the mouse, a sudden sense of danger washed over him. He looked up to see a dark figure in the sky approaching rapidly, surely not a friendly visit. Who was pursuing him? For what purpose? The revenge of the Meat Chunk City Lord. That individual had met his demise, which seemed unlikely. Was it a retaliation from the base's traitors? General Zhang Li had completed the cleanup effectively. If they sought revenge, they would not wait until now, and that group lacked the capability. Wait, the base, the Awakening Project, human experimentation. Indeed, he had encountered this mouse once at the research facility, where the madman had been silenced by it seemed he had inadvertently disrupted someone's plans. Such pursuits across the wasteland could only be orchestrated by those big shots above. What a deep-seated grudge. Upon realizing this, Guing gazed resentfully at the approaching eagle, pondering how he had not meant to cause trouble. Was it not simply a matter of taking down a research facility? As for being relentlessly pursued by mutated creatures, this was becoming quite absurd. The solitary figure had neither the time nor the inclination to meticulously categorize the myriad of mutated creatures encountered since departing from the base. Attributing all encounters to this significant individual, brother, an eagle is soaring towards us, she noted. The radar, crafted by Lin Chi-Chi, proved insufficient in its range. As it was only when the man and the eagle were nearly overhead that she sensed something amiss. It seems to be coming for me. You and the bear should dig a cave over there and wait for my return. Do not let this little creature escape. I will first deal with this nuisance overhead. The solitary figure declared, entrusting the mouse to Lin Chi-Chi and affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. As if merely attending to a trivial matter, the bear swiftly began to dig, while Lin Chi-Chi obediently followed. Casting a sweet smile at the solitary figure before entering, he understood that she needn't worry about him. Her faith in his capabilities was sufficient. Time was of the essence for the man in black. Initially, he had intended to launch a surprise attack from above, seizing or eliminating the mouse before making a hasty retreat. To his astonishment, the solitary figure's vigilance was remarkably acute, detecting his presence before he could draw near. Recalling the image of her vanquishing the giant python, he realized that this humanoid beast was now fixated on him, leaving him no choice but to proceed boldly. He resolved to test the waters. If that failed, he would retreat. With a firm decision, the man in black whistled, and soon, over a dozen mutated eagles descended from all directions. As the whistle sounded again, the flock of eagles dove toward the solitary figure in unison. At the narrow mountain pass, the eagles' attack trajectories did not require the solitary figure's keen foresight. With a few deft maneuvers, she evaded all assaults from the eagles. To her surprise, she felt her body had grown stronger. Previously, dodging such a multitude would have necessitated a surge of energy, yet now, her innate speed sufficed for complete evasion. Having gained a preliminary understanding of her adversary's strength, the solitary figure refused to grant her opponent a moment's respite. Utilizing the protrusions of the mountain wall, she leaped upward, swiftly ascending to the height where the man in black hovered. As she evaded the eagle's assault, the man in black sensed impending doom. However, it was too late to flee. Before he could issue a retreat command, a figure emerged before him. The bandaged youth appeared to him as a demon, as if he could perceive the malevolent grin of the fiend. In an instant, two glimmers of cold light flashed, and suddenly he felt weightless. He had merely severed the wings of an eagle. Am I falling? He thought, relieved yet bewildered, observing the man in black plummeting from the sky. His face still adorned with an expression of bliss, the solitary figure was left in utter confusion. What kind of aberration had been dispatched to hunt her? Perhaps his mind was somewhat unhinged. In a breath, a resounding thud echoed as the man in black crashed heavily to the ground. It was unsurprising that he had not perished. Yet, why was he smiling while spitting blood? It seemed he possessed a resilient character, one with extraordinary endurance. Attempting to extract information through coercion was likely to be futile. After a few more leaps, the solitary figure approached the man in black. Since she could not glean any information, perhaps it would be best to kill him. As such thoughts crossed her mind, she slowly unsheathed her knife. Just as she hesitated between mercy and execution, the man in black murmured, "It's all under orders from above." "All under orders from above," she echoed, her brow furrowing in confusion. Perhaps fearing she had not heard him clearly, he amplified his voice, reiterating, "I am merely following orders. It's not my intention to kill you. There are those above who wish for your demise." Seeing her expressionless visage, the man in black felt tears welling up. He hastily defended himself. "You destroyed the research facility, killed the doctor, and exposed those synthetic mutated creatures," simultaneously revealing the actions of significant individuals behind the scenes. This not only thwarted several ongoing plans but also caused substantial resource losses for those in power. They suspect you might be a rival force sent to target him. Thus, I was dispatched to investigate your background and seize an opportunity for assassination. As for anything else, I am but a minor player, and my knowledge is quite limited. Please, spare my life. Ultimately, the solitary figure sheathed her knife, leaving the now incapacitated man in black propped against the mountain wall while she rummaged through his backpack. That handgun is meant for ordinary people. You know this world is far from peaceful. And don't discard that cylindrical object. It's a signal umbrella. Wait, don't toss that rectangular metal piece either. It could break. It's a device for communication, the man in black exclaimed anxiously as he watched her toss items out of the bag like beans. A signal umbrella? A device for communication? You cannot be serious, she questioned. raising the two items he had mentioned. Her brow knitted in skepticism. Absolutely. I depend on this to communicate with my superiors. How else would I relay orders over such a vast distance? Ignoring the condescension in his tone, she continued to inquire, how does this work? What is the maximum communication range? Are there any conditions or limitations? The signal umbrella can be deployed in any sufficiently open area. Simply insert it into the ground and press a button to serve as a signal relay. Initially, the range isn't too extensive, but with the nationwide installation of signal bases, it can essentially facilitate communication across the country. The rectangular device you hold is a communicator. See those metal buttons numbered on it. It functions like an old-fashioned telephone, requiring a specific number to initiate a call. There are still many signal interferences, but I've heard they are working on resolving that. Upon hearing the man's account, the solitary figure pounced on a realization. So, you are affiliated with the government? This question caught the man in black off guard. His expression turning awkward. If I say so, I'll be dead. She unsheathed her knife once more, exhaling upon its blade and wiping it with her cloak before stating, You've divulged so much already. Does it truly matter if you withhold this detail, or do you genuinely believe I would hesitate to kill you? Witnessing her movements, the man in black fell into a state of despair. Lamenting, I told you I couldn't handle this. I'm just a civilian in the military, merely awakened with a psychic ability. They thrust me into this role of tracking and killing. I wanted to refuse, but the incentives were simply too enticing. He began to weep. My name is Lee Hao, 25 years old, with both parents alive. In that blissful and peaceful era, I was a university student. Since childhood, I've had a fondness for small animals, particularly hamsters, dragons, and sugar gliders. I had many pets, often facing reprimands from my parents because of it. Throughout my youth, I was notably taller and sturdier than my peers. However, upon my classmates discovering my penchant for hamsters, coupled with the character Hao in my name, I earned the nickname Mouse. I didn't mind it. In fact, I rather liked it. After graduating high school, my family insisted I choose a path in medicine, law, or education, professions they deemed secure. I could not fathom selecting any of those fields. Merely memorizing the required knowledge was daunting. Thus, I rebelliously chose to study journalism. My long-standing commitment to physical training equipped me with the potential to become a renowned paparazzo. The profession of a journalist was indeed tailor-made for me. Moreover, I heard that graduating from this major typically led to unemployment. How utterly perfect. However, such fortunes were short-lived, as the apocalypse arrived without warning. I too experienced the earth-shattering tremors of nuclear devastation. Damn this war. Damn the nuclear bomb. Damn the end of days. My beloved pets were reduced to dust. In the first year of the Wasteland era, I lost track of the date. Whatever, it mattered little. Fortunately, we sought refuge in time, and my family survived. We all cared for the injured, subsisting on meager rations. I pondered how long the supplies and the shelter would last as I grew thin. Reminiscing about red braised pork, spicy chicken, water-boiled meat slices, and fish-flavored shredded pork, the more I thought, the hungrier I became. So I decided to stop. In the second year of the Wasteland era, people from Baidu arrived. Upon learning I was a university student, they informed me that the military was recruiting talents across various fields, offering generous benefits. Without hesitation, I followed the large troop. I no longer wished to subsist on hardtack and instant noodles. Months passed. Lacking transportation made travel arduous. Eventually, we reached Baidu, a city of dilapidated ruins. I had hoped for miracles here, yet reconstruction had commenced. And a soldier informed me that a team had been established for post-disaster rebuilding. Traveling to various regions to assist in restoration, the government was indeed reliable. I was honored to meet with a leader. How thrilling it was to encounter a significant individual for the first time. The leader praised my physical fitness and inquired if I wished to enlist. After a moment's hesitation, I resolved to be honest before him. Thus, I confessed that my physique was merely robust, and I was unfit for combat. Perhaps he discerned my cowardice. He seemed reluctant to have a slacker in the ranks. Consequently, I was assigned to an office, fulfilling the role of a humble clerical worker. In the third year of the Wasteland era, I awakened. Ha 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 ha. I have acquired superpowers. Am I the protagonist of this world? Is it my destiny to save the world? Indeed, I have always been somewhat different from others since childhood. Could this be the reason? Ha ha ha. I feel inflated with pride. Damn these supernatural abilities. Damn this awakening. Damn this new breed of humanity. You claim I was fine, yet here I am, awakening some superpower? And a mental one at that, which is not even offensive in nature, merely allowing me to achieve vague perceptions and disrupt certain mutated creatures, without any effect on humans. Yet, I have caught the attention of those in higher places. who encouraged me to develop my abilities, suggesting I might achieve greatness in the future. I don't believe a word of it. You old fool. You were the one who coaxed me into the military in the first place. And now you wish to lure me into combat. Dream on. Even if it means death, I refuse to participate in any battles. Well, never mind, it turns out to be quite enticing. My superior has arranged for me a grand villa and secured a job for my parents in a food processing plant where they can earn contribution points and sustenance. Furthermore, upon my return from this mission, he promises to set me up with several beautiful single maidens, along with an additional 10,000 contribution points. Can an ordinary person refuse such an offer? Am I an ordinary person? I am. Thus, I accepted this mission. My superior instructed me to follow a certain individual, whose photograph appeared rather peculiar, a seemingly young lad, yet entirely wrapped in bandages. Has he suffered some grave injury? Off to the south I go, which seems quite distant. Oh well, thinking of the lovely maidens and contribution points, I shall give it my all. Finally, I have arrived in the south. How curious that there are places here that seem perpetually shrouded in thunder and lightning, quite odd and seemingly perilous. Note to self. That area is off limits. Today, my superior issued a new command for me to eliminate a deranged laboratory director involved in some grotesque human experimentation, and to retrieve the research data as well. Thus, I committed murder. Although it was merely a rat that killed the man, I had given the order, and in the end, I have embarked upon a path of no return. The USB drive could not be accessed without the proper equipment. Hence I instructed the rat to steal additional data. I may be cowardly, but I am not foolish. After reviewing the data, I became increasingly certain it was not about dealing with villains at all. But my superior is the true malevolent force orchestrating a cover-up. I have become an assassin, an accomplice, yet my parents remain in the north, leaving me no choice but to continue obeying my superior's commands and follow that young boy. Today, I tamed an eagle. My first flight in the sky was exhilarating. How delightful. Wait, what do I see? Two monsters engaged in battle, and that young lad has joined the fray. The two beasts perish together. This world is becoming ever more terrifying. Thankfully, I possess the ability to sense danger. This power is indeed formidable. Splendid. The lad and a young girl were besieged by a pack of wolves. Their skills were astonishing. Reminiscent of cinematic feats, the boy dispatched the wolves as if they were mere chickens, his speed astonishing. By heavens, was that a sonic boom just now? It must have been. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Despite the numerous formidable new humans in the military, I have never encountered anyone as powerful as him. He appears entirely human, yet is frighteningly impressive. Wait, does this boy also possess psychic abilities? Or is it that little girl? Just now, I felt a powerful psychic wave. This forest is quite vexing, obstructing my view of the events below. They have managed to tame a mutated bear. Even I can only tame smaller creatures of limited intelligence and strength. One of them undoubtedly possesses psychic powers. Absolutely. Should I report this to my superior? Sigh. I shall observe a while longer. Who knows when this mission will conclude? Wow, what a wondrous terrain. Is this naturally formed? A vast depression devoid of other mutated creatures. Has this area been purged by the armed forces? The young boy and his companions have entered a city-state. Shall I follow suit? After drifting for so long, at least I can find a bed to rest comfortably. With the little golden-haired one accompanying me, I need not worry about losing their trail. After several days of rest, the conditions here are quite pleasant. The terrain even surpasses that of the north. Yet, why is the city so noisy today? It seems the lord of the city has issued some announcement. I shall investigate. Goodness gracious, they are gathering awakened combatants. I counted at least 10,000 individuals. Are we preparing for battle? But against whom? I am assisting in transporting supplies and constructing defensive fortifications. This escalation is rather alarming. Today, I met the Lord's sister. She is truly beautiful and remarkably alluring. Her figure, my word, who could resist? However, my psychic perception warns me that this lady is quite dangerous. When she unleashed her psychic power, it sent shivers down my spine. Best to avoid her. I shall wait until my mission concludes before seeking out those lovely maidens. Time to slip away. Have you ever seen a living landmass? One spanning several kilometers? I have. Is this a turtle? Surely, even a mythical tortoise would not be so immense. Is this the target for our battle? Over 10,000 people against it would be akin to a swarm of ants. Alas, it seems I may meet my end here. My villa, my beautiful maidens, farewell, father and mother. How splendid. This motorcycle soars through the air, truly soaring, and can even scale vertical cliffs. This young boy is no ordinary person. He was the first to leap onto the turtle's back. It seems quiet now. I wonder if he will survive. A miracle, truly a miracle. That colossal creature has been lured away, and it is said to be the young boy's doing. How impressive. If only I could possess such prowess. Alas, mere wishes will not suffice. I shall continue to play my role as a mere observer. Those books I read were not in vain. My tracking skills are impeccable. 2 words. Sheer professionalism. Alas, I drank too much yesterday. What a madcap bunch. My head aches. In every conceivable sense, the boy and girl managed to slip away while I was inebriated. Should I lose them now, it would be a disaster. All the hardships I've endured would be for naught. My villa, my girlfriends. No, I must pursue them without delay. Finally, I have caught up. Surprise, surprise. I can fly. Heh. The eagle is quite useful, though the air currents are rather unstable. I nearly got blown away several times. I should implement some safety measures. Perhaps fashion some safety ropes. Safety first. Today, I spoke with my superior. It appears that the boy and his companions were swallowed by a shark, one that swims in the sand. Are the plots of films now becoming reality? Are you certain this is truly a wasteland cleansed by nuclear blasts and not a Cthulhu invasion? If one day I were to witness creatures sprouting tentacles, I would not be the least surprised. I digress. My superior instructed me to ensure that I either see the living or the dead. Where am I to procure a corpse? Shall I fetch one from the shark's excrement? Sigh. I shall continue to follow the shark. On that day, I was reminded of the terror instilled by the Monkey King. Could Journey to the West truly be a realistic narrative? The shark suddenly perished. And indeed, the boy and girl emerged from its belly, rescuing an old man in the process. Is he the kind of grandfather who can provide unparalleled techniques and rare treasures, since the boy has survived? I must report this to my superior. At last, my superior could no longer remain passive. He instructed me to take action. Fortunately, there are plenty of creatures nearby that can be driven away, ground-level giant pythons. This will do. This is the limit of my capabilities. Anything beyond this is beyond my control. This ability is utterly useless. Bah, rubbish. I hope the boy does not blame me for his demise. I am merely a pawn in this game. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon that old fool and the giant python that will take his life. I have become numb to it all. Let destruction reign. Even so. To be retaliated against in such a manner. Giant python, do you even know how to play? To crush a ground-level giant python with bare hands, shaking the earth itself? You were the true monster. Aren't you, a monster in human guise? My superior wishes for me to kill him. Come now, hand me the blade, and let me see you slay one for me. Is it merely for disrupting your inhumane experiments that you pursue this man relentlessly? Wishing to kill him, such a leader, unworthy of the title, is destined to meet his end. You want me to continue tracking, waiting for an opportunity to strike? Very well, I shall put whatever remains of my intellect to use. My only strategy is to employ numbers to my advantage. Conveniently, there exists a horde of mutated beasts in the direction he must pass. If their numbers are sufficient, perhaps they can deal with him? I can only give it a try. If it fails, I shall retreat and content myself as a diligent observer. After all, I cannot hope to defeat that individual. This is merely a precautionary measure. Gazing at the diary that had been unearthed, Gu Ying's face twitched in disbelief. Can someone like him truly be a killer? It appears that those in higher positions are somewhat lacking in their talent pool. Enough already, cease your weeping. Finally, I have silenced Li Hao's sobs. Perhaps it was the earlier tears that prompted me to realize he was clutching my diary. His face flushed slightly as he stammered. Could you return that to me? Casting a glance at him, Gu Ying tossed the diary back to Li Hao. Looking at your physique, I thought you were a professional killer from the military. No. I'm merely robust by nature. It's innate. Innate. Li Hao wiped the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, mixed with blood, smearing it across his face. Very well, for now, I shall spare your life. If I were to threaten you with the prospect of breaking your limbs or taking your life, you would likely disclose the information I seek, correct? His nonchalant tone nearly sent Li Hao into a panic once more. Thus, caught between die now and die later, Li Hao chose the latter, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Promising to share all he knew without reservation. Tell me about your superior. What's going on? I know only that his surname is Zhao, an elderly gentleman in his 60s, seemingly holding a high-ranking position. In most places I have visited, people bow and pay their respects upon seeing him. The matters concerning you are conclusions I have drawn from the laboratory's records. That old man undoubtedly harbors a disdain for you, persistently undermining his plans and experiments. Hence, I was tasked with tracking and investigating you. It appears you have done something that has caused him considerable agitation, compelling me to initiate an assault. Honestly, if it weren't for the generous reward he promised, I would not have ventured into this treacherous situation. My knowledge is limited. Much of it is conjecture on my part, and I cannot ascertain its accuracy. Please, I implore you to grant me a chance at survival. I am truly being coerced. Li Hao shamelessly betrayed his superior. But for Gu Ying, these were merely inconsequential speculations. You mentioned my photograph in your diary. What is the story behind that? Gu Ying knew this individual was merely a lackey, unlikely to divulge any critical information. So he inquired about other perplexing matters. Startled out of a dying stupor, Li Hao nearly leapt to his feet. Quickly, find a place that can obscure the sky. It's a satellite. This is disastrous. Your capture of me has surely been recorded, and now I am truly finished. After uttering this, Li Hao clutched his head and sank into a state of despondency. It seems the higher-ups still retain some technological prowess. I wonder how much control they have regained over the satellites. Lost in thought, Gu Ying casually glanced upward at the sky. Yet, that very glance was captured clearly by the satellite. In an office in Baidu, a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance and an air of grim authority sat behind a desk, listening to a subordinate report on matters. Commander Fu, the subordinate began. This is the latest footage captured by the Intelligence Department satellite. The youth has been located. Spread across the desk was a folder, the topmost page revealing the very photograph of Gu Ying gazing skyward. After reviewing the report in hand, Commander Fu rose and slowly approached the window, gazing down at the land beneath him. The office fell into a brief silence, which was eventually broken. Where is Qi Yun's team? Have Lin and the others contact her, instructing her to set aside her current tasks and prioritize the search for this youth. Once found, she is to bring him back to Baidu without delay. Understood. The messenger saluted and promptly exited the office. Hopefully, time will be sufficient. If this boy is indeed as reported, then the matter will have resolution. Commander Fu returned to his desk, his fingers gliding over Gu Ying's photograph. Frowning as he examined the second, third, and fourth images, should Gu Ying see them, he would surely recognize them. They depicted the products of the New Humanity Project, various synthetic organisms. Their sheer number astonishing. In another office, an elderly man with graying hair also held a report, containing similar photographs and intelligence regarding Gu Ying. Bring someone in. A messenger quickly entered. Immediately notified Chao Xian to personally take the completed products of the Xingyou Phase 4 out of the city and locate him before Commander Fu's people do. I have but one command. Ensure this individual vanishes completely. Do you understand? Yes. Observing the messenger swiftly disappear down the corridor, the old man's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Could it be that he is not one of them? Such a coincidence. Regardless of his affiliations, for disrupting my plans, he must meet his end. Who invited him to meddle? Can he truly contend with Earth-grade beasts? I shall gift him 5 Earth-grade creatures to see if he can manage. Achoo! Rubbing his nose gently, Gu Ying gazed at the ever-present sun above, pondering whether he might be coming down with a cold. Beside him, Lin Qiqi inquired curiously, Brother, are you ill? That cannot be. Your brother is a humanoid beast. How could he fall ill? In these times, even ordinary people seldom fall sick without cause. Let alone him. I suspect someone is simply missing your brother. Or so it seems. Li Hao's cheeky voice interjected from nearby. Be quiet. I have already spared you. Why do you continue to follow us? Are you not satisfied? Gu Ying was at a loss for words regarding this coward who, when in tears, could evoke a veritable tempest of sorrow. The moment Gu Ying declared he would not kill him, Li Hao's mood transformed from despair to delight, his change of expression so swift it could earn him an Oscar. This fellow was indeed tenacious. After Gu Ying had dispatched the tamed eagle, Li Hao, despite his grievous injuries, had trailed behind them, treating himself while occasionally teasing the young girl and fawning over Gu Ying. Resembling a devoted little disciple, are we well acquainted? Gu Ying furrowed his brow. Brother, you are my real brother. You see, I have laid everything out. I did not choose this path willingly. I cannot return now. I would surely face consequences at the hands of that old man. If you take me along, I can assist you in scouting and procuring transportation. I am quite useful. With a mighty roar, the bear startled Li Hao, who instinctively shrank his neck. The earth bear regarded him with disdain, and as it passed by Li Hao, it plopped down, causing Li Hao to fall to the ground. Trembling. Li Hao quickly comprehended the situation and chased after the bear. Brother bear, I am not usurping your role. You see, if we gather a few more helpers to carry things, it will be easier for you. Right? The earth bear turned toward Gu Ying and Lin Qiqi, seemingly inquiring. Brother, this one is of little use. Should we not eliminate him? Lin Qiqi innocently questioned. What a childish notion. Who has taught you such violent ways? Gu Ying frowned. Though survival in the apocalypse is harsh, such habits are not to be encouraged. He cast a disapproving glance at Li Hao. It was not me. Not me. Li Hao quickly denied, desperate to save his skin. It was old Xiao. He said that in the apocalypse, one must first eliminate the saints, claiming that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. advocating for root eradication to prevent future threats. He also taught me things like you strike me, I annihilate your entire family. The young girl, noticing Gu Ying's increasingly displeased expression, gradually lowered her voice before decisively placing the blame on the old man. It seems I must settle this score with old Qiu later. What a poor choice of teachings, indoctrinating a young girl with such notions. While it is prudent to remain vigilant, one should not adopt such practices. After admonishing Lin Qiqi, Gu Ying turned to Li Hao. As for you, you did quite well. That wave of beasts nearly cost us our lives. This is no trivial matter. Li Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment from the compliment, scratching his head. Oh, it was merely luck. Pure luck. Gu Ying's expression darkened. Am I praising you? Tell me, what good deeds have you done? Do we have any baggage that needs carrying? Huh. Observing the awkwardness radiating from Li Hao, Gu Ying declared, you have half a day to procure supplies. 3 portions of water and food. If you succeed, you may join us. Otherwise, be gone. Wait. I shall do it at once, I assure you. Perhaps accustomed to being reprimanded, Li Hao reflexively stood at attention, saluted, and dashed off with the little mouse in tow. That evening, before a cozy fire, lay 3 desert iguana corpses and 2 hyenas, while a 2-meter-tall vulture perched nearby, tilting its head with curious eyes as it observed its new master serving another individual water and massaging their shoulders. The earth bear, seemingly satisfied with the evening meal, stood upright and patted Li Hao on the shoulder, conveying its approval. Lin Qiqi, intrigued, asked, where did you find these? Can you teach me? All learned from the military. Tracking and terrain surveying are foundational skills everyone must acquire. As for me, my ability allows me to communicate with beasts through mental perception. That is something you cannot learn, Li Hao replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Oblivious to Lin Qiqi's disdainful gaze, very well. I suppose you have some usefulness. You may accompany us, but do not cause any trouble. There is only this one opportunity, Gu Ying remarked nonchalantly. I would not dare. Understood, understood. Li Hao responded anxiously. The cloudless night sky rendered the heavens pure and beautiful, yet the chill of the apocalypse remained bone-deep. Gu Ying, seated by the fire, gazed into the clarity of the night. A disquieting premonition stirring within him. Thanks to Li Hao's precise navigation, Gu Ying and his companions finally extricated themselves from their aimless wandering. The tamed vulture circled above, providing enhanced visibility and timely warnings. Lin Qiqi watched the vulture enviously, wishing for a similar companion of her own. During this period, she refrained from activating even her radar, a decision made in private consultation with Gu Ying, based on Li Hao's mental fluctuations when utilizing his abilities. It was evident that any display of power could easily be sensed by Lin Qiqi, who also possessed psychic abilities. To safeguard Lin Qiqi and to keep her as a strategic asset concealed. The two resolved to temporarily seal her powers. With Li Hao as their guide, their northward journey accelerated significantly. However, this rapid pace proved troublesome for Qi Yun, who was trailing closely behind, just as she was about to catch up to him. He suddenly began to quicken his pace. The satellite tracking and communication with Qi Yun were already hindered by a time lag, compounded by the presence of numerous technical personnel, making it increasingly difficult to intercept Gu Ying. Qi Yun could only curse under her breath. Is he running so fast to escape death? He might as well crash into a monster. In an ironic twist, Gu Ying and his companions indeed collided with danger. Specifically a squad sent to hunt him down. They arrived at the ruins of a city nestled against the mountains, intersected by a dry riverbed. 6 figures stood atop the highest peak, their dark cloaks billowing in the fierce winds. A man with serpentine eyes and a flickering tongue pointed in a direction and spoke. Colonel, I've sensed something. It's approximately 14 kilometers that way. From the vibrations detected, it's 3 individuals and a bear. Without a doubt, Chao Xian lifted his hood, revealing tousled brown hair and uniquely golden eyes, nodding as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Target confirmed. Commence operation. As soon as the words left his lips, the 4 soldiers behind him vanished in an instant, leaving only the serpentine man and Chao Xian to continue their vigil from the mountaintop. Colonel, I don't understand, the snake-tongued man queried. Why mobilize such elite fighters for a mere child? If you had read his report, you wouldn't be asking such questions, Chao Xian replied, his irritation palpable. I have, and to be honest, it's hard to believe. Any one of us could easily take down a terrestrial-level creature in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet that boy, without any genetic modifications, managed to defeat a terrestrial-level entity barehanded, and in human form at that. I find it hard to accept that the intelligence department has made a mistake. The serpentine man persisted in his skepticism regarding Gu Ying's strength. You may underestimate the enemy strategically, but you must regard them tactically. Although satellite control has only recently been restored, Current technology cannot fabricate images. With all uncertainties eliminated, no matter how implausible the outcome seems, you must accept its authenticity. I will not repeat this. Our orders are to eliminate the target, regardless of whether he is capable of effortlessly defeating a terrestrial-level creature or so weak he could be drowned by a spit. Our sole task is to execute the command. Let us proceed. Soon we shall ascertain his true strength. Understood, sir. With that, the Serpentine Man vanished in an instant, leaving Chao Xian to continue his watch. Meanwhile, the trio and the bear were startled by the anxious cries of a vulture overhead, which circled down to Li Hao's side. What is causing this unease? I don't see any creatures, Li Hao remarked, experiencing this situation for the first time. The vulture's alertness and keen observation skills were renowned. Logically, if it sensed danger, it should also identify the source of the threat. This circumstance indicated one thing. Some stealthy creatures were evading the vulture's detection. Yet their malevolence was palpable. That a moment of contemplation led Guing to realize that Li Hao's former superior was at play again, consistently targeting him on this journey. With a sigh, he reluctantly removed the bandage from his left eye, revealing his scarred visage, which startled Li Hao. Boss, what happened to you? He stammered, at a loss for words. I don't eat people, Guing replied dismissively, focusing his left eye ahead. A dense mass of radiation energy concentrated on the mountaintop, a phenomenon he had never witnessed before. Beyond that, no other energy accumulations were visible. There's something on the mountaintop, its nature obscured, yet it exudes danger. Let us retreat from the riverbed on the opposite side. Understanding his intent, the soil bear swiftly altered its course towards the river. Ah, quite perceptive. Indeed, this is no ordinary foe, Chao Xian mused, a smirk of disdain on his face. As the bear approached the riverbank, a violent tremor erupted from the ground, causing both Guing and the bear to change their expressions. Before they could evade, a figure burst forth from the earth, launching an attack. The bear quickly conjured 3 sturdy earthen shields, but with 3 deafening cracks. The shields were shattered as if they were mere paper. Fortunately, Guing reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to the bear, shifting its position just in time to evade the ambush. The assailant, witnessing his failed attack, did not rush forward but instead landed steadily and fixed his gaze on Guing. With a resigned sigh, Guing inquired, "Is there truly no room for negotiation? I am merely following orders. Do not hold it against me," the raspy voice replied, carrying a weight of weariness. As the wind blew back his cloak, the assailant's features became visible, a bald head devoid of hair, skin replaced by a scaly substance, and sharp, distinct angles reminiscent of a crocodile man. Hey, the one who modified your genes must be a Marvel fan, Guing thought, suppressing the urge to comment further. With no room for discourse, he surged forward like a gust of wind, closing the distance to the crocodile man in an instant, launching a whip-like kick aimed at his head. Gu Ying's speed caught the crocodile man off guard. He barely had time to raise his left arm for protection. A resounding thud echoed as the crocodile man was sent hurtling into a nearby dilapidated building, which crumbled under the impact. As Gu Ying prepared to deliver a finishing blow, another figure emerged from the ruins, clapping in appreciation. Magnificent, truly exhilarating. You sent Lu Sun flying with a single strike. He's renowned for his strength due to his crocodilian physique. I never expected you to possess such power and speed. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would have assumed you were a genetically modified warrior. Song Min, spare us your snide remarks. When will you learn to curb that obnoxious habit? We're on a mission, not here for amusement. The crocodile man, Lu Sun, emerged unscathed from the rubble. Life requires a sense of ritual, especially when facing an opponent like this. You brute understand nothing. With that, Song Min twisted his body, performing a series of stretches, then dramatically tore away his outer garment, revealing his true form, a body covered in golden armor, with distinctly defined muscles across his torso, sharp spines protruding from his arms, and 2 prominent antennae atop his head. His eyes were dark as ink, devoid of any discernible whites or eyelids. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Min, a warrior fused with wasp genes. I hope you won't disappoint me. He bowed elegantly to Guing, and suddenly, wings unfurled from his back, vibrating at a high frequency, allowing him to hover in the air. Here I come, he exclaimed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Gu Ying's pupils constricted as a wave of danger surged from behind him. He sidestepped and raised his arms to shield his head. Mirroring the crocodile man's previous stance as Song Min kicked him into another crumbling structure. Rather weak, isn't it? This doesn't seem like someone capable of effortlessly defeating terrestrial-level foes, Song Min remarked, brushing non-existent dust from his legs before striking a pose he deemed impressive. Lu Sun, stroking the crocodilian skin on his chin, pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement from his attack. It seems his strength is about on par with mine. and he possesses considerable speed, though perhaps not enough to catch up to you. However, he is indeed faster than I am, suggesting an overall strength that can be preliminarily assessed as terrestrial-level.is. That all? It appears we need not intervene. Someone should take care of him quickly so we can conclude this mission and return. I have no desire to linger in this desolate place any longer. A foreign voice intruded, revealing another figure clad in a hooded sweatshirt, who had appeared behind the crocodile man unbeknownst to anyone. Amidst the idle chatter, the dilapidated building crumbled, and a solitary shadow leaped forth. Landing atop a slanted wall, surveying the group below. Well, this lad seems quite resilient. Song Min, you appear rather frail. He remains unscathed while you, despite my warnings against flirting with ladies, struggle. Look at you. It's a struggle just to take a life. TSK, TSK, TSK. Perhaps it was a result of being cooped up for too long or simply a natural inclination, but this chatterbox had not ceased speaking since his entrance point 1, 2, 3, plus the one on the mountaintop 4. Right? The radiation levels within these individuals are exceedingly abnormal. Combined with their unusual appearances, they are undoubtedly synthetic beings. Solitary Shadow furrowed his brow, silently calculating. Suddenly, a whoosh broke the silence, interrupting Solitary Shadow's thoughts as Song Min swiftly approached his side. This time, it was not a whip kick, but rather a hardened claw covered in armor, its sharp barbs stabbing fiercely towards Solitary Shadow's heart. Anticipating the attack, Solitary Shadow swiftly raised his leg to deflect the strike, twisting his waist as he spun like a top, delivering a retaliatory whip kick. Alas, he was a moment too slow, and Song Min, flapping his wings, easily dodged the blow. Hovering 5 meters aloft, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Convinced he had discerned all of Solitary Shadow's capabilities, he then unleashed his full power, diving from above at an angle towards Solitary Shadow, launching an upward strike that sent him soaring into the air, followed by a relentless barrage of stabbing, kicking, and various martial arts attacks. In midair, Solitary Shadow was akin to a ball, tossed about without the slightest chance to retaliate. After dozens of consecutive strikes, Song Min executed a powerful downward thrust, crashing Solitary Shadow into the ground, creating a crater as vast clouds of dust obscured everyone's view. Well done, Song Min. Though frail, you still possess considerable strength. You can boast about this for some time upon your return. As the chatterbox prepared to rise, a voice from above halted him. No, something feels off. Song Min frowned, seemingly recalling something, but it was too late to issue a warning. Solitary Shadow emerged from the dust, appearing between the chatterbox and the crocodile man. A swift uppercut silenced the chatterbox, followed by a traditional whip kick that sent him flying, crashing through 3 dilapidated buildings before coming to a halt. Before the crocodile man could react, Solitary Shadow executed a high knee strike that struck the crocodile man's jaw, sending him airborne, spewing a mouthful of dark green blood. Solitary Shadow then leaped upward, gathering strength for another downward strike, forcefully driving the airborne crocodile man into the ground. In the blink of an eye, Solitary Shadow completed this series of maneuvers and looked up at Song Min, who hovered in the air. Song Min felt a chill run down his spine, akin to a fly ensnared by a frog's gaze. This is impossible. A human cannot possess such strength. What on earth are you? Song Min seemed to have breached a breaking point. He had sacrificed his humanity to gain this power, yet could not surpass a mere youth. This defied logic. You shall perish. Song Min's voice lost its elegance and composure, revealing bulging veins on his forehead. He curled his body, then began to swell and transform at a visible rate, inflating like a balloon. Within mere breaths, he morphed into a colossal hornet approximately 20 meters long, with his arms replaced by jointed appendages and a massive spherical abdomen, a large, glimmering stinger protruding from his rear. His massive hornet head swayed rhythmically, its sharp mandibles menacingly evident. The sight of this transformation from human to monster startled Solitary Shadow, as well as those cowering nearby. Li Hao and Lin Chi. We should flee. How can we possibly contend with such a monster? If I'm not mistaken, all those who arrived are. Before Li Hao could finish, 2 explosive sounds erupted from the collapsed buildings and craters, nearly bringing him to tears. Shh, keep your voice down. Are you daft? If we run now, they will definitely notice. That would be our doom. Just wait and see, Lin Chi retorted sharply, while the earthy bear beside her nodded in agreement. Dissenting voices left Li Hao with no choice but to stifle his tears and remain motionless on the bear's back. Lin Chi fixed her gaze on the battlefield, her eyes darting, lost in thought. As the dust from the explosion settled, a 20-meter-long giant crocodile slowly crawled from the pit. Meanwhile, in the distance, a massive chameleon had crushed the nearby buildings, most likely the true form of the chatterbox man. The three colossal beasts encircled solitary shadow from three directions. With a loud crack, the giant crocodile swung its lengthy tail against the ground, creating a thunderous noise that momentarily captured solitary shadow's attention. But when he turned, the giant chameleon had vanished from view. Eye in the sky, the massive hornet seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement with its allies, its wings vibrating at a high frequency as it dove down towards solitary shadow, aiming its metallic stinger at him with deadly precision, shattering the ground beneath as the area was engulfed in chaos. Solitary shadow, quick on his feet, darted between the debris, continuously utilizing the rubble to evade the aerial bombardment. Distant booms echoed as collapsing buildings hurtled toward him like cannonballs. The giant crocodile was using its tail like a bat, flinging debris towards solitary shadow's vicinity. A barrage from both sky and land, akin to a relentless artillery strike, rendered survival for an average person utterly impossible. Yet solitary shadow was no ordinary individual. Having activated his heart's abilities, his speed and explosive power surged to new heights. Like a graceful butterfly, he weaved through the seemingly inescapable onslaught, performing a lethal waltz amidst the chaos, just as he utilized a flying stone to propel himself out of the danger zone. A sudden gust of air reversed direction, as if an invisible force was sweeping toward him. Unable to withstand the ambush, solitary shadow finally drew the long blade from his back for defense. Though he successfully blocked the attack, he was still sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the mountainside. The massive chameleon revealed itself, its bulging eyes rolling with a hint of triumph, while the giant crocodile merely flicked its tail against the ground, as if to remind it not to become overconfident. Together with the hornet, they pursued solitary shadow into the mountains. Can we escape now? If we don't run, we truly will miss our chance. Li Hao, the cowardly melon, prepared to flee again. Lin Chi smacked Li Hao on the head, pouting, "If you want to run, then go ahead. I will not abandon my brother. Besides, I have an ominous feeling." Hiss. What a perceptive young lady. A sudden voice hissed in their ears. Turning around, another figure in black appeared, its slit pupils fixed on the two, and the bear, occasionally flicking a forked tongue. Don't even think about escaping. Come with me. It's time to collect your brother's body. You're the one to collect bodies. Your whole family will collect bodies. My brother won't lose to you monsters. The girl's defiance was stubborn yet futile, as she was seized by the serpent-tongued man, who effortlessly hoisted her up, leaving her kicking and flailing, unable to touch his garments. Gazing at the still sitting Li Hao, the serpent-tongued man stated, "Bring this bear along. Follow me. Live, run, die. Understand?" After delivering this ultimatum, he did not look back. Dragging Lin Chi swiftly toward the mountains, believing he was doomed, Li Hao hurriedly communicated with the earth bear, pouring forth a torrent of emotions and information. Unsure if it was his pleading that moved the bear or if the bear had come to its own resolution to save him, but it ultimately began to chase after Lin Chi, carrying Li Hao on its back. Though the three beasts had grown in size, they moved with surprising speed, quickly closing in on the location where solitary shadow had fallen. That moment, solitary shadow lay embedded in the mountainside, eyes shut and utterly still, his bandages stained with crimson, only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating he had not yet succumbed to death. Upon witnessing solitary shadow's dire state, the three colossal beasts unleashed earth-shattering roars, particularly that large wasp, its head swaying with excitement. Before long, Shashin Nan arrived here with Lin Chi. Upon witnessing the tragic state of Gu Ying, Lin Chi broke free from Shashin Nan's grasp and rushed to Gu Ying's side, clasping his unarmed hand. This fellow indeed possessed extraordinary strength. Capable of forcing the three of you to transform was no small feat. However, ultimately, bare fists are no match for four hands. Hiss. It is indeed true that heroes emerge from youth. Somewhat regrettable. Having provoked someone they should not have. As Chao Xian spoke, he slowly descended the mountain, sensing the youth's rising chest gradually cease its motion, the heartbeat no longer resonating, with a hint of regret. He remarked. Ji Yuing had been sent flying to a location that was precisely where Chao Xian had concealed himself to observe. After witnessing Gu Ying's demise, the three who had transformed into giant beasts received a syringe from Shashin Nan, injecting it and gradually reverting to human form. Brother, I can hardly hold it in any longer. I truly cannot see or why. Is it not over yet? Just hold on a little longer until they return to their human forms. When Lin Chi reached Gu Ying's side, she began to communicate with him using her mental power. If even beasts could engage in direct mental dialogue, would anyone truly think it impossible to converse with a human? This was one of their trump cards. As for Gu Ying's severe injuries, merely a ruse. The chameleon's color-changing invisibility might be difficult for others to detect, but in Gu Ying's left eye, it appeared as a massive ball of radiation energy. No matter how he altered his hue or blended into the environment, that radiation energy would not turn transparent. The angle at which he was knocked away was deliberately chosen by Gu Ying to draw out Chao Xian. Lurking in the mountains, the blood he spat was genuine, as the impact with the mountainside had indeed inflicted some harm. Breathing softly and with a heartbeat that had ceased, such was nonsense. These were merely illusions Gu Ying had crafted to mislead his foes, creating an opportunity for counterattack. And lo, had not that opportunity arrived. Once the three colossal beasts injected the serum and reverted to human form, they became even more feeble, their radiation energy significantly diminished. Seizing this fleeting moment of vulnerability, Gu Ying activated his heart at full power, entering this state once more after the explosive defeat of the Earth-level giant python. Unlike the first involuntary entry, this time his body could endure more, his mind clearer, devoid of the earlier frenzied state, allowing for a more precise control over every part of his body. A thunderous heartbeat echoed, and Gu Ying's corpse vanished without a trace. As did Lin Chi. In the following instant, several overlapping sonic booms resounded, and the three Gene warriors, who had just reveled in their perceived success, found themselves decapitated, their lives extinguished. Sensing something amiss, Chao Xian barely had time to enter his mutated state. Using his beastly form to endure Gu Ying's strike, though not fatal, it left deep, bone-penetrating gashes from which blood continued to pour forth. At that moment, Gu Ying's long blade was embedded within Shixin Nan's body, striking directly at his heart. Looking down at the blade protruding from his chest, Shixin Nan summoned the last vestiges of his strength to utter a few words. Hiss. This is not possible, before his head tilted. And he succumbed. Age unknown. Chao Xian was already terrified beyond measure. What sort of monster was this? Had he not perished? How could he still be alive? What was the speed and power? What was the intelligence department doing? Was this truly the prowess of an Earth-level beast? Was this how one achieved such might? If he could return alive, he would surely have a thorough discussion with the intelligence department. However, the very individual he wished to converse with was present on site. The report provided by the intelligence department was entirely submitted by Li Hao, whose exact words were explosive defeat of the Earth-level giant python. Beyond that, there was truly nothing more. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Ying's blade remained lodged in Shixin Nan's body, inexplicably emboldened, Chao Xian unleashed all his might and began to flee, hoping to distance himself from this demon, an opponent he could not hope to defeat. Gu Ying simply withdrew his blade and glanced back at Chao Xian's retreating silhouette. Pursuing him would require some effort at less than full power, so he chose not to chase. Just then, Li Hao, who had just arrived riding a soil bear, stood bewildered at the scene before him. He glanced at Gu Ying, who was wiping the blood from his blade with the cloak of a fallen body, then at Chao Xian, who had left a trail of dust, his figure already vanished. What happened to the recovery team? Why are they all lying down? Did I miss an episode? This world was indeed vast. One day, when you embark on a long journey across the entire country, you will realize how essential transportation can be, and at that moment, Gu Ying was contemplating just that. The assailants this time could certainly be considered elite bosses, right? After a battle, not only did they not yield any equipment or resources, but did these individuals even rely on foot travel for their missions? Not a single means of transportation in sight. These corpses had some intrigue. They maintained human form while being able to transform into beasts during combat, enhancing their immediate combat capabilities. Compared to the composites Gu Ying had encountered before, it could be said that the technology had matured. Had it not been built upon the foundation of human lives, it could have genuinely altered the dynamics of humanity in the apocalypse. If old Xiao were present, he would surely be clamoring for dissection. Gu Ying lacked the knowledge in this area, thus found no interest. The soil bear, however, was incessantly nudging toward the corpses, as if hoping for a meal. Just as the group debated whether to offer a feast to the bear cub, the dust rising on the horizon drew everyone's attention once more. This scene was all too familiar, as Gu Ying, Lin Chi, and the soil bear simultaneously turned to face Li Hao. Li Hao? It's not me. I didn't do anything. He pulled out a pair of binoculars to assess the situation, but instead retrieved a crushed copper pipe and shattered glass. Gu Ying's anger surged, his expression growing increasingly cold, with only one thought in his mind. He should not have let that person escape. The next time they crossed paths, he would ensure to make them pay dearly. At this moment, Li Hao felt the sun was no longer so scorching. He even shivered slightly. Not wishing to be caught in the crossfire, he quickly interjected, "Boss, the vulture is still around. It's not a big deal." Really? The vulture, summoned back by the whistle, landed nearby, tilting its head as it engaged in some form of communication with Li Hao. Lin Chi approached Gu Ying, whispering, "Brother, it seems to be a convoy." Gu Ying frowned slightly, turning to shield Li Hao's view as he softly inquired, Didn't I tell you not to use your abilities in front of him? It's fine. For some reason, he seems unable to detect my mental power. What if he is just pretending? How can you be so sure? I first moved a stone beneath him while he was seated. Guing. And then, he sat down naturally. His expression didn't seem feigned. And, just that alone cannot guarantee anything. Look, he is still communicating with the vulture. I just severed his mental connection using my psychic power, casting a glance at Li Hao, who was still making faces at the vulture. Guing turned back and gave Lin Qiqi a thumbs up. Reflecting on it, Lin Qiqi's abilities required development. In this world, merely hiding would not guarantee survival. Thus, Guing made a decision. The next time they encountered another ability user, they could conduct some probing as they had today. It was best if they could do so without revealing themselves. Should anyone truly notice, she was to inform him immediately. All right, brother, with a sweet smile. Lin Qiqi was always obedient to Guing. Boss, this. Li Hao's hesitant voice came through, fidgeting, unsure of what to say, as his psychic perception seemed to have malfunctioned, receiving no feedback from the vulture. What It is a convoy, Guing concluded. Boss, you indeed possess psychic abilities. You sensed it too. Li Hao's excitement replaced his earlier awkwardness, as if he'd uncovered Gu Ying's little secret. Sense what? Can't you see with your eyes? They were practically at our feet. Li Hao turned to look, and indeed, he could see several off-road vehicles becoming increasingly distinct, even hearing the roar of their engines. What if they're here to capture us? Shunti, we make a run for it. Run. What else do you know besides running? I still remember how you wanted to leave my brother behind before. Gu Ying was not particularly concerned. They had merely come together by chance, utilizing each other's strengths. He did not sit on a golden throne, nor did he require Li Hao to pledge loyalty, not sensing any threat. Perhaps they were merely passing through. They would rest as they pleased, minding their own business. Upon reaching the ears of Li Hao, the words of Gu Ying morphed into a dismissive proclamation of weakness, suggesting that he need not pay attention. However, as is often the case, reality diverged from expectation. The convoy halted at the foot of the mountains after entering the desolate city, and a figure emerged from the vehicle, brandishing a large loudspeaker and calling out towards the heights. Gu Ying, is it? Do not hide in silence atop the mountain. I am aware of your presence. If you can hear me, swiftly descend, as I have matters to discuss with you. The pleasant voice emanating from the loudspeaker, though somewhat grating due to the poor quality of the device, still conveyed a delightful blend of fierceness and playfulness, providing Gu Ying with an unexpectedly comforting sensation. Faced with uncertainty, Gu Ying habitually furrowed his brow, a gesture that had become second nature to him. He pondered the identity of the individual below who seemed to know his name. In 5 years, his encounters with women had been few. Aside from Lin Qiqi, the only other he was familiar with was Luo Shan. Yet, the voice did not resonate with Luo Shan's alluring charm. After much contemplation, he failed to match the voice with a face, deciding it best to dismiss it. It was either fortune or misfortune. At worst, he could engage in another fight. After a brief pause, Qi Yun observed 3 individuals and a bear striding down the mountain with an air of nonchalance. As Gu Ying's group approached Qi Yun, she took a moment to scrutinize the young man before her. Standing tall like a sharpened blade, he radiated an aura that discouraged any approach. His body, swathed in bandages, effectively concealed his features, but the exposed half of his face revealed a striking handsomeness. Towering over Qi Yun, he regarded her with a discerning gaze, although he fell short of the standards set for the new breed of humans. Had it not been for the recent communications with headquarters confirming an extraordinary report, who would believe such a youth could single-handedly vanquish an entire squad of the inhuman and twisted Xingyao? Simultaneously, Gu Ying assessed the woman before him, summing her up succinctly. Beautiful, even with her mouth and nose masked. The upper half of her face captivated the eye. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? Gu Ying initiated the conversation out of politeness. Not bad, young man, that you haven't reached the level where an elder sister would go out of her way for you. Merely excelling in combat won't suffice, Qi Yun remarked. What is the meaning of this? Gu Ying responded, perplexed. You certainly made it quite a task to track you down. Qi Yun sighed. Your luck is a double-edged sword. The advance team arrived just before you, and you narrowly missed them. Conversely, you encountered my team, who happened to be out for construction, arriving right on your heels. You left, and we promptly reached Luo Shan's town. Finding amusement in the situation, Qi Yun chuckled lightly. Luo Shan feared you would struggle to find me in Beidou, hence she instructed me to look for your whereabouts. Within days, I received orders to seek you out, specifically indicating that leadership wished to confer with you about an important matter. Though the details elude me. I am merely a messenger. You can inquire further upon your arrival in Beidou. As for how we discovered your location, Beidou has restored some satellite controls. Capturing a photograph is quite simple. Moreover, the commotion you caused here was palpable, felt like an earthquake from several kilometers away. I wonder how you managed it. Oh dear, you have piqued my curiosity. Do you comprehend what transpires when a woman becomes curious about you? Qi teased, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Reminiscent of Lin Chi-Chi's delight upon discovering something entertaining. I am beginning to believe Luo Shan's words. You indeed possess something unique. She continued. Ji Yuing felt overwhelmed, thinking to himself, I merely uttered a single sentence. How did you deduce that I have something of substance? And the corpses of the Xingyao, those genetic beings that caused you trouble, must be retrieved. They hold significant value for research and are a byproduct of madness. If not for the need for their combat prowess, they would have been disposed of long ago, Qi Yin expressed with disdain. Pointing upward, Gu Ying replied, there are 4 corpses atop the mountain. You may take them as you please. However, one managed to escape. From the tone of your voice, one might infer a sense of regret. Young man, you appear rather inflated in ego. Defeating 4 Xingyao Phase 4 individuals is commendable, and allowing one to escape is quite normal. Qi Yin remarked, playfully patting Gu Ying on the shoulder. He broke my telescope, and he must compensate. Gu Ying stated flatly. This left Qi Yin momentarily at a loss, and after a brief hesitation, she inquired. Which telescope was destroyed to incite such ire? Was it gold or silver? Gu Ying shook his head. Neither. It was copper. Very well, compensation is due. Upon our return, we shall ensure he compensates adequately. Now that we have located you, shall we proceed directly to Beidou? Unless you have other matters to attend to, we can set off at once, Qi Yin suggested. But Gu Ying continued to shake his head. I shall seek them out myself. Please wait a moment while I confer with my sister, he replied, taking Lin Chi-Chi by the hand and stepping aside for a brief discussion. Moments later, they returned to the convoy. Let us depart. There is nothing more to address. Reaching Beidou swiftly will allow me to find my sister, Gu Ying stated, his heart swelling with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself to quell the excitement. Qi Yin observed Gu Ying, and then glanced at Lin Chi-Chi, contemplating, once you locate your biological sister, will you still cherish this sister? The young girl, sensing the uncertainty in Qi Yin's gaze, tightened her grip on Gu Ying's hand, relishing the warmth it provided, and beamed with satisfaction. Ever since Gu Ying rescued her from the dungeon, she had unwavering faith in his care and affection. Never questioning it then or in the future. Ji Yuing remained silent, reciprocating the grip on Lin Chi-Chi's small hand. Their eyes met in mutual understanding, and they exchanged a smile, framed by swirling dust and the fading light of the setting sun. A tender scene etched into the memories of all who witnessed it. In the following days, Gu Ying and his companions followed the convoy, moving in fits and starts. Each halt allowed them to observe Qi Yin directing the team as they assembled intricate equipment. Witnessing the construction of signal bases from scratch, which left Gu Ying in awe. Lin Chi-Chi continued her playful explorations, often posing bizarre questions that left the team members bemused. Yet, everyone adored the lively little girl, who seemed tireless, her curiosity insatiable for all things unknown. Beyond the joy she brought, what endeared her most was her lack of excessive demands and her willingness to assist within her limits. Even in her mischief, she maintained a sense of propriety. When Gu Ying issued commands, she became a dutiful little soldier, displaying an understanding that was both touching and heart-wrenching. As for the bear, Xiang Henin, he reveled in his newfound leisure, having been granted a dedicated vehicle due to his size, allowing him to lounge atop it, eyes closed, awaiting meals from those who would serve him. If Qi Yun knew how fast he could run, she might have a different perspective. And what of Li Hao? Who was he? The traitor, initially apprehended by Qi Yun's orders, he was spared from becoming a prisoner thanks to Gu Ying's intervention. However, he was kept under strict surveillance and assigned to construction, assisting in transporting various materials, thus commencing his brick-moving career, for his physique was indeed suited for such labor. A month passed in this manner, and the convoy neared Beidou initially. It seemed they would conclude this excursion through the wasteland without incident. But, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn awaited them. As the convoy traversed a flat expanse, the vehicles jolted over a few bumps before succumbing to cleverly dug pits, subsequently surrounded by a throng of displaced individuals. Though every individual appeared tattered and worn, their countenances haggard, clutching makeshift iron rods and rebar with trembling hands. Their gazes were filled with fierce determination. The leader, Qi Yun, was the first to step forward, inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you ambushing us? Get out of the car. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up. One more word, and we'll smash your vehicle." A voice, venomous and authoritative, emerged from the crowd, indicating the apparent leader of this ragtag group. Turning to the solitary figure beside her, Guing, she noted a slight nod, though both discerned a shared confusion in each other's eyes. Logically, there should not be any refugees nearby. Could it be that something had transpired there? Suppressing her unease, Qi-yun instructed the others to remain in the vehicle, allowing only Guing and herself to disembark to negotiate with the group of refugees. I am the leader of this convoy. Speak. What do you intend to do? The others will not exit the vehicle, and what you wield cannot damage our cars. That moment, a wail erupted from among the refugees. Woe is us. There is no hope left. How could we possibly contend with them? Shut your mouth, a bellowing voice erupted from the leader, though even in his fury, it bore a weary tone. Why did we risk everything to escape? Old Lady Li, do not forget how Dongzi perished. Had it not been for his attempt to save your grandson, he would not have met his end in that cursed place. Today, I stake my life on this. We will seize their food and vehicles, and perhaps we might still find a way to seek help from the government. We might save a few of our own. Brothers, arm yourselves. With a thud, a burlap sack, nearly as tall as a man, was hurled before the group of refugees, scattering compressed rations across the ground, interrupting their frantic movements. All eyes were drawn to the spilled provisions, and involuntarily, they swallowed hard. At this juncture, Gu Ying's voice resonated. Can any of you drive? What? The leader was momentarily taken aback. I ask again. Does anyone among you know how to drive? Amidst the throng of refugees, two emaciated arms were raised hesitantly, one voice meekly declaring, I can drive. Ji Yuing nodded, continuing, very well. Then, you shall have 2 vehicles. Can you transport everyone away? Before the man could respond, Guing interjected, if you must prioritize 2 vehicles, how will you decide who leaves first and who remains behind? Or, to put it another way, whom will you choose to die, and who shall live? Her words, though softly spoken, detonated like thunder among the refugees. With the leader visibly shaken, his expression twisted, as if grappling with an internal struggle, yet after a brief pause, he lifted his head and stammered, Why you're inciting discord? I will take everyone with me. I want to abandon anyone. Ignoring the leader's protest, Guing turned her gaze to the other refugees. Those who met her eyes instinctively lowered their heads, and she noted several individuals whose gazes darted away, after surveying the group. She shook her head in disdain. You cannot save them all. And no matter how you choose, not everyone will survive. You know this deep down. You are commendable for holding firm to your convictions, but others may not share your resolve. In this apocalyptic world, the most fragile aspect is human nature. With a sigh, she gently patted the man's shoulder. The man seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. His grip on the iron rod slackened, and he sank to the ground in silence. Observing the leader's capitulation, the other refugees also relinquished their weapons, and the silence was soon replaced by muffled sobs. At this moment, Qi-yun approached the man, casting a meaningful glance at Guing before squatting down to ask, What exactly has transpired? There shouldn't be refugees nearby. Where do you hail from? We are a government convoy. Clarify the situation, and perhaps we can assist. Upon hearing that they were a government convoy, the man's eyes brightened with hope. He hurriedly replied, Leader, we are miners from the Shishan mine, along with some family members. Can you contact the troops? An incident has occurred at the mine. Please, we beg you to rescue them. Qi-yun furrowed her brow. That if we are to rescue anyone, you must first explain the situation clearly. Instead of lamenting, it would be more prudent to elucidate the details. Every minute wasted could mean another life lost. I need to understand what has happened. All right, here is what happened. The man began to recount the events that as Qi-yun's construction team journeyed southward, the government initiated a separate plan. With the reconstruction of the wasteland, the burgeoning population posed a significant challenge, leading to shortages of housing and food. Fortunately, food was somewhat manageable, thanks to hunting teams that ventured out, with mutated beasts becoming a part of the food supply. In the wasteland, aside from sand, mutated creatures were the most abundant. To hunt these mutated beings, weaponry would inevitably wear down, necessitating constant updates and research for more efficient equipment, creating a vicious cycle. Coupled with the urgent need for expanded housing, various metals and ores became scarce resources. Under these circumstances, experts discovered that the former Shishan mine was connected to another rich vein of minerals, potentially satisfying Baidu's construction and research needs for 5 to 10 years. Consequently, the authorities swiftly mobilized civilians to gather resources from the mine. Amidst grand promises, many individuals, fueled by a sense of curiosity, took up the mantle of miners. When they discovered the rewards were genuine, a mining frenzy erupted among the lower classes, with families eager to partake in this newfound opportunity. The government's mining enterprise flourished, vibrant and vigorous. However, calamity struck not long after. The mine plunged 200 to 300 meters underground. While the tunnels were designed for safety and convenience, they lacked ventilation, relying solely on natural airflow. The temperature within the tunnels often exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, with some areas surpassing 40 degrees. Dust and heat pervaded the air, turning the tunnels into veritable saunas, leading many workers to labor in their skivvies, quickly succumbing to exhaustion, dizziness, and difficulty breathing, often resulting in fainting spells. Once unconscious, workers were not immediately hoisted up to the surface. They were only carried out at the end of the workday. In such a trying environment, miners labored for over 12 hours daily. The accumulation of fatigue, coupled with the harsh conditions, took its toll. Despite regular meals, many miners grew increasingly frail, suffering from ailments like gastritis and arthritis. As challenging as this was, it was still manageable, for every job carries its burdens. Yet the dire situation escalated when it became clear that the mine's resources were not singular. Certain areas yielded coal, which posed a grave danger. The discovery of coal meant that open flames were prohibited, severely limiting visibility and heightening the risk of explosions. Indeed, during one excavation, a miner's pickaxe struck a metallic ore, igniting sparks that triggered a gas explosion, instantly claiming dozens of lives and causing the mine to collapse. However, the miner's nightmares had only just begun. This sudden explosion not only extinguished the miner's hopes but also opened the gates to hell. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, although the mine entrance collapsed, it inadvertently created another passageway below. Faced with the collapse behind them and the newly revealed tunnel ahead, the surviving miners instinctively chose the latter. As they ventured deeper, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. The passage widened, revealing alarming scratch marks on the walls. Eventually, they entered a vast cavern, where several towering stone pillars stood, reaching towards the ceiling in a 100-meter-long expanse. Due to limited lighting, they failed to notice the countless dark caverns surrounding them. Dongzi, let us head home after this. This job is too perilous. You're still young. It's not worth it for a few contributions and resources. Spoke a disheveled middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. All right, Uncle Chin, I've come to realize that living is paramount. If you hadn't rushed to my aid earlier, I might have met the same fate as San Air and the others. Reflecting on the loss of his friend, Dongzi felt a pang of sorrow. If old Lady Li learns of San Air's fate, I can't imagine how devastated she would be. And poor Xiaoyu. This calamity struck without warning. No one anticipated such an event. Moving forward, we must support the Li family as best we can. It's a hard life for everyone. The man referred to as Uncle Chin by Dongzi spoke. However, a quarrel erupted from the other side of the crowd. Lu Fatty, this is all your fault. You heartless overseers, is there even one good person among you? You clearly knew of the explosive dangers. Why didn't you warn us sooner? Look at your rotund belly. You've certainly been feasting well, haven't you? Now that so many have perished, I wonder how you will explain this to the higher-ups. A young man shouted as he gripped the collar of the heavy-set man. I never failed to warn you. Be careful. I could accuse you of defamation. When the order was given to prohibit open flames and oil lamps, it was stated that there would be dangers. Was that a warning in itself? Let go of me. You are simply being unreasonable, Lu Fatty protested, struggling as he swatted away the young man's hands. Pa, you never made it clear. You spoke of danger, but did you specify that it could lead to an explosion? When you forbade open flames and oil lamps, we thought it was merely due to a lack of lighting supplies. We are not professional miners. The coal seam was only discovered days ago. How could we have known an explosion would occur? I assure you, this matter is far from over. Once I return, I will certainly report you. Just you wait. After finishing his tirade, the young man released Lu Fatty and delivered a fierce punch to his chest before shoving aside several individuals who had come to mediate. Striding away to sit by himself, Lu Fatty felt a mix of injustice and resignation. After all, he had been dispatched from above to serve as an overseer, lacking any expertise in this field. The higher-ups valued his sharp intellect and ability to handle matters with discretion and efficiency, which was why he had been assigned to oversee this project. He couldn't claim to be entirely innocent. His cleverness often led to crafty schemes, and while he did not comprehend the higher-ups' warnings about the potential for an explosion, he understood that further warnings would likely result in a mass abandonment of mining efforts, diminishing our output, thus delaying other research and negatively impacting his performance evaluations. Therefore, during the announcement, he had cleverly issued a vague warning, misleading the crowd. It was fortunate that nothing had gone awry. Until now, when dozens, if not hundreds, of lives were at stake. Now truly panicked, Lu Fatty realized that regardless of whether he was reported or not, his fate was sealed. Unbeknownst to him, Their argument had awakened a lurking menace. "CC, did you hear that sound?" Uncle Chin inquired. "No. What sound? Oh, wait. It seems there is something. Look over there." "What is that?" Dongzi's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Several individuals donned in protective helmets turned towards the direction Dongzi indicated. Where an object illuminated by a light caught their gaze. As the light focused, the crowd's hair stood on end, and a chill ran down their spines. Before them crawled a throng of mutated spiders. The smallest the size of a fist, their noise growing louder as they approached from all directions. As a few individuals shone their lights around, they discovered these creatures swarming the walls and even the ceiling. Those with a fear of dense clusters would surely succumb to panic. Someone, perhaps instinctively, shouted, "Run!" And the crowd finally reacted, fleeing in a chaotic rush. The baby spiders, having just awakened, occasionally lunged at the fleeing humans. While most continued their solitary crawl, among the crowd, 2 unfortunate souls were bitten and, moments later, their faces turned ashen as they began to vomit. Within seconds, they collapsed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, and shortly thereafter fell silent. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 30 seconds, and no one had the presence of mind to recover their fallen comrades. All that occupied their thoughts was the singular urge to outrun those beside them. Fortunately, a glimmer of hope emerged as they navigated the tunnel, leading them upward and eventually to the surface. Upon emerging into the daylight, a surreal sense of disbelief washed over them. Had a mining disaster truly occurred? Were they genuinely being pursued by monsters? Was this all a dream? The scorching sun and the burning wounds on their bodies swiftly dispelled any illusion. There was no time to revel in the relief of survival. For the sounds echoing from the tunnel pursued them like a death knell, with countless mutated spiders hot on their heels. In broad daylight, the scene was even more harrowing, as thousands of spiders continued to pour forth. They ran with purpose, their destination clear, the mine itself, where a guard contingent was stationed, uncertain if they could withstand the onslaught of the mutated spiders, but desperate enough to take any chance. Additionally, their families and fellow miners were still within the mine, needing urgent warning to flee. Thus, an extraordinary sight unfolded across the plains. A vast horde of mutated spiders obscured the horizon, relentlessly chasing a group of fleeing humans that resembled a disturbance in an ant hill, or rather, a spider nest far more spectacular than the beast tide encountered by Gulong. Had Li Hao summoned such creatures, Gulong would not have evaded so easily. Even if he survived, he would have certainly suffered. If Gulong were present, he would have noticed something amiss. Although the spiders were swift, they could not catch up to the fleeing humans, as if they were being herded from behind, an occurrence that defied logic. The scale of the mining operation was substantial, with extraction points divided into several sectors. The collapsed mine where Dongzi and his companions found themselves was merely on the outermost periphery. The explosion had produced sounds and tremors easily detected by workers at adjacent collection sites, compounded by the cries for help from those who had escaped. Consequently, a significant number of guards, volunteers, and onlookers had gathered. After 2 hours of excavating without results, despair loomed over the crowd when the lookout sounded the alarm. "Captain Wang, there's a situation to the southeast. You need to come and see," a guard called from the watchtower to the commanding officer still directing the rescue efforts. Wang, the man in question, quickly ascended the tower, revealing he was no ordinary individual. "Look over there," the guard said, handing Wang a pair of binoculars. "Good heavens, isn't that Lu Fatty? Wasn't he buried in the pit? How is he dragging a horde of spiders this way?" Li Xin, contact headquarters immediately. "This number of mutated spiders is beyond our capability to handle. We need reinforcements. They are still a distance away. Cheng Xiao, gather everyone from the other mining points. Hurry. If we combine our forces, we might stand a chance. Otherwise, no one will survive. Go." As he spoke, he activated the alarm, and the entire mining area descended into chaos. "The alarm has sounded," Lu Fatty exclaimed with excitement as he was pursued by the spiders. They must have sensed the situation here. If everyone exerted themselves, the mining area had guards. Once they reached it, they would survive. As a miner leader, he understood the importance of morale and immediately rallied the others. Hearing his words, they doubled their efforts, seemingly on the verge of shaking off the pursuing spider horde. Meanwhile, within the mining area, all personnel had been gathered to construct defensive fortifications. Every movable rock and excavated soil was utilized as a makeshift barricade. 5 mining points, 5 guard teams, totaling 150 individuals, of which only a third were new humans, with the rest being ordinary soldiers. And only 5 possessing awakened special abilities. It was a rather fanciful notion that such a team could save the hundreds of ordinary people behind them from the onslaught of thousands of mutated spiders. News had already reached the headquarters in Baidu, and reinforcements were on their way. For now, their only option was to survive until help arrived. Fortunately, the collapsed mine had formed a slightly concave natural barrier, providing some protection if they held their ground. However, it also served as a potential dead end. Should they falter, the outcome would be dire. Finally, Lou Fatty and the survivors reached the mining area. Just as they were about to enter the camp, the spider horde suddenly accelerated towards them, and it dawned on everyone that these spiders had not been unable to catch up. Rather, they had intentionally followed them to the mining area. As the lure that once guided them has lost its efficacy, the swarm of spiders begins to harvest their spoils. In the blink of an eye, the originally 50-strong team has dwindled to half, with several individuals bitten to death on the spot, while the majority, unable to resist, are ensnared in cocoons of silk spun by the mutated arachnids and dragged away, seemingly destined to linger for a while longer. Without the need for orders, the guard team has already commenced retaliatory fire with their firearms as soon as the spider swarm entered their range, disregarding the panicked crowd fleeing back towards them. Their survival amidst the hail of bullets and the relentless pursuit of the arachnids now rested solely on chance. This defensive stand lasted 2 days. Yet reinforcements inexplicably failed to arrive, and the guard team was nearing depletion of ammunition and supplies. Over the course of these 2 days, casualties among the team had exceeded 30%, and it was only through the constant replacement of injured members by miners that the onslaught of the spider swarm was temporarily staved off. Just moments ago, the attack from the arachnids had finally receded, granting the miners a brief respite. Wong team leader, this method of holding our ground isn't sustainable. The reinforcements must be in trouble. Otherwise, they should have arrived by now. We cannot afford to sit idly by. Look, a squad leader from a subunit inquired of Wong. After a moment of contemplation, Wong spoke. Let us break through. This is our only option now. What do you all think? The group nodded in agreement, and Wong turned to the surviving miners within the cavern, stating, we have decided to make a break for it. Everyone who can run, do so. We will do our utmost to protect you. However, be prepared mentally. Our numbers are still far too few. Regardless of who among you escapes first, remember to seek out the government for assistance. The fate of the rest lies in the hands of Providence. The 2-day defense by the miners had demonstrated their earnest efforts, with losses on both sides. Thus, no one opposed the idea of breaking through, merely lamenting the cruelty of fate, taking advantage of the spider swarm's temporary incapacitation. The group decisively charged towards the direction where the arachnids were least concentrated, exactly where Guying and the others were heading. After a day of fleeing, more civilians fell victim to bites and were wrapped up like dumplings and dragged away, with Dongzi among them. In a bid to protect Mama Li and Xiao Yu, Dongzi shielded Mama Li with his own body from the encroaching threads of silk, ultimately from a group of several hundred. Only a few dozen remained. To ensure the survival of the remaining miners, the guard team resolutely chose to hold the rear, intercepting the momentum of the spider swarm, thus allowing the miners to escape with their lives. We just happened upon your convoy, and you already know what transpired afterward, Qin Shu recounted. Upon hearing his narrative, Guying and Qi Yun grasped the sequence of events. What do you make of this? Qi Yun asked Guying. Based on the patterns of the spider swarm's actions, those who were taken should still be alive. They are likely being kept as reserves that if help comes in time, there is a possibility they could survive. Guying articulated his assessment. Is there a chance for rescue? Qi Yun's inquiry was straightforward. Guying shook his head. On my own, it is not feasible. Initially, Qin Shu's eyes had glimmered with hope upon hearing the earlier words, only to be dashed again by Guying's subsequent statement, emotions rising and falling like the tides, such as the unpredictability of life. That I will contact Baidu immediately to ascertain the situation and make a decision. How is it possible that 3 days have passed without reinforcements? Are those fools merely idling? Qi Yun, incensed, hurried to set up a communication device. After a brief conversation, Qi Yun, unreserved in front of Qin Shu, explained to Guying, indeed, there has been an incident at Baidu. A large-scale beast tide has breached the city walls, and the rescue team was temporarily redirected to assist in defense, which is why reinforcements have yet to arrive. The situation has stabilized as of yesterday, and a new human squad of 20 is en route to us, expected to join us in about half a day. Guying furrowed his brow. 20 individuals? What can such a small number accomplish? Qi Yun retorted, do not underestimate them. They are said to be elite forces from the military. Their combat prowess comparable to that of transformed Xingyo. We will discuss the specifics of our actions once we regroup. Are they truly that formidable? Guying remained skeptical. One could only ascertain strength upon witnessing it firsthand. Glancing at the sky, he noted the time was still early, hoping they would arrive before noon, before the sun could reach its zenith. The 20-strong team arrived, each mounted on motorcycles. Indeed, they were clad in the standard wasteland attire of hoods and goggles. An unsuspecting observer might mistake them for a gang of bikers, with a collective brake and a sharp turn. They came to a halt before Chi-Yun's convoy, creating a stunning spectacle. The leader dismounted with agility, lifting his goggles to reveal piercing, icy eyes, a chiseled brow, and an imposing presence. Who was Guy? His aggressive tone irked Guy, yet he stepped forward to respond. I am. As soon as Guy's words fell, the man with the piercing eyes vanished from his position, reappearing before Guy in an instant. The others stood momentarily bewildered, while Guy had already sensed the shift, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. Although he felt no murderous intent, Guy was not one to passively endure an assault. He immediately retaliated with a punch. Colliding with the fist of the man before him, the impact of their fists generated a tremendous shockwave, sending Chi-Yun and Qin Shu, who stood nearby, sprawling several meters away. After a single exchange, Guy withdrew his fist, signaling the end of the confrontation without further escalation. Chi-Yun, having rolled twice before regaining her footing, seemed to recognize the newcomer, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Qin Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Did you not see me standing right here? You come in swinging without a word. You couldn't have avoided hitting me. Qin Feng finally shifted his gaze from Guy to Chi-Yun. Qian, what are you doing here? How dare you call me by my name so casually? Are you itching for a fight? I'm on a mission and brought this kid back with me. Where else would I be if not here? Did headquarters fail to inform you? Realizing that the rescue team had departed a day prior and were unaware of her presence alongside Guy, she swiftly attempted to divert the topic. Even if you didn't know I was here. Why did you come in swinging? What if you hurt a civilian? Have you forgotten the military's discipline? Qin Feng could only helplessly explain, Lady Qi, you are like a sister to me, all right? I just felt this person was dangerous and acted instinctively. I was too focused and didn't notice you beside me. When we return, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Whatever exotic beast you desire, I'll catch it for you. Just go easy on me. Will you? The aloof warrior instantly transformed into a humble neighbor, bowing and scraping to appease Chi-Yun, causing laughter to erupt from the team behind him, as if the scene were a familiar occurrence. Qin Feng turned back, barking, enough laughing. Get off the vehicles and assemble quickly. With the same swift dismounting maneuver, as if rehearsed countless times, they landed in unison, the sound of their landing synchronized perfectly, standing in perfect military formation. They awaited further orders from Qin Feng. Understanding that this was not the time for playful banter, Qi-Yun made a call back to headquarters. Moments later, she handed the communication device to Qin Feng. After the call concluded, Qin Feng's demeanor toward Guy shifted markedly, filled with curiosity, respect, and a heightened sense of caution. An expression the team had never seen on their captain before. It was well known that any one of them could easily obliterate an entire city. And their captain's strength surpassed theirs. How could he hold such reverence for a mere youth? This incited the team's intrigue. The orders from headquarters had arrived, altering the rescue plan, instructing them to heed Guy's commands and follow his lead. Did you hear that? We heard. The response was uniform, devoid of hesitation. Qin Feng nodded. Apologies for my earlier actions, they were instinctual. If you have any grievances, we can address them after this mission. For now, let us focus on the rescue operation. Guy affirmed with a nod, and Chi-Yun quickly recounted the situation. Guy then inquired, are your team members all of comparable strength to you? There are reportedly hundreds of civilians captured. Do you feel confident with just a handful of us? Qin Feng nodded. As long as we locate the survivors, we will succeed in the rescue. You can rest assured, even hundreds more would pose no issue. Guy refrained from pressing further, suspecting they possessed some unique abilities. Qin Feng continued, now, we need to clarify a few matters. First, how do we locate the spider swarm? None among us are skilled trackers. Guy replied, we can bring along a survivor to guide us, once we find the cave. I have a plan. Qin Feng nodded. Next, should this mission prioritize rescue or extermination of the spider swarm? Current intelligence suggests that the spider swarm is organized in its hunting, indicating the presence of at least one queen-level spider. If our sole purpose is to rescue, we must be prepared to face attacks during the evacuation. That if the objective is to eradicate the spider swarm, the survivors will become hostages, which poses a considerable complication. My intention is for a dual approach, rescue and extermination to proceed concurrently. What are your thoughts? Guing nodded in agreement, stating, this aligns with my own perspective. Let us execute this plan as you suggest. Employing a dual strategy. You are responsible for allocating your team members, as I am not well acquainted with their capabilities and shall refrain from issuing commands. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with Gu Ying's attitude. Although headquarters had instructed them to follow Gu Ying's arrangements, he harbored some reluctance. Regardless of one's strength, it is challenging to accept orders from an outsider, should misguided directives lead to mission failure. It must be said that with their current lineup, even a dog could command without error, just as Qin Feng was about to give the order to commence action, amidst the puzzled gazes of his team. He witnessed Gu Ying rousing a bear that had been dozing atop a vehicle and emerging from the car with an adorable little girl, approximately 8 or 9 years old, resembling a doll, whom he then carried on his back. With Lin Qiqi perched on his back, Gu Ying took a few steps before turning back and saying, "Why are you all staring at me? Let's bring Uncle Qin," and set off. Qian interjected, "Such a perilous operation, and you intend to bring Qiqi along. Aren't you concerned for her safety? Perhaps it would be wiser to leave her behind. I will ensure her well-being." Gu Ying shook his head. "It is far safer for her to accompany me. I appreciate your concern." Lin Qiqi chimed in with a smile, "Thank you, sister, but I prefer to be with my brother. It's all right. My brother is incredibly capable." The bear beside them nodded in agreement. Since the siblings had expressed their wishes so clearly, it seemed inappropriate for an outsider to persist in cautioning them, so he simply advised, "Just be careful. Gu Ying, I shall address you directly. Our motorcycles may not accommodate this bear. We should expedite our efforts to rescue the others. What do you think?" This remark amused both Gu Ying and Lin Qiqi. Marking the first time Gu Ying had smiled in Qin Feng's presence, leaving him puzzled. "Is what I said truly so amusing?" Observing Qin Feng's bewilderment, Gu Ying pointed at the motorcycle and then at the bear, explaining, "Your motorcycles cannot keep pace with this creature." With that, he effortlessly mounted the bear's back. Uncle Qin, now in his middle age, never anticipated experiencing the thrill of riding a bear. Speeds exceeding 400 were achievable only in a lawless, open post-apocalyptic world, making this one of the few joys left in such a dire era. Following Uncle Qin's guidance, the bear galloped forward with remarkable speed. Had they not intentionally slowed down, Qin Feng and his team would scarcely have glimpsed the bear's rear. The group navigated through the mining site, arriving at the passageway where Uncle Qin and the others had once escaped. They noted numerous marks of venom corrosion and fissures in the stone, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. Yet, only these scars remained. There were no human corpses, nor any remnants of spiders, not even a single leg hair, which was quite unusual. At the mouth of the passage, Gu Ying skillfully unwrapped the bandage from his left eye, revealing burn scars that left Qin Feng visibly shaken. This was merely the left side of his face. It was difficult to fathom the injuries concealed beneath the bandages. What had this young man endured? Instructing everyone to wait at the entrance, Gu Ying entered the passageway with Lin Qiqi, shortly returning to confirm the final action plan with Qin Feng. He had observed the layout, noting the few forks in the path. Likely due to the absence of natural enemies, these spiders had no habit of creating false nests. 4 downward passages were identified, one of which was particularly prominent, spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 vehicles side by side. The other 3 were comparatively narrower, with one revealing numerous human footprints, likely the route taken by Uncle Qin and his group during their escape. In truth, Gu Ying could gather little additional information based solely on his observations. The radiation levels in this area were exceedingly abnormal and unevenly distributed, and the depth of the passage posed a challenge. It was Lin Qiqi, functioning as a sort of radar, who detected various details, which was precisely why Gu Ying insisted on bringing her along. My assessment is that the large passage leads to the lair of the Spider Queen. While the other 3 likely converge at the same cavern, the square where Uncle Qin's group had stayed. He mentioned they encountered several forks during their escape. It should be accurate. If the hostages are being treated as reserves, they will likely be held in that square. Uncle Qin nodded in agreement, affirming the assessment. "You can handle the remaining personnel arrangements." Qin Feng did not hesitate, promptly assigning tasks. "I, Gu Ying, Lin Bei, and Xiao Yan will tackle the boss. To be cautious, we will also bring Xiao Feng. The rest will proceed to the other side for rescue, under Tung Long's command. Our primary objective is to eliminate and exterminate. Your mission is to rescue and locate the abducted individuals without engaging in prolonged combat. If you manage to exit first, evacuate the crowd immediately to a safe location. Should we successfully eliminate the Spider Queen, we will come to your aid." "Understood. Understood." The team responded in unison. "Action," he commanded. And the group swiftly divided into 2 paths. Entering the passageway. Not long after the rescue team had begun their entry, Two shadowy figures stealthily followed them into the passage. Meanwhile, the rescue team cautiously advanced, successfully reaching the square described by Uncle Chin without provoking the spider swarm. However, the square now appeared somewhat crowded and terrifying. Countless humanoid cocoons hung densely from the ceiling, while the ground was dominated by these enormous cocoons, which occasionally quivered, resembling a scene from a mummy movie. Visibility was poor, but initial estimates suggested around 300 individuals were trapped. It remained uncertain how many were still alive, as many cocoons had ceased to stir. Yunza, I need you to shoot down all the cocoons from the ceiling immediately. Da Peng, catch the falling individuals, ensuring no harm comes to the hostages. Tianlei, first seal all the openings in the walls. A temporary barrier will suffice. Tong Tong and Yao Yao are to treat the severely injured. Ignore the lightly wounded for now. Those who can walk are fine. Hechuan, Wenba, expand the defensive field. Yinbin and I will maintain fire watch. The rest should work on removing the spider silk from the hostages. Xianming, illuminate the area. A shimmering orb of light appeared in Xuanming's hand as he grasped it. Adopting a baseball pitcher's stance and hurled it upward, the orb shot straight into the ceiling, instantly igniting a radiant explosion that illuminated the entire cavern. As the light spread, a massive water blade formed in midair. Spanning the length of the cavern, with a swift motion of Yunza's right hand, the water blade sliced through the silk connecting the cocoons to the ceiling. Daping then raised his hands above his head, and an invisible wall of force caught all the descending humanoid cocoons, gently lowering them to the ground as he gradually lowered his hands. At that moment, three figures emerged in the center of the square. Tianlei raised his hands high and clenched them tightly, causing a slight tremor in the cavern as the wormholes on the walls instantly sealed up, becoming smooth as if freshly plastered. Do you not realize the danger? If you collapse the cave, we will all be buried. Hechuan shot Tianlei a disapproving glance, before leaning back against Wenba. With their hands raised, a layer of water curtain enveloped the square, accompanied by an invisible, intangible barrier. The first phase of the rescue was accomplished. Tung Long and Yanbin positioned themselves at opposite ends of the square, their focus razor-sharp, while the remaining team members began to weave through the cocoons, employing various abilities to dissolve, melt, or dismantle the spider silk binding the individuals. The two sisters responsible for healing, one radiating a refreshing green light and the other glowing with a soft white light, swiftly moved among the crowd. They gently brushed their luminous palms over those who had fallen silent or were on the verge of losing consciousness, restoring normal breathing in a matter of moments. However, many individuals remained unresponsive. Those were truly beyond recovery. Uncle Chin finally spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. Xiao Dong was miraculously still alive, a testament to his resilience. Xiao Dong, having recognized Uncle Chin, could no longer contain himself. The 1-meter-80 young man rushed into Uncle Chin's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. This outburst of emotion triggered a wave of tears among the others, who began to weep in unison. Wang Yuan, just awakening from his stupor, was greeted by the overwhelming sound of weeping echoing through the cavern, while a nearby guard appeared dazed. Evidently, he had also just regained consciousness, upon noticing Wang Yuan awake. He turned and asked, "Captain Wang, are we in the underworld?" The guards had fought valiantly against the spider swarm until the end, aside from a few unfortunate souls who had succumbed to venom and returned to nature. Nearly all had been ensnared like dumplings in spider silk and brought here. "Hey, can you believe the underworld has such beautiful ladies?" Before Wang Yuan could respond, the nearby Su Yinbin jested, pointing at the two sisters weaving through the crowd. Wang Yuan quickly grasped the situation. They had been rescued. Rising to brush off the dust, he saluted Su Yinbin, saying, "I am Wang Yuan, captain of the 1st Battalion, 2nd Squad of the Mining Area Guard. I thank you, brothers, for your rescue. Are you members of the rescue team?" Su Yinbin saluted and said, "We are here for rescue, but it would be inappropriate to disclose our unit number. You must have a considerable number of ability users in your guard team, most of whom should be awake by now. Call them to assist, and swiftly awaken everyone. We need to hasten our departure from this cursed place." Wang Yuan nodded in agreement and, along with his comrades, joined the luxurious wake-up service provided by Kaji. As time progressed, all were roused from their slumber. Out of over 400 cocoons, only just above 200 survived. "Brother Long, my energy is depleting rather quickly, and the numbers are overwhelming. Should we continue to seal them?" Siat Tianlei seemed to be struggling with the consumption of his powers, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands trembling. He inquired aloud, "There's no need to push yourself. Let them out, and leave it to Li Hechuan and Fu Wenba. You should focus on recuperating, Ting Long replied with a nod. Upon receiving this affirmation, Xie Tianlei relaxed his hands, sinking to the ground as he took deep breaths. Tianlei, your stamina seems lacking. How did you manage to join our ranks? Surely you didn't slip in through the back door. Su Yinbin teased Xie Tianlei once more. That's Su Yinbin. Spare me your sarcastic remarks, or shall we switch places? I wager you wouldn't last half a minute before letting a stray one escape. Xie Tianlei retorted defiantly. My abilities are meant for sealing doors, you know? Xie Tianlei dismissed the double-standard dog, aware that the more he bantered with Su Yinbin, the more the latter thrived on it. He chose instead to close his eyes and ignore him. Prioritizing the recovery of his strength. At that moment, debris began to rain down from the ceiling, halted by the water curtain outside. One by one, mutated spiders emerged from the crumbling walls. As the destruction escalated, so did the number of descending spiders, creating an illusion from the outside of an additional layer of webbing enveloping the water curtain. Countless spider eyes fixated on the group beneath the shimmering veil, sending chills down their spines. The numbers are indeed alarming. It's no wonder Tianlei is struggling. Even I find it somewhat taxing. Brother Long, should we retaliate? Simply defending isn't enough, Li Heshuan remarked. Wenba. Tong Long called out to Fu Wenba, who immediately understood the cue. That he raised his hands towards the ceiling, transforming the intangible force field beneath the water curtain into a solid barrier. In an instant, arcs of electricity flickered as the current rapidly conducted through the water curtain, incinerating swathes of spiders into charred remains. Goodness, the synergy between your abilities is nothing short of divine. A perfect match. How about you ease off on the gender restrictions? I'll provide a grand refrigerator for your wedding. Su Yinbin jested. Su Yinbin, shut your mouth. If you keep this up, I'll let you experience the electric dragon drill. Do you believe me? Fu Wenba shot back, clearly exasperated by the incessant mockery surrounding their combined technique. Come on, who is afraid? Xiaobai, come here. Let us show this guy what it means to be caught between ice and fire. Su Yinbin shouted to someone in the crowd. Tong Long finally interjected. Enough. We're not here for a picnic. Are you all so idle? If the captain were present, you'd both be in trouble. Heshuan, Wenba, compress the force field and prepare for evacuation. Su Yinbin, cover our rear. No slip-ups, or I'll report you to the captain. With the protection of the water curtain, the group of over 200 slowly advanced towards the cave entrance, appearing to be merely a matter of time before they could rescue everyone. The scene shifted to the boss strategy team, who, unlike the other group, advanced at a rapid pace, soon transitioning from the expansive corridor into a broader cavern. Besides the increased space, the design mirrored that of the adjacent cave, featuring sparse columns that suggested the same spider construction crew had been at work. Yet, the group found no sign of the Spider Queen, only dozens of massive spider eggs piled against the wall. While 4 towering spiders, each about 10 meters high, loomed at the cardinal points of the cave, their enormous webs blanketing the ceiling, quietly observing the intruders with their 32 glistening black eyes. Gang, can you locate the Spider Queen? Qin Feng whispered. Gang shook his head. Nothing yet. It's quite difficult to find her. Lin Qiqi tugged at Gang's cloak, prompting him to turn toward her. The little girl pointed insistently in a certain direction. Gang immediately understood, nodding slightly to acknowledge her. Although reminded by Lin Qiqi, Gang chose not to disclose her ability to the others, remaining vigilant towards the direction she indicated. Let us deal with these spiders first. Then search, Qin Feng suggested. Gang nodded in agreement. Chao Yin, you're up, Qin Feng commanded. Stepping forward, Chao Yin raised his hand and unleashed 4 swift wind blades that soared toward the 4 spiders, with a series of swift slicing sounds. The web was left marked by 4 distinct cuts, but the spiders had already evaded the attack. Having failed with his initial strike, Chao Yin waved his hands again, sending 436 additional wind blades divided into 4 waves aimed at the spiders. Despite increasing the attack range and frequency, the spiders effortlessly evaded the onslaught, seemingly able to predict the points of impact in advance, in no matter which direction the wind blades were launched, even when feigning attacks to corner their escape. The spiders managed to anticipate and dodge. The cavern's walls had begun to show numerous fissures carved by the wind blades, with debris starting to crumble down. Chao Yin frowned. He could still harness his powers to conjure a tornado for a broader attack. However, that would likely risk the cave's structural integrity, endangering everyone within. Exchanging a glance with Qin Feng, who understood, he spoke. Lin Bei, go assist Chao Yin. Positioning himself beside Chao Yin, Lin Bei simply raised his hand. As a layer of frost rapidly radiated outward from his form, swiftly enveloping the entire cavern. Neither the spider eggs nor the 4 massive spiders escaped this icy assault. The 4 rigid spiders plummeted to the ground, and Chao Yin seized the opportunity to launch 4 wind blades. However, it was not that simple in mere moments. The frost encasing the spiders fractured, allowing them to rebound onto their webs, but this time, they were anything but silent, rhythmically crawling along the walls, their venomous fangs clicking ominously. Witnessing his initial attack fail, Lin Bei raised his right hand once more, palm facing the spiders' point 4 massive ice pillars, each 3 meters long and a meter wide, formed in midair, without any unnecessary movements. The frost-laden columns shot forth towards the spiders. Simultaneously, the 4 spiders unleashed a torrent of silk, weaving 4 immense webs to ensnare the ice pillars. Yet, despite the momentary hindrance, the ice pillars proved superior, breaking through the silk barriers. However, that brief delay allowed the spiders to leap and evade the ice pillars' onslaught. With the attack having missed its mark, Lin Bei summoned another set of 4 ice pillars, while Chao Yin also raised his hand, generating numerous whirlwinds around the ice structures. The ice pillars surged toward the spiders once more. Propelled by the gusts, they caught the spiders off guard. 2 of them failed to evade in time. One lost a leg, while the other had 2 of its eyes shattered, green ichor spraying forth like a spider-shaped fountain. Just as the 2 prepared to follow up their assault, an eerie shriek echoed from somewhere within the cavern, causing the 4 agitated giant spiders to fall silent, retreating to the walls, subtly encircling the group. As the rescue team slowly retreated, an odd screech reverberated through the cave, prompting the spider swarm to respond to some unseen command. After a brief pause, they began to frantically withdraw, leaving the previously impenetrable cavern eerily empty. Brother Long, what is happening? The sudden retreat of the spider swarm left everyone in a state of confusion that I'm not sure, Teng Long replied, shaking his head. Something must have occurred on the captain's end. It is fortunate for us. Let us expedite our retreat. Maintain the defensive position just in case. Understood. On the other side, the hissing sounds began to rhythmically shift. A spider on the left launched a web towards the 2 individuals in the arena, while another on the right stealthily maneuvered to the blind spot above their heads, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The remaining 2 spiders followed suit, pouncing towards the pair immediately after the web was cast. Chao Yin conjured a wall of wind to block the web, and the 2 swiftly leaped back, dodging the 2 spiders that lunged at them. Seizing the opportunity, the spider above initiated a surprise attack, targeting Lin Bei, who was closest. Just as the spider lunged within 2 meters of Lin Bei, a wall of ice formed in midair, causing the creature to crash into it, leaving behind a severed venomous fang, which dripped thick venom as it fell to the ground. With the encirclement thwarted, the hissing sounds altered in frequency, and the 4 spiders began to shift positions, leaping and bounding as they executed various coordinated attacks on the 2. However, Chao Yin and Lin Bei, agile in their movements and occasionally unleashing their abilities, inflicted considerable damage upon the spiders. Yet, the 4 spiders seemed to possess a foreknowledge of their actions, evading even their concealed ambushes, sustaining only superficial injuries. For a time, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Watching from the sidelines, Gu Ying spoke up. Do you need me to intervene? The sounds from earlier have given me an ominous feeling. It would be best to resolve this swiftly. Qin Feng nodded, sharing the same sense of foreboding, akin to the first time he encountered Gu Ying, an instinctual warning from his body, reminiscent of a sixth sense, one that the more powerful one was. The clearer the premonition became. I'll go in. You provide support. Xiao Feng. Remain vigilant of the surroundings. Qin Feng had no intention of letting Gu Ying engage. He understood that Gu Ying was stronger than him, and the most formidable force should be kept as a trump card for the final showdown. Be cautious of the Spider Queen, Gu Ying murmured softly. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then clenched his fists, allowing energy to surge within him. With a crackling sound, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, a true flash of lightning, the kind that zigzagged with yellow light. In the next moment, it struck a spider that was spewing venom, instantly reducing it to charred remains, as arcs of electricity radiated from where he stood. A nearby spider, unable to evade in time, was caught in the dispersing lightning and began to convulse uncontrollably. Chao Yin and Lin Bei seized the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow to the creature. The remaining 2 spiders quickly retreated to a corner, their 16 eyes warily fixed on Qin Feng as they assumed a defensive posture. This was Gu Ying's first encounter with such a powerful electrical ability. This was the true manifestation of an electric power. The previous ones he had encountered merely wielded lightning, as if it were a mere water gun. Utterly lacking in prowess, seizing the moment, Qin Feng refused to grant the spiders any respite, gathering energy for another strike. Just at that moment, the cave began to tremble violently. Qin Feng abandoned his attack and called out. Xiao Feng, Li Xiaofeng understood and jumped into the center of the cave, retrieving a handful of plant seeds from his pocket and scattering them around. With a clenched fist, the seeds exploded in midair. In the blink of an eye, they germinated and rapidly grew into thick vines 2 to 3 meters in diameter, continuing to expand outward. The sharp barbs appeared to be laced with venom. Intertwining to form a defensive net that covered the entire cave, Ji Yuing had already entered the fray alongside Qin Feng when he called out, and upon witnessing this spectacle, he felt a sense of wonder. Lin Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched the plants and Li Xiaofeng, her mouth watering unconsciously. In a wonder Baidu can thrive. With such abilities, food should not be a concern, Guing remarked. Glancing at Li Xiaofeng, who sheepishly scratched his head, offering only a smile in response, Qin Feng interjected to explain for Li Xiaofeng. Unfortunately, his ability has a flaw. While the plants he accelerates can grow rapidly and bear fruit, the resulting fruits and seeds cannot be replanted and are inedible. Though his pockets may be stuffed with seeds, none can be cultivated for consumption, making them merely tools for him to expend in combat. His tone was laced with regret. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiqi felt a twinge of disappointment, having expected otherwise. Just as the two conversed, spiders began to emerge from the earth around the cave. Who else but the neighboring spider swarm? They relentlessly infiltrated through the gaps in the vine net, attempting to attack the individuals within. However, this was merely a trap. The vines writhed and shifted, their sharp, venomous thorns forming a lethal snare, ensuring that no spider could pass through unscathed. Outside the vines, the area was teeming with spiders, yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not breach the defenses. Finally, the Spider Queen could no longer remain concealed and broke through the ground from the location Lin Qiqi had initially pointed out. Towering 20 meters high, the massive Spider Queen resembled a small fortress, bursting forth and tearing apart the vines above her, brandishing a pair of scythe-like mutated forelimbs that effortlessly severed the nearby vines, creating an entrance for the swarm. Instantly, waves upon waves of spiders began to flood in. Due to the sheer numbers, although the group could easily dispatch these spiders, each wave they defeated was quickly replaced by another, an unending tide that seemed impossible to quell. Clearly, only by eliminating the Spider Queen could this crisis be resolved. Qin Feng navigated through his teammates, acutely aware that a moment's inattention could allow a stray attack to slip through. Li Xiaofeng's outer cloak was nowhere to be found, having been corroded by the venom of a spider that had breached their defenses. Fortunately, Qin Feng was quick-witted and managed to tear the cloak away from Li Xiaofeng just in time to avert disaster. Exhausted from defense, Qin Feng contemplated a surprise assault on the Spider Queen. However, if he failed to deliver a swift kill and became embroiled in a drawn-out fight, his teammates could be injured or even perish, a scenario he was unwilling to witness. Thus, he shifted the burden onto Guing. Ji Yuing did not disappoint Qin Feng. As they were surrounded, he took the initiative, delivering a kick to the bear-like creature, which immediately charged into the swarm of spiders. Any spider that stood in the path of the bear was either torn to shreds by its claws or sent flying several meters away. The smooth, sleek fur of the bear effectively resisted the corrosive venom, and combined with its thick hide, it transformed into a veritable bulldozer, successfully clearing a path toward the Spider Queen for Guing. Thus, Guing carried Lin Qiqi on his back, following closely behind the bear, occasionally drawing his blade to dispatch any straggling spiders to in no time. They had broken through the swarm and stood beneath the Spider Queen. Before Guing could launch his attack, the hissing sounds returned. The two elite giant spiders that had previously retreated to the corner sprang into action, darting towards the bear. Ji Yuing merely stated, "Leave it to you," and swiftly climbed up one of the massive spider legs. Positioning himself in front of the Spider Queen. At that moment, Guing finally had the opportunity to observe the Spider Queen's appearance. The upper half of her body stood upright, somewhat humanoid, with her torso bulging and segmented into 8 parts, resembling abdominal muscles. Her chest was modestly concealed by a plush covering of spider silk. Were it not for her multitude of eyes and venomous fangs, one might mistake her for a colossal human female. Of course, there was also the enormous spider abdomen beneath her, blurring the lines of what constituted her true form. 8 massive spider legs supported her formidable frame, while a pair of scythe-like forelimbs extended from her upper body, clearly indicating she was not to be trifled with. It was uncertain whether the Spider Queen represented an evolution or a regression, as Guiying observed. The Spider Queen also gazed at him, her fangs grinding ominously as she hissed, seemingly issuing a warning. "Brother, this spider is so ugly," Lin Chichi whispered after a moment of observation. "Indeed, this is the first time I've encountered something like this." Their voices were low, but amidst the cacophony of battle, Guiying did not make a conscious effort to lower his volume. Whether the Spider Queen understood them or not, it mattered little. She did understand. Possessing a natural sensitivity to sound, their conversation was captured by her, and to say that she was merely a Spider Queen would be an understatement. She was capable of laying traps, coordinating with her brethren, and comprehending human speech. This revelation thoroughly enraged the Spider Queen, who prided herself as the unparalleled beauty among spiders, a unique existence. How dared these two mere insects call her ugly? A fierce gust of wind surged forth, prompting Guiying to immediately crouch down as the Spider Queen's enormous scythe-like appendage swept overhead, sending a powerful gust that flapped his cloak violently. Another horizontal strike followed, but Guiying nimbly leaped to evade the blow. The leisurely stroll was nothing short of a provocation to the Spider Queen. While a warrior may endure, the same cannot be said for a spider. With arms flailing in a flurry, dozens of slashes were unleashed in a heartbeat, aimed at dispatching the creature before him. Yet, to his astonishment, Guiying merely employed his blade to parry the onslaught, evading the tempestuous strikes with ease. Not one to passively accept blows, he seized the moment of respite to leap atop the Spider Queen's head, using the apex of the cavern to launch himself towards the back of her skull with a descending slash. Unfortunately, the Spider Queen's keen senses were not to be underestimated. She deftly sidestepped, leaving Guiying's strike to merely graze her, igniting a shower of sparks as it skated across her back, ultimately leaving only a superficial mark upon her exoskeleton. Just days prior, when he had dispatched the Starry Dawn members, he had believed his blade to be invincible. Now, observing the meager scar it had left, he clicked his tongue in dismay. The weapon felt less impressive in his grip. Could old man Chiu not forge a sharper edge? Had Professor Chiu known of Guiying's current sentiments, he would surely have been incensed. Without allowing Guiying a moment to catch his breath, two front limbs twisted unnaturally, launching another flurry of slashes towards him. A backward leap, then another, yet the reach of the strikes seemed to extend in tandem with his evasive maneuvers. Guiying, momentarily complacent, misjudged the distance and was caught by an elongated scythe. Thankfully, Lin Chichi timely deployed a mental shield that absorbed the brunt of the impact. Yet Guiying still found himself hurled into a wall, gasping for breath. Coughing, he lamented his near demise. Lin Chichi had served as a cushion, bearing most of the force, and fortunately, her shield had held firm. Though her eyes began to whirl, a sign of either the impact or her mental exhaustion. Upon confirming Lin Chichi was unharmed, Guiying felt a surge of relief, his gaze sharpening as it turned towards the Spider Queen. Since his previous full-power transformations, his physique had undergone significant alterations, enhancing his physical prowess to unprecedented levels. An instinctual realization that this was a precarious state that it also brought to mind Professor Chiu's warnings before his departure, prompting Guiying to refrain from utilizing his abilities excessively. The earlier incident had ignited a spark of anger within him, not only at his own lapse, but also at the Spider Queen for endangering Chichi. Gradually, a frenzied determination took hold, his heart racing from slow to rapid, weak to strong, surrounded by a crimson aura. The scarlet glow in his left eye intensified, passively triggering another full-power state. With a slight crouch, he pressed against the ceiling, causing it to crack underfoot before caving in. An explosive sound reverberated as debris rained down, with Guiying hurtling towards the Spider Queen's back like a cannonball. The cavern resonating with the violent impact, the 20-meter-tall Spider Queen staggered forward, momentarily destabilized by the blow. The others on the ground were startled. Li Xiaofeng's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a fist. "Boss, what sort of monster is this?" Although he asked, his hands did not falter. The vines coiling around his arms continued to lash out, harvesting nearby spiders. Qin Feng scoffed. "I could achieve the same with all my might." "Focus. There are still countless little spiders. Do you have time to gawk?" Amidst his words, a cacophony of explosions erupted, rendering Guing's form indistinguishable in the chaos. Only Qin Feng, with his electrifying gaze, managed to track Guing's trajectory. It was as if the air were filled with countless invisible platforms. Guing leapt from one to another, maneuvering with agility, and no matter the angle, a force point emerged beneath him, allowing him to dart through the air with a series of thrusts, slashes, and collisions, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the Spider Queen's abdomen. After hundreds, if not thousands, of strikes, half of her 8 legs had sunk into the ground, and cracks finally marred her abdomen. The Spider Queen, unable to withstand the onslaught, flailed her front limbs in a desperate attempt to retaliate, but each attack met only the void, failing to find purchase on Guing. With a final upward thrust, he created a sizable hole in the Spider Queen's abdomen, sending her soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The downed queen writhed, her 8 legs thrashing as she struggled to rise. "I never want to ride a roller coaster again." Lin Qiqi's head lolled, succumbing to unconsciousness. As the Spider Queen finally righted herself, she was met with Guing hovering before her, fury igniting as she spewed a glob of venom towards him. To protect the unconscious Lin Qiqi, Guing abstained from evasive maneuvers. Instead, he brandished his long knife, cleaving through the venomous mass. Alas, the blade that could withstand shark stomach acid ultimately succumbed to the corrosive venom, emitting smoke until only the core remained. With a sigh, he released his grip, watching the blade plummet, ultimately skewering a hapless spider below. Before the Spider Queen could react, Guing seized one of her front limbs, yanking it free with a resounding crack. Severing it from her torso, brandishing the newly acquired giant scythe, he unleashed a devastating strike upon the Spider Queen's head. Her severed cranium spun through the air before crashing to the ground, while her massive form collapsed, crushing numerous smaller spiders that had failed to flee. Deprived of their leader, the spider horde disbanded, scattering in all directions towards their respective burrows. Finally, it was over, and Qin Feng and the others exhaled in relief. Yet, as Guing felled the Spider Queen and withdrew from his heightened state, an unexpected twist occurred. The scene shifted back several days, uncertain of how long he had been fleeing, until his legs could carry him no further. Chao Xian collapsed, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, resembling someone freshly emerged from a bath. "Have I really escaped?" he whispered in disbelief. "Indeed, congratulations on your escape." A calm voice echoed in Chao Xian's ear, startling him into a defensive posture. "Ready to transform again. Is this the courage of the Starry Dawn's captain? Now I see. How absurd." Chao Xian. A figure slowly materialized from the ground, first the head, then the body, and finally the legs, presenting himself fully before Chao Xian. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chao Xian lowered his guard, exhaling a sigh. "What brings you here? Did the minister send you to tidy up, or to silence us?" "Silence you? With your capabilities?" The newcomer scoffed, continuing, "The minister merely wanted to ensure safety, sending me to assist you. Perhaps he never anticipated that you, Chao Xian, would abandon your post. My task was to intercept the target while he fled. Yet I ended up waiting for you, Major Chao Xian. Does that mean you did not witness the battle?" Chao Xian furrowed his brow at the response. "Indeed, had you seen the confrontation, you wouldn't make such flippant remarks." Finally, Chao Xian voiced a sentiment that piqued the newcomer's curiosity. "Even you, Zhang Qi, would not be a match for him, though. Such high praise, pray tell." Though Zhang Qi bore some arrogance, he was no fool. Such an assessment did not ruffle his composure, but rather sparked his curiosity. Chao Xian's position as the captain of Starry Dawn hinted at his capabilities and insight, so such a conclusion could not be without merit. Chao Xian then recounted the events from his perspective. "I cannot fathom how he accomplished it. The severe injuries, the bloodshed, even the cessation of his heartbeat. We had all investigated these matters. Yet, he managed to revive instantaneously, retaliating against and grievously wounding me. The aura he exuded at that moment was terrifying. Had I not fled quickly, I would surely have met my end there." Zhang Qi stroked his chin in contemplation. "In that case, he must possess something extraordinary, and no wonder those above are so intrigued by this fellow. Now I am curious about how he achieved this. However, our mission is to eliminate this individual. Should we fail, do you think the minister would let us off the hook? Or do you wish to flee now, only to become a monster due to the lack of suppressants? If you wish to avoid such a fate, follow me. We have a considerable distance to reach before returning to Baidu. This is our final opportunity. No one would wish to meet a fate of becoming a monster. Thus, the two followed the convoy, relying on Zhang Qi's ability to conceal themselves underground. During this time, Chao Xian had already recovered part of his injuries and, upon encountering the refugees, overheard the unfolding events from beneath the earth. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. After some deliberation, the duo promptly devised an assassination plan. Returning to the present, the Earth Bear, having effortlessly dispatched two elite spiders, began to sit on the ground, playing with the young spiders. With the death of the Spider Queen, the swarm dispersed, and Qin Feng and his companions relaxed their taut nerves. Lin Qiqi had already fainted, and Gu Ying, naturally, released his full power state, having been stimulated into a passive state once again. Consequently, upon reverting to his normal state, he experienced intense discomfort and weakness. Zhang Qi and Chao Xian were unaware of Gu Ying's true capabilities, but they keenly seized upon this moment of vulnerability following the fierce battle, which, by sheer coincidence, was when Gu Ying was at his most defenseless. Sharp tiger claws and spikes laden with sand surged from two directions beneath the ground, targeting Gu Ying's back and head. Should this strike connect, Gu Ying's fate was uncertain, yet Lin Qiqi, still on Gu Ying's back, would undoubtedly perish. Fortunately, despite his weakness, his instincts triggered a warning. In an instant, he managed to turn his body, deflecting Chao Xian's claws with his right hand, although his left shoulder was pierced by the spikes, causing him to be propelled backward, landing beside the decapitated Spider Queen's head. It is often said that even a centipede with 100 legs does not die easily. The Spider Queen did not perish immediately upon decapitation. In her final moments, she saw her adversary unexpectedly come within reach, and how could she let such fortune slip away? A long, tubular appendage extended from her mouth, piercing Gu Ying's chest. Qin Feng finally reacted, transforming into a streak of lightning that shattered the Spider Queen's head with a resounding crash. But alas, he was a moment too late, as a trace of venom had already been injected into Gu Ying's body. Meanwhile, Chao Xian and Zhang Qi had long since vanished without a trace. In a moment of negligence, Gu Ying looked down to see the green thread of venom spreading throughout his body. In his severely injured state, he lacked the strength to control his heart. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "Qin Feng, I must trouble you with Qiqi." Ultimately, a fierce roar from Qin Feng echoed, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The sun shone brightly. Had dark clouds gathered, a torrential downpour would have been most fitting. Yet, the wasteland remained unchanged, and the surviving humans were successfully rescued. Although they were less than a third of the original number, which should have been a cause for celebration, the greatest contributor had been ambushed and gravely wounded right under Qin Feng's nose. This filled Qin Feng with self-reproach and seething anger, his expression dark and cold, a mix of ominous intent that deterred anyone from approaching within 5 meters. Eventually, Qi Yun approached to offer consolation, saying, "All right, enough of that. This is not your fault. Why were such a face in front of me? No one has died, after all. What matters now is to hurry back. Even though you have 2 team members attending to him, we must investigate the cause of his unconsciousness. Even if he cannot be saved, we owe the girl an explanation. Otherwise, when she awakens, you'll have hell to pay. In the end, Qin Feng suppressed his aura, sighed, and said, "I still bear some responsibility. My strength has grown over the years, and I have not faced such a battle in a long time, which has led the entire team to become somewhat lax, forgetting even the basic principle of maintaining vigilance until the end of a fight. I must reflect on this. Upon returning, I will apply to the higher-ups to return to the training camp for further honing." Qi Yun rolled her eyes. "That's your business. How you handle it is up to you. For now, suppress those emotions and focus on getting him back. We cannot afford any more mishaps." She patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said no more. Turning back to the convoy, Ji Yuing finally achieved his long-desired arrival in Baidu. Yet he found himself being carried into the city, still in a state of unconsciousness. Sometimes, fate enjoys playing cruel jokes. At that moment, Gu Ying lay immobile in an independent hospital room, the only bed occupied by him, his body covered in monitoring devices. Countless wires extended from the seams of his hospital gown, connecting to various instruments nearby. Outside the observation window stood 2 figures. One was clad in military uniform, exuding authority, while the other wore a white coat like Professor Chiu, sporting black-rimmed glasses, with a head large and neck thick, either a wealthy man or a cook. "Director Wang, have you not yet determined the cause of his illness?" It has been half a month, and he remains in a comatose state that if you truly cannot find a solution, I will have no choice but to request his transfer to the main hospital. Let me make this clear. If you lose credit for this at the second hospital, you might even face repercussions. Commander Fu, please do not put me in a difficult position. This individual has been examined repeatedly. Over 100 times, and treatment specialists have come no less than 10 times. Yet there is still no improvement. Even if he were transferred to the main hospital, I believe the outcome would be the same. The portly director vehemently defended himself, handing Commander Fu the latest examination report. Take a look at this report. It was just received this morning, aside from various indicators exceeding those of ordinary individuals. There are no abnormalities detected. He is healthier than that group of star monsters. Director Wang spoke cautiously. Commander Fu reminded him, "Be careful with your words." The director paused, shook his head, and continued, according to Qin Feng's account of the events. He is certain that the Spider Queen's venom entered Gu Ying's body. However, our tests have detected no toxins present. There is only a shadow at the hard S location, inferred from the penetrating wound at his chest. This shadow is highly likely to be the toxin. Yet, the toxin has not spread with the blood. It remains centralized in the heart, which defies logic. His prolonged unconsciousness may also be related to this shadow at the heart. Unfortunately, we currently lack more advanced medical equipment to address this issue. If Professor Chiu were still around, Commander Fu waved his hand dismissively. There is no use in discussing this now that we have already dispatched people to search for Professor Chiu. That is not your concern. Just tell me if you have any way to awaken him within half a month. Director Wang shook his head. Not just half a month. Even if it were 6 months. Without a miracle, he will likely be left as a vegetable. Upon hearing this, Commander Fu clenched his fists, frustration causing him to punch the wall. Realizing he had lost his composure, he took several deep breaths to calm himself. Adjusted his military uniform that had been ruffled by his outburst, and sighed. Understood, he will remain in the second hospital for now. The main hospital may send someone over. Our ultimate goal is to save him. He is very important to us, and we will exhaust all means to awaken him. Please cooperate with the subsequent treatment and report any developments to me promptly. With that, he turned to leave the observation room. Just as he exited, a petite figure collided with his leg. Ouch! Lin Qiqi rubbed her head and looked up at Commander Fu. "Oh, it's you, Grandpa Fu. I thought I had bumped into a wall. Are you here to see my brother again? Is there any new progress?" Upon seeing Commander Fu, Lin Qiqi's little face blossomed into a smile. Commander Fu burst into hearty laughter, scooping up the little girl and playfully rubbing his unshaved stubble against her cheek. He adored this quirky little girl. "Grandpa, you're naughty. You keep poking me with your beard." Lin Qiqi quickly covered her face as Commander Fu's beard brushed against her small hands, seeing his playful antics succeed. Commander Fu chuckled heartily. "Grandpa just came to see if he has improved, but it seems he is still the same. Do not lose heart. We will find a way to awaken your brother. Grandpa has things to attend to, so I cannot play with you now. Do not run around. Stay safe, all right? If you need anything, just come find me." Casually placing Lin Qiqi on the ground and offering a brief word of advice, he departed from the hospital. Lin Qiqi merely nodded and smiled in response, harboring no feelings of disappointment or dejection. She had already heard such comforting words countless times from various individuals over the past few days. To the point of memorization. The following day, after everyone returned to Baidu, Lin Qiqi awoke. The young girl was simply drained of her mental energy, compounded by her first experience on a supersonic roller coaster, which understandably left her feeling somewhat disoriented and dizzy. A good night's sleep had restored her spirits. Upon waking, she noticed the absence of Guing and began to create quite a commotion. Demanding to find her brother, it was only when Qi Yun escorted her to the hospital room and she beheld the unconscious Guing, safe and sound, that she ceased her uproar. From that moment on, the young girl began to wander daily between the military camp and the hospital, for the Earth Bear had been tethered within the camp. Fearing for the safety of others, the bear was confined to the training camp, where the highest number of supernatural beings and new humans were concentrated. Despite Lin Qiqi's repeated assurances that the bear posed no danger, the outcome was merely a transition from captivity to a more liberated state, still bound by a heavy iron chain, with a restricted roaming area of no more than 10 square meters. With a pout, Lin Qiqi begrudgingly accepted this situation, drawing countless circles on the ground in frustration. Over the past half-month, Qi Yun and Qin Feng had been increasingly concerned that Lin Qiqi would struggle to cope with Gu Ying's condition as a vegetative state. They made multiple visits, with Qi Yun even dedicating several days to accompany Lin Qiqi in play. However, the young girl displayed none of the anticipated despondency. She ate and played as usual, maintaining her routine of timely visits and offerings. Mirroring her state when she was part of the convoy point one day, Qi Yun could no longer contain her concern, fearing Lin Qiqi would bottle up her feelings, putting on a facade of optimism. She inquired, "Qiqi, how can you remain so cheerful every day? What about your brother?" Her voice trailed off, reluctant to continue. "He will wake up," Lin Qiqi declared with unwavering certainty that he is fine. "He will definitely wake up. So I'm not worried. I just need to remain safe and sound as usual, so that when my brother wakes up, he can see a lively Lin Qiqi," observing the smile on Lin Qiqi's face. Qi Yun found herself perplexed by the source of the girl's confidence. Choosing not to delve further, she refrained from questioning how much of Lin Qiqi's resolve was mere bravado. Unwilling to further burden this adorable little girl who might soon face the loss of her loved one, stealthily wiping away the mist in her eyes, Qi Yun smiled at Lin Qiqi and said, "Yes, I believe he will be fine." In an office within the research department, Chao Xian and Zhang Qi stood apprehensively before a desk, behind which sat an elderly man, motionless and facing away from them. After a prolonged silence, the old man slowly turned in his chair. "You have greatly disappointed me. 6 genetic warriors from the Starry Order couldn't take down a mere youth. One of you is the captain of Team 3, and the other the deputy leader of the assassination squad. Both are Phase 4 warriors, and yet you were ambushed and lost 4 of your own. I have reason to reconsider the validity of the genetic program. Perhaps we should indeed halt its development. That I do not wish to squander resources only to yield garbage." His words, measured yet imbued with dissatisfaction, echoed in the room. "The hospital has confirmed that the individual cannot awaken. You may consider this mission barely completed." Hearing this, the two men finally exhaled in relief. The old man continued, "It is a pity about those 4 experimental subjects. Their bodies have been confiscated by Fu Jing, and retrieving them seems unlikely. Nonetheless, I am not concerned that he will uncover any clues from the corpses. After all, the project has now entered its 5th phase, without that old rascal Chiu Chuqing. The armed forces cannot decipher our genetic sequences." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. "Consider this a lesson for you. Do not grow complacent simply because of your strength. You are not yet in a position to disregard everyone else." He waved his hand, indicating they could leave. The two men saluted and exited the office, not daring to utter a word the entire time. Once they had departed, a shadow gradually emerged from the wall beside the office, materializing into a humanoid figure. "You are just going to let those 2 go?" the shadow questioned. The old man shook his head. "Now that we have lost 4 Phase 4 warriors, our pool of usable personnel is dwindling. They still hold some value for us. For now, we shall let them be. Have we not yet found suitable candidates for Phase 5? We need to expedite our progress," the shadow replied. "Lately, scrutiny from above has intensified. And considering the significant incident in the mining area, capturing experimental subjects near the urban center has become increasingly improbable. Should we not recall some from the Southwestern Research Institutes?" The old man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Setting aside the fact that the recalled experimental subjects lack escorting troops, even if they were safely transported, such a large influx of people into Baidu would not be a trivial matter. The upper echelons have consistently opposed our research. It is better not to furnish them with any incriminating evidence." The shadow persisted. "Currently, the armed forces' effective strength is actually comparable to ours if we factor in those discarded from the first 3 phases. We still hold a numerical advantage. I believe now is the opportune moment to execute that plan." The old man replied, "I have heard that several regional supernatural beings have emerged within the armed forces. They still surpass us in high-end combat capability. Thus, we require the 5th phase to stabilize as soon as possible. Now is not the time to overturn the table. Let me think it over." The shadow silently dissipated, as if it had never existed, and the office fell into silence once more. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the armed forces, a meeting regarding the eradication of the East Mountain Ridge beasts had just concluded when a diminutive figure burst into the room unceremoniously, none other than Lin Qiqi. The young girl, barely taller than the conference table, dashed towards Commander Fu, her pigtails bobbing as she ran, eliciting smiles from the generals seated around the table. Before reaching Commander Fu, Lin Qiqi began to exclaim, Can't you just give my bear back to me? Look, it hasn't harmed anyone in all these days, right? Just let it go. It's so pitiful being tied up. I'll watch over it. Please, Grandpa Fu. I'm begging you. Lin Chichi launched into a series of adorable pleas. Stop right there. If you keep tugging my beard, I'll stew that bear. Fu Jing struggled to maintain his composure. Is it really for this matter? You're making such a fuss. And look, the uncles and brothers are laughing at you. The generals joined in hearty laughter, dispelling the earlier somber atmosphere. Humph, you're such a naughty grandpa. At least Grandpa Chio is nice. He treats my wounds and takes me to fun places, like rummaging through garbage in a shark's belly. But I don't like you anymore. Lin Chichi, receiving no response, turned in a huff to leave. Yet, as she spun around, Fu Jing grasped her small hand. After a couple of futile struggles, Lin Chichi turned back to see the elder looking at her with a serious expression, prompting her to abandon her tantrum and curiously regard Commander Fu. Who is this Grandpa Chio you just mentioned? Fu Jing felt compelled to ask, as the surname Chio had become a sensitive topic in everyone's minds. Grandpa Chio is just Grandpa Chio. He knows so much and can heal wounds. He is amazing. My brother and I were once swallowed by a monster, and it was Grandpa Chio who saved us. Do you know Grandpa Chio? Are you looking for him? The tension in the conference room escalated with her words, as everyone feared missing a single detail that Fu Jing was also deep in thought, sharing the same surname. Possessing medical skills and being an elder, could he be the person they were searching for? What a remarkable coincidence. However, Lin Chichi's next sentence dashed that doubt. I don't know what Grandpa Chio's full name is, but I've heard him mention his nickname, Chio Yi Dao, quite often. With that, the conference room erupted into chaos. Fu Jing, somewhat agitated, lifted Lin Chichi off the ground, asking, "Do you know where your Grandpa Chio is now?" "Oh dear, can you please put me down?" The little girl's leg swung in the air, expressing her displeasure. Grandpa is just a bit too excited. Fu Jing said, flashing an awkward yet polite smile as he gently set Lin Chichi on the conference table. Lin Chichi paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts before glancing around for something. She then sprinted to the center of the table, where a battle map stood. After scrutinizing it for a moment, she pointed to a location and said, "I know. Grandpa Chio is in the tribe where my brother and I stayed before. He taught me how to determine directions, and when we were in the shark's belly, he mentioned a place called Linji, which should be nearby." Seeing Lin Chichi's small finger indicating the spot, coupled with the mention of Linji, they could roughly ascertain the location. Commander Fu immediately ordered, "Have the intelligence department activate reconnaissance satellites to search for survivor clusters in that area." Yes, the robust elder strode to the center of the conference table, unceremoniously lifting Lin Chichi into the air and exclaiming, "You truly are a little lucky star." He then planted a couple of affectionate kisses on her cheeks, twirling the little girl around without a care for her disdainful expression. "What about my bear?" she inquired. "Let it go immediately," he chuckled, his opportunistic demeanor remarkably akin to Chiu Chuqing, which only served to delight Fu Jing further. Indeed, espionage is a skillful art. Even reconnaissance satellites took half a day to capture Chiu Chuqing's silhouette. The image was not particularly clear, necessitating the involvement of the busy Commander Fu. After Fu Jing personally verified the sighting, a series of commands were dispatched from the command center of the armed forces. A convoy of 5 modified armored off-road vehicles thundered forth from the western city gate. Besides the combat personnel tasked with protecting Professor Chio, the convoy also included an old acquaintance, Li Hao. Since his return to Baidu, Li Hao had been detained by the armed forces on charges of disturbing public order and crimes against humanity. On that very afternoon, without even undergoing interrogation, this coward divulged everything, even revealing trivial details like his age at weaning and the number of times he wet the bed in his youth, prompting a bemused remark that he was quite the character. Given that the comatose Guiying was unfit for assignment and Lin Chichi was too young, Li Hao was reluctantly enlisted, although he did not know Professor Chio. He had witnessed the elderly man emerge from the belly of a shark alongside Guiying. Thus, he assumed the role of guide, providing Li Hao with an opportunity for redemption. Commander Fu promised that should he successfully escort the convoy back with Professor Chio, his 2 charges would be revoked and his parents would be relocated to a district under the armed forces jurisdiction. This thrilled Li Hao, who immediately vowed to accomplish the task, embodying a who else but me attitude that starkly contrasted his earlier tearful demeanor. Additionally, Qi Yun was summoned by Commander Fu, but the specifics of their conversation remained a mystery. However, After their discussion, Qi Yan found Qin Feng and his team at the training camp, and the following day, those individuals were nowhere to be found. Lin Qiqi successfully brought back the Earth Bear, finally free from running to and fro, apart from needing to collect supplies for herself and the bear from the logistics department. She practically resided at the second hospital of Baidu. From that day forward, patients and medical staff alike noticed a large, yellow, furry bear stationed at the entrance of the hospital's inpatient department. Its adorably foolish expression, combined with its shiny, sleek fur, made it utterly irresistible. Passers-by would often reach out to pet it, knowing it had never shown any signs of aggression that as time passed. Many came to know that the bear belonged to Lin Qiqi, leading to an array of gossip and speculation about the siblings' true identities, ranging from claims of being the illegitimate child of Commander Fu to heroic defenders of Earth against extraterrestrial threats. It seemed as though the entire world had become more vibrant. Meanwhile, the two in question were simply going about their daily routines, eating and sleeping, with one of them, regrettably, indulging in slumber throughout. Lin Qiqi was aware of the rumors swirling outside, but found them amusing, treating them as mere stories. The armed forces made no effort to quell the gossip, seemingly allowing it to flourish in order to dilute the prevailing bleakness of their apocalyptic reality. Half a month passed, and the convoy returned to Baidu with great fanfare, led by an elderly man donned in a white lab coat who was the first to disembark. After so many years, he had finally returned. Professor Chiu, there will be ample time for reflection later. For now, Commander is awaiting your report. Should we not attend to that first? Li Hao rubbed his hands together, appearing as if he were a merchant infiltrating the military. Chiu Chuqing replied, "You have quite the audacity, young man. Is there anyone here pressuring an old man like me?" He dismissed Li Hao's urgency, who was interrupting his thoughts, and threatened, "Later, I shall assign you to clean the restrooms." Li Hao quickly nodded in submission. Yes, please take your time. I was mistaken. Just don't send me to clean the toilets. That wouldn't be appropriate. I've cared for you quite well on this journey. Haven Ti, Chiu Chuqing retorted, "Spare me your flattery. I'm not oblivious to your intentions. Rest assured, even if I do not mention it, old Fu's promises remain valid, unlike that Zhao fellow, who plays both sides and exploits his own people." Li Hao hastily cautioned, "Shoo, lower your voice. Be cautious with your words. Such matters should not be discussed here. You need not fear. Just spare me your wrath." The old man regarded Li Hao with disdain. "Your performance has been commendable, surpassing those other fools that I might have complimented you. But with such cowardice, you wouldn't last a minute in a palace intrigue. How could old Fu entrust you with such a task? It's simply beyond my comprehension." Li Hao could only respond with an awkward chuckle, knowing better than to reveal that he nearly led to the demise of both Chiu Chuqing and Guing, lest he be swiftly dealt with. "By the way, you've been rather reticent about certain matters. Now that we've arrived at the base, I notice Guing isn't here to greet me. He's not the type to be indifferent. Has something happened to him?" Chiu Chuqing finally voiced his concerns. "That I cannot say for certain. I parted ways with them upon my return. You should direct your inquiries to Commander Fu. All right, lead me to Fu Jing. I shan't delay your report any further. I am eager to discover what schemes he has in store." With that, Chiu Chuqing advanced ahead. "Wait, you're going the wrong way. It's this direction." When Chiu Chuqing finally stood before Fu Jing, he couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had flown. After 3 years apart, Fu Jing had aged significantly. The two elderly men gazed at each other, misty-eyed, and Fu Jing immediately stepped forward for a grand embrace, only to be met with Chiu Chuqing's unyielding retreat. "Spare me your theatrics. State your business. Why the haste to summon me back?" "Ah, brother, you remain as impatient as ever. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush. There are several matters requiring your attention." Before Fu Jing could finish, Chiu Chuqing interjected, "Several matters? Do you take me for a beast of burden? I cannot handle multiple issues alone. You might as well send me back. I prefer the tranquility." Fu Jing responded, "Ah, brother, please allow me to finish. These matters cannot be resolved without you, and it's not solely your burden to bear. We are all in this together, and we must leap forward as one. Calm yourself. Let me explain. Spit it out. First, there's Guing." Chiu Chuqing frowned and inquired, "What has happened to him?" "You've said not the entire journey. Your subordinates excel at keeping secrets." Fu Jing replied, "Stop jesting. You wouldn't have uncovered it because they themselves are unaware that I issued a gag order, and few know the details." "What necessitates a gag order? Is it that serious?" "Guing has become a vegetable. What did you say? Repeat that. Calm down. This was one of the reasons I urgently sought your return, that I need you to awaken him, and the sooner the better. Our time is limited. Fu Jing approached his desk and handed a document to the still fuming Chiu Chuqing. Take a look. Professor Chiu glanced at the document, and upon reading it, he leapt to his feet. Are they truly abandoning humanity? With such vast numbers, how could you allow it to escalate to this extent? Have you ignored my warnings from 3 years ago? Fu Jing sighed in resignation. You know I have consistently opposed this research project. However, those in charge believed it could be a viable path. What if it actually succeeded? At that time, there were no awakened abilities. Thus, their stance remained ambiguous, and before we knew it, it had spiraled into this magnitude. It was only due to Gu Ying's actions that I became alert and initiated a renewed investigation. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark. And what do you plan to do now? Do we possess the strength to combat this? Fu Jing nodded and then shook his head. You've been away for so long that you are unaware. Many abilities have awakened among humans over the years. In terms of high-end combat capabilities, we are evenly matched, but their experimental subjects are numerous and dispersed across various locations. While we can resist them, capturing them all is quite the challenge. The discovery of the child, Ji Ying, initially sparked a glimmer of hope within me, as I believed you had already witnessed his extraordinary combat prowess. My original intention was to recruit him into the military, positioning him as the leader for an extensive purge operation. However, he has been gravely injured and remains unconscious, showing no signs of awakening. Thus, I have no choice but to summon you back, hoping for a miracle. Chiu Chuqing remarked. Let us proceed. Take me to see him. We shall only ascertain whether he can be revived upon inspection. Fu Jing nodded in agreement, and the two, under the protection of the escort team, made their way to the second general hospital where Ji Ying was located. Meanwhile, Qin Ling and Qi Yun, accompanied by Qin Feng and their team, stealthily approached the vicinity of the majestic mountain range, where lush greenery merged into a verdant expanse, shattering the eternal desolation of the wasteland. Sister, we have arrived. It's time to speak. After surveying the surrounding terrain and the distribution of mutated beasts, the squad found a secure location to establish a small temporary encampment. At last, we have reached our destination. Qi Yun spread a topographical map upon the ground, pointing to a specific area beside Qin Ling. This location has been reported by numerous past expeditions, which indicated the remnants of an industrial base. Despite the loss of 6 reconnaissance teams, we obtained astonishing intelligence. The underground of this industrial base retains intact metallurgical and chemical equipment, which is crucial for our future development. However, the mutated creatures here are exceptionally fierce, and we are currently unable to mobilize the military on a large scale to drive them away or suppress them. Therefore, it has been decided from above that your squad will reclaim this industrial base, which will help conserve the lives of ordinary soldiers while also serving as a test of your capabilities. Understood. But why are you accompanying me? You could simply issue the orders directly, Qin Feng replied. Puzzled, had it not been for the need to care for her, a mere ordinary person, they could have arrived days earlier. What? Do you find me a burden? Are you itching for a fight? Qi Yun's demeanor suggested she was ready to act, causing everyone within a 10-meter radius of Qin Feng to instinctively recoil, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Sister, please speak without resorting to violence. I'm merely concerned for your well-being, Qin Feng hastily pleaded. Wary of her temper, Qi Yun had always regarded herself as an older sister, being 2 years his senior, and Qin Feng had always treated her as such, especially after the cataclysm and on the day of the apocalypse. Due to work obligations, Qin Feng's parents remained at their posts. When the alarm sounded, he was at Qi Yun's house preparing for lunch. Ultimately, he and her family managed to find refuge in a shelter, while his own family was not as fortunate. Henceforth, Qin Feng became a true member of Qi Yun's family. Stop being so glib. Do you really think you could find your way without me? I must say, why does your team lack any talents in reconnaissance? Li Hao's abilities would be quite useful. Aren't you considering recruiting him? Though, I must admit, he is rather timid. Anyway, I've digressed. This operation must be conducted in secrecy. Do you know why? Qi Yun countered. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng ventured. Is it because of Xingyao? Qi Yun nodded. Not too dim-witted. I see. My teacher, and I have always opposed Xingyao's genetic project. However, it is futile. On the surface, everyone appears harmonious. Yet we are, in truth, bitter adversaries. The efficacy of their genetic warriors appears promising, Yet it is ultimately a dead end for humanity itself. Some fail to see this truth. Blinded by immediate benefits, if you can successfully seize the industrial base, it would also grant Commander Fu greater support and influence. Moreover, we must guard against interference from the opposing side. You wouldn't want a repeat of the Ji Ying incident, would you? Qin Feng nodded. Understood. Leave it to me. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. At that moment, two team members returned to the camp. Captain, we have a situation, one reported to Qin Feng. That Qian interjected. My task is complete. The rest depends on you to go investigate the matter. I shall await your good news here. Qin Feng respectfully saluted her before turning to the two team members. What is the situation? He inquired. After a brief reconnaissance, we found the distribution of mutated creatures here to be quite peculiar. Several areas appear to have been artificially delineated, both in terms of population segregation and territorial boundaries, creating an unsettling dissonance, one explained. Indeed, especially. Before the other could elaborate, a deafening roar interrupted the group, causing even the mountains to tremble. Li Xiaofeng. Yao Yao. You two remain to protect Sister Yun. The rest follow me. Qin Feng commanded, leading the team towards the source of the sound. Captain, that direction is under the purview of the deputy team and Su Yanbin. The absence of two team members indicated to Qin Feng that something had gone awry. As they drew nearer, the tremors intensified, and soon they arrived at the scene of the incident, where Teng Long and Su Yanbin were locked in combat with a massive, white-furred ape towering over 10 meters high. The ape wielded a tree trunk, seemingly torn from its roots, measuring over 20 meters in length. Each strike sending shockwaves and dust flying. Su Yanbin's fiery assaults appeared as mere flickers against the giant, either extinguished by fierce winds or shattered by the trunk, forcing him to take flight using flame-formed wings to evade the ape's onslaught. Surrounding Teng Long were 4 metallic spheres, which expanded into a protective shield whenever an attack was directed at him, successfully deflecting all blows. However, despite his spheres being capable of penetrating the giant's defenses, the damage inflicted was minimal, quickly healed by the ape's regenerative abilities. The battle had reached a stalemate until Qin Feng and his team arrived. The moment the giant sensed their presence, it ceased its fight, hurling the tree trunk at them before making a hasty retreat into the mountains, leaving no trace of hesitation. Qin Feng chose not to pursue. Observing the direction of the giant's escape, which was entirely opposite to that of the industrial base. Yet, a nagging feeling told him that the creature was far from ordinary. Qin team, thank goodness you've arrived. That ape is quite troublesome. Su Yanbin spoke first. Now I see you cannot deny my prowess. At a critical moment, you faltered that you are better suited for fireworks than actual combat, unable to breach that ape's defenses while boasting about being the reincarnation of the fire god. Xie Tianlei seized the opportunity to taunt Su Yanbin. Is that so? This is not about skill. It's about compatibility. The attributes clash, you see. Look at its white fur. My abilities are being suppressed. It has nothing to do with strength. Su Yanbin retorted. Please, spare me your excuses. You always find a way to justify yourself. You should acknowledge that your attributes are inferior to the ape's point. One of its slaps could easily dispatch 50 of you without breaking a sweat. Are you playing a game here, citing attribute clashes? You are simply incompetent and refuse to admit it. Xie Tianlei continued his mockery. Qin Feng interjected with 2 swift slaps, silencing the banter. Point 2, inept fools. What is there to bicker about? Brother Long, please recount the situation. Teng Long began to recollect. At that time, Su Yanbin and I were exploring in this direction when we stumbled upon a stream flowing down from the mountain. Judging by the terrain, it likely formed a lake at the foot of the mountain, so we decided to investigate along the stream. However, apart from a few small fish occasionally leaping in the water, we observed no wild beasts coming to drink or hunt, which is quite illogical. Just as we were about to delve deeper, the white-furred giant ape descended upon us, launching an assault that we defended against its attacks while retreating. And upon reaching this more open hillside, we countered the giant. It was only after they had first injured the giant that it let out a thunderous roar, alerting the camp that it seems this area is either dominated by the giant ape or occupied by a more ferocious beast. No wonder I felt a sense of dissonance. Creating such a commotion yet attracting no other creatures is highly abnormal. We are bound to encounter that ape again. At that time, we shall deal with it more thoroughly. Let us proceed. The industrial base lies downstream of the stream, likely beside the lake. My sister's insights were indeed accurate. The absence of reconnaissance-type abilities in our squad is somewhat inconvenient that it appears we must recruit some talent upon our return. The others nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of cunning eyes was intently observing them from deep within the forest. Upon observing their direction towards the industrial base, the white ape, with a hand that had just smacked its backside, thoughtfully stroked its chin before emitting a derisive snicker and vanishing into the depths of the forest. Qin Feng and his companions traversed mountains and crossed rivers, ultimately locating the industrial base. The dilapidated structures bore no distinction from the desolate ruins scattered across the wasteland, the only notable difference being the adjacent pool of vibrant green water. Li Heshuan approached the water's edge. Merely 2 steps in, he was abruptly seized by a pair of large hands. Yanked back over 10 meters, the tentacle-like maw from the abyss erupted from the pool, snapping precisely where Li Heshuan had stood moments before. Had it not been for Qin Feng sensing the imminent danger and swiftly pulling Li Heshuan back, he would undoubtedly have become the creature's prey. "Captain, you've saved my life again. What in the world is that monster?" Li Heshuan grumbled as he rose from the ground. Though the giant maw struck swiftly, it receded just as quickly, allowing the others to glimpse its full form. Fu Wenba remarked, "It resembles a leech. But I cannot be certain. Let's observe further," Li Heshuan quipped. "Now I understand why no beasts come to drink near the water source. With such a monster around, who in their right mind would dare to quench their thirst? It's just asking for trouble." Dismissing the creature for the moment, it seemed to have no intention of coming ashore, and there were no signs of movement around it. Their mission remained focused on the industrial base. Consequently, they circumnavigated the pool and formally entered the industrial complex. According to intelligence, the equipment was stored underground, thus sparing them the time of exploration. The only remaining building with a subterranean entrance was the half-collapsed warehouse still standing. The group proceeded with utmost caution, remaining vigilant against potential ambushes by mutated creatures. However, not a single mosquito appeared along their path, enabling them to reach the warehouse door without incident. The sight of the half-open warehouse door creaking in the wind felt rather eerie. Wasn't it said that abnormal creatures were lurking here? 6 teams had already been sacrificed, yet there wasn't even a fly in sight. Su Yanbin's question echoed the thoughts of the entire group. It could be due to environmental changes prompting migration, or perhaps being driven away by other creatures. Matters best left to biologists. Our task is to execute and complete our mission. This situation currently works to our advantage. Let us proceed. I've spotted the entrance to the basement. Qin Feng led the way into the warehouse. Ting Long patted Su Yanbin on the shoulder without uttering a word, following closely behind Qin Feng. While the other team members entered in succession, Xie Tianlei, bringing up the rear, called out to the oblivious Su Yanbin, "Hurry up, Su the great scientist. Are you still questioning the authenticity of the information? Lives were lost over this, and you're the one with the most questions. Don't you know the captain despises that?" Su Yanbin protested. "I didn't mean it like that. It's just. Let us go. If that were the case, the captain would have knocked you out on the spot instead of wasting breath. Hurry up." As the two descended through the ground entrance, Qin Feng and the others had already begun their exploration. Chun Xianming had a luminous orb, roughly the size of his head, hovering above him, illuminating a 30-meter radius with clarity. Fu Wenba had activated an electromagnetic barrier, encircling the group. The layout of the basement was not overly complicated. It was merely a storage area. Aside from the staircase linking to the surface and several support columns, the basement contained no other rooms. They observed that the space was filled with covered machinery and unknown devices, with numerous wooden crates stacked against the walls. Ripping away a tattered cloth revealed a pristine processing lathe, delighting the group at the sight of such well-preserved equipment. If all these machines were intact, productivity could be increased tenfold or more. However, at that moment, Fu Wenba issued a warning. "Alert! A creature has breached my defensive field." The entire basement began to tremble, cracks appearing in the ceiling, and debris started to fall incessantly. Qin Feng shouted, "Tianlei, protect the machinery." Without hesitation, Xie Tianlei crouched and pressed his palms against the ground, causing a torrent of earth and stone to surge forth, overlapping and forming small mounds that shielded all items in the basement. Looking around, Qin Feng saw no signs of any creatures and turned to inquire, "Do you sense what kind of creature it is? Its location? Number?" Fu Wenba, now sweating, replied, "Unclear. They seem capable of synchronously adjusting their biological magnetic fields." Aside from the initial trigger of the force field, There have been no further responses. This was a situation none had encountered before. Observing the unstable condition of the basement, Qin Feng decisively opted to retreat. We can't see the enemy, and the terrain isn't suitable for combat. Let us exit. We can excavate the machinery later. Captain, it seems we may need to find another route. Upon hearing Su Yanbin's words, Qin Feng glanced back at their path only to find the staircase entrance occupied by 4 massive lizards. With one stuck at the entrance, seemingly unable to squeeze through due to its girth, indicating that many more of its kind were likely behind it. Everyone, gather around. Tung Long, Su Yanbin, clear a path through the giant lizards. With a command, the team quickly formed a tighter formation, unleashing 2 beams of cold light and a fiery dragon simultaneously. Yet, their attacks yielded little effect. The fiery dragon's persistent flames did not inflict any discernible damage. And only Tung Long's 2 metallic spheres managed to explode one giant lizard's eye, while the others merely drooped their eyelids, impervious to the metallic projectiles. Tung Long then transformed the metallic spheres into various shapes, round, conical, and even finely granulated. But all efforts were in vain. The rest of the team attempted diverse attacks: wind blades, water arrows, ice arrows, lightning bolts, and air cannons, ultimately concluding that the lizard's hide was incredibly tough. 4 formidable fire and water-resistant beasts stood in their way, leaving the other team members momentarily at a loss for effective strategies. Despite their usual disdain for Su Yanbin's incessant chatter, his prowess was indeed commendable within the team. With Tung Long, the vice-captain, rendered helpless, Qin Feng was contemplating taking matters into his own hands. Just then, the tremors in the basement abruptly ceased, casting the entire scene into an eerie silence. Yet, the stillness lasted less than 10 seconds before the ground erupted beneath them. As a gargantuan Komodo dragon broke through, its massive form occupying half of the basement, the machinery that had been so carefully protected was overturned, several wooden crates shattered, and countless parts scattered across the floor. The giant lizard opened its maw, spewing a torrent of dark green liquid towards the group. Li Hushuan reacted swiftly, conjuring a water curtain that hissed upon contact with the liquid, transforming into thick smoke. Accompanied by a pungent odor, centering around Chao Yan, a whirlwind spread outward, quickly dispersing the noxious fumes. However, 2 team members closest to the giant lizard inhaled the toxic gas, succumbing to sudden dizziness and collapsing almost instantly. Lin Bei, block it. De Peng, we're heading for the ceiling. Qin Feng executed a swift leap to the ceiling, which had already developed numerous cracks, shattering it with a single blow that Su Daping utilized an air cushion to elevate all team members. Escaping through the ceiling as they ascended, the dust settled, revealing a shocking scene below. Dozens of giant lizards sprawled across the ground, leaving no visible soil. The entire industrial base was effectively carpeted with lizards. With the roar of the Komodo dragon, all the lizards turned their attention skyward. Qin Feng's heart sank. Li Hushuan need not await orders, as he swiftly drew his arms in circles, creating a water sphere that enveloped the group just as the lizard swarm attacked. The ground lizards transformed into artillery, launching corrosive venom in relentless waves. Although not as potent as the Komodo dragon's venom, the sheer volume of the assault was overwhelming, and the water sphere's protective barrier began to erode under the assault. Noticing Li Hushuan's face reddening as he struggled to maintain the shield, Chao Yan and Lin Bei took turns reinforcing the water sphere with wind and ice barriers, alleviating some of Li Hushuan's burden. Qin Feng realized that unless they disrupted the lizard swarm's ranged attacks, it would be impossible to escape using Su Daping's abilities. Not only would they fail to complete their mission, but their very lives could be at stake. Thus, he commanded, "You all go ahead. I'll hold them off." Before the team could protest, Qin Feng transformed into a streak of lightning, plunging into the mass of lizards below. The instant he landed, thunder erupted, toppling dozens of giant lizards instantly. The sight stirred emotions among the team, with Tung Long, the vice-captain, asserting, "Follow orders. We're a liability here. Only if we secure our own escape can the captain retreat with peace of mind. Let us not burden him. Move quickly." The figures on the ground darted among the lizard horde, toppling lizard after lizard, and with the enhancement of his abilities, it wasn't long before he had wreaked havoc throughout the industrial base. Although not many giant lizards have been slain, the team has successfully thwarted the lizard horde's venomous onslaught, thus inciting their wrath. Witnessing the captain's ferocity, the team members felt their worries dissipate, with the threat of venom eliminated. Xiao Yin removed the windshield and began coordinating with Dopping to utilize the air cushion, accelerating their retreat from the industrial base towards the campsite. As he observed his comrades vanishing into the sky, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. These lizards were rather grotesque, their skin nearly impervious to elemental damage, and their physical defense was commendable. Despite hammering away for quite some time, he had only managed to bring down 7 or 8 relatively weaker giant lizards. The others he had overturned quickly scrambled back to their feet, brimming with vitality. The sight of them irked Qin Feng, who knew he had not exerted himself fully. Had he been facing a typical mutated creature, it would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Looking toward the center of the base, the Komodo dragon had already claimed the former warehouse, dominating that area, and was now fixated on Qin Feng, its forked tongue occasionally flicking out as if to taunt. Feeling a headache coming on, Qin Feng realized that dealing with the minions was already a challenge, let alone this monstrous dragon. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could inflict damage on the Komodo dragon in a one-on-one scenario, if he gave it his all, killing it would be another matter entirely, especially with so many minions around not merely there for show. Choosing not to linger in combat, Qin Feng transformed into a streak of lightning, slicing through the obstructive lizard swarm, leaving behind a graceful silhouette as he vanished from sight. Qi Yun felt the reverberations of battle even at the campsite, tremors echoing from the distance. She worried about the team's status. Several figures emerged from the woods. They drew closer. Qi Yun recognized them as her comrades returning from the mission, all appearing quite disheveled, with 2 members being supported by others, unconscious and unresponsive. Relieved to see that everyone was relatively safe, Qi Yun's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, only to tighten again upon realizing Qin Feng was missing. She approached Tung Long and grasped his collar, inquiring, "Where is Qin Feng?" Stunned by her sudden grip, Tung Long was momentarily speechless, until another voice came to his rescue. Here I am, sis. What's all the fuss about? You've scared long ago." Qin Feng, ever the master of lightning, had made a swift escape. Turning to Tung Long, he asked, "How are Xiao Ai and Yang Yang? Are they badly injured?" Tung Long glanced at Li Xiaotong, who was responsible for their treatment. "The toxins in their bodies have been completely cleared. They might have fainted due to the overwhelming stench, but they're not in serious danger." Qin Feng nodded, relieved that there were no grave issues. Qi Yun then released Tung Long and asked, "So, what happened? Why was there such a commotion? I felt the tremors here. How did the mission go?" Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he replied, "There are some complications. Did you bring the communicator? This matter needs to be reported to Commander Fu immediately." After recounting the situation within the industrial base to Qi Yun, she too recognized that this was beyond their capabilities and immediately set about establishing a signal umbrella. I said this group was incompetent. They were supposed to be the elite of the armed forces, yet this is their level. If they can't handle it, they should call for backup. Just a bunch of kids." As the derisive words were spoken, 4 individuals emerged from the woods behind the campsite. Ignoring the taunt, Qin Feng inquired, "Have you been following us? Do you think your little tricks can escape anyone's notice, trying to pull off a sneaky maneuver? This task has been idle for so long. Do you think only you have been eyeing it? I'm not concerned with how the old geezers are vying for power, but did you even think to consult me about claiming such a significant achievement?" Qi Yun furrowed her brow and interjected, "Whether it's your Xingyao or our armed forces, we all work for the people and the nation. Lu Ziqian. Isn't that a rather selfish statement?" The man referred to as Lu Ziqian scoffed, "Don't try to pressure me with talk of the people and the nation. I'm not swayed by that. We both know that the armed forces and Xingyao have been at odds for quite some time now. It's just that we haven't openly clashed yet." Qi Yun, unwilling to engage further, asked, "So, are you here to sabotage our operation?" Lu Ziqian replied, "Not quite." Tio put it nicely, "We're here to assist. To put it bluntly, we're here to clean up your mess. You look rather disheveled. Did you get bested at the industrial base? If you lack the capability, don't take on tasks beyond your means." Both Qin Feng and Qi Yun fell silent, realizing that their lack of thorough reconnaissance on the monsters prior to the mission had been a critical oversight, compounded by the absence of professional scouts in Qin Feng's team. Seeing their silence, Lu Ziqian continued, "If you need to consult your superiors, feel free. I'm sure Minister Zhao has already discussed matters with Commander Fu." Ultimately, Qi Yun decided to inform Commander Fu. She had never trusted the people from Xingyu. She believed they were all self-serving opportunists who would not hesitate to engage in genetic modification for their own gain. Every word that left their lips was met with her skepticism. Activating the signal umbrella, she connected with Commander Fu. After a brief conversation, she hung up. Approaching Qin Feng with a frosty demeanor, she felt the urge to break something. But given their remote location and the presence of Xingyou members nearby, she refrained. Thankfully, the communicator was durable enough to avoid being crushed in her grip. The commander stated that this was a joint operation between the armed forces and Xingyou, urging us to cooperate fully. The last 4 words were squeezed out of Qi Yun's mouth, and Qin Feng understood her frustration entirely. However, with the commander's order given, they had no choice but to temporarily collaborate with Xingyou. I'll handle the communication with them. You should calm down, Qin Feng suggested, motioning for Tung Long to follow him as they led the 4 Xingyou members into a nearby tent they had set up. Meanwhile, significant events were unfolding at the Second General Hospital of Baidu. As the door to the observation room swung open, accompanied by hearty laughter, Commander Fu strode into the room. Ha ha ha, little one. Grandpa Fu has come to see you. Lin Qiqi dropped her storybook and dashed towards Fu Jing, pouting. Grandpa Fu, it's been so long since you visited Qiqi. Have you nearly forgotten about me? Fu Jing chuckled heartily. How could I? I've just been a bit busy lately. Come, look who I've brought for you. With that, he stepped aside to reveal the scene behind the door. It's Grandpa Qiu. Lin Qiqi released her hold on Fu Jing and swiftly ran to Qiu Chuqing, who stood just behind him. Hee, you little girl are still as lively as ever. Very good. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Lin Qiqi's hair. Grandpa Qiu, are you here to see my brother? Lin Qiqi asked curiously. Qiu Chuqing smiled broadly at Lin Qiqi. Indeed, I came to see how long your sleepy brother intends to nap, and while I'm here, I wanted to check on you too. Seeing you so healthy puts my mind at ease, haha. Turning to the side, he fixed a fierce glare at Dean Wang. Wang Fatty, where's the examination report? What are you grinning about? After all these years, you haven't made any progress. If old Qin knew his student was in such a state, he might just crawl out of the ground to give you a beating, believe it or not. You hopeless at your profession and even worse at reading the room. Besides eating, what else can you do? Still dawdling. The report. How many times do I have to say it? Where's that kid's examination report? Dean Wang, thoroughly enjoying the scolding, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been ages since an elder had chastised him like this, especially since his own mentor had passed away. He felt a swell of emotion and hurriedly dashed off, soon returning, panting, with a stack of paper reports in hand. Here, the reports from the past 2 weeks are all here. He hastily handed the documents to Professor Qiu, who quickly sifted through them until he pulled out the most recent one to examine. Meanwhile, the chubby dean stood awkwardly beside him, holding the remaining reports. Lin Qiqi quietly waited for Professor Qiu to read the report. But as he progressed, the old professor's brow began to furrow. This is indeed a bit problematic, Fu Jing inquired. You can't do anything about it. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Chuqing replied. I do have a solution, but you all need to step outside. I have something to discuss with Qiqi. Although unsure of what Professor Qiu meant, everyone complied and exited the room, while Qiu Chuqing cast a stern glance at Fu Jing, who lingered. Oh, I have to leave too. Do you think I'd ask if you didn't tea? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Fu Jing stepped out of the room. Once everyone had departed, Professor Qiu locked the door, leaving only him and Lin Qiqi inside. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances until Professor Qiu's next words nearly dropped Lin Qiqi's jaw. You have awakened some kind of ability, haven't you? Lin Qiqi. Grandpa Qiu, what are you talking about? Lin Qiqi still wanted to put on an act, but unfortunately, Professor Qiu was not deceived by her antics and mercilessly exposed the little girl's ruse. You thought you could hide this from me? I've seen through it long ago. You sent everyone away, hoping to lay your cards on the table with me that you're quite clever for a little one. Rest assured, I have not disclosed your abilities to anyone else. Lin Qiqi ceased her struggle. Grandpa Qiu, how did you discover it? Qiu Chuqi scoffed. The little tricks you two are playing were ones I mastered long ago, seeing you prancing about with that bear daily. I initially thought it was the result of some tacit understanding cultivated between you, relying on gestures or even eye contact to communicate commands. However, when I noticed that Guing occasionally required verbal instructions while you never spoke to the bear, I was convinced of your abilities, particularly that you possess some form of telepathic communication. Lin Qiqi poked her finger at her cheek, tilting her head in contemplation, then nodded. It seems that way. I'll have to be more cautious in the future. The old professor nodded. Moreover, Guing has taken you into every battle. While it could be seen as confidence in his own strength, it simultaneously reveals the extraordinary nature of your situation. Which ordinary person could endure the high-speed movements he exhibits? Unless Guing possesses some special ability to protect others, and I have spoken to him. The old fellow's character is decent, as he does not conceal much about his abilities. Since he has not mentioned any other powers, it suggests that the ability to protect you lies within yourself. Of course, it is also possible that he deceived the old man to keep a trump card. Yet, considering his current injuries and unconsciousness, if he had such a protective ability, he shouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. Thus, I am increasingly certain that your power is likely a mental awakening. Lin Qiqi, having her abilities exposed, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Grandpa Qiu, you're amazing. But why do you inquire about my abilities? Is it related to waking up my brother? I actually tried communicating with him using my mental strength before, but I received no response. Xiao Chuki appeared somewhat surprised. Then why do you seem so confident that he will awaken at any moment? I thought you had already communicated with him in your consciousness, which is why you look so assured. Well, it seems I underestimated you. Lin Qiqi felt a bit shy. Not really. It's just that my intuition tells me my brother will definitely wake up. And since you're here, you're so capable, you can surely wake him, right? Professor Chiu replied. Don't flatter me. Is it really necessary to mention my capabilities? If you want to save him, keeping you alone is not just for laying cards on the table. I also need to confirm your abilities, as they will be utilized in the forthcoming treatment. Lin Qiqi nodded. What do you need me to do? Professor Chiu, hold on. There are two plans. Listen carefully. The first is for me to perform the surgery myself, directly opening up the chest to remove the foreign object from the heart. To be honest, this plan carries significant risk, even for me. The success rate would not exceed 40. What about the second plan? The second plan is highly uncertain. It also involves opening the chest. However, the goal is not to remove the foreign object, but to stimulate the toxin. It is now certain that due to some protective mechanism, the toxin is locked within the heart, which has caused insufficient blood supply to the brain. His current condition resembles that of a mutated creature, with the ordinary blood supply unable to keep pace with his metabolic needs. If we can restore the heart's blood supply, when he awakens will depend on his own will. However, the consequence of this approach may lead to the toxin spreading throughout the body with the blood. Whether it can be detoxified or if he can be saved afterward cannot be guaranteed. Professor Chiu patted his pocket, intending to smoke a cigarette to relieve his emotions, but alas, he found nothing. What do you need from me? Lin Qiqi asked. If we proceed with the first plan, I need you to use your mental strength to protect the heart from damage while keeping the blood and heart as still as possible. Lin Qiqi pondered before shaking her head. I can protect the heart and temporarily halt blood flow, but I can't make the heart still. Professor Chi was not surprised at all and continued. For the second plan, after I stimulate the toxin, you must try to prevent its spread while ensuring the blood flows freely. Lin Qiqi nodded. That seems a bit easier. It shouldn't be a problem. Then we shall proceed with the second plan? Yes, let's go with the second plan. Outside the observation room, the others were unaware that the two inside had already decided on the treatment plan when the door to the observation room swung open again. Professor Chiu wore a mysterious smile, while Lin Qiqi appeared unchanged. The onlookers were intensely curious about what had transpired between the two, but Professor Chiu remained cryptic. As soon as Wang Pengzi opened his mouth to inquire, he was met with a curt dismissal. None of your business. Professor Chiu took Lin Qiqi's hand and walked out. Come on, Grandpa will take you out for lunch, completely ignoring the scolding Wang Pengzi. Fu Ling, what about me? He was decisively ignored. Meanwhile, preparations for the surgery were underway, and discussions of battle plans were taking place at the industrial base. The table was slammed with a pair of hands, sounding as if it might collapse at any moment. I oppose. A direct assault is too risky. I won't allow my team members to serve as bait, Qin Feng said with some annoyance. I don't need your ragtag subordinates to act as bait. You still consider yourself the ace of the armed forces? This time, the Xingyao team will handle it. You can just watch from the sidelines. They are merely a bunch of lizards. Your limitations do not mean others share them. Just sit back and watch us perform. Lu Ziqian scoffed at Qin Feng's conservative approach. Since there is such a significant disagreement, I suggest we each pursue our own objectives this time. If you want to launch a frontal assault, I won't obstruct you. But remember, the goal of the operation is to rescue the production equipment within the industrial base. We will prioritize circling around to protect the equipment. don't blame me for using you as bait afterward. Qin Feng clarified his stance, not fearing any potential backlash. Though I look down on you ragtag members, I wouldn't stoop so low that if the mission fails, we all face punishment. Clearly, the mission takes precedence. Let's divide the tasks. We handle the monsters. And you focus on retrieving the equipment, without interference. After all, we don't have any capable of digging that Liu Ziqian couldn't resist throwing in a final jab. Then it's settled. We have 2 injured individuals who need rest. We'll act again tomorrow. Is that acceptable? No problem that we've traveled a long way and need to recuperate. Then it's settled. See you tomorrow. After Liu Ziqian concluded, he led his team out of the tent. Qin Feng, Long go. Remind the other team members to stay vigilant. Tung Long nodded. Rest assured, I understand. He immediately left the tent, leaving Qin Feng alone, still pondering over the topographical map. Early the next morning, after a brief encounter with Qin Feng, Liu Ziqian set off first with 3 others, departing the camp. Captain, aren't we following them? Su Yinbin asked. Qin Feng replied, No need. Do you remember the cliff you flew over yesterday? We need to go there first to ascertain where this group of lizards emerged from. Yunjia, I leave the injured to your care. Qi Yun. All right, just ensure your safety. Ultimately, Qin Feng left 2 team members to protect Qi Yun. Upon reaching the cliff, Qin Feng's team found the industrial base as desolate as when they first arrived. With no sign of the Xingyao team, the main entrance was utterly silent, prompting Qin Feng to decide to observe for a while longer. They're coming. Moments later, the industrial base began to stir. The cause was the water pool at the base's entrance. Qin Feng had warned Liu Ziqian about it yesterday, but they, in their hubris, recklessly attempted to eradicate the monsters in the pool. The result was one of their own suffering a severed arm. With the creature striking and retreating back into the water. No matter how they provoked or enticed it, it did not resurface. Within mere breaths, the injured Xingyao team member miraculously regrew a complete arm. Seeing that they could not eliminate the monster in a short time, Liu Ziqian decided to let it be for now. The commotion at the entrance acted as a signal, and Qin Feng's team felt the ground tremble as if large groups of creatures were approaching from afar. Yet no monsters were visible. Only their sounds echoed eerily. It wasn't until a dilapidated building within the base collapsed a second time that debris fell to the ground, with several pieces inexplicably floating in midair. Fu Wenbo was the first to react. They can alter the magnetic field of living beings and change their skin color, achieving effects similar to optical camouflage. It's that group of lizards from yesterday. As if to validate Fu Wenbo's deduction, the 4 from Xingyao inadvertently entered the lizard's ambush zone. Thus, the horde of lizards ceased their pretense, unleashing a torrent of venomous attacks that cascaded upon Liu Ziqian and his companions like a sudden downpour. Concurrently, the lizard's transparent cloaking was dispelled, revealing that the art of attack and invisibility could not coexist. The once barren base, which had appeared empty moments ago, was now teeming with lizards, perched upon the cliff. Qin Feng and his comrades found themselves spectators to a peculiar transformation, akin to a magic trick of living lizards. Now, with the direction of the lizard formation identified, situated within the mountains behind the base, tracking down their lair no longer posed a challenge. However, attempting to rescue the lathe from such a multitude of lizards proved to be exceedingly precarious. This endeavor was not akin to rescuing individuals from a mine. The lathe and components were inanimate objects, incapable of movement, and without any effective means of attack. The small spiders paled in comparison, appearing almost endearing in their innocence. They continued to observe, awaiting Xing Yao's methods. What strategies could Xing Yao's group possibly employ? If they could not overpower the lizards, they might as well join forces. One individual transformed his arms into enormous pincers, simultaneously resisting the corrosive venom while being able to pierce the lizard's skin. He single-handedly wreaked havoc among the lizard horde, though his movements were somewhat sluggish. At this pace, it could take him a day to vanquish them all. Another individual moved with remarkable speed, agilely leaping amidst the lizards, his hands morphing into sharp claws, occasionally launching attacks. Regrettably, his claws lacked the lethality of the giant pincers, merely puncturing the eyes of a lizard here and there. The third person stood beside Liu Ziqian, seemingly motionless. Yet, the lizards that approached them were rendered unconscious by an invisible force, their bodies showing no visible wounds. One must concede that in terms of destructive power, beasts and insects possess an innate advantage. These advantages had now become Xing Yao's weapons, reaping the lives of the monsters. After a brief observation, Qin Feng pondered. Why had he not seen the giant lizard today? No sooner had he voiced this thought than the Komodo dragon appeared directly beneath Lu Ziqian, its gaping maw eager to devour the two above. Both Lu Ziqian and his companion reacted swiftly, sensing the impending danger as the giant lizard erupted from the ground, narrowly evading its monstrous jaws. The individual let out a piercing shriek, sending sound waves that altered the air itself, rippling outward towards the giant lizard. To their astonishment, the Komodo dragon was able to detect the sonic assault. The openings on either side of its head instantaneously sealed, shrouded by a layer of wrinkled skin. Simultaneously, the Komodo dragon unleashed a roar, a counterattack tenfold greater than the previous sound wave, striking the individual and sending him hurtling backward, only to be engulfed by other lizards upon his descent, leaving his fate uncertain. At this moment, Lu Ziqian finally took action, unfurling a pair of ebony wings that lifted him into the air. With a rhythmic flap, he summoned two massive tornadoes that spiraled towards the giant lizard, the columns of wind ensnaring numerous black feathers that rendered the ground barren, slicing any lizard caught within into fragments. Sensing the imminent threat, the Komodo dragon curled its massive body into a ball, not retreating but advancing, rolling through the narrow gap before escaping the tornado's grasp. Realizing his initial assault had failed, Lu Ziqian once again flapped his wings. However, the giant lizard was not one to grant him an opportunity. As it unfurled its body, its forelimbs seized two enormous boulders, hurling them skyward toward Lu Ziqian. He was forced to halt his attack and evade the incoming stones. Boulders continued to manifest in the lizard's grasp, a testament to its abilities, and as the speed of its projectiles increased, it unleashed a tempest of attacks, leaving Lu Ziqian scrambling to avoid them. Was it time to transform? Lu Ziqian grappled with inner turmoil. Should he succumb to transformation, he would undoubtedly be able to contend with the giant lizard. Yet they had not brought any suppressants on this outing. In other words, transformation would be irreversible. Observing that Xing Yao's group had achieved little success, Qin Feng resolved to take action, deeming it necessary to retreat and regroup. He instructed Teng Long to lead the team back to the camp, and with the force of thunder, he collided with the exposed belly of the giant lizard. Regrettably, the seemingly tender underbelly of the Komodo dragon proved to be as resilient as stone. Qin Feng's assault merely toppled the upright giant lizard, interrupting its relentless onslaught against Lu Ziqian. Withdraw, Qin Feng called out to Lu Ziqian above. Without hesitation, Lu Ziqian assessed the situation and concluded that retreat was indeed prudent. He plunged into the throng of lizards, retrieving the individual who had been submerged moments prior. After circling the area, he returned with two members of Xing Yao clinging to his legs, pausing briefly in the air. He locked eyes with Qin Feng, confirming their unspoken agreement. One above and one below, they simultaneously retreated from the industrial base. The assault on the industrial base was officially deemed a failure upon Qin Feng's return to the camp. He was met with the sight of torn tent remnants and a scene of utter chaos. Two injured comrades and two guards lay sprawled on the ground. The injured were breathing steadily, seemingly in deep slumber, having succumbed to the residual energy of the earlier battle. It was evident they had not sustained further harm, despite their rather undignified positions. The two guards, however, fared worse, clearly having endured a beating. One had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while the other leaned weakly against a fallen tree root. Qin Feng hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Shao Jia, what transpired?" "Ah, I'm here," Zhong Yao replied, arriving at the injured's side, initiating her healing abilities. A green light enveloped Shao Jia, his complexion gradually regaining its color. As if awakening from a stupor, he finally addressed the earlier question. "Captain Qin, Sister Qi Yun was taken. It was that white ape we encountered 2 days ago." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng erupted in anger, only to be swiftly restrained by Teng Long. "First, ascertain the facts. How can you hope to find Qi Yun without a plan?" According to Shao Jia's account, after the group departed that morning, the camp was besieged by the white ape. The two remaining guards, lacking sufficient strength, were unable to thwart the assault. Yet, the white ape seemed disinterested in killing. After delivering a beating to the two, it seized Qi Yun and left, etching a mark upon a tree trunk as it departed. "Is this a call for us to pursue it?" Qin Feng questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Probably, since Qi Yun is still in its grasp." "We must investigate," Teng Long remarked, gazing at the scratch on the tree trunk. Qin Feng nodded, commanding, "Brother Long and I will go. You all remain here to recuperate." "Wait," Lu Ziqian interjected. Count me in. I owe you a favor from the base. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Noting Lu Ziqian's serious demeanor, Qin Feng did not decline, and the three ventured into the forest, following the direction indicated by the scratch. Unlike their previous camp's location, this forest was fraught with peril. The trio had ventured less than 500 meters when they faced no fewer than 10 ambushes, including a cascade of leeches dropping from the trees, each capable of draining a person dry. They also encountered walnut-sized projectiles hurled by squirrels, which were significantly larger than average, and swarms of beetles the size of small dogs, alongside mutated hummingbirds that soared at supersonic speeds. However, the most insidious threat lay in the numerous vines and roots concealed beneath the earth, leaving them perpetually on guard against unseen traps. Fortunately, the trio's formidable strength allowed them to repel several assaults from the roots. The mutated trees, recognizing their prowess, finally ceased their attacks after navigating through the underbrush. They finally laid eyes on the white ape. However, the scene was not as they had envisioned. Rather than binding Qi Yun as a bargaining chip, she was presently perched atop the white ape's head, engaged in a struggle with a colossal python over 20 meters long. From a distance, they could hear her shouting, "Strike its weak spot. Hit its weak spot." The three exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring their confusion over the unexpected turn of events. Qi Yun, spotting the trio, called out, "Qin Feng, lend a hand. Attack it." Qin Feng tentatively inquired, "Attack whom? Are you blind?" "Attack that snake," Qi Yun retorted. The three exchanged glances, then sprang into action, swiftly concluding the battle. The white ape released the now lifeless snake. Eyeing the trio with caution, "What is the meaning of this monkey, and what is your situation?" Qin Feng queried, gesturing toward the white ape. Qi Yun clicked her tongue in frustration. "TSK, I was just about to ask that. I was inexplicably captured. I should have brought Li Hao along to bridge this communication gap. After gesturing for ages, I still can't decipher its intentions. However, this monkey is quite remarkable. Just moments ago, that snake attempted to devour me. And it saved my life. Truly a splendid monkey. In the midst of our conversation, it did not forget to pat a few times on the large head of the white ape. Upon hearing the praise, the white ape scratched its behind and then its head, displaying a bashful expression. Qin Feng was left speechless and could only tentatively inquire, "Great monkey, what do you mean by bringing us here?" The white ape chattered a couple of times, waving its arms to indicate a direction. "Why not simply eliminate them and rescue the individuals? Such a hassle," Lu Ziqian remarked with a hint of impatience. "Hey, Lu Ziqian, I warn you, if you dare to harm even a single hair on it, I will not let you off." Qi Yun glared at Lu Ziqian like a protective hen, casting a glance at Lu Ziqian. Noticing he merely spoke without intentions of action, Qin Feng felt no urge to intervene. Meanwhile, Ting Long pondered for a moment, and an idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to ask, "The direction you indicated should lead to the industrial base. Are you planning to deal with that group of lizards?" The white ape immediately clapped its hands in delight, even spinning in place and jumping a couple of times, causing Qi Yun to grip the white ape's head tightly. Frozen in place, the white ape pointed at Tung Long, giving a thumbs up. "Oh, you have a way to handle the largest lizard?" Qin Feng inquired. The white ape nodded, then thumped its chest, striking a majestic pose. Tung Long said, "I have a bold idea." Hearing this, Qin Feng and Lu Ziqian gathered around, the three of them huddling together, engaged in an unknown discussion. Tung Long, "Is it feasible?" Qin Feng, "Feasible." Lu Ziqian, "If only we could transform." Qin Feng, "Don't be absurd. Once you transform and go berserk again, will we deal with the monsters first or you?" Lu Ziqian pouted and fell silent. Qin Feng was well aware of the situation regarding Xingyao. This was no secret within the armed department. The last time someone from Xingyao went berserk, it was Qin Feng who intervened. How could he not be clear? "I think it's a good idea. After all, it came looking for us, and we might as well utilize its combat power for free." Eventually, the group reached a consensus, and upon returning to the camp, they found themselves accompanied by this giant white ape. As night fell, the operation was scheduled for the following day. That evening, the team members transformed into curious children, mingling with the white ape. During dinner, the white ape brought back two unknown creatures, resembling large, foolish deer. The meat was firm, juicy when roasted, and succulent. A mere taste captivated the appetites of the team members. Lu Ziqian and his three teammates sat on the opposite side of the campfire, seemingly isolated from the world, disdainfully watching the group reveling and frolicking. gnawing on their roasted meat as if venting their frustrations. After returning, Qi Yin targeted Lu Ziqian, completely isolating the Xingyao members, though Qin Feng and the others were not particularly concerned. They simply could not go against Qi Yun. Thus, the group spent a joyous yet somewhat incomplete night. After a night of rest, everyone was invigorated and full of life, including the two fainted patients who had recovered under the care of their two female companions. This time, the entire team was mobilized, abandoning the camp, as the unknown dangers in the forest were still too numerous. With the monkey as a hostage, Qin Feng would not leave Qi Yun behind again. Moreover, this joint operation with the white ape would either succeed in capturing the industrial base or fail, in which case they would return home obediently to in either scenario. There was no longer a need to keep the camp. The entire group marched toward the base's entrance, with Qi Yun not following but instead hiding with the white ape on a nearby cliff. They circumvented the water pool, meandering through the base, all the while making noise. Yet, no matter how much commotion they caused, the lizard horde showed no inclination to emerge. Consequently, the group returned to the water pool that in their previous visits. They had disturbed the monsters at the pool first, which had prompted the lizard horde's invasion. This seemed to indicate some form of tacit understanding between the two creatures. Su Yanbin stroked his chin, appearing to have deciphered the situation, and remarked, as expected of Su the great scientist. You've figured it out. All that talk was unnecessary. Let us just try and see. Xia Tianlei tossed a clod of earth into the water pool. After a while, the pool remained calm and unresponsive, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Finally, at Lu Ziqian's signal, the Xingyu member who had lost an arm, proficient in sound wave attacks, cautiously approached the water pool. Sure enough, as he neared within 10 meters, the creature in the pool lunged up, snapping at the Xingyao member. Anticipating this, the individual unleashed a sound wave attack, causing the creature to momentarily halt, allowing him to evade swiftly. Watching the prey escape, the creature sank back into the water, falling silent. This time, the lizard horde arrived as expected. Perhaps aware that a surprise attack was futile, they omitted the camouflage step and began spraying venom at the group from a distance. The ability users on Qin Feng's side erected various defensive fields, successfully blocking the first wave of venom attacks from the lizard horde. The 4 members of Xingyao were also unoccupied, seizing the brief interval to charge into the lizard horde, commencing a massacre akin to the previous day. This incursion disrupted the lizard horde's ranged assault, allowing Qin Feng's team members to close in on them. The Xingyao member, with hands transformed into giant pincers, was mercilessly slaughtering, when suddenly a slightly smaller lizard emerged from the ground behind him, pouncing towards his back. By the time he noticed, it was too late. Just as the lizard was about to land its ambush, an ice wall materialized behind him, shattering the lizard's skull upon impact and causing the ice wall to disintegrate into shards. The Xingyu member glanced back at Lin Bei, who had saved him, nodding. Xingyao Su Chenqian. I owe you one. Lin Bei nodded in return. Lin Bei, let's talk later. With a wave of his hand, a frost covered the surrounding lizards, albeit only for a brief moment. Yet, during that fleeting moment, Su Chengxian had already dispatched all the nearby lizards that Li Tianyi, with his hands transformed into deadly claws, today sported an additional speckled tail, leaping about while using it for support and entrapment, effectively serving a supportive role. However, his attack mode was rather singular, and after a while, he fell into the lizard horde's trap. Several instances of venom narrowly grazed his body, but fortunately, he remained unscathed. Li Tianyi continued to ascend atop one lizard, preparing to plunge his claws into its eyes when suddenly he felt a surge of warning. Looking up, he saw countless streams of venom rushing towards him from all directions, with no other choice. Li Tianyi focused his strength into his legs and sprinted forward desperately, but alas, he was still a moment too slow, thinking, I fear I cannot escape this widespread attack. Suddenly, an external force propelled him forward, causing him to accelerate and successfully evade the encirclement of venom. Glancing beside him, it was none other than Chao Yan. After exchanging greetings, they both dove back into the lizard horde, with Chao Yan's wind ability assisting him. Li Tianyi could navigate more swiftly amidst the lizards. Su Lang stood at the forefront of the team, continuously emitting low-frequency sound wave attacks, which seemed capable of disrupting the lizards' brains, impairing their ability to adjust their biological wavelengths, a phenomenon that Fu Wenbo promptly detected. Consequently, the electromagnetic field came into play. Under the influence of electromagnetic waves, numerous lizard hearts exploded, Perhaps inspired by Lu Ziqian's previous attack, Lin Bei, Xie Tianlei, and Su Yanbin collaborated with Chao Yan, constantly tossing various items into Chao Yan's wind column, transforming the tornado into a fiery whirlwind, wreaking havoc within the lizard horde while engulfing a multitude of random objects. Though it could not achieve the cutting effect of Lu Ziqian's attack, it was still quite effective, as many lizards perished under this new form of composite assault. Lu Ziqian, disdainfully observing the others, unfurled the wings on his back and leapt into the air, unleashing a more robust and powerful genuine feathered tornado, leaving countless lizard corpses in his wake, with none surviving. Qin Feng and Tung Long did not rush to eliminate the lizards, but instead observed the battlefield situation from within the ranks. Should any team member find themselves in peril, Qin Feng would be the first to rush to their aid, and Tung Long had also rescued several individuals using his metallic spheres. Thus, as the team advanced, the lizard horde was gradually eradicated, and before they knew it, half the base was littered with lizard carcasses. Ultimately, the rampant slaughter incited the wrath of the Komodo dragon, unbeknownst to them when it had been lurking underground. It burst forth, disrupting the formation of the entire team and scattering the members in all directions. Scatter! In an instant, Qin Feng shouted, prompting everyone to swiftly distance themselves from the colossal Komodo dragon. Even a few members of Xing Yao complied with the command and took action. In the next moment, a massive white gorilla descended from the sky, wielding a towering tree that struck the dragon's head with unparalleled force. The ground beneath the Komodo dragon cracked under the impact, and the shockwave sent everything within a radius of several dozen meters flying. Enraged, the dragon raised its head, dislodging the gorilla, and let out a thunderous roar. Accompanied by rippling sound waves as a form of sonic attack, the gorilla brandished the tree horizontally, creating a barrier that absorbed the sound waves, which detonated into numerous depressions along the trunk. After halting its swinging motion, the gorilla planted the tree into the ground, raised its chin, and panted with pride as it gazed at the Komodo dragon below. However, its moment of triumph was short-lived. Just as the white gorilla struck a pose, a lizard stealthily attacked from behind, sinking its teeth into its crimson rear. The gorilla emitted a piercing cry as several more Komodo dragons launched themselves at it, biting into various parts of its body. Earlier, in their effort to create an opening for the gorilla to attack, Qin Feng and his companions had inadvertently scattered, which led to their failure to support the gorilla in a timely manner. None anticipated that the gorilla would cease its pursuit after landing a blow and instead strike a pose, making it an easy target for the lizard swarm. By this time, the group had regrouped, unleashing a barrage of abilities upon the white gorilla, making it appear as though the true target of their onslaught was the gorilla itself. With the aid of the others, the gorilla swiftly dispatched the dragons that clung to it. Aside from a row of bite marks on its rear, it sustained no significant injuries. Enraged and humiliated, the white gorilla seized the tree once more and leaped high into the air, intent on delivering another cataclysmic blow to the Komodo dragon. However, the dragon, having anticipated the attack, rolled into a ball and evaded the strike. Retreating 20 meters away, a soil ball formed at the tip of the dragon's tail, which it flung toward the airborne gorilla with precision. In midair, without a point of leverage, the gorilla hurled the tree downward like a javelin, blocking the soil ball's trajectory while simultaneously aiming it at the Komodo dragon below. When the ball and tree collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, but ultimately, the resilience of the tree prevailed. The soil ball was driven deep into the trunk before it ceased to move, while the tree continued its relentless advance toward the dragon, demonstrating the gorilla's superior strength. Seeing the futility of its attack, the Komodo dragon tightened its coils and began to spin rapidly in place. As the tree collided with it, it was gradually reduced to dust, and the once towering trunk of nearly 40 meters vanished in an instant. Unfazed by the dragon's spinning assault, the gorilla descended from the sky, fists clenched tightly into hammers, and struck the dragon with tremendous force, driving the spherical creature deep into the ground. This time, the gorilla did not allow itself to become overconfident. It seized the outer layer of the dragon's body and pulled, stretching the ball-shaped creature into an elongated form. Gripping the dragon's tail with one hand, it began to swing it around, seemingly using the dragon as a weapon against the remaining lizards. Before long, half a day's time had passed, and with the coordinated efforts of the group, the lizard swarm had been significantly diminished. Observing the battered Komodo dragon in the gorilla's grasp, it was clear that the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Only the final lizards remained before they could commence excavation. Meanwhile, the battle at the industrial base raged on, while preparations for surgery in Baidu were proceeding smoothly. Outside the operating room, Qiu Chuqin reiterated to Fu Jing, "The surgical process must remain confidential. As you have agreed, I will conduct it independently, and no one other than Lin Qiqi and myself is permitted to enter the operating room until the procedure is complete." Fu Jing, his expression grave, replied, "I have already cut off the power supply to the monitoring room. I will personally guard the door outside the operating room. However, regarding Lin Qiqi, do not inquire. We will discuss it after the surgery is finished." Qiu Chuqin interrupted before Fu Jing could finish his sentence. He could only respond, "Understood." With that, Qiu Chuqin led Lin Qiqi into the room. After sterilizing, they donned sterile gowns, masks, and caps before entering the operating room. The surgical instruments were meticulously arranged on a small trolley beside the operating table, where Gu Ying lay quietly asleep. His body, previously bound in bandages, was now bare, covered only by a thin layer of sterile cloth with a surgical window opened at his chest. After Qiu Chuqin verified the data from the monitoring equipment, he prepared to begin. Lin Qiqi stood quietly to the side, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as this was her first time witnessing a surgical procedure in its entirety. With a swift motion, Qiu Chuqin made an incision into Gu Ying's chest cavity, yet oddly, there was no spray of blood. It seemed that this body instinctively retained its blood within. This was advantageous for the surgery, facilitating the process, but the unusual behavior piqued Qiu Chuqin's curiosity about how Gu Ying's body operated. Nonetheless, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He continued his work, gradually peeling away blood vessels and muscle tissue until the heart finally lay before him. Resembling a coconut, unlike a typical human heart, Gu Ying's heart had a metallic sheen to its surface. Its color and unusually vibrant are indeed at the junction of the left atrium and left ventricle. A mass of dark green fluid enveloped the surrounding tissues. Logically, this venom should have corroded the heart, spreading throughout the body with a catastrophic hemorrhage, but instead, it appeared to be restrained, bound by the heart itself. This notion struck Qiu Chuqin as extraordinary, prompting him to shake his head and set aside his musings as he began to physically stimulate the area of venom encroachment. The sharp surgical knife swiftly sliced toward the heart. Yet the first incision failed to penetrate, as though meeting resistance akin to cutting into metal. Qiu Chuqin, unwilling to be deterred, increased his force, only to encounter an even stranger phenomenon. The knife bent under the pressure. Skeptical, he switched to a sharper surgical knife, this time opting for a direct thrust into the heart. The crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed, startling Lin Qiqi, who stood nearby. Qiu Chuqin observed the ruined knife in his hand and the unscathed heart that continued to pulsate, silently lamenting, "What is this? I've opened the chest cavity, yet this coconut refuses to let me crack it open." After rendering for surgical knives and 2 scissors unusable, Qiu Chuqin finally acknowledged a harsh truth. He could not breach the heart's defenses through sheer force. The old professor felt defeated. It was as if he were being bullied by this peculiar organ. Thus, he turned to Lin Qiqi, having watched the old professor's futile struggle against Gu Ying's heart for some time. Lin Qiqi was eager to try her hand at it. "This heart looks like a coconut, and look, it's even shimmering. It's adorably ugly and somewhat beautiful." She giggled in delight. Qiu Chuqin interrupted, "Enough with the games. This is not the time for frivolity. Quickly, try to utilize your abilities." Eventually, he managed to halt Lin Qiqi's playful intentions regarding the heart. She gathered her focus, preparing to extend her mental energy. Lin Qiqi suddenly noticed Gu Ying's heart expanding dramatically before rapidly contracting. This cycle of expansion and contraction caused the muscle tissue surrounding the incision to writhe and heal at a visible pace. Had it not been for the 2 surgical clamps holding the chest cavity open, it might have already returned to its original state. Qiu Chuqin inquired in astonishment, "Did you successfully stimulate the heart?" Lin Qiqi shook her head. "No, I haven't done anything yet." The professor quickly realized. "Hurry, stimulate the heart. We cannot allow the wound to heal." Upon hearing the news, Lin Qiqi did not hesitate for a moment. She immediately extended her mental energy to pierce the dark green region of the heart. This stimulus was akin to tossing a potassium element into water, causing the timid coconut to emit a sound of rejection. A violent explosion reverberated, accompanied by an invisible wave that toppled everything in the operating room, including Professor Qiu and Lin Qiqi. The surgical clamp on Gu Ying's chest had long since vanished. And to the astonishment of both, the muscles around the surgical wound began to writhe. the incision gradually healing. When the two returned to the side of the operating table, Gu Ying's wound had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of the substantial gash that had been there moments before. At that moment, the operating room door was violently flung open, revealing Fu Jing rushing in with two guards. Upon entering, he was met with the chaotic scene of scattered medical instruments and shards of glass. Looking at Gu Ying on the table, the onlookers were left puzzled, wondering whether the surgery had indeed been performed. Fu Jing inquired, "Brother Qiu, what is the situation here?" Qiu Chuqing glared at Fu Jing with a dark expression. "Did I not make it clear that no one is allowed to enter during the surgery?" Fu Jing replied awkwardly, with such a commotion inside, "I feared for your safety. In my haste." Although his intentions were benevolent, Fu Jing's mind was still occupied with ulterior motives, the more Qiu Chuqing forbade him from observing. The more he yearned to understand the entire process. It is often said that age does not diminish one's rebellious spirit. After brushing off the glass fragments from his clothes, Professor Qiu took Lin Qiqi's hand and headed outside, stating, "Move him to the ward and conduct a full-body examination. I will take Qiqi to grab something to eat. Once the report is ready, have someone come find me." Watching the duo depart, Fu Jing could only sigh in resignation. He then approached Gu Ying to examine him thoroughly but found it difficult to discern anything. Hence, he ordered the transfer of Gu Ying, awaiting the results of the examination report. Time slipped silently by as everyone awaited news. Just before dinner, Professor Qiu and Lin Qiqi were summoned to a conference room in the second hospital, where, in addition to Fu Jing, a certain Wang Pengzi stood holding a report, explaining something to Fu Jing. Qiu Chuqing slowly approached the two, and without waiting for Wang Pengzi to continue, snatched the report from his hands, saying, "Leave the professional matters to the professionals. You wouldn't understand it even if it were explained to you. So why waste your energy?" He then scrutinized the document, occasionally nodding in understanding, and finally, with a flourish, he tossed the folder back to Wang Pengzi, who caught it in a flurry, much as I anticipated. "I won't bother explaining the details to you since you wouldn't grasp them anyway. Rest assured, he will awaken within 3 days at most. Isn't that the question you were most eager to ask?" Upon hearing Professor Qiu's response, Fu Jing finally exhaled, relieved that a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. He then asked, "How long will it take for him to recover to peak condition after he awakens?" With a look of incredulity, Qiu Chuqing replied, "Recover? Nonsense. 3 days is already an exaggeration. If all goes well, he could awaken as early as tonight, and upon waking, he will be at his peak." According to the report, his physical parameters are already more than twice as strong as they were during his unconscious state. Such physical prowess defies conventional understanding. Once he regains consciousness, simply approach him with whatever you wish to discuss. However, I must caution you. Professor Qiu paused before continuing. You cannot coerce him into doing anything against his will. Whatever needs to be communicated should be laid out plainly. Harbor no hidden agendas. This child may appear simple-minded, yet his intellect is quite sharp. The consequences of deceiving him are ones you cannot afford to bear. Lastly, let me give you a piece of advice. If you can help him locate his biological sister, he will be capable of achieving the impossible. With that, the professor led Lin Qiqi away, leaving Fu Jing deep in contemplation, while Wang Pengzi stood nearby, serving as a mere backdrop. After dinner, Lin Qiqi returned to Gu Ying's exclusive hospital room, which had been equipped with a bed just for her, a special addition made by Wang Pengzi. Ever since recovering the Earth Bear, Lin Qiqi had been residing in this room. At present, she sat joyfully on her bed, her legs dangling off the edge, her eyes fixed intently on the still sleeping Gu Ying. Passers-by, patients, nurses, and doctors alike could not help but notice the cheerful demeanor of the young girl. After all, her brother had been in a coma for so many days, and with his imminent awakening, everyone felt a sense of happiness for her. Little did they know, Lin Qiqi's joy stemmed not solely from this impending news but rather from the fact that she had already engaged in conversations with Gu Ying through their mental connection. Gu Ying, so, we are now in Baidu. Lin Qiqi, mm-m.gu Ying. Have I been asleep for almost a month? Lin Qiqi. Yes, indeed. Gu Ying. Professor Qiu has returned to Baidu. Lin Qiqi. Yes, and I provided them with the information. Gu Ying. Professor Qiu performed the surgery on me. Lin Qiqi. Yes, and I assisted him as well. Gu Ying. Saved by Professor Qiu once again. When the topic of the surgery arose, Lin Qiqi hesitated, saying, "Brother, Grandpa Qiu found out about my awakened mental energy." Gu Ying pondered for a moment before responding. "It's fine. Grandpa Qiu is someone you can trust. He hasn't exposed your abilities in front of others. As a cunning and astute scholar, it is not difficult for him to see through our concealments. Just be more cautious in this regard moving forward. Lin Qiqi then asked, "Brother, why do you continue to pretend to be unconscious?" Gu Ying replied, "I will lie here for a couple more days to gauge the reactions of certain individuals. From your description, it seems that this Fu Jing is not a bad person. Which means the ones attempting to ambush me are others. Professor Chiu has been quoted as saying 3 days. During this time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, some individuals should be unable to sit still. I am waiting for them." Lin Qiqi listened, half comprehending, yet her own thoughts were never an impediment to following Gu Ying's commands. For Gu Ying, the young girl harbored unwavering trust and obedience. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Qiqi showcased her remarkable acting skills. Worthy of a leading actress, on the morning following the surgery, Xiao Chuqing visited once, offering Lin Qiqi some casual advice before departing. In the afternoon, Fu Jing made an appearance, resolutely sitting through the entire afternoon, determined to stay until Gu Ying awoke, but ultimately was escorted away by the guards at dinner time, perhaps due to the presence of these two prominent figures. The first day passed without incident. Even when Lin Qiqi left the ward, leaving Gu Ying alone, no strangers intruded. On the second day following the surgery, early in the morning, after greeting the head nurse and the doctor on duty, Lin Qiqi took the Earth Bear for a stroll. Since arriving in Baidu, she had scarcely had the chance to explore. It had been all about finding old Fu or old Xiao. Now, with Gu Ying's approval, she was finally free to enjoy herself, which brought Lin Qiqi amidst JOY.18 noon. The on-duty nurse came to replace Gu Ying's nutrient solution. The nurse gazed at Gu Ying's half-hidden handsome face with immense regret, lamenting how such a fine young man had suffered facial disfigurement. After the nurse departed, the room fell silent once more. Only the sound of Gu Ying's steady breathing could be heard. Lin Qiqi, perhaps having lost track of time while playing outside, did not return to the ward until late into the night, indicating that she would not be spending the night there. Time continued to tick away. And at 4 in the morning, a shadowy figure stealthily bypassed the sleeping nurse and entered the ward. This figure donned a medical white coat, a doctor's cap perched atop their head, and a large medical mask obscured their face, leaving only a pair of shifty eyes exposed. They approached Gu Ying's bed, surveying the area to ensure no one was present, before retrieving an injection tube from the pocket of the coat, the liquid inside glowing ominously. Carefully, they inserted a small needle into the injection tube, seamlessly connecting it to the nutrient drip. Gently, they pushed the entire contents of the injection tube into the drip, watching as the liquid mixed with the nutrient solution and slowly entered Gu Ying's wrist, revealing a triumphant smile. Could this truly poison him? Of course, it could, just as they reveled in their success. A voice inquired, causing them to instinctively respond, but halfway through their reply, they realized something was amiss. Aside from the patient, who else was present in the ward? As the realization struck, they turned towards the source of the voice, only to find Gu Ying's striking eyes blinking back at them from the shadows. Does this toxin truly work? Gu Ying asked playfully, seemingly unfazed by the poison already entering his system. In fact, he was isolated outside. The assassin, lacking the inclination to engage and banter with Gloom Shadow, swiftly assessed the situation and opted to leap through the window to escape, although they were on the 5th floor. As an individual endowed with abilities, the fall would not be fatal even if he couldn't climb. This option was certainly preferable to being cornered by an unknown ambush in the corridor. However, Gloom Shadow did not afford him that opportunity. Just as the assassin turned towards the window, Gloom Shadow struck, yanking the needle from the assassin's arm. His right hand shot out like lightning, seizing the assassin's right arm and rendering him immobile. Realizing he could not escape in this manner, the assassin steeled himself, disregarding the exposure of his identity. Suddenly, the arm that was captured burst through the fabric of his clothing, swelling dramatically, and he broke free from Gloom Shadow's grasp. Almost immediately, the back of his shirt was torn apart as 8 hairy, thick spider legs erupted, replacing his feet, and swiftly propelled his body out of the window. Gloom Shadow instinctively sought to activate his heart to enter full power mode, intending to deliver a lethal blow to the assassin. Yet, at the very moment his heart began to pulse, dizziness washed over him again, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground, unable to move. And he could only watch helplessly as the assassin fled. With a sigh in his heart, he lamented the near capture of the assassin, regretting the misjudgment of his own physical condition. This assassination had failed, and it was highly likely that the target would not attempt another strike. He pondered the issues with his health and resolved to consult Professor Chiu the following day, on the 3rd day post-surgery. As the sun rose, Xiao Chuqing and Fu Jing received reports of an attack on the hospital. Accompanied by a substantial contingent of guards, they hurried to the ward. Upon witnessing the holes left in the floor and the discolored nutrient solution in the foredrip, both felt a surge of anger. Truly lawless. This disregard for my authority as commander. I shall investigate immediately. Rest assured, young man, I will provide you with an explanation, Fu Jing asserted passionately. Though somewhat formal, Xiao Chuqing was already inclined to violence. Noticing Gloom Shadow shaking his head, he refrained from speaking further and approached the bed to converse with Gloom Shadow. Professor Qiao, how do you feel? Are there any lingering discomforts? Gloom Shadow shook his head and nodded. I feel quite well. My strength seems to have increased significantly. However, his words trailed off as he gestured with his eyes, indicating the presence of outsiders. Professor Qiao's expression turned serious, and he nodded. No rush. We shall discuss that later. First, let's address the attack you experienced yesterday. Gloom Shadow offered a self-deprecating smile. There's not much to say. The assailant was capable of beast transformation. Resembling the Spider Queen I had slain, he was quite weak. There are remnants of venom in the foredrip that you may analyze. If not for an unforeseen circumstance, he would not have escaped. Professor Qiao turned to Fu Jing, who nodded and instructed the guards. Investigate the newly recruited members of Xingyao. Focusing on those who were unregistered. Yes, the guard promptly left to carry out the order. Fu Jing then approached the bedside, attempting to establish a rapport with Gloom Shadow. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fu Jing, the commander of the Baidu military district. Gloom Shadow. Hunter. Fu Jing felt a bit awkward. The mood was not conducive to casual conversation. Remembering Professor Qiao's earlier words, he continued. I heard from Qi Yun that you are searching for your sister. Only then did Gloom Shadow respond, nodding towards the commander, awaiting further elaboration. That I in the chaos following the global disaster. Both military reorganization and government reconstruction were in a state of extreme disarray. Multiple teams were dispatched. Yet no specific reports or records indicated which unit visited your city or who took your sister, making it difficult to ascertain. Fu Jing sighed. This was expected. Gloom Shadow had no qualms about accepting it. Fu Jing continued. I will persist in searching for your sister's whereabouts as long as she remains in Baidu. Give me some time, and I will undoubtedly assist you in finding her. This felt like an empty promise. Who could predict future outcomes? Xiao Chuqing, growing impatient, interjected. Speak plainly. Given the old man's standing, he might assist you once more. After this opportunity passes, it may not present itself again. Consider carefully. Fu Jing pondered for a moment and succinctly conveyed the matter to Gloom Shadow. This is currently classified information, and I hope you will not disclose it. Should you agree to participate in the operation, detailed information will be available for your review. Gloom Shadow glanced at Xiao Chuqing, who nodded in affirmation, leading Gloom Shadow to respond. Allow me some time to consider. I will not disclose this, so you may rest assured I will provide you with an answer in a few days. Fu Jing nodded. Very well. I await your response. In the eyes of different individuals, there exists a plethora of perspectives. For Qi Yun, the scenery had transformed dramatically, akin to Lin Qiqi possessing her. As she gazed at the excavated lathe and various machinery before her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet, this also posed a dilemma. With so many pieces of equipment, transporting them back to Baidu with their limited personnel would indeed prove challenging. The towering figure of the white ape could be utilized to carry some machinery, but communication with it was fraught with difficulty, and its temperament was quite volatile. Requesting its assistance to transport goods was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Thus, both groups could only report the results of their operation to their superiors while inquiring about subsequent measures. Lu Ziqian received the directive to return to Baidu for a debriefing, while Qin Feng and his team were ordered to remain on standby, with headquarters dispatching a dedicated transport team to retrieve the machinery. After a joint operation, the combat team led by Qin Feng and the four from Xingyu managed to forge a semblance of camaraderie, leading to the reflection, fate is indeed a wondrous thing. That night, a bonfire was lit within the industrial base, and the group commenced their celebration of the mission's success. Tian-E, how many lizards did you blind this time? I saw you dashing about amidst the lizards. Looking quite dashing, while I could only play in the mud within our ranks. This was Xie Tianlei, who had indulged in the fruit wine procured from the white ape and was now beginning to ramble. Li Tianyi scoffed. Look at Lin Bei. He is the one who truly dazzles, conjuring vast frosts with a mere wave of his hand. A few times, I nearly found myself encased in ice. And then there's Chao Yan, Had it not been for his assistance this time, I might have been ensnared within the lizard horde. Let us drink until we are inebriated tonight. Watch as I bring you all to your knees. This time, I did not perform at my best, but next time, you shall witness what a true fire dragon is capable of. Hiccuping with exaggerated bravado, Su Yinbin became even more shameless under the influence of alcohol. Xie Tianlei, I suspect you are driving, but I have no evidence. Cheng Qian's pliers are impressive, with a biting force likely exceeding 10,000 pounds. They grip with precision, reducing lizard hides to mere paper. Had we not developed a combined technique, we would have struggled to manage those lizards. Lin Bei, too, had indulged and began to chime in at Liu Ziqian. Humph, what you are doing is not development, it is imitation. Don't you think I haven't noticed that you learned it from my techniques? Su Yinbin staggered over to Liu Ziqian, placing his hands on the latter's shoulders. Hick, can the abilities of a power user be deemed imitation? It is merely borrowing inspiration. Hick. A breath of alcohol caused Liu Ziqian to recoil several meters, and with a thud, Su Yinbin collapsed to the ground, snoring, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Qi Yun, observing this scene, felt a deep sense of exasperation. Aren't you concerned about another ambush? There's still a creature lurking in the nearby pond that needs addressing, and you dare to drink so freely. What if? Qin Feng interjected. There is no what if. I instructed Li Xiaofeng to maintain vigilance in the vicinity, and Tong Tong and Yao Yao have not consumed alcohol either. I still possess a modicum of caution. Nothing will go awry. Qi Yun. That does not justify such indulgence. At this moment, Liu Ziqian spoke out of turn. When you're happy, celebrate. When you're sad, let it out. Adapt to circumstances, but don't forget, this is the end of the world. Who knows if this meal will be the last one in our lives? This cold splash of reality extinguished the joyful atmosphere entirely. The team members, who had just been singing and dancing, fell into a profound silence. Qi Yun rarely refrained from countering Liu Ziqian's remarks. Who would have thought, old Liu, that you possess a philosophical outlook? Qin Feng jested. Yet, this did little to alleviate the underlying anxiety among the group. Indeed, in a world on the brink of collapse, one must remain ever vigilant against the dangers that lurk. Indulgence only hastens one's demise, and death ought to be the prevailing theme of this apocalypse. They merely stood a notch above the common folk, possessing a modicum of resistance. Qin Feng inquired, Old Liu, you are set to return tomorrow. Have you considered leaving the research institute to join us? Liu Ziqian shook his head. Stop dreaming. Do you think we don't wish to escape? You have no idea what we have endured to become who we are today. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not oppose Minister Zhao. If you truly intend to become adversaries, remember to hold nothing back. You are utterly unaware of the monstrosity you are up against. Upon hearing this, both Qi Yun and Qin Feng fell into contemplation. It seemed as if a particular phrase had opened the floodgates, causing Su Lang to burst into tears. Wah, it's so hard for me. Each time I have to be the bait. And this time I nearly lost my life. If it weren't for my ability to regrow limbs, I would have been done for. Even if I can grow them back, it still hurts, you know. Su Qingqian hurriedly covered Su Lang's mouth. The sound of his sobbing, coupled with the sonic attacks, could indeed be lethal. Liu Ziqian remarked, we are merely a group of desperate mortals. We cannot save this world. We can only strive to outlive others. Qin Feng retorted. So this is your justification for joining the research division, willingly forsaking your humanity. What other choice do we have? Liu Ziqian responded. Ask them how many initially joined the gene modification program out of a sense of duty to the nation. I can assure you, nearly everyone did. But after experiencing it firsthand, all we desire now is to simply survive. Sometimes, even that feels like a luxury. This sentiment is beyond your comprehension. Liu Ziqian's words rendered Qin Feng speechless once more. Finally, Liu Ziqian uttered a sentiment he would normally never admit. Perhaps you are humanity's hope. Our path has become impassable. Days later, the transport convoy successfully reached the industrial base, collaborating with Qin Feng and others to load all salvageable lathes, machinery, and spare parts, regardless of their condition, back to Baidu. However, complications arose on the return journey. Commander, the transport team last communicated 15 days ago, and we have been unable to reach Qi Yun and Qin Feng during this time. Should we send someone to search for them? They may have encountered unexpected circumstances. The speaker was Qi Xinghua, a reputed figure who was rumored to be supporting Qi Yun. That he was, in fact, her uncle. The current chief of staff of the Biden Military Advisory Department. Fu Jing, visibly unsettled, said, I have overlooked this point 5 days ago. The Intelligence Department submitted a report indicating a significant sandstorm east of the Yellow River. At the time, I thought it was merely an ordinary environmental change and did not pay it much mind. Upon closer examination of the map, I realized that this area is precisely along the route Chi Yun and the others must take. They may be trapped in the sandstorm. Chi Xinghua exclaimed. What are we waiting for? We must dispatch a rescue team. However, he quickly realized that nearly all operations of the armed forces were subject to the advisory board's decisions. As chief of staff, he was acutely aware of the personnel movements within the operations department. To counter the large-scale beast horde uproar in the north, a contingent had already been dispatched. The exploration efforts along the coast and the occupation of nearby oases all required manpower. If they were to send out even more personnel, Baidu would be left defenseless. We no longer have the manpower to send out for a rescue. Are we to beg those soulless researchers for help? Fu Jing was in a quandary, caught between his adversaries and the lives of his subordinates, unable to make a decision. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing a figure whose hands were wrapped in bandages. If necessary, I can go, Guing stated quietly, standing at the entrance, clearly having overheard the previous conversation that I did not intend to eavesdrop. I was supposed to handle some matters in the inner city. And Professor Chiu asked me to obtain a pass for the inner city from you. The guards at the entrance did not stop me, and I happened to hear you mention Qin Feng. Out of politeness, Guing offered an explanation. No matter. I have instructed the guards that you and Chi will not be hindered here. Moreover, this is not classified information, so feel free to listen in. You mentioned you could go? Are you physically capable? Fu Jing recalled that Guing had previously mentioned feeling unwell in the hospital. The professor conducted a thorough examination. There are no issues, Guing replied, though in truth, there were significant concerns. Qin Feng and I share some rapport. I will certainly assist if I conduct in the days following his awakening. Guing and Professor Chiu had discussed the circumstances of that fateful night, making various deductions about the changes in his body and potential risks. As for the implications of these changes, that was a matter for another time. Fu Jing responded, then I must entrust you with this task. With Qin Feng's fate uncertain and my personnel stretched thin, I have no choice but to rely on you. Feel free to voice any requirements you may have. After a moment of contemplation, Guing stated, I need a sharp weapon and a vehicle. Fu Jing turned to Qi Xinghua and asked, has Shi Yun from the logistics department returned? He came back a few days ago. Qi Xinghua replied. Fu Jing nodded. In that case, you can find Shi Yun for the weapon. I will have Xinghua take you. Let him prioritize crafting a weapon for you. Just tell him your specifications. And I will arrange for an off-road vehicle for you as well. At this moment, Guing appeared distressed, somewhat reluctant, and finally spoke up. Actually, I would prefer a motorcycle. Fu Jing was perplexed. An off-road vehicle is faster and safer than a motorcycle. Are you certain about this choice? Guing felt a flush of embarrassment. Fortunately, the bandages concealed her face. The main reason is that I do not know how to ride one. Upon hearing this, Fu Jing was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, so that's the case. No need to feel shy. I can arrange for a driver for you, so you won't have to operate it yourself. Guing pondered this suggestion and thought it acceptable, but still requested a motorcycle as a backup. Fu Jing readily acquiesced. Subsequently, Qi Xinghua led Guing to the logistics department, constantly observing this mysterious young man along the way. Finding him increasingly likable, he had heard from numerous staff members at the second hospital that his niece had frequently visited the hospital during Gu Ying's coma and had formed a close bond with his sister. It was likely they would soon become family. Yet, he also thought this young man was far too young for such matters. Sensing the intense gaze of the man beside her, Guing glanced at his ever-shifting expressions, sometimes joyful, sometimes conflicted, and instinctively created some distance from this unusual mat last. They reached their destination. Previously, when Guing had mingled with Zhongli, she had seen the North District managed by Political Commissar Tan, which was orderly, neat, and hygienic. In stark contrast, the logistics department before her was an utter mess. Had it not been for Qi Xinghua's confirmation, Guing would have thought she had stumbled into a garbage dump. Before her lay an open square, where various beast corpses were piled into mounds, haphazardly strewn about, some even obstructing the pathways. Metal scraps and parts littered the ground, each step akin to treading on a bed of nails. Countless workers pushed small carts, weaving between the small hills. At the far end of the square, a burning furnace billowed thick smoke, and beside it stood a towering, bare-chested man wielding a hammer, hammering away at something. That was Shi Yun. Qi Xinghua gestured toward the robust man, and said to Guing, "Hey, Shiyun, stop for a moment. We have someone here." After calling twice, Shiyun finally paused his work, turning to face them. With thick brows, large eyes, a prominent nose, and a buzz cut, he appeared vigorous. He wiped his hands on a nearby towel, looking somewhat displeased as he addressed Qi Xinghua. "Can't you see I'm busy? I have a mountain of orders waiting for me. What do you want? I need to finish today's tasks. Commander Fu instructed me to convey a message. Put aside everything else and prioritize crafting a weapon for him." Qi Xinghua pointed at Guing and said, in such a hurry. "All right then, you wish to forge a weapon, correct? Please specify your requirements. Weight, length, shape, and any special requests you may have." Shiyun spoke with considerable confidence. Guing gently clenched his fist, reflecting on the recent changes in his physique, and replied, "I prefer the appearance of a Tang Dao. Without the blade guard, that a length between 1.5 to 3 meters would suffice. And the weight should ideally range from 200 to 400 kilograms. Furthermore, I have but one demand. It must be sharp, preferably sharp enough to effortlessly slice through mutated creatures." Shiyun nodded. And then? Guing added, "No further requirements." Shiyun, with 2 fingers resting on his chin, mused, "Is that all? Please wait a moment." Both Qi Xinghua and Guing assumed Shiyun was about to commence the weapon crafting. Yet he dashed over to a nearby heap of refuse, diving headfirst into it. Shiyun began excavating a hole in the mountain of garbage as various items were tossed aside: helmets, armor, oddly shaped spears, and even several dark, unremarkable carpets. When the mountain of garbage was finally reduced to mere rubbish, he emerged, satisfied, clutching 2 rod-like objects wrapped securely in black cloth. He extended them towards Guing, saying, "Here, take a look and see which one suits you." Upon seeing the grimy black cloth, Guing felt a sense of reluctance. Could he possibly refuse? Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and accepted the 2 weapons. The moment he grasped them, they immediately felt heavier. Sinking 3 inches into his hands, observing Shiyun's earlier nonchalant grip, one would never suspect the substantial weight of the weapons. He quickly unwrapped the outer layer of black cloth, revealing 2 exquisitely crafted long knives. The first was a straight sword, its blade a silvery gray, radiating a sheen of silver light, devoid of a blade guard, with the hilt and blade seamlessly forged, showing no signs of melting. Shiyun introduced it. The knife measures 1.6 meters in length and weighs 347 kilograms. Crafted from high manganese steel combined with the shells of 7 or 8 exotic beasts that it has sliced through the hardest of materials, including the horn of a mutated rhinoceros. Guing swung the knife a few times in his hand. It felt quite agreeable, the weight was apt, and the length was suitable. Aside from its slightly unappealing aesthetics, it was a perfect fit. With a hint of disdain, Guing re-wrapped the knife in the black cloth and handed it back to Shiyun. "You seem quite particular, don't you? Not satisfied with that one. Perhaps you should take a look at the other." Upon unwrapping the second knife, a subtly curved blade, entirely dark red, came into view, exuding an alluring aura. Shiyun continued his explanation. "This knife is 2.1 meters long and weighs 296 kilograms. Slightly lighter than the previous one. Besides various miscellaneous materials, it incorporates the aforementioned rhinoceros horn, and its sharpness surpasses that of the first knife. So far, there is nothing this knife cannot cut. Guing tested the again, feeling a slight awkwardness. Perhaps due to its excessive length, which exceeded his own height of 1.86 meters. However, he was not deterred. Only the blade guard on the hilt was somewhat bothersome, prompting him to click his tongue in irritation. "What? Not satisfied with this one either?" Shiyun observed his indecisive expression. "Can the blade guard be altered to a square shape, or perhaps removed entirely?" Guing expressed his desire. Shiyun replied, "Oh, I thought it was a bigger issue. Changing it to a swastika shape is entirely doable. I can resolve it in no time." After saying this, Shiyun took back the from Guing, and a white energy sphere enveloped the blade guard. The oval-shaped guard gradually diminished and melted away, eventually transforming into a rectangular shape, becoming fixed in form. Having completed this task, Shiyun handed the knife back to Guing with a smile. "How about now? Are you satisfied?" Guing gently caressed the blade, flicking it with his fingers, producing a resonant sound that echoed throughout the square, leaving the staff members astonished. "Perfect. I shall take this one. Is there a sheath available?" Guiying's lips involuntarily curled upward. "Not a problem. Just wait a moment." Shiyun rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items and extracted a piece of leather from an unknown creature. As he pressed his hands together and slowly pulled them apart, a black sheath materialized. Presenting the sheath, Shiyun spoke with a rugged voice, That'll be 4,000 contribution points. No credit allowed. Guiying exclaimed. Qi Xinghua approached and kicked Shiyun in the rear, but alas, it had no effect, instead causing him to stumble back 2 steps, his face darkening as he remarked, I reckon you've gone quite mad from all the forging. Go ask the commander for the contribution points. It won't be a problem for you. Shiyun, unfazed, chuckled. All right. I'll be on my way. Then Do come again. Qi Xinghua, still seething, contemplated delivering another kick, but Guiying promptly restrained him, saying, since the weapon is ready, I must return to prepare for departure at once. Rescuing others is imperative. You are right. Saving lives takes precedence. We shall settle accounts with this fellow another day. Humph. As for Qin Feng and his companions at that moment, they were, of course, fleeing for their lives, trapped within a sandstorm. They were incessantly besieged by flying sand and stones. After a grueling search, they finally found a dilapidated building to shield themselves from the elements. But scarcely 2 minutes of respite later, a creature emerged from beneath the ground, collapsing the structure and claiming 2 lives in the process. The monstrous entity, possessing a colossal form, moved beneath the earth as if playing a game of eagle catches the chick, relentlessly hurting the group caught in the sandstorm. After several days of fleeing within the tempest, it became clear to all that the storm was conjured by the creature itself, without a clear direction and intentionally driven by the monster. They could not escape the tempest's grasp. During this time, Qin Feng and his comrades attempted to lure the creature into a trap and counterattack, but their efforts proved futile. Even Qin Feng's full-strength assault failed to harm the beast. Thus they abandoned the notion of retaliation and focused instead on survival. Boss, do you think this time we might meet our end here? Despite their youth, Xie Tianlei's pride in his absolute defense faltered against the creature, causing his confidence to waver to at worst. I'll just dive into its belly and deliver a nuclear explosion. Let's see if it survives, Su Yanbin retorted. Could you please shut up? Do you think you're Sun Wukong? You'd simply become its waste in no time. And as for a nuclear explosion, your little spark couldn't even blossom into a flower, Li Hexuan quipped, attempting to conjure water balls to hydrate the team while also mocking Su Yanbin. Enough bickering. Do you want to attract the creature's attention again? Let's keep it down if you must argue, Qin Feng interjected. How many brothers are left in the transport team? Please report the numbers. A stranger stepped forward, saluted Qin Feng, and reported, Commander Qin, excluding your group, we have 14 remaining in addition to the confirmed deaths of 17. 9 others are unaccounted for. Qin Feng nodded. Have the brothers rest up. I'll take care of the watch. It's my failure that we couldn't protect our comrades. I apologize. Commander Qin, there's no need for such humility. No one could have anticipated this situation. When we arrived, everything was perfectly fine. Who knew we'd encounter trouble on the return journey? But what should we do now? The speaker, evidently a seasoned soldier, seemed unfazed by death, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Once headquarters realizes we're missing, they will undoubtedly dispatch a rescue team. For now, our priority is to survive and conserve our strength. Understood. I will attend to the brothers. Commander Qin, if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will not shy away even if it means becoming bait. He saluted, turning to leave. Watching the transport team leader's retreating figure, Qin Feng felt a twinge of sorrow. Qi Yun, glancing at Qin Feng, whispered, I wonder who will come to our rescue. Do you think it will be the brothers Qin Song and Qin Yu, or that woman Yu Chuyu? I wonder if Guiying has awakened. It would be wonderful if he could come. Qin Feng, at a loss for words, replied, I can't predict the future. It seems you're just daydreaming about your Guiying. If you wish to swoon, do it somewhere else. Don't bother me. In a world shrouded in dust, the distant roar of an engine grew nearer, shattering the wilderness's tranquility. A rugged vehicle appeared, breaking through the bleakness. Inside, the passenger seat was occupied by a youth swathed in bandages. Resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated the approaching sandstorm, a bear lay sprawled atop the vehicle, snoring loudly, creating a perfect harmony with the little girl in the back seat, who was drooling. Brother, what a coincidence. Here I am again, ready to be your driver. The driver attempted to initiate small talk, but Guiying in the passenger seat couldn't even muster the energy to turn his head. As they journeyed along, his incessant chatter became overwhelmingly tedious. Guiying remarked, Li Hao, can't you drive in peace? Li Hao replied, Hey, I'm just trying to keep you entertained. By the way, are we on the right path? The compass started malfunctioning 20 minutes ago. Did we perhaps pass our destination? Gazing at the ominous sandstorm ahead, Guiying chose silence. Brother, have we arrived? Lin Chi-Chi, still bleary-eyed, inquired as she rubbed her eyes. Yes, we'll be there shortly, Guing responded, turning to the back seat to cast a tender glance at Lin Chi-Q. Li Hao. I know you deliberately volunteered to be the driver. I'm aware of your intentions. However, I must caution you that this venture may prove more perilous than any we've encountered before. Seeing Gu Ying's serious demeanor, Li Hao adjusted his mindset. I understand I may not be of much help, but I shall follow your commands. Whatever you instruct me to do, I will do. Then you shall wait outside the sandstorm. Once we enter, I cannot guarantee your safety, so find a place to park and wait for us. Truth be told, even outside may not be secure. This is the wilderness, so take care. After some deliberation, Li Hao ultimately decided to heed Gu Ying's advice when they were 200 meters from the storm's edge. Gu Ying, accompanied by Lin Chi-Chi and Tu Xiong, exited the vehicle. He meticulously checked their attire, ensuring their hoods were tightly secured and goggles properly donned. Taking a deep breath, Gu Ying patted Tu Xiong on the back. With instructions given, Tu Xiong plunged into the storm with the two women, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After their entrance into the tempest, Li Hao seemed to make a decision. He retrieved a small mouse from his pocket and, bending down, communicated with it for a moment. The mouse nodded in response and leaped to the ground, sniffing the air before burrowing into the earth, vanishing from sight. Li Hao gazed in the direction of Gu Ying's disappearance, murmuring, I hope you all succeed. This is the extent of my assistance. He then started the vehicle, seeking shelter from the sand and wind. Within the storm, a beleaguered group of 34 individuals dispersed, taking refuge atop a pile of abandoned buildings. Remaining utterly still, hardly daring to breathe. Qin Feng, our food has run out. With Li Hexuan's abilities, we can only last 3 more days at most. If you have any viable plans, now is the time to share them. Otherwise, we may soon lack the strength to act. Qi Yun said weakly beside Qin Feng. An ordinary person, surviving in such dire circumstances until the end was a testament to the young woman's remarkable resilience. Yunjie, though I've discerned the creature's movement patterns, I'm at a loss for what to do. You remember what happened 2 days ago, don't you? Qin Feng's voice bore a trace of despair. 2 days prior, while they were fleeing, a team member had lagged behind due to exhaustion. As the group continued onward, he refrained from calling for help, watching as the monstrous entity drew nearer through the shifting sands. Silently, he accepted his fate, yet the creature ignored his still form, pursuing the others, mere inches separating them. In that moment, the team member understood. The creature was blind, relying on alternative methods to track its prey. However, he lacked the strength to relay this information, helplessly witnessing the creature and his companions vanish from view. Perhaps fate intervened, for Qin Feng and his group circled back to the spot where the team member had fallen behind. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, they found him. Doused with cold water from Li Hexuan, the team member gradually regained awareness, now being carried on Qin Feng's back as they hurried forward. Captain Qin, I have crucial information to report, Wang Yang managed to say. Wang Yang, rest and conserve your strength. Do not speak. Qin Feng urged. No, you must let me finish. It's vital. Noticing Wang Yang's earnest expression, Qin Feng refrained from further interruption. Leaning against Qin Feng's shoulder, he whispered, the creature is blind. I'm not joking. When I fell behind, it crawled right past me, merely a breath away. It must perceive prey through means other than sight or heat. Qin Feng recognized the importance of discussing this revelation with the others. During a break, he shared Wang Yang's findings with the group. Fu Wenba spoke first. Let us eliminate the possibility of a biological magnetic field. Could it be scent? Chao Yan shook his head. Li Hexuan and I have attempted to erase our tracks, including masking our scent. However, based on the past 2 days, it has proven ineffective, having ruled out scent. Magnetic fields, vision, and heat source detection, I have a general idea, Tung Long stated. Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attention on him as he continued. We need to find several elevated ruins. I require them for an experiment that carries significant risk. Brother Long, please share your thoughts, Qin Feng inquired. Teng Long nodded and articulated his plan. The creature has always moved underground. Having ruled out the aforementioned possibilities, it likely hunts by sensing vibrations in the ground. With Wang Yang's experience, I am confident. My idea is to disperse the group, minimizing the vibrations in any given area. Everyone must remain still, avoiding noise and movement, which should allow us to evade the creature's pursuit. This was a gamble. If Brother Long's judgment proved erroneous, it could cost lives. Let us vote on this, Qin Feng declared, awaiting the group's decision. No need for such formality. Let us heed Brother Long's suggestion. At this point, if we don't find a way to evade the creature, I might die from exhaustion before it gets to me. Even Su Yinbin expressed his willingness to take risks, demonstrating the gravity of their predicament. Indeed, we share the same sentiment. The entire team unanimously agreed. In the end, Qin Feng proclaimed, "Very well. We shall take this gamble." The experiment succeeded as Tung Long had anticipated. However, the group still needed to escape the storm's grasp, necessitating movement. Thanks to this trial, they acquired a new method to lure the creature during their flight. On several occasions, when the creature attacked, they diverted it by striking objects in various directions, creating vibrations that drew it away. This rekindled the flickering flame of hope within the group. Yet, this spark of hope was soon extinguished by the sudden arrival of dire news. 3 days prior, armed with knowledge of the creature's behavior, Qin Feng resolved to attempt a breakout. With only one creature to contend with, he instructed the team to scatter and flee in different directions, believing at least some would escape. However, the reality struck swiftly. Qin Feng led the charge, leveraging his abilities to attract the creature's attention. As the monster pursued him, he felt certain the others would finally escape. Just as they began to scatter, a horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. Perhaps sensing the movements of its prey, the creature revealed itself for the first time, a deathly worm, over 30 meters in diameter, its maw lined with dozens of massive teeth, layers upon layers coiling around each other. Rising from the sand, it did not fixate on Qin Feng, but instead turned its attention to the fleeing teammates behind him. A wave of dread washed over Qin Feng, compelling him to shout, "Quick, take cover!" Before their eyes, the maw of the death worm suddenly extended dozens of elongated tentacles, each adorned with a small mouth lined with sharp teeth at its tip. The tentacles lunged forth like a colossal python, ensnaring hapless individuals who, caught unawares, were dragged towards the gruesome jaws of the death worm. 2 Unfortunate team members, perhaps incited by a retaliatory strike against the beast, found themselves bitten in half by the mouth on the tentacle. Their writhing lower halves a mere skeletal remnant of their former selves. One of the team, possessing the ability to manipulate metal, wielded a sharp blade of his own, making to sever the approaching tentacle. With a nimble step, he positioned himself beneath the tentacle, and his blade successfully sliced into its flesh. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a mixture of the creature's saliva and blood erupted from the wound, showering him in a mere breath's time. This brave youth emitted not a single cry, for he was corroded to a skeleton, forever frozen in the act of thrusting his blade. As chaos reigned, and the escape plan crumbled, Tung Long swiftly rallied the remaining team members, consolidating their strengths to fend off the tentacles while also safeguarding those unable to protect themselves. Witnessing the demise of comrades one after another, Qin Feng transitioned from shock to fury, swiftly confronting the deathworm in an attempt to sever the source of the tentacles. Channeling the power of lightning, Qin Feng transformed his palm into a blade, and with deft precision, he severed all the tentacles. However, just as he and the others believed they had evaded disaster, new mouths sprouted from the severed tentacles with alarming speed, extending their length unabated. The newly formed tentacles once again lunged at the group, leaving them no choice but to continue their defense. With determination, Qin Feng seized one of the tentacles as if it were a rope, binding the rest in a secure knot, and pulled with all his might in another direction, granting the team a fleeting moment of respite. Now's our chance. Run, he shouted. As they observed Qin Feng engaged in a tug-of-war with the creature, gradually being dragged toward its gaping abyss, Tung Long decisively led the team in a hasty retreat. Everyone understood that remaining behind would mean certain death at the hands of the beast, and even Shi Yun suppressed her urge to look back, following the group in their escape. Once the team had vanished from sight, Qin Feng relinquished his struggle with the creature, letting go of the tentacle, and began to maneuver around the deathworm with agility. The tentacles of the deathworm seemed to possess superior sensory capabilities. As they swiftly located Qin Feng, even while he was airborne. In the next moment, several tentacles charged toward his position. Thus, Qin Feng navigated skillfully among the throng of tentacles, delaying the deathworm for over half an hour. Finally, sensing that the team had retreated far enough, he seized another tentacle, engaging in a binding maneuver once more, before rapidly departing from the battlefield in the opposite direction of the team, with his already poor sense of direction compounded by the blinding sandstorm. Qin Feng unwittingly rejoined the team. When the group saw him approaching from the front, they were momentarily taken aback. After regrouping, they discovered a scattered collection of debris, tall enough to provide cover, and thus found themselves in their current predicament. I can't believe I'm still young and yet stuck in this situation. It's so frustrating, Chi Yun lamented. If only you had listened to me and found someone to marry sooner, you wouldn't be regretting it now. Qin Feng retorted. Chi Yun shot him an exasperated glare, nearly leaping up to strike him. It's not that I'm regretting that. I'm frustrated about the progress of our teacher's research. I have no idea how far it's come. And I worry about whether the new recruits can take care of him. Just as things in Baidu were starting to look up, here I am, lying here with you, feeling utterly helpless. And as for this batch of machinery, it's such a pity, all because of that damned creature. With that, she spat angrily to the side. Qin Feng barely had time to intervene as he watched the droplet of saliva arc gracefully through the air before landing on the ground. Chi Yun, realizing her error, held her breath and watched the ground intently. After a moment of silence, she sighed in relief, patting her robust chest. Thank goodness, that was a close call, but just as her words faded, the familiar gaping maw of the abyss seemed to respond to some unseen call, its massive, rounded form erupting from the earth, toppling all surrounding structures and stirring despair amidst the swirling sands. The few unfortunate souls who had fallen from the toppled buildings now lay motionless, mouths covered, awaiting their grim fate. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the death worm turned its gaping maw in another direction and, moments later, vanished beneath the earth. Surviving this ordeal felt surreal, leaving Qin Feng both bewildered and curious about the creature's sudden shift. You all take cover. I'll investigate, he declared, casting a reproachful glance at Chi Yun, the source of this calamity, before racing after the retreating monster. Upon entering the storm's embrace, Guing sensed something amiss. Unlike his observations from outside, standing within the storm revealed a rhythmic pulse of radiation intertwined with the sandstorm. To confirm his suspicion, he took Lin Qiqi's hand and ventured toward the storm's edge. After several cautious steps, they halted to reassess. Sure enough, the storm shifted in tandem with their movements, proving inescapable even at high speed. This is a living sandstorm. Qiqi, are you sensing anything unusual? Guing inquired. Not really. My detection range is still too limited. I haven't discovered any other life forms within 30 meters, Lin Qiqi replied, a hint of disappointment coloring her tone. Guing gently patted her head. It's all right. You're still young, and your awakening has only just begun. Don't rush. Qiqi nodded obediently and then asked, what should we do now? Can you discern where the radiation is more concentrated? Guing shook his head. The radiation here is too chaotic. Let us find a direction and start exploring. Scanning the area, they set off towards a direction that bore remnants of structures, embarking on a fruitless search. Upon reaching the ruins, they noted several buildings had clear signs of battle damage. Just as they were about to press on, the earth bear beside them began to howl. What is it doing? Guing asked, puzzled. It says there's something large underground, and it's coming our way, Lin Qiqi replied. Though the bear could occasionally be lazy and gluttonous, it had proven to be a reliable ally. Given its warning, Guing took it seriously, surveying the surroundings. A rough layout of the ruined city formed in his mind as he assessed the locations of the battle damage, identifying the tallest building. He prepared to ascend with his bear and companion. Suddenly, the earth bear charged forward, thrusting Guing onto its back. While he clung to Lin Qiqi, the bear leaped up the outer wall of a nearby building. Just then, 5 tentacles erupted from their previous position, pursuing the bear's ascent. The bear picked up speed, leaping gracefully to evade the oncoming tentacles, which shredded the walls of the building into debris upon contact. As the bear prepared to leap to the adjacent rooftop, another 5 tentacles burst forth from a window ahead, blocking its path. In that instant, Guing drew his blade and signaled the bear to continue. Without hesitation, the bear leaped forward, charging directly at the tentacles. They crossed paths in midair. A flash of dark crimson light erupted, and the obstructing tentacles were effortlessly severed, not a single hair on the bear harmed. However, a few droplets of blood from the blade landed on the bear's rear, immediately causing smoke to rise and a foul odor to waft through the air, seeing the bear's backside in peril. Guing acted swiftly, cutting away the singed fur with precision and swiftly wiping the blood from his blade. This marked the first time the bear had been unable to evade corrosion. Previously, it had braved treacherous encounters without flinching, illustrating just how potent this creature's blood truly was. However, despite being tainted by such formidable venom, the meow knife showed no signs of corrosion. Its dark red blade remained as lustrous and exquisite as ever. The solitary figure felt an increasing sense of joy, akin to a child who has received a beloved toy, and could not resist swinging the knife in the air a couple more times. Even Lin Chichi, who stood nearby, began to curiously examine the long blade. When the earth bear landed atop the highest abandoned building with the two of them, the pursuing tentacles had already ceased their chase. The solitary figure's left eye caught a glimpse of the tentacles retreating. Although they had initially attacked from various angles, they ultimately converged in the same direction. That it appeared to be another intelligent and organized group. As the solitary figure caressed the blade, he pondered deeply. The familiar rumble of thunder abruptly interrupted his thoughts, as a figure descended from the heavens, accompanied by the storm, landing beside the earth bear. "I was just wondering how to find you. And here you are." It was Qin Feng, who had vanished alongside the monster, now looking at the solitary figure with great surprise. Qin Feng excitedly approached and grasped the solitary figure's shoulders, shaking him. "Brother, you're awake. This is wonderful. I thought you would sleep indefinitely." Finally, Qi Yun's ominous words have proven beneficial for once. Unable to endure Qin Feng's exuberance, the solitary figure broke free from his grasp and replied with a smile. "The hospital bed was too hard. I wasn't accustomed to sleeping there. I'm also delighted to see you alive." Surprisingly, Qin Feng did not retort, but instead expressed with a hint of nostalgia. "Indeed, had it not been for your arrival, I would have thought this would be my final resting place." The solitary figure continued to inquire. "What is the current situation of the transport team? Where are your comrades? What has transpired?" Qin Feng sighed. "Most of the transport team has perished. The vehicles and equipment are destroyed. The remaining members are hiding, trying to evade that monster." Thus, Qin Feng gradually recounted the events of the past few days to the solitary figure. After listening, the solitary figure remarked, "So it is confirmed that the monster senses its targets through vibrations. Those tentacles were merely organs from its mouth. I had assumed it was a pack of creatures. Given that the monster has retreated, could it be that something has gone awry on your end?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head. The team members are all exceedingly weak. Aside from Qi Yun's reckless actions that once provoked the monster, there should be no other issues. That it must have been frightened by your strike. However, do not let your guard down, as it can regenerate from severed limbs and is quite troublesome. The solitary figure pondered for a moment, still feeling a twinge of concern. After conferring with Qin Feng, they decided it would be prudent to return immediately and check, lest any unforeseen mishaps occur. Thus, Qin Feng led the solitary figure, Lin Chichi, and the earth bear to navigate through the ruins. Yet, after traversing a short distance, Qin Feng halted, prompting the solitary figure to ask in confusion, "Why have we stopped? Is there a problem?" With a serious expression, Qin Feng looked at the solitary figure. "I've forgotten which direction to go." The solitary figure felt exasperated, while Lin Chichi couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Qin, you truly are directionally challenged. Aren't you?" He. Turning away to conceal his embarrassment, Qin Feng retorted, "I'm not directionally challenged. I merely came in such haste that I had no time to memorize the route," and no further rebukes followed. But the weight of several gazes upon him felt like a needle in his skin, like a thorn in his back, like a fishbone lodged in his throat. Recollecting the direction from which Qin Feng had appeared, the solitary figure took the lead in guiding the way. Meanwhile, Qi Yun had begun to voice her impatience. "Why hasn't Qin Feng returned after such a long time? Isn't he just checking the situation? He can't possibly intend to face that monster alone, can he? If someone has to die, wouldn't it be better to perish together as a family?" The prolonged lack of food, combined with the dim environment of the sandstorm and the pressure of survival brought by the monster, led Qi Yun's mind to spiral into chaos. Observing the once chattering Qi Yun gradually fall silent, Li Xiaofeng hurriedly approached to check on her. At that moment, Qi Yun had closed her eyes and lay still. After calling her name a few times to no avail, Li Xiaofeng tentatively placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, "So hot!" Alarm surged through him. It had been years since he had encountered a human with a fever. Some had even believed that such viruses had vanished along with nuclear explosions. Without a moment to lose, Li Xiaofeng urgently summoned nearby team members. Lin Bei and Li Heshuan each took action. One dripped water into Qi Yun's mouth, while the other conjured ice to place on her forehead. Zhang Yao and Xian Tong also employed their respective abilities to treat Qi Yun, yet she showed no signs of reducing her fever. Her face, flushed and burning, seemed to mock the group with the virus's defiance. All available remedies had been exhausted. Not only were there no antipyretics, but even if there were, their effectiveness remained uncertain. The group felt as frantic as ants on a hot stove. How am I to explain this to Team Qing? He has been gone for only a short while, and now Qi Jie is in trouble. If this fever doesn't subside, she may be reduced to ashes. Even Tong Tong and Yao Yao's treatments are ineffective. I should have taken better care of Qi Jie. If only I had some herbal seeds. Li Xiaofeng fretted, feeling utterly at a loss, on the verge of composing a lengthy confession. Just then, Tung Long smacked his palm against Li Xiaofeng's forehead. The sharp sound of their connection jolted Li Xiaofeng back to some semblance of reason. Qi Yun isn't dead yet. What madness are you spewing? And you all, look at yourselves, reduced to this state, panicking at the slightest mishap, yet you call yourselves elite fighters, with a bit of ability. You all act as though you're invincible, as if you've declared yourselves gods. Are you all stumped by a mere fever? If you keep making noise, you'll attract the monster and all perish with Qi Yun. With that, Tung Long ordered Lin Bei and Li Heshuan to stay, while the others were to disperse and hide. Tung Long's anger had finally surfaced, pulling the nearly crumbling team back together. Lacking true medical professionals among them, Zhong Yao and Xin Tong, one enhancing cellular metabolism and immunity, and the other purifying cells and eradicating viruses, had previously led the team to believe they were secure with these two as their medical support. After this experience, Tung Long recognized the critical importance of having a genuine medical professional within the team. The fever might be an anomaly, but should such a situation arise among the masses, they would face a complete collapse of their medical system. This matter must be brought to the attention of the higher-ups, provided they survive to return. Contemplating this, Tung Long sighed, gazing towards the direction in which Qin Feng had vanished. Resembling a stone awaiting the return of a loved one, that after walking for over half an hour, the solitary figure finally halted. Qin Feng stepped forward to inquire, "Are you lost as well?" The solitary figure turned to Qin Feng. "Hasn't the sandstorm intensified? Have you noticed?" Frowning, Qin Feng replied, "Hasn't it always been this strong?" The solitary figure shook his head. "When we first arrived, the sand in the air wasn't this dense, and the radiation wasn't this intense. That it has changed. It feels as if someone is manipulating the sandstorm, akin to the outer storm. The master of the sandstorm seems intent on misleading us, trying to ensnare us within the swirling sands. This sensation is particularly acute. What should we do?" Qin Feng asked. "I'm certainly not adept at navigation. If you have no idea either, we may have to rely on luck." For a moment, the solitary figure found himself at a loss for solutions. Lin Qiqi voiced her confusion, tugging at the solitary figure's sleeve. He turned to look at her, following her gaze down to the ground. There, the gravel appeared to be gradually sinking, as though a consuming abyss had emerged beneath. However, this abyss seemed somewhat insatiable. Within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the gravel ceased its descent. Then, before the solitary figure's eyes, a small, comical, yet familiar figure emerged from the sandhold. It's Li Hao's mouse. Lin Qiqi revealed the little creature's identity. The small mouse poked its head out from the earth, scanning its surroundings before cautiously emerging, scampering and leaping towards the solitary figure. Skillfully, it climbed up the solitary figure's pant leg to his shoulder, chattering animatedly. Sensing that this individual was not Li Hao, and realizing they could not communicate normally, it began to gesture with its paws. Thankfully, having collaborated with this mouse before, the solitary figure understood, without needing Lin Qiqi as a translator, that the little mouse had come to guide him. Qin Feng watched in fascination. Li Hao truly has something special. He has quite the talent. That mouse of his is remarkably clever. Once we return, I'll recruit it into the team. Remarkable indeed. At that moment, far from the tempest of sand, Li Hao suddenly sneezed. Achoo! How peculiar. Last time Minister Zhao mentioned a promising girl, but it seems she has moved on. Could it be that another damsel has set her sights on me? He lowered his head and resumed maintenance on the off-road vehicle, guided by a mouse. The group successfully located the main contingent. Observing Qin Feng, who emerged from the rear, Tung Long couldn't help but exclaim, "You always return from a different direction. You truly know how to have fun." When informed that Qi Yun had a fever, Qin Feng had yet to make a move, but Gu Ying had already hurried to Qi Yun's side in a couple of strides. In Gu Ying's left eye, he perceived a radiation energy slowly accumulating within Qi Yun, while the energies released by Xia Yao and Xin Tong, attempting to treat her, were being repelled by this internal radiation. This was a sight Guing had never witnessed before, but after a moment's contemplation, he deduced a possibility and addressed the anxious onlookers beside him. She is fine. She is merely awakening. Once the energy within her stabilizes, her fever should subside. Just ensure she remains hydrated. The rest of you may take your leave. Upon hearing Gu Ying's explanation, the tension in everyone's hearts eased, now that everyone had been found. The next order of business was to confront the monster and escape the sandstorm. The approach was straightforward. 2 steps, lure the monster, and Gu Ying would engage in melee combat. However, Gu Ying ultimately dismissed this method. He was no reckless brute like Qin Feng. First, they would draw it out for a test. He needed to personally ascertain the monster's strength. From the team's reports, he had gleaned 3 crucial points. First, the body is tougher than the tentacles. Psychic abilities cannot harm the body, but can damage the tentacles. Second, the tentacles are more sensitive than the body. Third, the monster's saliva and blood are highly corrosive and possess regenerative capabilities. Summarizing the information gathered from the team, Gu Ying stated, Qin Feng, take a few capable individuals who can fend for themselves and accompany me. You all just need to keep the tentacles occupied. I'll handle the rest. All right, Chao Yan, Lin Bei, it's you two then. Any objections? Qin Feng inquired, singling them out. No problem. The two replied reflexively, having forgotten they still had food in their mouths. Swallow what you have before speaking. Qin Feng was already contemplating a reprimand. Starved for several days, they were hardly concerned with his inquiries. Thanks to their honed training, Lin Qiqi, undeterred, cheerfully distributed the rations she had among the group at that moment. She appeared to the team like a radiant angel, and they adored the food she shared. The small mouse, the key guide in this endeavor, also received a reward in the form of an energy bar currently perched atop the head of the earth bear. Nibbling away, the earth bear lay quietly nearby. Despite its seemingly lazy exterior, it remained vigilant, ready to whisk Lin Qiqi away at the first sign of danger. The commotion they were creating was quite significant. Had it been a few days prior, the monster would have likely come to feast on them. Yet today, for reasons unknown, the creature had not launched an attack. Ji Ying, along with Qin Feng and the others, wandered around the nearby ground, but yielded no results. It appeared the death worm was resolutely refusing to emerge. Thus, they returned to the rooftop to strategize on how to lure out the monster. We need an effective bait. As soon as those words were uttered, all eyes turned towards the earth bear, causing it to tremble in fear and vigorously shake its head, asserting that it could not serve as bait. While the small mouse continued to munch on the leftover energy bar, oblivious to the commotion. Not you, Gu Ying said, pulling Lin Qiqi in front of the earth bear. Both wore smiles that bordered on sinister as they gazed at the little mouse atop the bear's head. Before the mouse could escape, Gu Ying swiftly snatched it up. Little mouse, fear not. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. Help me lure out that worm underground, and I shall offer you 3 energy bars. Once we are outside, I will have Li Hao find you a female mouse for a mate that I know you understand. If you dare bite me, I shall crush you, and if you attempt to flee, I shall have Li Hao do the same. Consider your options wisely. Under Gu Ying's coaxing and subtle intimidation, the little mouse ultimately relented, gesturing 3 fingers, then extending 10 before Gu Ying's eyes. Lin Qiqi immediately translated. Brother, it says 3 won't suffice. It demands T. And Ji Ying smiled, his expression softening. Very well, 10 it is. I won't stop at 10. If you handle this well, upon our return, I shall ensure Li Hao treats you to a feast every day. Upon hearing this, the little mouse's eyes sparkled like 2 rubies, and it struck a pose with its tiny paws on its hips, exuding an air of confidence that spoke volumes. Leave it to me. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, the little mouse quickly finished the remaining energy bar before chirping at Gu Ying twice and disappearing underground. Qin Feng marveled once more. Having such an ally truly saves a great deal of trouble. I increasingly wish to recruit Li Hao. Ji Ying shot him a glance. Well aware of the implications behind his words, Li Hao is not my subordinate. If you wish to recruit him, go speak to him directly. Asking me will yield no results. Yes, as long as he is not your subordinate. I harbor no ulterior motives. You know what I mean. Not wishing to engage further, Gu Ying crouched at the rooftop's edge. Meticulously observing the movements below, the silent wait was excruciating, and time ticked by slowly. The sandstorm completely obscured the sun, making it impossible to measure time accurately. They could only rely on the temperature fluctuations between day and night to discern the passage of time. 2 hours passed, and the little mouse still had not returned. Qin Feng even began to suspect it may have been devoured by the death worm. Yet, Gu Ying remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the ground. Evidently confident in the mouse's capabilities. Here it comes. Both the Earth Bear and Gu Ying exclaimed simultaneously. The group's vision was obscured by the swirling sand, rendering their visibility even shorter than outside the storm. Thus, when they heard Gu Ying's warning, they saw nothing. However, within Gu Ying's sight, a diminutive, mouse-shaped radiation energy raced towards them at an astonishing speed, matching that of the pursuing death worm. They did not have to wait long. After a few breaths, a mouse-shaped shadow burst forth from the ground and soared into the sky, its speed akin to a meteor, closely followed by the death worm, whether the little mouse had disturbed its ancestors' resting place or not. The furious tremors of the massive body of the death worm indicated its wrath. Its gigantic mouth, lined with dozens of razor-sharp teeth, erupted from the earth in pursuit of the little mouse. Gu Ying had long been poised on the rooftop, leaping to catch the airborne little mouse, which nestled in his arms, giving a thumbs up. Unclear whether it was praising Gu Ying or itself, utilizing a protruding tentacle as a springboard. Gu Ying leapt once more into the air, surpassing a height of 100 meters, while the gaping maw of the death worm followed closely below, its massive form continually emerging from the ground. As they approached 200 meters in height, perhaps unable to sustain its immense body or unwilling to expose itself further, the death worm ceased its advance at Gu Ying's vision. The serpentine body of the radiation energy remained coiled and undulating, its length still indiscernible. Having encountered tortoises several kilometers long, Gu Ying, though curious, was no longer astonished. For the first time, the creature fully revealed its form, reaching an impressive height of nearly 200 meters.